Chapter 1. Wife, give me some money. I'm going to chase girls. Wife, give me some money. I'm going to chase girls. In the conference room of the Su Group in Yuncheng, President Su Anyue was convening a shareholders meeting when the door was suddenly pushed open by her husband, Yihan, who blurted out a sentence that left everyone in the room stunned. Is this the idiot husband of President Su, whom you've been married to for 3 years? Indeed, married for 3 years, and he does nothing but smoke, drink, and chase girls. I really don't know how President Su puts up with him. The key is, President Su is practically spoiling Yihan to the heavens. Oh, is it the girl from last time with the long legs and a great figure? Su Anyue put down the documents in her hand, picked up her phone, and replied with a smile. How much do you need? 10,000 enough? If not, I'll have the finance department transfer more for you. Enough. Thank you, wife. I love you. Seeing the transfer on WeChat, Yihan made a flying kiss gesture to Su Anyue and turned to leave. Wait. Su Anyue called out to Yihan, stood up, and handed him her car keys. Take my Ferrari. My husband going to chase girls can't afford to lose face. Su Anyue's bold move left the shareholders below utterly dumbfounded. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Who has ever seen a wife supporting her husband to chase girls? And even providing the funds for it? But Su Anyue didn't care about the expressions of the people below. She stepped forward gently, straightened Yihan's collar, and said with tender affection, Husband, come back early tonight. It's our 3rd wedding anniversary, and we must celebrate, okay? Gentle, adoring, even humble. These were the words that came to everyone's mind. Was this still the President Su they knew? The usual President Su was decisive and aloof, unapproachable. Now, she was so low-key with a useless son-in-law? Why? We'll see. If I finish my business, I'll come back, Yihan said, waving to Su Anyue before leaving the hall. Su Anyue stood there in a daze for a long time. Sigh. These years have really been tough on him. Her secretary, Tang Qian, couldn't hold back any longer. President Su, you can't keep spoiling Yihan. He's been asking you for money 7 or 8 times this month. Shut up. Before Tang Qian could continue, Su Anyue interrupted her. My husband. I'll spoil him myself. Who are you to speak? Su Anyue's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. I now announce, Tang Qian, you're fired. Go to finance to settle your wages and get out. President Su, The hundreds of shareholders below were all dumbfounded. Tang Qian was just complaining about Yihan, and Su Anyue fired her on the spot? President Su, Tang Qian is also a senior executive of the group. It's not appropriate to fire her like this. The vice president of the company, also Su Anyue's uncle, Su Mingho, questioned her decision. Su Anyue just gave him a cold look. What? Do you want to be fired too? With that, her uncle immediately shut his mouth. Anyone else have any objections? Su Anyue glanced at the crowd, and everyone lowered their heads, no one daring to speak up. Let's continue the meeting. Discuss how to address the 300 million deficit of the Su family. I'm listening. Su Anyue returned to her seat, and although the people below began to discuss passionately, her mind was already with Yihan. 3 years of marriage. That scoundrel hasn't touched her even once. The closest they've been is a hug. Every time she washed up and got into bed, Yihan always said he was only interested in money. Was he really only interested in money? Then why did he spend all his time at clubs? Was she not sexy enough, or not open enough? Was her charm really that bad? Tonight, she was determined to be more proactive, even going so far as to buy some of those shameful outfits men liked online. No matter what, she had to win him over. Yihan left the company and drove straight to the top-tier, Heaven on Earth club in Yuncheng in Su Anyue's red Ferrari. At the entrance of the club, a fat man in suspenders was already waiting for Yihan. Master Yi, it's been a few days. You're even more tall, mighty, and radiant. Even the sun pales in comparison. His obsequious smile practically wrote bootlicking on his face. This fat man was also the eldest son of the Wang family, a prominent family in Yuncheng, named Wang Fugua. Having frequently hung out with Yihan in various clubs, he was deeply attracted and impressed by Yihan's charm, vowing to be a loyal lackey. Alright, next time come up with some fresh lines. Is everything arranged? Yi Han interrupted Wang Fugua and strode towards the entrance. Master Wang takes care of business. Master Yi can rest assured. The entire club, all the women, even the cleaning ladies, I've called them all. 1,000 flowers bloom. There's bound to be one Master Yi will like. If Master Yi isn't interested in women, I can also call some muscular men. Get lost. Seeing Wang Fugua's lecherous look, Yi Han kicked him in the butt. In the largest imperial VIP room of heaven on earth, a row of girls in revealing outfits bowed respectfully to Yi Han. Master Yi, welcome. The white scenery in front of them, along with the slit to the waist cheongsams, left Yi Han feeling a bit heated. Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't touch women before mastering the dragon control technique, he would have definitely saved these young girls. Not bad. Everyone gets a reward. Old Wang, share the wealth, 2,000 each. Yi Han threw a stack of cash to Wang Fugua. Remember, don't forget to send them the photos. Whoever finds the girl in the photo, there will be a big reward. Got it. While Wang Fugua was handing out money to the girls, Yi Han opened his phone and stared at a picture of a fairy-like beauty. 3 years. Yi Han claimed to be chasing girls, but in reality, he was spending money at clubs, not for pleasure, but to find someone. He was looking for his missing little sister 3 years ago. Because someone said they saw his little sister in Yunqing's club scene, Yi Han had been visiting one club after another. Next batch. After seeing all the beauties at heaven on earth, Yi Han didn't stay and left the club, bought a bunch of herbs at a pharmacy in Yunqing, and headed straight to the west suburbs of Yunqing. At a quiet villa in the west suburbs of Yunqing, a shy girl stood at the door, and when she saw Yi Han, her face lit up with a radiant smile. Han Gu, you're here. I didn't think you would come. The girl was wearing a small white tank top, her chest threatening to burst out. Below was a khaki miniskirt that perfectly showcased her long, slender legs. When Yi Han got out of the car, the girl shamelessly jumped up, wrapped her arms around Yi Han's neck, and practically hung herself on him. The two mounds pressed against Yi Han's chest, and he deeply felt what it was like to sail on the ocean during a storm. This little girl, though petite and cute, had quite the assets, didn't she? Yes. Let's go in first and see how your father is doing. Yi Han pulled the girl off him and walked into the house. The girl's name was Li Yao, the daughter of the Li family, one of the 4 major families in Yunqing. Yi Han had come to treat Li Yao's father's illness. A few days ago, Li Yao's father, Li Feng, suddenly fainted and fell into a coma. After consulting all the doctors, no cause could be found. Then, by chance, they met Yi Han, who used the 13 ghost needles, and Li Feng woke up immediately. Yi Han had come today to wrap things up, prescribe some medicine to stabilize the condition. Master Yi, you're here. Please, come in and have a seat. In the grand hall of the villa, Li Feng had already gotten out of bed and was standing at the entrance, warmly welcoming Yi Han. Yi Han stepped forward, grabbed Li Feng's pulse, and carefully examined it. Mr. Li, your body is no longer a major concern. I've come today to deliver a few doses of traditional Chinese medicine to strengthen your foundation and nourish your essence. After brewing and consuming them, your condition will stabilize, and there won't be any issues. As he spoke, Yi Han handed over the Chinese medicine he was holding. Li Feng's son, Li Tao, quickly reached out to take it, repeatedly thanking Yi Han. Thank you, Master Yi. Thank you, Master Yi. The group took their seats, and after a few casual conversations to confirm that Li Feng was fine, Yi Han wanted to take his leave. These days were crucial for Yi Han's breakthrough in the dragon control technique. He wanted to seize the time to make the breakthrough. Otherwise, his beautiful wife at home was just for show, and it was too frustrating. Every time Yi Han tricked Suan Yue into thinking he wasn't interested in women, how could that be true? It was just that Yi Han's master had instructed him that due to the injury 3 years ago, Yi Han's martial arts were completely lost. To regain his abilities, he had to cultivate the dragon control technique to the 9th level or above. But now, Yi Han was stuck at the peak of the 8th level, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through. If Yi Han touched a woman before that, not only would his efforts to restore his power be in vain, but he would also be counterattacked and die on the spot. So, even if 10 women stripped naked and threw themselves into Yi Han's arms, he wouldn't dare to have any thoughts. Li Feng gave Li Tao a meaningful glance, and Li Tao quickly stood up, handing a bank card to Yi Han. Master Yi, you saved my father, which is a tremendous favor to our Li family. This is just a small token of our gratitude. Please, you must accept it. Yi Han smiled faintly and pushed the bank card back. I'm not interested in money. This single sentence left Li Feng and Li Tao stunned for a few seconds, their gazes involuntarily shifting to Li Yao beside them. Li Yao, feeling the attention, blushed deeply and hesitated for a while before she spoke. Han Gu, as long as you like, I'm willing. Let's go. As she spoke, Li Yao, her face flushed with embarrassment, pulled Yi Han towards the exit. This left Yi Han completely bewildered. Go? Where to? Li Yao let out a playful stomp and said, Oh, you're so bad. To the hotel? Or we can do it at home. Chapter 2. I want to be your real woman. Upon hearing Li Yao's words, Yi Han couldn't help but feel speechless. Turning his head to observe the expressions of Li Feng and Li Tao and others, he immediately understood. They had misunderstood. They thought that since he wasn't interested in money, he must be interested in people? Were they planning to offer Li Yao to him? This is ridiculous. Do they think I, Yi Han, am that kind of person? If they were going to offer her, they should at least wait until I make a breakthrough in my cultivation. Ahem. Mr. Li, I think you've misunderstood my intentions. Yi Han coughed, then continued, My point is, as a doctor, my heart is with my patients. Saving the head of the Li family was just a matter of course, and I wanted to make friends with the Li family. We have plenty of time ahead of us, right? Yi Han emphasized the phrase, plenty of time ahead of us, and deliberately glanced at Li Yao while speaking. Seeing Yi Han leave, Li Yao's face showed a strong sense of disappointment. What are you sighing about? Is there something wrong with me? I've got the figure, the looks. I can do everything other women can do, and even things they can't, I can do as well. As she spoke, Li Yao glanced at Yi Han's abdomen, then her lips moved slightly. Could she really not handle it? After seeing Yi Han off, Li Feng quickly said to Li Tao, Go check if we have any potential collaborations with the Su family. Since we can't approach Yi Han directly, we'll have to approach the Su family. Yi the Divine Doctor is a golden leg we must firmly hold onto. Li Tao nodded. No need to check. I've already received a call from Su's second uncle. He mentioned that the Su group is currently short of 300 million and invited me to attend the Su family banquet tomorrow. It's probably about this matter. Su's second uncle? Is it that Su Mingho? I've heard he's not quite reliable. Li Feng frowned, but since it's Yi Han's wife's family, I think you should go and see the situation tomorrow. That's my thought too. I don't intend to negotiate with Su Mingho. If we're going to talk, it should be directly with Su Anyue, the CEO. Li Tao glanced at his younger sister who had just entered her room and sighed. It's just that little sister. Sigh. Li Feng also felt helpless. It's a pity that Yi the Divine Doctor is already married. I hope Xiaoyao doesn't get too deeply involved. Yi Han returned home and completed 9 cycles of the dragon control technique practice. By then, it was already 5 p.m. Su Anyue's call came right on time. Honey, are you done? Where are you? I'm at home. Come pick me up. Yi Han remembered that Su Anyue had mentioned they would celebrate their 3rd wedding anniversary together. Okay. After Su Anyue picked up Yi Han, they went straight to the 8th floor of the Royal Hotel in Yun City. In a private room, a candlelit dinner had already been prepared in advance. During the meal, Su Anyue was particularly lively, pouring Yi Han drink after drink. Yi Han wasn't worried about his alcohol tolerance, but looking at his wife's beautiful profile, he played along with her act, pretending to be drunk. Honey, you said you prepared a gift for me, right? Where is it? Yi Han acted very convincingly, his words somewhat slurred. Seeing the timing was right, Su Anyue helped Yi Han to the adjacent suite. The gift is in the next room. Let's go see it. Su Anyue helped Yi Han into the presidential suite, letting him sit on the sofa. Then she went into the dressing room. Wait a moment. I'll be right out." From the dressing room came the sound of rustling. When Suan Yue emerged again, Yi Han's blood pressure soared, and his breathing stopped for a moment. "Damn, is this still the wife I know?" Suan Yue had shed all her clothes, replacing them with a pink nurse outfit. The thin fabric barely concealed her stunning figure. Her curves were exquisite, her figure perfect. She was also wearing black stockings, stimulating Yi Han's vision. "I'm the gift I prepared for you today, honey. Do you like it?" Suan Yue was a bit shy, moving seductively forward a few steps, striking a provocative pose, then gazing affectionately into Yi Han's arms. "Honey, it's been 3 years. Today, I want to truly be your woman. With such an exquisite beauty lying in your arms, ready to be enjoyed. Which man could resist? Especially since this was his legally wedded wife. Honey, you're playing with fire." Yi Han's breathing intensified as he grabbed Suan Yue's wandering hands. Suan Yue's eyes were misty as she said, "Come on, let me feel how hot your fire is." This sentence completely ignited the flames in Yi Han's heart. "Mm." Yi Han no longer held back, flipping Suan Yue onto her back, his hands greedily exploring her body. The outfit she had just put on was torn to shreds in an instant. Clothes flew everywhere, the room in complete disarray. The temperature in the room was rapidly rising. Just as the two were about to merge, swish, 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 a sudden sound of something cutting through the air echoed in the room. A flying knife shot past Yi Han's abdomen, embedding itself firmly into the wall. If the blade had been 2 centimeters lower, Yi Han would have been castrated on the spot. "Young master, don't throw away your hard work. You bear a great responsibility. Be mindful." A dark shadow flashed past the window, and a cold voice echoed outside. Yi Han looked down at Suan Yue beneath him, who had been hit by 2 soybeans in the sleep acupoint and was already unconscious. "Hanjua, you want to die. You almost castrated me. You chose this moment to disturb me. Haven't you heard, dying under the peony, even as a ghost, is a pleasure?" Yi Han yelled at the window, but after cursing for a while, there was no response from outside. 3 years ago, after Yi Han lost his martial arts abilities, his master sent the sect's top assassin, Hanjua, to protect Yi Han in secret. Hanjua was a man of few words but ruthless actions. When it was time to act, he never hesitated. Being interrupted by Hanjua, Yi Han calmed down. Thinking about the consequences of breaking his vows, Yi Han was drenched in cold sweat. 23 years ago, when Yi Han was just a year old, he was sent to the sect to learn martial arts. 3 years ago, when Yi Han was preparing to return to his family, the sect was heavily attacked. 2 of his Shurmothers died in battle, his master was severely injured, his second Shuruncle was cut into 8 pieces by the enemy, and his 3 Shur sisters disappeared without a trace. Yi Han was also gravely injured by a mysterious expert, losing all his martial arts abilities and becoming a cripple. Yi Han and his master were forced to evacuate the sect headquarters. To divert attention, his master arranged for Yi Han to marry into the Su family. At the same time, the Yi family in Yun City was also attacked. His grandfather was severely injured in battle, his parents went missing, several uncles and aunts were killed, and the Yi family's strength was greatly weakened. The position of the first family in the Great Xia was on the verge of collapse. The Yi family's business was gradually being dismantled by their opponents. Although his grandfather still held on, his deterrence was gradually declining. After learning about the situation, Yi Han wanted to return home immediately, but his master stopped him. The simultaneous attacks on the sect and the Yi family are definitely not a coincidence. Yi Han's master, Gu Feng, sensed the smell of conspiracy. Clearly, someone doesn't want you to return. So, until your abilities are fully restored, you must not openly set foot in the Yi family. After that, all resources and elixirs were almost entirely given to Yi Han. Yi Han was the hope of the entire sect's revival, the key to the Yi family's resurgence. If he broke his vows, even if he died, he would have let down the sect's hopes. That would be unforgivable. Yihan was raised by his Sure mothers since childhood. How could he rest without avenging them? His Sure sisters, who had grown up with him and shared deep emotions, were still missing. How could he die without finding them? How could he have the right to die? And those who nearly wiped out the Yi family, how could Yihan possibly let them go? Hiding in the Su family for 3 years, fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. With these thoughts, Yihan let out a deep sigh. He bent down, picked up Su Anyue, and gently placed her on the bed. Pulling the blanket over her, he tenderly covered her. Honey, don't be in a hurry. The soonest, just 3 days. Only 3 days. Once I fully break through to the 9th level of the dragon control technique, you can truly be my wife. Looking at his wife, who had always cared for and pampered him, Yihan's eyes were filled with affection. He couldn't help but lean down and kiss Su Anyue's neck, leaving a deep red mark there. Chapter 3. You're just lusting after my beauty. After settling his wife Su Anyue comfortably, Yihan sat upright in the room, beginning to earnestly circulate the dragon control technique. In an instant, a stream of light enveloped Yihan, racing through his veins, and a vague dragon shape began to form. Yihan closed his eyes and could clearly feel the immense dormant energy deep within his dantian beginning to stir. Finally, is it time to break through? Yihan could distinctly touch the threshold of the 9th level of the dragon control technique, but there was still that final sliver missing. After practicing for half the night and circulating the technique over a dozen times, he still couldn't break through that final barrier. In the end, he could only climb into bed, hugging his beautiful wife and falling into a deep sleep. The next day, Su Anyue woke up, feeling completely sore and as if her body was about to fall apart. Seeing herself lying naked in Yihan's arms, her face turned red with embarrassment. Was Yihan that vigorous last night? Would she be able to handle it in the future? If not, should she call her best friend Qingrulan to help? The moment this wicked thought crossed her mind, Su Anyue was startled. Pfft, Su Anyue, you're spoiling your husband. But how can you have such a wicked idea? After moving around in bed, Su Anyue quickly noticed the issue. This naughty scoundrel, he didn't touch me again? Although inexperienced, she knew that while she was lying naked with Yihan, he hadn't done anything substantial besides leaving a mark on her neck. Honey, wake up. Why didn't you do it with me last night? I'm your wife. What more do you want from me? Su Anyue shook Yihan awake, her eyes already reddened as she spoke. Who was Su Anyue? She was the #1 beauty of Yun City, a cold and aloof CEO, pure and untainted. In front of others, she was a decisive and powerful figure. But for Yihan, she was willing to humble herself and even bought so many outfits, then took the initiative to pose provocatively in front of him. This had already pushed Su Anyue to her limit. She was about to break down. Oh, that. Yihan rolled over, reaching out to tidy up Su Anyue's messy hair. I'm not feeling well these days. Huh. Hearing Yihan's words, Su Anyue froze on the spot. Not feeling well? Do men also get their periods? Su Anyue angrily punched Yihan's chest. You scoundrel, at least find a decent excuse. No, I just did a quick divination. The broom star is in the sky these 2 days, clashing with my horoscope. It's not a good time for intimacy. Next time, when the timing, location, and people are all right, I definitely won't let you go. Hearing Yihan's words, Su Anyue couldn't help but laugh out loud. What kind of ridiculous excuse was that? Even doing some exercise requires the right timing, location, and people? But looking at the love bite on her neck in the mirror, Su Anyue was already very happy. Apart from the final step, they had kissed and touched each other. This was the first time in 3 years they had been so intimate. It was already quite good. Things needed to be taken slowly. Yihan was her husband, after all, and would eventually be hers. Could he run away? All right, I'll listen to you. Let's get up quickly. Grandpa has arranged a family dinner today, and Grandma has been looking forward to seeing you for a long time. She's waiting for you to come home for dinner. Su Anyue shyly got up to dress, reminding Yi Han as she did. Although Yi Han was a son-in-law who had married into the Su family, he was quite different from most. In the Su family, except for the branch led by his second uncle Su Mingho, everyone else treated Yi Han like a treasure. It was no exaggeration to say he was the family's darling. Okay, little Han is here. Come, sit next to Grandma. How have you been these days? Look at you. You've lost weight. Hasn't Anyue been feeding you well? As soon as Yi Han and Su Anyue entered the main hall of the Su family residence, Grandma Song Mei called Yi Han to sit next to her. Su Anyue even felt a bit jealous. Grandma, come on. You're so close to Yi Han, but I'm your real granddaughter. Song Mei laughed heartily, her eyes lighting up as she looked at Su Anyue's radiant face. Anyue, you've already... As an experienced woman, Song Mei could immediately tell that Su Anyue was different. Su Anyue's face turned red. Grandma, yesterday we celebrated our 3rd anniversary and had a bit too much to drink, so we stayed at a hotel? Good. Haha, little Han, you need to put in more effort. We're all waiting to hold our great-grandchild. Grandpa Su Guohua stroked his beard with a smile, teasing Yi Han. Yi Han glanced at Su Anyue. Don't worry. I'll do my best to make Anyue give birth to a whole soccer team. The harmonious atmosphere of the Su family was something Yi Han greatly appreciated. Although this wasn't his sect, after living here for 3 years, he still felt the warmth of his sect. I'm not a pig. How could I have so many? Su Anyue said with a pout, but her eyes were full of happiness. Grandpa and Grandma hadn't said much all morning, but upon seeing Yi Han and Su Anyue, their faces were almost splitting with joy. Sitting below, second uncle Su Mingho and his son Su Dong's expressions grew increasingly sour. A mere live-in son-in-law. What's there to be arrogant about? He's just a freeloading dog. Disgraceful. What did you say? Although Su Dong's voice was low, Grandpa Su Guohua still heard it faintly. His expression darkened immediately. Su Dong, if you don't have anything to say, don't open your mouth. If you keep muttering, get out. Su Dong's face was filled with embarrassment, but even more with resentment. Before Yi Han married into the Su family, Su Dong had been the apple of his grandparents' eyes. But after Yi Han arrived, Su Dong felt like an afterthought. Why? Su Dong was about to argue a few more words when his father, Su Mingho, stopped him. Young Master Li Tao of the Li family has come to pay a visit. At that moment, a loud voice rang out at the door. Young Master Li Tao of the Li family, one of the 4 great families of Yun City, appeared at the entrance of the hall with several large packages of gifts. This is a family banquet of the Su family. What is young Master Li doing here? Grandpa Su Guohua frowned, glancing around at everyone. Su Mingho quickly stood up and spoke. Dad, I invited young Master Li. Our Su family isn't facing some financial difficulties recently? Young Master Li has investment intentions, and I wanted to take this opportunity to discuss it. Whether it succeeds or not, it's better than some freeloading trash. Su Mingho strode forward, extending his hand to Li Tao, wanting to shake hands. Young Master Li, please come in. Having invited young Master Li, one of the 4 great families of Yun City, Su Mingho felt as if he had accomplished something great, his posture straightening as he walked. Thwack! Before Li Tao could take a step, a teacup was thrown, landing in front of him. Young Master Li, this is a family banquet of the Su family. Please return. Chapter 4. I'm here for Yi Han's wife. The one who spoke was none other than Su Guohua, the head of the Su family. Originally, the old man had no issues with Li Tao. But because Su Mingho had insulted Yi Han, the old man instantly flew into a rage. Li Tao paused his steps, gave a cold smile to Su Mingho, and couldn't be bothered to even glance at the hand Su Mingho had extended. Who are you? Do I know you? Huh. Su Mingho's hand froze in midair, and he was completely stunned. Young Master Li, didn't I call you yesterday? Yesterday, during a shareholders meeting where the company's funding shortfall was being discussed, Su Mingho had stepped forward claiming he had a solution and immediately contacted young Master Li, hoping to secure an investment. Li Tao had previously been rejecting, but yesterday, he had surprisingly agreed to come take a look. But today, although young Master Li was indeed here, he claimed he didn't even know Su Mingho. Who am I? What exactly is going on? Su Mingho felt as if 1,000 question marks were hovering over his head. When Li Tao turned to face Su Guohua and the others, his face immediately returned to a smile. Old Master Su, you've misunderstood. I'm here today for Yi Han's wife. Oh no, I'm here to see Yi Han. I owe him a huge favor. As he spoke, Li Tao quickly walked over to Yi Han, extending both hands to shake Yi Han's. Yi Han, we meet again. Li Tao even winked at Yi Han. Yi Han naturally understood that Li Tao was trying to repay this favor to him. Li Tao's actions left everyone present stunned. Su Mingho, Su Dong, including Uncle Su, Grandpa, Grandma, and the others were all dumbfounded. Yi Han was actually so familiar with young Master Li of the Four Great Families? Was young Master Li here for Yi Han? Grandpa's eyes gleamed with a flash of insight. Thinking of the power behind Yi Han's sect, he immediately understood. It shouldn't be strange for Yi Han to know young Master Li. Over the years, the rapid development of the Su family was largely due to the silent support of the power behind Yi Han's sect. Grandpa Su had always believed that the wisest decision he made in his life was marrying in Yu to Yi Han. So young Master Li is a friend of Yi Han? Please, come take a seat. I wasn't being intentional earlier. I wanted to hit that wretch. Don't take offense, young Master Li. Grandpa Su Guohua's face changed faster than a book flipping pages. Below, Su Mingho's face turned ashen, even greener than a pothose leaf. Is there such a difference in treatment? My friend gets thrown out, while Yi Han's friend gets a seat. Su Mingho wanted to leave immediately, but he was even more curious to see what Yi Han was up to. No worries, no worries. After Li Tao handed over a gift to Grandpa, he sat down beside Yi Han. Old Master Su, I hear the Su group is in need of some development funds. Our Li family is very interested in cooperating with the Su group. How much funding does the Su group currently need? Very interested in cooperating with the Su group? Nonsense. Su Mingho rolled his eyes. With the Su group on the verge of a funding crisis, they had begged almost every bank and institution. After evaluating the Su group's situation, no one wanted to cooperate with them. Some even blacklisted Su and Yu's phone number. The Li family wasn't stupid. They certainly wouldn't want to cooperate with the Su group for real. The only explanation was that, out of respect for Yi Han, the Li family wanted to save the Su group. What kind of power does Yi Han have to make the Li family submit? As Li Tao asked Grandpa, he also glanced at Yi Han. In an Yu's shocked expression, Yi Han turned to ask her, Wife, how much is our current funding gap? Would 300 million be enough? Li Tao chimed in, as long as Miss Su needs it and Yi Han speaks, don't say 300 million, even 3 billion is no problem. Before arriving, Li Feng had repeatedly instructed Li Tao to do whatever it took to firmly hold onto Yi Han's golden thigh. Li Feng was very aware of his own condition. Even international hospital experts couldn't help, and ordinary doctors certainly couldn't cure him. But Yi Han had saved Li Feng with just a few silver needles. Yi Han must be from that mysterious place. Being friends with Yi Han, the Li family could surely leap to an even higher level. Moreover, those hidden enemies of the Li family would have to think twice before making a move. And you looked at Yi Han in astonishment. Previously, and you hadn't failed to seek cooperation with the Li family, but with the Su family's size, they couldn't even get an appointment with Li Tao and other core executives. But now, young Master Li was coming to them, asking to invest. This Yi Han, what a treasure of a husband. We don't need that much, 300 million should be enough? And you said uncertainly. Great. I'll arrange for the funds to be transferred immediately. We can finalize the contracts tomorrow. Li Tao took out his phone and gave instructions. Within a couple of minutes, and you received a call from the company's CFO. CEO Su, we've just received a 300 million yuan transfer from the Li Group, saying it's an investment that you've agreed upon. Is this true? The money arrived so quickly? And you was even more astonished. No contract signed, just a direct transfer. This is abnormal. Way too abnormal. Yes. Without my order, no one is to touch this money. And Yu hung up the phone and bowed slightly to Li Tao. Young Master Li, thank you for your timely help. Li Tao waved it off. Miss Su, you're too kind. Compared to the help Yi Han has given to my Li family, this is nothing. After a few casual words, Li Tao stood up politely. Everyone, I still have some matters to attend to at the company. I won't disturb you any further. Goodbye. After seeing Li Tao off, the entire hall erupted. Yi Han, well done. I knew my granddaughter's husband was extraordinary. Grandpa Su Guohua smiled warmly at Yi Han. No one knew about Yi Han's true identity, but Grandpa Su had a rough idea. He was clear that although Yi Han was currently hiding his brilliance, one day, he would soar. Our Yu is blessed to have married Yi Han. The core members of the Su family, some thanked Yi Han, while others were amazed by Li Tao's boldness. Su Mingho and Su Dong were left in the cold, their eyes filled with a dark glint. This Yi Han is simply too despicable. We must find a way to drive him out of the Su family, or we'll never have a chance to rise in the Su family. Dad, do you remember that Yun Feiyong from the provincial capital? The college classmate of Yu. He came looking for Yu last time. What if we ask him for help? Su Dong's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of a plan. That's the plan. After the family dinner, a girl Yi Han had previously been involved with suddenly called him. Yi Han, I've changed jobs recently. The person you asked me to keep an eye on, I think I've seen her at my new company. Why don't you come take a look? Huh. News about my little sister? Yi Han's expression turned serious. He tidied himself up and drove straight to the Royal No. 1 Club in Yun City in Yu's Ferrari. For nearly 3 years, Yi Han had practically searched every corner of Yun City. And Royal No. 1 was one of the last few places left. Xiaofeng, you've gained some weight here, haven't you? Yi Han boldly reached out and grabbed the thigh of a receptionist, causing the beauty to let out a coquettish squeal. Oh, Yi Han, you're so bad. Always taking advantage of me, yet never taking care of my business. Yi Han smiled faintly, took out a few red bills from his pocket, and slipped them into the woman's V-neck. Who says I don't take care of you? You mentioned seeing the girl in the photo. Where is she now? Xiaofeng quickly realized. Last month, a girl named Chu Yin came here. She looks very similar to the one in the photo, but I'm not sure if it's the person you're looking for. I have a photo I secretly took. Do you want to see it? As she spoke, Xiaofeng found the photo on her phone. Yi Han merely glanced at it, and his entire body instantly froze. Little sister? The news was true. Little sister really had come to Yun City and even appeared in such a place? Chapter 5. Is little junior sister stranded at a club? Although Yi Han enjoyed rescuing young girls from clubs, he certainly didn't want his little junior sister to be found in such a place. Once, wasn't she so pure? So innocent and naive. In a place like this, just thinking about it made Yi Han's face turn green. Tell your boss that I want her to accompany me tonight. Yi Han stuffed a few red bills into Xiao Feng's hand once more. Xiao Feng's mouth couldn't close from happiness. Don't worry, young Master Yi. I'll have the boss arrange it for you. As she led Yi Han upstairs, Xiao Feng couldn't help but ask curiously, Young Master Yi, is the beauty in the photo your old flame? You're so persistent, mobilizing so many sisters to find her? Yi Han's expression turned cold. Women, knowing too many secrets isn't good for you. After reaching the second floor and sitting down in a private room, Yi Han couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. In Yi Han's heart, he hoped it was his little junior sister who would appear here, but on the other hand, he didn't want it to be her. Boss, a guest has specifically requested Chu Yin to accompany him. On the third floor of the Royal No. 1 Club, in the boss's office, the manager was reporting to a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. Oh! The woman behind the desk looked up at the manager. Didn't I tell you? Miss Chu Yin has other arrangements here and won't be accompanying guests. Are you treating my words as just wind in your ears? The manager's face was filled with bitterness. Boss, I did give the order, but I don't know why today this guest specifically requested Miss Chu Yin. Moreover, this young Master Yi is a big financier in Yunqing, quite well known in the circles here. It's not good to offend him. The middle-aged woman hesitated, But from the side of the office, a door opened, and a young girl in a white dress walked out. Sister Yoon, it's okay. I'll take a look. If the guest behaves, that's fine. But if not, you know my methods. The white-clad girl was none other than Chu Yin, the newest arrival at the Royal No. 1 Club. Sister Yoon frowned, then finally sighed. All right. Be careful then. If anything happens, call us immediately. I'll have 2 bodyguards stationed outside the door. As she watched the manager lead Chu Yin out of the office, Su Yun's eyes revealed a complex expression. I wonder how much longer we can hold on. In the Emperor's suite on the 2nd floor, Yi Han had just picked up his teacup when the door creaked open. Hello, handsome. I'm number 001, Chu Yin. The white-clad girl pushed the door open, her pure appearance shocking Yi Han to his core. Clang. Yi Han's teacup fell to the ground, shattering into several pieces. Su-chan? Little junior sister. It really is you? I've been looking for you for 3 years. Junior sister. Yi Han, usually so playful, now looked heartbroken, his eyes reddening, his expression unusually serious. The one who entered was naturally Chu Yin. Hearing Yi Han's call, her body froze instantly. If one looked closely, the girl's body was trembling slightly. But in just a few seconds, the girl adjusted her emotions, her eyes showing a hint of confusion. Handsome. What little junior sister? You must have mistaken me for someone else. Huh. Yi Han, who had already approached Chu Yin, suddenly froze. Mistaken? How could that be? Yi Han examined Chu Yin from head to toe. Little junior sister, we lived together for 10 years. How could I mistake you? Oh, and there's a mole on your lower abdomen, don't you remember? Lift your clothes and let me see. As he spoke, Yi Han reached out to lift Chu Yin's clothes. But Chu Yin quickly took a few steps back, covering her clothes with some panic. Handsome, please behave. We're just here to drink and play games. Please don't get handsy. Also, you've mistaken me. My name is Chu Yin, not Su-chan. Chu Yin explained with a frown, her eyes avoiding his gaze. Chu Yin? Little Chan. You are Su-chan, aren't you? That year, when we were picking herbs in the mountains and fell off a cliff, you carried me back. Your feet so blistered they exposed the bone, and you rested for months to recover. Don't you remember? And that time I was sick, you snuck into my room at night, warming my bed with your body? Yi Han looked at the girl in front of him with confusion, unable to understand why his little junior sister wouldn't recognize him. Little junior sister, is someone threatening you? If so, blink. In Yunqing with me here, no one can bully you. Yi Han stepped forward, grabbing Chu Yin's arm to explain. But Chu Yin only shook her head, struggling out of Yi Han's grasp. Handsome, you've mistaken me. I'm not feeling well. You should call someone else to accompany you. As Chu Yin pushed Yi Han's wrist away, her fingers unintentionally tapped twice on the back of his hand. Then she darted out the door. Only after reaching the end of the corridor and locking herself in a restroom did Chu Yin finally let her tears flow freely down her cheeks. Big brother Han, it's so wonderful to see you. They all said you were dead. I never expected you to be alive. Chu Yin crouched in the corner, sobbing. But now, there are eyes everywhere. How can I acknowledge you? Back then, when the sect was attacked, Su-chan didn't die. Nor did she truly disappear. Instead, when the assassins were about to act, another group intervened, stopping the assassins and taking Su-chan away. The leader of the assassins seemed to be acquainted with the people behind Su-chan, so she remained unharmed, only leaving Yi Han's side. Su-chan had planned to resign herself to this life, but she never expected to meet her senior brother Yi Han again in Yunqing. In the private room, Yi Han suddenly felt listless, frowning as he pondered what problem his little junior sister might be facing. Just now, when she left, what did she mean by tapping twice on the back of his hand? Seeing a room card on the ground, General Manager's office. Yi Han's mind raced, and in an instant, he understood the meaning behind it, breaking into a smile. So that's how it is? Meet at the General Manager's office at 2 in the morning? Humph. The office had better have a bed. After 3 years apart, his little junior sister must miss his touch. The steps they hadn't had time to take before, They should make up for tonight, making his little junior sister unable to leave him. Ihan left the club, glancing back at it, finally feeling a bit relieved. Although he hadn't acknowledged his little junior sister, at least he knew she was here, and no matter what difficulties lay ahead, he could find a way to solve them. In the boss's office of the Royal No. 1 Club, it was Su Yun who had been sitting in the boss's seat, but now, the one sitting in the boss's seat was none other than Chu Yin, who had just met Ihan in the private room. In the office, besides Su Yun, a group of club executives stood. Make it clear, no one is to leak any information about Ihan's visit today. If anyone leaks the news, I won't let her off. Chu Yin barked at the crowd, her voice cold and even carrying a hint of menace, completely different from her previous frail image. Yes. So, the real boss of the Royal No. 1 Club wasn't Su Yun, but Chu Yin? After everyone left, Su Yun closed the door and looked at Chu Yin with a complex expression. Little Chan, was that the senior brother you've been talking about all along? He finally found you, didn't he? Why didn't you acknowledge him? Chapter 6. This is my first kiss. Su Chan shook her head and said, Yunjia, you know my situation very well. I can barely protect myself right now. It would be unwise to provoke Ihan at this time. Moreover, if the news of Ihan being alive leaks out, they will definitely spare no effort to hunt him down, which would endanger my senior brother. Su Yun sighed deeply and said, Xiao Chan, I heard that this young master Yi has been distributing money in all the major clubs in Yunqing for several years, all in an effort to find you. It shows that he is truly sincere about you. Can you really bear to see him like this? Can she bear it? Su Chan's expression wavered for a moment. After 3 years of separation, how could Ihan not be on her mind every night? They had grown up together since childhood, and on the battlefield, they were each other's life and death reliance. How could Su Chan not miss Ihan? But just thinking about him was useless. The Su family of Beijing had rescued her from that attack back then, but after her grandfather fell ill, she was once again treated as a discard, forced to the brink of life and death by her elder brothers. If they found out about Ihan's identity, they would surely inform those who had attacked back then. How could they let her senior brother off? She must not drag her senior brother down. Yunjia, the martial arts expert sent by my elder brother, will arrive in Yunqing tomorrow. If we don't hand over the last bit of our assets, they definitely won't show mercy. Su Chan gritted her teeth and made a difficult decision. Oh, I'm going to the provincial capital tonight. There are some important things in the safe in my room. You can stay in my room tonight. As the true owner of the Royal No. 1 Club, Su Chan had her own private room here. All right. Just as Ihan got into his car, Su Anyue's call came through. Hubby, thank you so much. With the investment you pulled from the Li family, our Su group can finally survive. You're my wife. What's there to thank? If you want to thank me, learn some new moves later. Ihan was quite satisfied with his beautiful wife. After 3 years of being a son-in-law in the Su family, his wife, Su Anyue, had initially been a bit distant, but as they gradually got along, she truly doted on him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been willing to give him money to chase other women. Oh, you're so bad. But you never touch me at night. When will the time be right? At the Su group, Su Anyue held the phone, her face flushed as she asked Ihan, her expression full of anticipation. After 3 years together, although Ihan appeared carefree on the surface, Su Anyue could never quite figure him out. From the fragments of information she had gathered from her grandfather, she knew that Ihan was a hidden dragon who would rise sooner or later. Now, Su Anyue was a bit worried, afraid that Ihan would leave her once he soared. So, she was eager to become Ihan's woman as soon as possible. Soon. Really soon. At most, 3 more days. Ihan was also tickled by Su Anyue's teasing. Yesterday, during his practice, the qi in his body had faintly taken the form of a dragon. There's a business banquet tonight. Can you accompany me? There are a few flies constantly pestering me. With you there, they shouldn't be too outrageous. Sure. Ihan's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Over the years, due to his lost powers, he had been very low-key. He hadn't paid much attention to the trash bothering his wife, Su Anyue, earning him the title of a good-for-nothing. It was time to shed that label. After hanging up with his wife, Yihan started the car, intending to go home to continue practicing. Thinking about his little junior sister being coerced and the tragic events of the past involving his sect and the Yi family, Yihan felt a lump in his throat, especially the Yi family. Yihan had heard that another powerful family had openly declared war on the Yi family. With his grandfather getting older and his great-grandfather seriously injured, if he didn't step in, he didn't know if they could hold on. Screech. As the car entered a deserted demolition area, a young girl in a white dress suddenly blocked Yihan's path. "Brother, quickly, save me." The girl looked to be no more than 20, with rosy skin and a curvaceous figure visible beneath her dress. Her ample chest and perky behind, combined with her well-defined curves, were a deadly temptation to men. The girl looked at Yihan through the car window with a panicked expression. Behind her, 7 or 8 burly men armed with steel rods and knives were rapidly closing in. Yihan glanced at the 7 or 8 men. They didn't have any martial arts aura, just ordinary people. Yihan's dragon control technique had already reached the 8th level. Although his strength hadn't fully recovered to its peak, dealing with these small-time thugs wasn't a problem. "Kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, or we'll take care of you too." The leader, a man with a scar, brandished his knife threateningly at Yihan, reaching out to grab the white-dressed girl. Yihan frowned, quickly getting out of the car and throwing a powerful punch at the man's knife. Crack, crack. The powerful force from Yihan's fist instantly shattered the man's knife, turning it into a pile of fragments on the ground. Holy shit. Yihan's powerful move left the gangsters so stunned that their eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. Oh my god. The gangsters, terrified, tried to flee, but Yihan moved like lightning, his figure darting like a ghost, swiftly weaving through the group of thugs. Boom, boom, boom. In just a few seconds, all the thugs were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. "Let's go. I'll take you away from here first." Yihan glanced at the thugs lying on the ground and sighed inwardly. My strength still hasn't fully recovered. Back in the day, when Yihan was at the peak of his powers, he could have dealt with these thugs with just one punch. Now it took me so long. What if the enemies who had once wronged the Yi family and my sect come knocking on my door? What would I do then? Okay. The girl obediently got into Yihan's car, her eyes filled with delight as she looked at him. After leaving the demolition zone and arriving in a bustling commercial area, the girl finally spoke to Yihan. "Hey, handsome, thank you so much for saving me earlier. The person coming to pick me up is here, so just drop me off at the roadside." The car stopped by the roadside, and before getting out, the girl suddenly took off the necklace around her neck. "Hey, handsome, I can't repay your life-saving grace, so I'll give you this necklace that my mother left me. Since you're a practitioner, it must be useful to you." "No, it's not necessary." As Yihan hesitated, the girl quickly slipped the necklace into his hand. Before he could react, she reached up, wrapped her arms around his neck, and planted a kiss on his lips. "This is my first kiss. Future husband, you need to work hard. I'm waiting for you to come and marry me. You must get stronger quickly. There's only so much I can do to help you. This was my first kiss. Future husband, you need to work hard. I'll wait for you to come and marry me. You must become strong quickly. There's only so much I can do to help you." Huh. Feeling the lingering fragrance on his lips, Yihan was completely baffled. What was going on? I just saved a beautiful woman, and she gave me a necklace, saying she'll wait for me to marry her? Before Yihan could say anything more, the girl had already stepped out of the car, turned around, and disappeared into the crowd, leaving no trace. When Yihan held the necklace in his hand and sensed its energy, his expression immediately turned serious. A 4th-grade vitality pill? Yihan's eyes lit up as he examined the necklace. From within the black pendant hanging below, the scent of a 4th-grade vitality pill wafted out. This is precisely the perfect elixir to aid my breakthrough. The exquisite beauty just now claimed to be my future wife, specifically here to deliver this elixir to me? And she even threw in a beautiful wife as a bonus? Chapter 7. Back to the peak of the world. Scumbags, tremble. Although Yi Han had countless questions in his mind, he knew that now was not the time to investigate them. Without any hesitation, Yi Han drove home at full speed. At the moment, the most urgent task was to recover his strength as quickly as possible. Only by doing so would Yi Han have the confidence to save his little junior sister or deal with those enemies from back then. After Yi Han's car left, the long-skirted girl emerged from behind the crowd, staring intently in the direction Yi Han had gone, whispering to herself, "Husband, don't let Linger down." Next to the girl, another beauty in jeans spoke up, "Miss, are we really going to bet everything on him? Is he really that powerful?" The girl nodded. "Of course. Don't forget, he is the first genius in the Beiluo sect in 500 years to have cultivated the dragon control technique to the 7th level. Once he fully breaks through the 9th level of the dragon control technique, he will undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of this world. By then, everyone will be trembling at his feet." The girl in jeans pouted. "We can only hope so. Miss, you gave him the only vital chi pill you had. Uncle Fu will scold you again when we get back." The white-skirted girl, however, was unfazed. "The husband I chose will surely be the hope of my family's revival. Why don't we make a bet? If I win, you'll marry him with me? How about it?" "Oh, miss, you're teasing me again." Junlan Tianxia, the residential area where Yi Han and Su Anyua's villa was located. After returning home, Yi Han quickly locked the courtyard gate and the living room door, then went to the second-floor bedroom, sat on the floor, and smashed the pendant under the necklace. Inside the pendant, a milky white pill appeared in Yi Han's hand. The pill was only the size of a fingertip, but as soon as the pendant shattered, a strong fragrance filled the room. Just a whiff made Yi Han feel refreshed. The energy and ancient aura emanating from it were enough to make Yi Han excited. A grade 4 pill, extremely rare in the martial arts world, something that is sought after but not easily obtained. Ordinary martial artists, with just one such pill, could break through to the master level. Beyond that, it would greatly aid in advancing to the martial supreme, Wuzuan, level, and even facilitate the leap to the martial saint, Wuxing, level. Today, that mysterious and beautiful girl had done him a huge favor. Without hesitation, Yi Han swallowed the pill. The pill dissolved upon entering his mouth, turning into a warm stream that flowed into his body. Instantly, a surge of immense power surged through his meridians, feeling as if his body was about to burst. Yi Han dared not be careless. He quickly activated the dragon control technique, absorbing the vast energy the pill provided, gathering it, and rising higher and higher. Streams of light circulated around Yi Han's body, starting slowly, then accelerating, faster and faster, until finally, his entire body was enveloped in a halo of divine light. At this moment, the world around Yi Han's room seemed to dim. The clear sky suddenly turned into a storm, with winds howling and clouds swirling, forming a massive vortex in the sky, as if the end of the world was approaching. The immense pressure made all living beings within a 3-kilometer radius unable to move freely. At the same time, in the monitoring room of the Yunqing Martial Administration headquarters, alarms began to blare. "Director, something's wrong. A huge energy fluctuation has appeared in Yunqing." On the monitor screen, a pattern of terrifying energy fluctuations was violently fluctuating. Mo Zhong, the director of Yunqing Martial Administration, rushed forward to check, his eyes filled with solemnity. "Judging by the energy fluctuation, this is at least a master-level expert breaking through? When did Yunqing have such a powerful expert?" "The direction is in the western suburbs of Yunqing. Let's go. Let's see if we can make it in time. If such a powerful expert has appeared in Yunqing, we must be cautious. It would be best to form a good relationship. Otherwise, if he becomes an enemy, it would be troublesome." In the path of cultivation, breaking through the Hua Jin stage is a barrier that many can never overcome in their lifetime. Only 1 in 1,000 succeeds. After that, breaking through to the master level is another chasm. Looking across the entire Great Xia, those who have broken through to the master level are all well-known figures, people whose names are spoken of with respect. Offending a master-level expert is definitely not a wise move. In Yihan's villa, as the speed of the technique running in Yihan's body increased, Yihan felt something that had been dormant in his dantian for a long time finally crack. 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 When Yihan completed the 10th cycle of the dragon control technique, he felt as if a shell in his dantian had broken. A profound and ancient powerful force awakened within Yihan, like a fierce beast, or perhaps a demon from the depths of hell. Roar. A dragon's roar echoed from Yihan's body. The golden light around him instantly transformed into a 9-clawed golden dragon, circling Yihan 3 times before gracefully disappearing into his body. The surrounding area, which had been in turmoil with strong winds and strange phenomena, instantly calmed down as the golden dragon vanished. The sun shone brightly, and the weather was calm and pleasant, as if nothing had happened. Inside the room, Yihan felt an infinite surge of power. The strength of his martial energy had increased tenfold, and his perception had also vastly improved. At this moment, Yihan could clearly sense the movements of an ant 500 meters away. Dragon control technique. 9th level. Broken through. Yihan's strength, prior to his injury, had already reached the pinnacle of the master level. However, now, Yihan was certain that his power had far exceeded the master level. He was undoubtedly above the martial Zun, Wuzun, level, and whether he had attained the martial Sung, Wuxing, level remained uncertain. But Yihan was confident that if those enemies who had destroyed his sect and family were to stand before him now, he could annihilate them all by himself. Congratulations, young master. You've broken through the 9th level of the dragon control technique. Yihan had just stood up when Han Zhuo appeared in the room. As per the sect leader's instructions, once the young master breaks through the 9th level of the dragon control technique, it will be up to you to decide when to initiate the Heaven's Wrath plan and commence full-scale revenge. As he spoke, Han Zhuo respectfully handed Yihan a token. This token was the highest symbol of authority in the Beiluo sect. Handing it to Yihan meant that his master had officially entrusted the Beiluo sect to him. After the sect was attacked, his master had ordered all subordinate forces of the Beiluo sect to go into hiding and await the right moment. Heaven's Wrath plan. Initiate immediately. Those who destroyed my sect shall pay the price. Yihan's face darkened. Also, Han Zhuo, immediately investigate the current situation of the Yi family. Since he had fully recovered his strength and even surpassed his previous peak, it was time to consider returning to the Yi family. As the only heir of the Yi family, Yihan could not allow the family to decline. The number 1 family of the Great Xia must continue to shine. Chapter 8. Divorce? Then I'll just divorce her first. Asterisk asterisk. Yes. Han Zhuo quickly retreated, immediately issuing orders to the hidden forces of Beiluo Sherman around the globe. In an instant, the entire world began to boil over. In Europe, the head of the Rothschild family, Frank, saw the order on his phone and was so excited that tears streamed down his face. Has the young master finally awakened? That's great. FUCK, those bastards, let's go kick their asses. In the West African battlefield, a man as burly as a black bear, known internationally as the frenzy-killing god, also looked eastward upon receiving an order. The emperor is indeed still alive. I finally have a goal to follow for the rest of my life. In a manor in the United States, a beautiful woman had just twisted the neck of a wealthy man to death. Seeing the order on her phone, her facial muscles twitched. Damn it! How much tears have I shed for you? This time, when I come back, I'll pin you down on the bed and make you compensate me properly. By the way, I haven't known the taste of a man for a long time. You heartless bastard, just wait for me. As she spoke, the woman licked her seductive lips with a mischievous smile. In Xia, in Britannia, in Japan. With Yihan's single order, the entire world began to stir. Operation Heavenly Slaughter was activated. Everyone knew that Beiluo Sherman had not been destroyed, and the first demonic genius of Beiluo Sherman had not perished. He had risen again. This time, it was the turn of their enemies to tremble. In Yun City, Yihan tidied up his bedroom and drove toward the Yi family estate, which he had longed for. Back when he was training in the sect, His grandfather and great-grandfather would often sneak to the mountain to see him. Now, 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and he wondered how those two old men were doing. Having lurked in Yun City for 3 years, Yihan had passed by the Yi family estate countless times. But due to losing his powers and his master's instructions to avoid leaving any traces for his enemies, he had never once stepped foot inside. Now, with his strength fully restored and even surpassing his peak, he could finally return openly. However, to ensure the success of his plan, Yihan decided not to reveal his true strength to his grandfather for now. When Yihan arrived at the Yi family estate, he noticed several luxury cars parked outside. The license plates indicated they belonged to another prominent family in Xia, the Xian family. The Xian family and the Yi family were both among the 6 major families of Xia and had always been friendly. But since the Yi family was attacked 3 years ago, the Xian family had gradually distanced itself from the Yi family. Why were they here today? Yihan parked his car and approached the gatekeepers. "Excuse me, I'm Yihan, the eldest grandson of the Yi family. I'm back." Yihan expected the guards to greet him with excitement, but to his surprise, they remained calm. "Kid, since you're healthy and able-bodied, why are you trying to scam us? Listen, this month alone, you're the 13th person trying to impersonate the young master. Get lost, or we'll have to get rough." Yihan was stunned. Someone wanted to impersonate him? He quickly realized that since he had left the family at the age of 1 to train outside, he hadn't returned for over 20 years. Although his grandfather and great-grandfather had visited him secretly, the family's guards naturally didn't recognize him. Moreover, despite the Yi family's decline, it was still a formidable force in Xia. Being able to enter the Yi family would at least ensure a life of comfort. "I really am the eldest grandson of the Yi family. Yihan tried to prove his identity but suddenly found himself at a loss for words. "Why don't you call my grandfather? We can do a DNA test. Do you think the Yi family has nothing better to do? Get lost, or we'll really have to use force." As they spoke, the guards began to pull out steel rods, ready to attack Yihan for real. Yihan let out a long sigh. Even returning home was this difficult? Just as Yihan was considering whether to force his way in, an old man with white hair suddenly appeared. "Stop! He really is the young master. Let him in quickly." "Young master, you've finally returned. The old master and the great-grandfather have missed you so much. Come in quickly. We're discussing something important about you." "Elder Wang." The guards bowed respectfully to the old man, allowing him to lead Yihan into the Yi family estate. As they walked toward the main hall, Elder Wang introduced himself to Yihan. He was the Yi family steward, Wang Zhong, who had served Yihan's grandfather for many years. In fact, 3 years ago, when Yihan had married into the Su family, the Yi family had already known his identity. However, they had refrained from interfering, fearing that Yihan's master had other plans. Nevertheless, they had kept a close eye on Yihan's actions over the years. "Young master, the old master knows about your actions over the past few years. If he's in a bad mood, please bear with him." Damn it! As a member of the Yi family, spending all his time in nightclubs had brought shame to the Yi family. How could the old master not be furious? Yihan felt a bit awkward. Before he could enter the hall with Elder Wang, he heard loud arguments from inside. "Mr. Yi, it's not that the Xian family is being unreasonable. Yes, there was an engagement between our families, but now, no one knows whether your grandson is dead or alive. Are we supposed to let Ruoyun wait forever? If your grandson is already dead, does Ruoyun have to remain a widow? No, today. This marriage must be annulled." The speaker was Xin Zhenghua, Ruoyun's second uncle and the current head of the Xian family. Many years ago, when the Yi and Xian families were as close as brothers, the old masters of both families had arranged an engagement between their great-grandsons and great-granddaughters. Now, with the Yi family attacked and Yihan's sect also targeted, with Yihan's fate unknown, the Xian family had come to annul the marriage. Nonsense! Who said my grandson is dead? Damn it! He's just... Yi Changfeng, the head of the Yi family, thought of his grandson's recent actions and gritted his teeth in frustration. 3 years ago, he had indeed been injured, but then he spent all his time in nightclubs. If I were a woman, I wouldn't want to marry such a scoundrel. However, at this critical moment, Yi Changfeng couldn't afford to lose face. If he agreed to the Xian family's annulment, where would the Yi family's dignity go? Moreover, with the Yi family currently under siege by other powerful factions, if the Xian family also withdrew, the pressure on the Yi family would increase even more. Who knew how long the Yi family could hold on? Mr. Yi, we all know about the Yi family's attack. Over the past 3 years, the Xian family hasn't taken advantage of your misfortune. We've helped you openly and secretly. You know that. Today, I'm begging you. Ruoyun can't be left hanging like this. If your grandson is still alive, let him come and show himself. As the head of the Xian family, Xian Jinghua was no pushover. He analyzed the situation logically and emotionally, leaving Yi Changfeng with no room to argue. Yi Changfeng let out a long sigh. He was well aware of the Xian family's support over the years. Without their help, the Yi family's situation might have been even worse. Just as Yi Changfeng was about to speak, Yi Han strode into the hall and glanced at Xian Jinghua and the others. Yi Han, the fourth-generation direct descendant of the Yi family, have returned. You want to annul the marriage? I agree, but... Yi Han paused. This marriage isn't being annulled by you. Yi Han, will divorce her. As he spoke, Yi Han pointed at Xian Ruoyun. Whoosh! All eyes in the hall turned to Yi Han, and the room fell silent. Chapter 9. The man at the pinnacle of the world. You will never be able to match up in the future. Fierce. Mighty. Indeed. He has the style of his old man from back in the day. This was the first thought that flashed through the mind of Yi Changfeng, the head of the Yi family, but immediately, he began to worry. Damn it. You brat, you've certainly put on a show, but how are you going to wrap this up? The other side is the Xian family, a clan with strength equal to that of the Yi family. You? Is it really you? Xian Ruoyun, upon hearing Yi Han's words, was first filled with anger. After all, she was the esteemed daughter of the Xian family, with countless suitors lining up to marry her. Yet this unruly scoundrel from the Yi family actually dared to divorce her first? If this got out, where would she put her face? But when Xian Ruoyun got a good look at Yi Han's face, her anger intensified. Isn't this Yi Han, the notorious frequent visitor of clubs in Yunqing? Every time he goes to a club, he has to find a dozen girls. It's said that many of those girls can't even walk straight after leaving. Is this Yi Han really that formidable? Ruoyun, do you know him? Xian Jinghua, being the head of the family, managed to keep his emotions in check despite his anger, and turned to ask Xian Ruoyun with a hint of doubt. Who in Yunqing doesn't know him? Over these 3 years, young Master Yi has either been at a club or on his way to one, practically treating Yunqing's clubs as his home. Xian Ruoyun, would rather die than marry such a man? Xian Ruoyun spoke with intense anger, as if Yi Han had done something unforgivable to her. Yi Han rubbed his nose. He was clearly saving countless young women, a noble deed beneficial to humanity, so why was Xian Ruoyun so repulsed? You really don't want to marry me? Don't regret it later. Let me tell you, I will be a man you can never hope to match. Yi Han gazed intently at Xian Ruoyun, his expression a mix of seriousness and amusement. Now that Yi Han had broken through to the 9th level of the dragon control art, he was already a man standing at the pinnacle of the world. He wasn't bragging when he said that. Xian Ruoyun was rendered speechless. Before she could speak, another young man beside her hurriedly interjected, Regret? What are you even talking about? Who do you think you are? You trash who spends all day in clubs. You're not worthy of Ruoyun at all. Smack. Before the young man could finish his rant, Yi Han didn't hesitate and strode forward, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Damn it! Did I ask you to speak? Keep blabbering and I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. You believe that? Yi Han showed no mercy to the young man. He had been eyeing him suspiciously from the start. During the conversation, the young man's eyes had been scanning Xian Ruoyun, as if he wanted to strip her bare. Damn it! That's my fiancée, even if I don't want her. How dare you ogle her like that? I'm from the Lin family. You actually dare to hit me? On what grounds? The young man clutched his swollen face, jumping up to berate Yi Han. Because I'm the eldest son of the Yi family. What? You want to hit me? Do you dare? Yi Han portrayed the image of a domineering young master perfectly, thrusting his face forward towards the young man. Come on, hit me if you've got the guts. Whoever doesn't hit is a coward. The young man glanced at Yi Changfeng, who was sitting above, his face stern but inwardly laughing with glee. He muttered a few words, but didn't dare to make a move. This was the Yi family's territory, and Yi Changfeng was known for being extremely protective of his own. If he really did strike, even as the eldest son of the Lin family, he might not leave here unscathed. All right, Lin Xiao, you don't need to speak. Xian Jinghua intervened, stopping Lin Xiao, and then turned to Yi Changfeng. Yi Lei Oi, I've also heard about this Yi Han. Let's not talk about the club issue, but he's already a son-in-law of the Su family. He's married, yet he still wants to marry Ruoyun? That doesn't seem appropriate, does it? What's not appropriate about it? Who among martial arts masters cares about these trivial rules? Your old man is no exception, isn't he? Yi Leoi knew Yi Han's situation better than anyone else. Although Yi Han's marriage to the Su family was likely an arrangement from Yi Han's sect, in the eyes of outsiders, there would always be doubts. Moreover, it was the prestigious Xian family. But as Yi Changfeng mentioned, the Xian family's old man indeed had more than one wife, which left Xian Jinghua with no room to argue. So he had to shift the topic. Yi Leoi, even if that's the case, can we really confirm that this Yi Han is a member of the Yi family? How can we prove it? Xian Jinghua's question made Lin Xiao unable to hold back again. Exactly. Yi Leoi, how can you be sure that this guy is really a member of the Yi family? What if any random stray cat or dog pretends to be a member of the Yi family? Wouldn't you be deceived? Yi Changfeng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was Yi Han really a member of the Yi family? He wasn't sure. Over the past 20 years, the old master and the patriarch had secretly visited Yi Han at his sect. It had only been 3 years since they last saw him, so would they really make a mistake? Moreover, when Yi Han's master arranged this, he had roughly informed Yi Changfeng to cooperate. How could Yi Han's identity be mistaken? Otherwise, given Yi Changfeng's temperament, would he let Yi Han speak so much here? Damn it! Can't you understand human speech? I told you not to blabber. Not to blabber. Hearing Lin Xiao speak again, Yi Han got angry and kicked him to the ground, delivering one kick after another to Lin Xiao's crotch. The sound of shattered eggs echoed, and Lin Xiao finally passed out from the pain. Xian Ruoyun couldn't watch anymore and reached out to stop Yi Han. Yi Han, don't go too far. Let me tell you, even if you talk yourself blue in the face today, I will never marry you. Give up on that thought. I never said I wanted to marry you. A forcibly twisted melon may quench thirst, but I prefer sweet ones. Yi Han gave Xian Ruoyun a mischievous look. It was undeniable that Xian Ruoyun's curvaceous figure was indeed a masterpiece, comparable to the girl who had previously given him the elixir. I hope you don't regret it. Hand over the betrothal document. Yi Han glanced around and spotted the betrothal document on a nearby table. He grabbed it, scribbled a big divorce on it, signed his name, and tossed the document to Xian Ruoyun. Take it. From now on, we have no ties. Seeing Yi Han's signature on the betrothal document, Xian Ruoyun was momentarily stunned. In her imagination, given the current situation of the Yi family, Yi Han should be clinging to her, begging her to marry him, right? How did Yi Han agree so easily? Moreover, the key point was that Yi Han's gaze at her seemed to carry a hint of disdain, as if he didn't even look down on her. What's wrong with me? Can't I even catch his eye? Especially seeing the word divorce. It wasn't so much damaging as it was deeply humiliating. Xian Ruoyun felt like a discarded toy. What? Still not leaving? If you don't leave, should we just go straight to the bridal chamber? Yi Han looked at the dazed Xian Ruoyun, his gaze roaming over her provocatively, making her feel extremely uncomfortable, shameless. With that, Xian Ruoyun bowed slightly to Yi Changfeng. Yi Grandpa, I'm sorry, I'm leaving first. With their goal achieved, Xian Jinghua also took his leave. As the few of them left the Yi family compound and got into their car, Xian Ruoyan suddenly paused, turning to Xian Jinghua. Uncle, are we really doing the right thing? I always feel that today's situation is a bit different from what I imagined. That Yi Han, I can't quite figure him out. Xian Jinghua wasn't a fool. From Yi Han's actions towards Lin Xiao earlier, he had also seen some clues. You mean, Yi Han is hiding his true strength? The incident from back then didn't affect him that much? Xian Ruoyan shook her head. I'm not sure, but when Yi Han signed that document just now, I felt like something was drifting further and further away. Don't overthink it. Even if Yi Han has returned and the incident from back then didn't affect him, the current predicament the Yi family faces is still difficult to overcome. A peak-level grandmaster coming to kill, the Yi family's old patriarch severely injured and not yet healed, the younger generation of the Yi family dwindling. Who can withstand that? I hope they can make it through. Xian Jinghua glanced at the Yi family residence behind him before stepping into the car and swiftly leaving. Chapter 10. The young master of the Yi family, the true heir of the Xian family, and the disappearance of the Lin family's eldest son. Father, I've taken care of the betrothal document. From now on, I'm no longer bound by any engagement with the Xian family. After Xian Ruoyun and the others left, Yi Han walked back to Yi Changfeng, holding the betrothal document he had just signed. Good. Honor, you've done well. Yi Changfeng nodded in satisfaction. Although he had been worried about how Yi Han would handle the situation, Yi Han's performance had exceeded his expectations. Father, I have a request. Yi Han suddenly said with a serious expression. Oh, what is it? Yi Changfeng raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. I want to take over the Yi family's business. Yi Han's words were like a bolt from the blue, making Yi Changfeng's heart skip a beat. Honor, are you serious? Yi Changfeng's voice trembled slightly. Although he had always hoped that Yi Han would take over the Yi family's business, he never expected it to happen so soon. Yes, I'm serious. Yi Han nodded firmly. But, Honor, you've just returned, and you've been away for 3 years. Do you really think you can handle the Yi family's business? Yi Changfeng's tone was filled with doubt. Father, don't worry. I have my ways. Yi Han smiled confidently. All right, since you're determined, I'll give you a chance. But remember, if you can't handle it, don't force yourself. Yi Changfeng finally agreed. Thank you, Father. Yi Han bowed slightly to Yi Changfeng, then turned and left the hall. As Yi Han left, Yi Changfeng's expression became complicated. Honor, I hope you don't let me down. Yi Changfeng muttered to himself. Meanwhile, in the Xian family's residence. Father, I'm back. Xian Ruoyun walked into the hall, her expression somewhat gloomy. Ruoyun, how did it go? Xian Jinghua, who was sitting in the hall, asked with concern. Father, it's done. The Yi family has agreed to cancel the engagement. Xian Ruoyun handed the betrothal document to Xian Jinghua. Good, good. Xian Jinghua nodded repeatedly, his expression full of joy. But father, I feel that Yi Han is not as simple as we thought. He seems to be hiding something. Xian Ruoyun frowned, her voice filled with doubt. Oh, what do you mean? Xian Jinghua's expression became serious. When I saw Yi Han just now, I felt a strong sense of oppression from him. It was as if he was a completely different person from the Yi Han we knew 3 years ago. Xian Ruoyun recalled the scene just now, her heart still filled with unease. Could it be that Yi Han has made a breakthrough in martial arts? Xian Zhenghua's eyes narrowed, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. I don't know, but I feel that Yi Han is definitely not as simple as we think. Xian Ruoyun shook her head, her expression still filled with doubt. All right, Ruoyun, don't think too much. Even if Yi Han has made a breakthrough, it's not a big deal. After all, the Yi family is facing a great crisis now. Even if Yi Han has some strength, it's impossible for him to turn the tide. Xian Zhenghua patted Xian Ruoyun's shoulder comfortingly. I hope so. Xian Ruoyun nodded, but her heart was still filled with unease. In the Lin family's residence. Father, I'm back. Lin Xiao, who had just returned from the Yi family, walked into the hall with a pale face. Shower, how did it go? Lin Tianqi, the head of the Lin family, asked with concern. Father, it's done. The Yi family has agreed to cancel the engagement. Lin Xiao handed the betrothal document to Lin Tianqi. Good, good. Lin Tianqi nodded repeatedly, his expression full of joy. But father, I feel that Yi Han is not as simple as we thought. He seems to be hiding something. Lin Xiao frowned, his voice filled with doubt. Oh? What do you mean? Lin Tianqi's expression became serious. When I saw Yi Han just now, I felt a strong sense of oppression from him. It was as if he was a completely different person from the Yi Han we knew 3 years ago. Lin Xiao recalled the scene just now, his heart still filled with unease. Could it be that Yi Han has made a breakthrough in martial arts? Lin Tianqi's eyes narrowed, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. I don't know, but I feel that Yi Han is definitely not as simple as we think. Lin Xiao shook his head, his expression still filled with doubt. All right, shower, don't think too much. Even if Yi Han has made a breakthrough, it's not a big deal. After all, the Yi family is facing a great crisis now. Even if Yi Han has some strength, it's impossible for him to turn the tide. Lin Tianqi patted Lin Xiao's shoulder comfortingly. I hope so. Lin Xiao nodded, but his heart was still filled with unease. In the Yi family's residence, young Master Yi, the Lin family's eldest son, Lin Xiao, has disappeared. A servant rushed into the hall and reported to Yi Han. Oh, disappeared? Yi Han raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Yes, young Master Yi. The Lin family has been searching for him everywhere, but they can't find him. The servant nodded. Interesting. Yi Han smiled faintly, then waved his hand. All right, I see. You can go now. Yes, young Master Yi. The servant bowed and left. Lin Xiao disappeared? Could it be? Yi Han's eyes narrowed, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. It seems that the Lin family is not as simple as it seems. Yi Han muttered to himself. Chapter 10. Has a master warrior targeted the Yi family? After everyone had left the Yi family estate, Elder Yi Changfeng glanced around and quickly grabbed Yi Han, hurrying towards the back courtyard. You little rascal, why did you come back at this time? Don't you know that a master warrior targeted the Yi family yesterday, saying they would annihilate our entire family within 2 days? Coming back now is practically suicide. Yi Changfeng complained to Yi Han, go see your great-grandfather, and I'll arrange a flight to send you both abroad immediately. Otherwise, our Yi family will truly be left with no descendants. Abroad? Why go abroad? Isn't our great-grandfather here? He's also a master-level warrior. Why should we fear their provocation? The Yi family's status as one of the 6 major clans in the Great Xia was largely due to their great-grandfather. Great-grandfather Yi had entered the master level before the age of 30 and personally founded the Tianlong army, commanding 800,000 troops to guard the southwestern border of the Great Xia for 50 years. Ever since the Tianlong army took over, there has been no war in the southwest. Alas, don't mention it. A month ago, your great-grandfather was severely injured by a mysterious master warrior, and his strength hasn't recovered yet. Your sister is stationed at the border and can't return. The situation for the Yi family is extremely urgent. Listening to Yi Changfeng's account, Yi Han frowned deeply. Have those who attacked the Yi family again made their move? Even great-grandfather, a master-level warrior, was severely injured. It seems the opponent is no small fry. By the way, your master arranged for you to stay at the Su family for 3 years. Why did he suddenly call you back? Has your strength recovered? Yi Changfeng looked at Yi Han with anticipation. For his grandson, Yi Changfeng held great confidence. In his youth, at just under 20 years old, Yi Han had already attained mastery. If not for the battle 3 years ago that had shattered his martial foundation, Yi Han would likely have already reached the level of a martial lord by now. No, Yi Han replied. Let's go see great-grandfather first. Alas, it's all fate. Those damned scoundrels are all eager for the Yi family to fall. But do they realize that if the Yi family falls, they won't fare any better? As Ihan walked with his grandfather towards the back courtyard, he suddenly turned to look at him. By the way, Grandpa, do you know who's targeting our Yi family? Yi Changfeng shook his head. We've investigated for so many years, but we haven't found any concrete evidence. However, I'm certain that this matter is definitely related to the Lin family. The Lin family, also one of the 6 major clans in Great Xia, commands another powerful army, the Tiger Army, which guards the southeast. However, their prestige and influence are significantly less than that of the Yi family. Nonetheless, over the years, the Lin family has never given up on competing for the position of the top family with the Yi family. We don't need evidence. As long as it's related to the Lin family, that's enough. We can just eliminate them. Yihan's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. The power of the Beiluo sect was terrifying, and while others might not know, Yihan was well aware. Back then, if it weren't for those mysterious masters suddenly attacking, no one could have shaken the Beiluo sect. Yi Changfeng was stunned. His eldest grandson seemed different from before. Well, he was already quite arrogant, but after being a son-in-law at the Su family for 3 years, it seems he's even more arrogant. Has he been suppressed for too long? My poor grandson. In the back courtyard, when Yihan saw great-grandfather Yi Qinkuan's condition, he instinctively wanted to act, but considering his current strength shouldn't be exposed, he forced himself to hold back. Great-grandfather, don't worry. I will definitely find a doctor to cure you. Since he couldn't act himself, he would have to find a skilled doctor to do it for him. Ding dong. Yihan's phone suddenly received a message from Han Zhua. Young master, we found out. Recently, a master warrior named Tian Kue has declared he will annihilate the Yi family. That guy has no sect and often appears in the black market of Yunqing. Seeing the information on his phone, Yihan's lips curled into a smile. Tian Kue? Dare to make a move against the Yi family? Then I'll start with you. I'll also see how powerful I am now. Next to him, Yi Changfeng, seeing Yihan's expression, was like an ant on a hot pan, jumping in anxiety. Yihan, what do you mean? You're not planning to leave? Leave? Why should I leave? Grandpa, don't worry. It's just one master warrior. I can easily kill him. Yihan blurted out his true thoughts. Now that Yihan had broken through the 9th level of the dragon control art, his strength surpassed that of a martial master. For a moment, Yihan couldn't think of anyone who could be his match. Perhaps only the leaders of the 4 sacred domains could challenge him? Don't be reckless, Dad. Yihan is young and doesn't understand. You shouldn't be so stubborn. Yi Changfeng wanted to persuade, but Yi Qinkuan interrupted him directly. What's the point of being a coward? Isn't it just death? Even if we die, we'll face the sky. Look at Yihan. This is the spirit of our Yi family. Don't look at me now, injured. If they dare to come, even a master warrior, I'll still tear a piece of flesh from him. Although Yi Qinkuan was lying in bed, the aura of dominance in his words deeply resonated with Yihan. This is the burning bloodline of the Yi family. Seeing that he couldn't persuade the old and the young, Yi Changfeng could only sigh helplessly. Alas, I've already requested support from the capital and the Tianlong army. Some of your old subordinates have heard the news and are rushing to Yunqing. Hopefully, we can hold out? Grandpa, great-grandfather, you rest first. I need to handle something. I'll come back later. Now that he knew Tian Kue was planning to attack the Yi family, the best course of action was to eliminate Tian Kue before he could make his move. Leaving the Yi family estate, Yihan headed towards the black market of Yunqing according to Han Zhua's address. In the Lin family's courtyard, Lin Dong, wrapped in bandages around his groin, sat with his legs spread, leaning against a chair. Almost all the high-ranking members of the Lin family were present, their faces solemn. Lin Dong, are you saying that the Yi family's bastard is still alive? And he's back? The one speaking was Lin Hua, the head of the Lin family and the governor of Tianan province, a man of great power and influence. Yes, uncle, I saw it with my own eyes. And we all know Yihan. He was the son-in-law of the Su family, living in Yunqing for 3 years, and we didn't even know. Lin Hua's face darkened. He's playing a game of hiding in plain sight. For 3 years, I didn't expect that ye family bastard to be alive and living under our noses. But I don't understand why he suddenly returned at this time. Exactly. The Yi family is on the verge of collapse. Coming back now isn't suicide? The Lin family members chimed in, voicing their thoughts. If he dares to return, he must have some card up his sleeve. Remember, the Bailuo sect was once the top sect in the martial world. Yi Han, as the first genius of the Bailuo sect, we absolutely cannot underestimate him. Hearing everyone's analysis, Lin Hua nodded. You're all right. However, our top priority now is to ensure Lin Dong marries the Xian family girl as soon as possible. With Xian family support, our Lin family can move up another step. But, Uncle, Yi Han, that bastard crippled me. Even if I marry Xian Ruoyun, I can't do anything with her. Lin Dong's eyes were about to burst with anger. That damn Yi Han dared to cripple him. Lin Hua glanced at Lin Dong indifferently. It's a minor issue. In a few days, have a doctor attach a small toothpick from a terrier. It'll work just fine. Chapter 11. Entrapment. I have a glowing 3090 at home. Asterisk asterisk. The black market of Yun City is located in the basement of an abandoned factory in the eastern suburbs of Yun City. Supported by a sect in the background, even the authorities dare not easily touch this place. It operates 24 hours a day, so even at 3 p.m., the parking lot outside the black market is full of luxury cars. Since Yi Han didn't plan to reveal his true strength so soon, he didn't intend to use his real face. After parking the car, Yi Han looked at himself in the mirror and casually adjusted his face, revealing another handsome and unfamiliar face. The art of disguise. This is a classic technique from Yi Han's sect. This cursed appearance of mine, no matter how I adjust it, it's still one word, handsome. Yi Jun Tian. At the registration point, Yi Han casually gave a name. As for the verification of treasures, any one of the pills on Yi Han would be enough to gain entry. After all, over the years, to help Yi Han recover quickly, the sect had basically poured all their cultivation resources into him. Although grade 4 pills are not easy to obtain, Yi Han still has several of them. These pills are still extremely attractive to martial artists below the martial venerable level. The black market in the basement is very spacious, about the size of the largest football field. It is divided into numerous stalls and corridors. People entering the black market can set up their own stalls or trade freely. However, the lighting is a bit dim, giving it a mysterious atmosphere. Yi Han glanced around, and there were quite a few people inside, at least 1,000. Even with the help of his demonic pupils, it would still be difficult to find Tian Kuei in such dim lighting. According to the information provided by Han Zhua, Tian Kuei's most obvious characteristic is greed. In this black market, Tian Kuei's most common activity is killing and looting. He quietly lures people with treasures out and then kills them to steal their treasures. Although this violates the moral code, Tian Kuei is clever and never causes trouble inside the black market. The sect behind the black market has no way to deal with Tian Kuei. Everyone, take a look. I have high-quality pills here that can aid in cultivation, help with breakthroughs, and heal injuries. The highest are grade 3 pills, and they are for exchange only, not for sale. If anyone has good treasures, come and exchange with me. Yi Han took out several pills and deliberately showed them off in front of everyone. According to the experience in the martial world, it's best not to show off your wealth outside, especially in such a black market. But Yi Han deliberately did this to lure the snake out of its hole and draw out Tian Kuei. Grade 3 pills? Those are good stuff. They would cost at least 10 million each on the market, right? Indeed, the fragrance is really strong. Brother, I have to warn you. You shouldn't show off so many good things at once. It's fine inside the black market, but if you don't sell them later, you'll be in trouble. People around kept gathering, some expressing admiration and surprise, while others kindly warned Yi Han. But Yi Han just smiled faintly. Rob? With my current strength, who dares to rob me? If they dare to rob me, I'll strip them bare. Several people came over, wanting to exchange martial arts techniques and some medicinal herbs with Yi Han, but they weren't the people Yi Han was looking for, so Yi Han ignored them. Yi Han continued to shout as he walked, and after turning a small half-circle, an old man in a tang suit smiled and walked towards Ihan. Seeing the pills in Ihan's hand, the old man didn't hide the greed in his eyes at all. He's here. Hanju's information was very detailed, with a photo of Tian Kuei, and it was indeed this old man in front of him. Brother, are you planning to exchange all these pills? Tian Kuei took 2 steps forward and carefully looked at the pills in Yihan's hand, which were indeed grade 3 pills. Recently, Tian Kuei felt that his cultivation had hit a bottleneck. He had been stuck at the Grandmaster level for many years, and his strength hadn't been able to break through. If he could get these grade 3 pills, his strength might break through to the martial venerable level. Yes, old brother, do you have any good treasures? If you do, I still have many pills here. Look. As he spoke, Yihan took out several more boxes from his body, all filled with pills of various sizes. In an instant, Yihan had placed more than a dozen pill boxes in his hands. So many pills made Tian Kuei's eyes go straight. Today, I've run into a fool. A few other old men around looked at Yihan with pity, wanting to warn him, but Tian Kuei shot a sharp glance at them, the warning clear. Today, this guy is mine. If anyone dares to compete with me, I'll fight them to the death. Great. I really do have many treasures at home, including martial arts techniques, treasure maps, and some precious herbs. Why don't you come with me to my house and take a look? Tian Kuei looked at Yihan expectantly, afraid that Yihan wouldn't agree. Once you're at my house, brother, you can pick any treasure you like. I'll be very generous. As Tian Kuei spoke, he stepped forward with fiery eyes and affectionately put his arm around Yihan's shoulder. To an outsider, it would seem as if Yihan and Tian Kuei were long-lost brothers. Yihan sneered in his heart. This Tian Kuei's acting skills could win him an Oscar. It seems he's done this kind of killing and looting so many times that the process is second nature to him. Really? Then let's go now? Yihan pretended to be pleasantly surprised. But brother, you can't cheat me. I'll have you know, I'm also a martial arts expert with considerable strength. If you cheat me, I won't be polite. Yihan deliberately controlled his aura to the level of a control stage. Such strength is indeed not low in the mundane world. But to Tian Kuei, a grandmaster, it's negligible and completely manageable. Of course, let's go quickly. We need to finish the transaction fast. I still have other things to do tonight. Tian Kuei was a bit anxious. The big shot had already urged him several times. Tonight, he must make a move against the Yi family. Yihan could naturally guess that Tian Kuei's business was to make a move against the Yi family. Want to make a move against the Yi family? Then I'll send you on your way first. As Yihan and Tian Kuei walked towards the exit together, the crowd behind them began to sigh with regret. Alas, what a pity. Such a good young man is about to be taken advantage of. That old scoundrel has already pulled off 7 or 8 such scams this month. No one dares to interfere because he's a grandmaster. It's a disgrace to martial artists. Yihan followed Tian Kuei out of the black market. Under Tian Kuei's warm invitation, Yihan didn't take his own car but got into Tian Kuei's car and left the Yun City black market at high speed. But Tian Kuei's driving direction wasn't towards the city but towards the outskirts of Yun City. Tian Kuei drove very fast. In less than 10 minutes, they had covered over 10 kilometers. Finally, Tian Kuei stopped the car by a forest. On one side of the forest was a wasteland, and on the other side was a cliff with a sheer drop. Brother, is this it? It doesn't look like a home. Yihan got out of the car, already knowing Tian Kuei's intentions, but he deliberately asked, Home? Huh. Young man, this is the burial ground I've chosen for you. How does it look? The feng shui is quite good, isn't it? There are mountains and water. Now, obediently hand over your belongings, and I'll grant you a swift end. Tian Kuei looked at Yihan calmly, finally revealing his true colors. Chapter 12. Trying to show off but ending up getting crushed. Easy overpowering. Graveyard? Big brother? Are you mistaken? Aren't we here to make a deal? Didn't you say you had many treasures to exchange with me? I have so many pills here. We could definitely cooperate well. Yi Han's lips curled into a cold smile. There wasn't even a hint of panic, like a naive youngster. However, Tian Kuei didn't notice this. All he could see now were the pills in Yi Han's hands. A deal? Dream on. Young man, you're too naive. I, Tian Kuei, have never had the habit of trading with others. The things I fancy, I usually take with my fists. As he spoke, Tian Kuei took a step toward Yi Han. Kid, don't even think about attacking me. I've already tested you. You're just at the control level. I could kill you with a single palm. Hand over the goods obediently, and tell me your last words, though I won't do them for you, of course. Bad. This old scoundrel is really wicked, but I want to try. Yi Han's face turned serious, his eyes fixed coldly on Tian Kuei. Try? Try your sister. Waste of time. Tian Kuei had already reached a distance of less than 2 meters from Yi Han. Annoyed by Yi Han's behavior, he reached out and slapped toward Yi Han's shoulder, intending to knock him out first, loot all his treasures, and then throw him off a cliff to feed the eagles. That's how Tian Kuei had always done things. Boom. A powerful surge of energy erupted from Tian Kuei's palm, carrying a chilling aura of death as it struck Yi Han's shoulder. It had to be said, the power of a grandmaster level was indeed terrifying. The intense aura rippled violently around, cutting down a large swath of trees. But after the palm strike, the scene Tian Kuei expected didn't happen. Yi Han stood still, his body unmoved, and even his breathing remained unchanged. Didn't you eat? That's all the strength you've got? Yi Han looked at Tian Kuei with a mocking smile, his eyes full of ridicule. What the hell? Tian Kuei's eyes were filled with confusion. What was going on? Was the palm I just struck fake? Why did this guy not react at all? Die! Tian Kuei, refusing to believe it, swung his fist again, aiming it at Yi Han's chest. Boom! Boom! This time, Tian Kuei used all his strength, tearing through the air with a mournful howl. A Grandmaster's full power punch was enough to destroy an entire building. This young man in front of him looked to be no more than 20 years old. Even if he were strong, he couldn't possibly be at the Grandmaster level, could he? I refuse to believe I can't kill him with one punch. But the reality was, after Tian Kuei's punch, he watched helplessly as his fist stopped 3 inches from Yi Han's chest. Around Yi Han's body, a visible surge of energy appeared, like a wall, blocking Tian Kuei's fist completely. No matter how hard Tian Kuei tried to push his power, he couldn't move forward at all. Qi. You've actually cultivated Gangqi. This is impossible. At this moment, Tian Kuei finally realized something was wrong. This Yi Han in front of him wasn't at the control level at all. It was said that only a peak martial saint, or even a martial sage, could form such powerful protective qi. But Yi Han was only in his early 20s. How could he possess such strength? Impossible? It's just that you haven't seen it. Yi Han glanced at Tian Kuei indifferently. Now it's my turn to act. Swish. Without any hesitation, Yi Han slapped toward Tian Kuei's head. Yi Han's strength was perfectly controlled. The strike landed on Tian Kuei's head without causing it to explode, but the force traveled through Tian Kuei's body like a pile driver, half burying him in the ground. Crack! Crack! Yi Han struck again. 2 punches that destroyed Tian Kuei's dantian, broke his arms, and shattered his legs. Tian Kuei lay on the ground, trembling with fear as he looked at Yi Han. Big boss, please spare my life. I was wrong. I had no idea who you were. Please spare my dog's life. Tian Kuei's voice trembled as he spoke. From Yi Han's actions earlier, Tian Kuei could tell that Yi Han's strength far surpassed his own, completely overwhelming him. How laughable that he had been jumping around, trying to show off in front of Yi Han. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Yi Han ignored Tian Kuei and found a stone from the side. He then squatted next to Tian Kuei, coldly staring at him. I'll ask you a few questions. Answer me to my satisfaction, and I'll give you a quick death. If not, for every wrong answer, I'll knock out one of your teeth. Big boss, why? I can give you money and many treasures. Even if I wanted to rob you, you don't have to kill me. Shut up. Am I asking you, or are you asking me? Crack. Without hesitation, Ihan knocked out one of Tian Kuei's front teeth. The pain made Tian Kuei wince, but he realized Ihan was a ruthless man. Speak. Who sent you to destroy the Yi family? Ihan had come to Tian Kuei today to resolve the Yi family's hidden dangers, and Tian Kuei was the key. You? Are you a helper hired by the Yi family? Who exactly are you? Tian Kuei's words trailed off as he suddenly realized he had made another mistake, asking the wrong question. Crack. Fine. I'll talk. Tian Kuei stammered, his voice trembling. It's a big shot from the provincial capital who ordered me to do it, but we've only ever communicated over the phone, and I've never met him in person. However, I vaguely heard that he was acting on behalf of the Lin family. The Lin family. Again, the Lin family? Now, Ihan even suspected that during the attack on the Yi family back then, the Lin family might have been directly involved. Ihan asked a few more questions, but Tian Kuei didn't provide any useful information. Boss, I've told you everything I know. I'll give you all my wealth and treasures. Please spare my life, okay? Tian Kuei wriggled on the ground, begging Ihan with a humble expression. Ihan's lips twitched. First, transfer your money to me. Let's see if it's enough to buy your life. Ihan gave Tian Kuei his bank account number and took out Tian Kuei's phone to perform facial recognition for the transfer. To his surprise, the man had over several billion in cash. In addition, Tian Kuei also had diamonds, martial arts manuals, and elixirs stored in a password-protected case. Tian Kuei obediently handed over all his treasures to Ihan, including the password to the case and the keys and codes to his villa. With an eager look, he asked Ihan, Boss, is it enough now? Sure. Time to go. Ihan let out a cold laugh and stomped on Tian Kuei's neck with one foot. Crack. Tian Kuei's neck snapped, and he was instantly killed, meeting his maker. Such a scoundrel. How could Ihan possibly spare his life? However, it seemed that Tian Kuei's villa was packed with treasures. Ihan decided he must make time to retrieve them. After tidying up the scene, Ihan drove Tian Kuei's car back to the city. It was almost time to get off work, and tonight Ihan had to accompany his wife to a banquet. He needed to hurry back to pick her up. Hearing Ihan's words, Tian Kuei knew Ihan meant every word. I'll talk. It was a big boss from the provincial city who ordered me to do it, but we only communicated over the phone, and I've never met him in person, though I heard he was acting on behalf of the Lin family. The Lin family. Again, the Lin family? Now Ihan was beginning to suspect whether the Lin family had been directly involved in the attack on the Yi family back then. Ihan asked a few more questions, but Tian Kuei didn't provide any useful information. Big boss, I've told you everything I know. I'll give you all my wealth and treasures. Please spare my life, okay? Tian Kuei wriggled his body on the ground, pleading humbly to Ihan. Ihan's lips twitched. First, transfer your money to me. Let's see if it's enough to buy your life. Ihan gave Tian Kuei his bank account number, then took Tian Kuei's phone, using facial recognition for the transfer. Ihan found that the man had billions in cash. Besides that, Tian Kuei also had diamonds, martial arts manuals, and pills stored in a safe. Tian Kuei obediently handed over all his treasures to Ihan, including the safe's password and the keys and codes to his villa. With hopeful eyes, he looked at Ihan. Big boss, is it enough now? It's enough to send you on your way. Ihan gave a cold smile and stomped on Tian Kuei's neck. Crack. Tian Kuei's neck broke, and he died on the spot, meeting his maker. Such a scoundrel. How could Ihan possibly let him live? However, Tian Kuei's villa actually had so many treasures hidden in it. Ihan would have to make time to retrieve them. After quickly cleaning up the scene, Ihan drove Tian Kuei's car back to the city. It was almost time to get off work, and tonight Ihan had to accompany his wife to a banquet. He needed to hurry back to pick her up. Chapter 13. You're already trying to steal my wife before I'm even dead? In the black market parking lot, A few acquaintances who had seen Yihan earlier at the black market stared at him in shock when they saw him getting off Tian Kuei's car. Little brother, you are still alive? Where's Tian Kuei? Yihan replied calmly. That old bastard tried to steal my elixir and got himself killed with one punch. Killed? The surrounding men exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. They knew all too well how powerful Tian Kuei was, a master-level expert. Yet this young man had killed him with a single punch? And judging by Yihan's unharmed appearance, it seemed his strength far surpassed Tian Kuei's. Brother, my name is Zhang Tao. May I ask what your name is? The men quickly surrounded Yihan, their gazes filled with fervor. Yihan's actions had not only rid the world of a villain, but also presented an opportunity to latch onto a golden lifeline. If they could secure his support, their futures would be much more secure. Yijun Tian, Yihan replied coldly, then got into another car and dialed Wang Fugui's number. There's a car in the black market parking lot. Come pick it up and handle it. After hanging up, Yihan drove toward the Su Group. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Su Group building, a young man with gold-rimmed glasses stood holding a bouquet of flowers, his face beaming with anticipation, as if waiting for someone. This man was none other than Yun Feiyang, a classmate from university and a persistent suitor of Su Anyue. Even after Su Anyue got married, he continued to pester her relentlessly. Seeing Su Anyue exit the office building, Yun Feiyang hurriedly stepped forward, smiling as he presented the flowers. Anyue, you're finally off work? I've been waiting here for a long time. Here, I brought these for you. Do you like them? Su Anyue frowned. Yun Feiyang, what are you doing here? I've told you many times not to give me these things. I'm married, I have a husband, and I'm not interested in you. Su Anyue's rejections were always direct and clear. Yet, for some reason, Yun Feiyang persisted like a stubborn piece of gum, refusing to let go. Heh, I know. Isn't he just that useless son-in-law? I've heard he's been idle since your marriage, not working, and always hanging out at clubs. Are you really going to stay with such a trash? Anyue, you're degrading yourself? Yun Feiyang continued, his face filled with concern. What's wrong with being with me? My Yun family dominates the Southwest, and I truly care for you, Anyue. My husband, I'll take care of him myself. Yun Feiyang, if you keep insulting my husband, don't blame me for being rude. Su Anyue stepped around Yun Feiyang, looking into the distance, waiting for Yihan to pick her up. Yun Feiyang blocked her path, his brow furrowing with a hint of darkness. Anyue, think about it. You know the Su Group's jewelry business relies on raw materials from my Yun family. If we join forces, the Su family will surely thrive. As he spoke, Yun Feiyang tried to force the flowers into Su Anyue's hands, his tone carrying a veiled threat. Think about what, you piece of? Suddenly, a strong hand reached out, snatching the flowers from Yun Feiyang and smashing them to the ground. Damn it! I'm not even dead yet, and you're already trying to dig at my roots? Are you looking for trouble? Recognizing the familiar voice, Su Anyue's tense heart instantly relaxed. Husband, you're here. Su Anyue smiled as she stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Yihan's, her affection evident. This guy's been bothering me for a long time. It's so annoying. You're that useless son-in-law, Yihan? A freeloading pretty boy. What are you so cocky about? Yun Feiyang sized up Yihan, reluctantly admitting that Yihan was far more handsome than him. Slap. Yihan didn't hold back, delivering a sharp slap across Yun Feiyang's face. Calling me trash again and again? Are you polite? If your parents didn't teach you manners, then I'll teach you how to behave. Ah, damn, oof. Yun Feiyang's tone shifted 3 times in quick succession. His vision blurred as he spun around several times before barely steadying himself. Half of his face instantly swelled up. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? As the Yun family's eldest son, Yun Feiyang had been born with a silver spoon. No one had ever dared to speak harshly to him, let alone strike him. Damn it, I don't care who you are. If you try to steal my wife again, I'll beat you every time. Yihan had never been one to hide his strength. After his sect was attacked, He had laid low for 3 years. Now that his power had returned, and he had the support of the Beiluo sect and the Yi family, the most powerful clan in the land, there was no need for restraint. Life and death were indifferent matters. If you don't submit, then fight. You uncouth. Yun Feiyong clutched his swollen face, glaring at Yi Han with hatred. With your kind of trash, how could you possibly deserve on you? Not working every day. See that imported BMW over there? Worth $1 million. You'd never earn that much as a security guard in your lifetime. And this watch I'm wearing? $3 million. Have you ever even seen anything like it? Unable to match Yi Han in strength, Yun Feiyong tried to assert dominance through wealth. Suan Yue smiled faintly beside Yi Han, inwardly sighing at Yun Feiyong's foolishness. Who was Yi Han? The eldest son of the Li family, one of the 4 major clans in Yunqing, had personally come to curry favor with Yi Han, offering a 30 billion yuan investment to the Su group. Although Suan Yue wasn't entirely clear about Yi Han's true background, she knew he wasn't an ordinary person. Husband, if you like luxury cars, I'll take you to buy one tomorrow, okay? Suan Yue played the perfect doting wife, ensuring that whatever her husband desired was fulfilled. Yun Feiyong's face turned ashen as he watched, ignoring him completely, yet showering such affection on a freeloader. What was so great about Yi Han? Boom. Before Yi Han could respond, a black Hummer revved up in the distance, accelerating straight toward Yun Feiyong's BMW. The modified Hummer, with its tank-like durability, rammed into the BMW, causing it to crumple and deform. Idiot! If that car can still drive now, I'll reverse my name. Wang Fuguwei jumped out of the Hummer, swaggering toward Yi Han. Boss, I've had my eye on this fool for a while. Well done. Yi Han gave Wang Fuguwei a thumbs up. Chapter 14. 2 pus-filled sores together make an even bigger pus-filled sore. Ah, my car. Damn it! Yun Feiyong cried out in anguish as he saw his newly purchased car nearly totaled. He rushed over to it, caressing the damaged surface. You bunch of robbers! Yun Feiyong immediately realized that Yi Han and Wang Fuguwei were working together. My car costs millions. If you don't give me an explanation today, you're not leaving here. Yun Feiyong barked coldly at Wang Fuguwei and Yi Han, waving his hand toward a black business car behind him. 6 bodyguards in black suits quickly got out and surrounded Yi Han and Suan Yue. Either pay up or, on Yue, you can have dinner with me tonight, and I won't make them pay for the car. Slap. What makes you think you're worthy of having dinner with my sister-in-law? Dream on. Before Yi Han could act, Wang Fuguwei struck first, slapping Yun Feiyong and then proceeding to kick him repeatedly. The other bodyguards attempted to attack Wang Fuguwei, but despite his bulky frame, the man was unexpectedly nimble. With his massive fists, he swiftly knocked out the bodyguards in just a few blows. Yi Han's eyes gleamed with surprise. Fatty, you know martial arts? How come I didn't know that before? Wang Fuguwei grinned cheekily. Big brother, I didn't expect it either. Turns out your grandpa and my grandpa have been old friends for years, and you're the mysterious eldest son of the Yi family. If I had known earlier, I would have started sucking up to you sooner. His shameless grin made Yi Han sigh. Get lost. I'm taking on Yue to a banquet tonight. Clean this up for me. Got it. As Yi Han left with Suan Yue, Wang Fuguwei's arrogant voice echoed behind them. Do you know who my big brother is? The eldest son of the Yi family, the #1 family in the Great Xia. You dare mess with my big brother? I'll finish you off. Remember, this is Yun City. In the car, Suan Yue glanced at Wang Fuguwei in the rearview mirror, her voice tinged with worry. Honey, is this really okay? The Yun family has significant influence in the southwest. If they retaliate, what then? Retaliation? Yi Han wasn't worried about a small family like the Yuns. Not to mention the power of Beiluo Shermin, even the Yi family, though currently in decline, was still not something the Yuns would dare to provoke. Don't worry, dear. If the sky falls, your husband will hold it up. Nothing will happen. Yi Han smiled softly. Let's go home, change, and then head to the banquet. You've protected me for 3 years, and now it's my turn to protect you. Yi Han gazed deeply at Suan Yue, genuinely fond of his wife. For 3 years as a son-in-law in the Su family, Su Anyue had never treated Yi Han with anything but kindness, doting on him like a treasure. At the entrance of the Su group building, Yun Feiyang was beaten up again by Wang Fuguwei, his face swollen like a pig's, and his groin kicked several times. As Wang Fuguwei and Yi Han drove off, Yun Feiyang muttered darkly, "You two bastards, just wait for me." Thinking of Su Anyue, his eyes burned with desire. Damn it, Su Anyue, you bitch. If it weren't for the power behind your mother, I wouldn't have to grovel like this. Once I get you into bed, I'll make you pay. After hesitating for a moment, Yun Feiyang dialed a number. Hey, Lin Xiao, are you going to the business banquet tonight? Heard there'll be a lot of beauties. What? You got beaten up? By who? Yi Han again? Damn. That bastard is also going with Su Anyue. It's your turf tonight. We can't let him get away with it. The two miserable men vented their complaints over the phone. The other end of the line was none other than Lin Dong, who had been humiliated by Yi Han at the Yi family estate. This Yi Han, doesn't he just rely on the Yi family? Well, tonight the Yi family is finished. If he dares to show up at the banquet, I'll make sure he doesn't leave alive. This business banquet was hosted by the Lin family of Yun City, with the theme of uniting business magnates in the Southwest to create a favorable business environment. In essence, it was just a mutual flattery session and a platform for the bigwigs to network. At 7 in the evening, Yi Han and Su Anyue arrived at the entrance of the Lin family's banquet hall. As soon as they entered, they saw Lin Dong and Yun Feiyang, along with a few other young masters, waiting at the door. Well, isn't this the eldest son of the Yi family? The Yi family is almost wiped out, and you're here to join them on their way out? Lin Dong spoke first. After being humiliated by Yi Han at the Yi family estate, where his manhood was taken away, he now felt nothing when seeing Su Anyue. Thinking about how his uncle planned to attach a tiny toothpick from a toy poodle, Lin Dong felt like he had swallowed a fly. Damn it, if that happens, would his future son be a dog's or his own? Yi Han smirked at the sight of Lin Dong and Yun Feiyang's bruised faces. What? Didn't you get enough beating before? Do you think 2 pus-filled sores together can be more than 2 pus-filled sores? In my eyes, you two together are just a bigger pus-filled sore. Yi Han's martial aura flared slightly, causing Lin Dong and Yun Feiyang to tremble and take a step back. Now Yun Feiyang knew Yi Han's identity, the eldest son of the Yi family, the top family in the Great Xia. This made things a bit tricky. Forget it, Lin Xiao, let's hold back for now. We have a plan later, Yun Feiyang advised Lin Dong, who managed to suppress his anger and let Yi Han pass, grabbing 2 glasses of champagne from a waiter and handing one to Yi Han. Taking a deep breath, Lin Dong forced a smile. Yi Xiao, I was rash at the Yi family and caused some misunderstandings. This drink is my apology. Will you accept it? Yi Han took the glass, glancing at it coldly, a smirk forming on his lips. You scumbags think you can play this game with me? Yi Han was born with demonic eyes, able to see things ordinary people couldn't. The champagne Lin Dong handed him was clearly tainted. Yi Han had detected at least 5 people spit in it. Lin Dong, humiliated at the Yi family, wanted to regain face this way. Yi Han glanced at Lin Dong, a plan forming in his mind. But just then, a figure darted forward, shouting at Yi Han, "Yi Han, don't drink that." Yi Han looked up, stunned. The girl in front of him was none other than Xian Ruoyun, the one who had come to annul their engagement. Dressed in a black evening gown, her fair shoulders glowing under the lights, her slim figure and noble demeanor made her the center of attention. This girl, who had come to cancel their engagement, suddenly warned him. What was she playing at? Chapter 15. Trying to show off and ending up embarrassed. The reason Xian Ruoyun reminded Yi Han was naturally because she had noticed something fishy earlier. Before Yi Han arrived, Xian Ruoyun had noticed Lin Dong, Yun Feiyang, and a few other young masters gathering together in a suspicious manner. They then took a cup and secretly spat phlegm into it. At the time, Xian Ruoyun didn't know what Lin Dong was up to, but when she saw Lin Dong inviting Yi Han to drink, she finally understood. Lin Dong was seeking revenge on Yi Han, wanting him to drink the wine containing their phlegm. The harm wasn't significant, But the insult was extreme. Xian Ruoyun didn't know why, but seeing Lin Dong trying to frame Yi Han, she immediately stepped forward to warn him. Logically, since Yi Han had divorced her, Xian Ruoyun should have harbored a deep hatred for him. But to her surprise, she found that she couldn't bring herself to hate him at all. Instead, she was quite curious about him. Even, Xian Ruoyun felt a bit regretful for following her uncle to annul the engagement. Ruoyun, what are you doing? Lin Dong, seeing Xian Ruoyun suddenly step forward, looked flustered and confused. Because under the arrangement of both the Xian and Lin families, tonight's event was not just a regular business banquet, but also a significant program to finalize the engagement between the Lin and Xian families. That meant, after tonight, Xian Ruoyun would become Lin Dong's fiancée. Even if Xian Ruoyun had discovered something, she should be on his side, right? What I do is none of your business. Xian Ruoyun had never had much of a good impression of Lin Dong. The reason she agreed to annul the engagement with the Yi family was solely because she didn't want her fate to be dictated. She knew well that in the marriages of great families, she had no say in the matter. So, under the family's arrangement, Xian Ruoyun had reluctantly agreed to attend tonight's banquet. Her calm mood, upon seeing Yi Han, suddenly became restless again. Anyway, this wine can't be drunk. While speaking, Xian Ruoyun reached out to take the wine glass from Yi Han's hand, intending to pour out the champagne inside. However, Xian Ruoyun tried to take it, but Yi Han didn't let go. Instead, he looked at her with interest. My former wife, it seems you're quite interesting. Yi Han glanced up and down at Xian Ruoyun. If you hadn't been so eager to annul the engagement, this might have been a sweet deal. Yi Han winked at Xian Ruoyun, leaning close to her ear and said, I appreciate your concern. Don't worry, I know my limits. A puff of warm air brushed against Xian Ruoyun's ear, making her heart race and her face flush red. Did he know? While Xian Ruoyun was still puzzled, Yi Han had already taken action. Yi Han took a step forward with the wineglass in hand, hooking his arm around Lin Dong's neck. Lin Xiao, you're indeed magnanimous. After I crushed your balls, you're still so understanding, willing to reconcile with me. For this spirit of generosity, we must have a toast. Every word Yi Han said struck a nerve with Lin Dong, but hearing the last sentence, Lin Dong still felt a sense of satisfaction. No matter what, as long as Yi Han drank this wine, Lin Dong's hatred would diminish by 80%. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Dong clinked his glass with Yi Han's, eagerly watching him. As soon as Yi Han drank the champagne, Lin Dong would reveal the truth. But to Lin Dong's utter disbelief, at the moment he opened his mouth, Yi Han suddenly lifted the glass and poured the champagne from Yi Han's hand into Lin Dong's mouth. Lin Dong's mouth gaped wide open, and before he could react, Yi Han even kindly patted Lin Dong's chest to help the champagne slide down his throat. Lin Xiao, bottoms up, and our past grievances are settled. While speaking, Yi Han drank the clean wine from Lin Dong's glass and deliberately turned the glass upside down to show it was empty. Damn! After 2 seconds, Lin Dong finally realized what had happened. What did I just do? That bastard Yi Han had fed me the champagne with phlegm in it? The champagne I just drank contained the phlegm that he, Yun Feiyang, and the other young masters had spat into it. No wonder I tasted spices, garlic, and even the flavor of leek. Yun Feiyang had mentioned he had hot pot for lunch. Ugh. Lin Dong felt like his world was crashing down around him. I'll kill you. Ugh. Lin Dong was going crazy, covering his mouth and rushing to the bathroom. In the bathroom, Lin Dong vomited violently, almost expelling everything from 3 days ago. By the end, the vomit was in black strands, which should have come out from the other end. Lin Dong was disgusted to the extreme. He even wanted to turn his stomach inside out and rinse it with a high-pressure hose. Yi Han, you bastard, I'm not finished with you. Only then did Lin Dong realize that Yi Han had already noticed the trick in the wine glass. All his compliance was a setup, and in the crucial moment, he had backstabbed him. In the banquet hall, seeing Lin Dong's humiliating retreat, Xian Ruoyun couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. This Yi Han, he's too mischievous. So you knew all along, and you made me worry so much. Humph. Xian Ruoyun rarely pouted in front of Yihan, her demeanor like that of a little girlfriend teasing her boyfriend. Yihan's heart skipped a beat. This Xian Ruoyun, even though she had annulled the engagement with him, wouldn't she be falling for him now? My irresistible charm. I guess I need to control it better. The key point was, his real wife, Suan Yue, was right beside him. Yihan glanced to the side. Suan Yue, dressed in a purple long gown, was also elegant and extraordinary, with a tall and slender figure. The two of them together were both 100-point top beauties, the brightest stars of the event. It was hard to tell who was superior. Hello, I'm Suan Yue, Yihan's wife. Suan Yue took the initiative to speak, gracefully extending her hand to Xian Ruoyun. Hearing Suan Yue's introduction, Xian Ruoyun felt a sharp pain in her heart. Yihan's wife? If I hadn't acted rashly, I would have been Yihan's wife, right? Hello, I'm Xian Ruoyun, the fiancé of the Yi and Xian families who had been engaged for years. Xian Ruoyun clearly didn't want to be outdone in this exchange, only revealing half the truth. She was indeed the fiancé chosen by the Yi and Xian families, but the problem was, the engagement was already annulled this afternoon. Miss Xian. Yihan wanted to explain a few words, not wanting his wife Suan Yue to misunderstand. But Xian Ruoyun didn't give Yihan the chance to explain. Miss Su, later I would like to invite Yisha to dance with me. I'm sure you won't mind, right? Damn. Yihan could feel the intense tension in the air. The war was about to begin? Chapter 16. Hubby, you're so bad. Of course I wouldn't mind. Men, it's only natural to want to try something new occasionally. I fully support it, especially since it's not my husband who's at a disadvantage. Suan Yue maintained her smile, but her provocative words were anything but subtle. Yihan mentally cursed, thinking, wife, you need to reject her. This Xian Ruoyun had already broken off her engagement with him, yet now she suddenly invited him to dance. There was no doubt she was captivated by his good looks. Hee. Miss Su, you're quite the joker. But I do understand the concept of first come, first served. See you later then. As she spoke, Xian Ruoyun gave Yihan a flirtatious glance before elegantly turning and walking away. First come, first served. Yihan naturally understood the implication behind her words. She was reminding Suan Yue that, in terms of their relationship with Yihan, she, Xian Ruoyun, was the first. It was only because Xian Ruoyun and Yihan didn't work out that Suan Yue had the opportunity. Yihan, who stood at the pinnacle of the world, suddenly found himself more overwhelmed dealing with two women than confronting a martial arts master. This wasn't his style at all. Next time, if these girls dared to act like this in front of him, he'd have to spank them. Wife, Xian Ruoyun was a marriage arranged by my family, but since I hadn't returned for years, the engagement was called off. Yihan was about to explain further, but Suan Yue directly kissed him on the lips. Hubby, you don't need to explain. My heart only belongs to you. For you, I can endure anything. Even if you go to a club to pick up girls, I can accept that. So why would I be afraid of one more? As she spoke, Suan Yue coyly twisted her body in Yihan's embrace. Hubby, how about taking advantage of the perfect timing tonight? Seeing Suan Yue's shy expression, Yihan thought about how he had recently fully mastered the dragon control technique. It seemed like the perfect time for intimacy. All right, let me calculate. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Oh, I saw a new position yesterday. You might want to learn it. Yihan wrapped his arm around Suan Yue's slender waist, his eyes burning with passion, making her blush furiously. Hubby, you're so bad. Seeing his wife like this, Yihan sighed helplessly. Sister, I still love you. But with such passion, how can I refuse? Yihan had forgotten which wise man once said, treasure is treasure, baby is baby, darling is darling, and heart is heart. How can one forsake true feelings in life? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the banquet hosted by the Lin family. Your presence is a great honor to us. Today, we have one goal, to eat, drink, and have fun. Later, we have a mysterious surprise event, so stay tuned. The banquet officially began, and the host was Lin Hua, the head of the Lin family. This middle-aged man was a master of diplomacy. His words made everyone feel greatly valued. But Yihan was staring at Lin Hua, thinking about how to kill him. From Tian Kue and his grandfather, Yihan had learned that the Lin family was deeply involved in the attack on the Yi family. Therefore, there was no need for evidence to deal with the Lin family. If I know you're guilty, then you're finished. Next, our first activity, the Dance of Freedom. Everyone is free to invite a partner and dance as they please. Though they said it was a free dance, as soon as the lights came on, the spotlight immediately focused on one person, Lin Dong. Earlier, Lin Dong had been vomiting in the bathroom for nearly half an hour, so his face was pale. Especially after yesterday's encounter with Yihan, his groin was still wrapped in bandages, making it look unusually swollen. But Lin Dong knew that today's event was crucial for both the Lin and Xian families. Allow me to introduce you to our third-generation elite, Lin Dong. Despite his young age, he already manages 2 listed companies, with profits exceeding 10 billion last year. Lin Hua, holding a microphone, was introducing Lin Dong's achievements, clearly trying to boost his reputation. The Lin family intended to officially push Lin Dong forward as their third-generation leader. If nothing unexpected happened, Lin Dong would eventually take over the entire Lin family. Dear Miss Xian Ruoyun, may I have the honor of inviting you to dance? Lin Dong elegantly extended an invitation to Xian Ruoyun, who was sitting on a nearby chair. This beautiful lady is Xian Ruoyun, the daughter of the Xian family, and a renowned beauty in the Great Xia beauty list. I'm sure everyone knows her. Miss Xian and my son Lin Dong have known each other for years, and are very close friends, almost like childhood sweethearts. Let's all wish them well. As Lin Hua spoke, the spotlight shifted to another table. There, several high-ranking members of the Xian family were present, including Xian Jinghua, the head of the Xian family, and other senior figures. Seeing the spotlight, Xian Jinghua waved to the crowd. This was quite intriguing. Lin Hua had introduced Lin Dong in front of everyone, and even mentioned his relationship with Xian Ruoya. What's more, the Xian family's senior members not only attended the banquet, but also didn't object. Wasn't this a sign that the Xian and Lin families were planning to unite through marriage? As 2 of the 6 great families of the Great Xia, if they joined forces, it would have a tremendous impact on the entire nation's balance of power. The Yi family, once the top family in the Great Xia, might lose its status after the attack 3 years ago. Xian Ruoyun sat in her seat, her expression rapidly changing, but she remained silent. Lin Dong grew anxious. Miss Xian, would you do me the honor? This was the script they had rehearsed for tonight. Lin Dong and Xian Ruoyun dancing together was meant to be a debut, paving the way for their upcoming engagement. But at the crucial moment, Xian Ruoyun hesitated. Lin Dong glanced at Yihan's direction. Damn it, could Xian Ruoyun be refusing him because of Yihan? I'm sorry, I can't. In front of everyone, Xian Ruoyun directly refused Lin Dong and quickly walked towards Yihan's direction. I already have a dance partner, the young master of the Yi family, Yihan. Without hesitation, Xian Ruoyun grabbed Yihan's arm and pulled him up. This scene left everyone in shock. What was going on? Everyone knew the usual routines of these elite families. Once the announcement was made, it was usually a done deal. Everyone had thought the Lin and Xian families' union was a certainty, but Xian Ruoyun not only refused Lin Dong's invitation, but also raised another man's hand. What did this mean? A slap in the face. A blatant slap in the face. Chapter 17. The Yi family is going to produce a dragon. Swish. All eyes turned to Xian Ruoyun, while also glancing at Lin Hua and Lin Dong. Everyone was curious about how Lin Dong and Lin Hua would handle this situation. Lin Hua's face darkened instantly. Holding the microphone, he tried to speak several times, but didn't know what to say. How could he explain this? He had arranged for 2 young people to hold an engagement ceremony tonight, but the girl ran off with another man. A Yi family member, no less, someone with a life-and-death feud with the Lin family. Xian Ruoyun, what are you playing at? We had an agreement. Why did you suddenly go for this trash, for him? Lin Dong strode quickly toward Yihan and Xian Ruoyun, instinctively wanting to curse at Yihan, but recalling Yihan's bold methods, he swallowed the rest of his words. Who agreed with you? It was always your Lin family talking. Did I, Xian Ruoyun, agree? Even my uncle didn't fully agree to your Lin family's plan, did he? Humph. Xian Ruoyun linked her arm with Yi Han's and continued speaking to Lin Dong. Besides, Yi Han and I already had an engagement before. Please move aside and don't block us from dancing. Yi Han smiled faintly. Initially, he hadn't planned to respond to Xian Ruoyun's invitation, but anything that annoyed the Lin family intrigued him. Ruoyun is right. Even if I don't want Ruoyun as my wife, it doesn't mean you can step in. Get lost. Without hesitation, Yi Han kicked Lin Dong away. Yi Han's voice wasn't loud, but with the room in complete silence, most people heard his words clearly. What? The Xian and Yi families had an engagement? That's right. It's just that the Yi family's eldest son was said to be practicing martial arts outside and never returned. Now, could this Yi Han be the Yi family's eldest son? It seems likely. The Yi family was severely injured during the attack 3 years ago. Now that the eldest son has returned, does it mean they're rising again? But I heard that this Yi Han has already married into the Su family. Now with Xian Ruoyun, it's quite interesting. The crowd buzzed with chatter, creating an eerie atmosphere. Lin Hua observed the reactions of the guests below and turned his gaze to Xian Jinghua, wanting to gauge his stance. But Xian Jinghua was simply watching the confrontation between Yi Han and Lin Dong with interest. In fact, after discovering that the Yi family's eldest son was hiding in Yunqing during the breakup earlier today, Xian Jinghua sensed something unusual. The Yi family, attacked 3 years ago, should have fallen from the top position, yet they persisted for so long. Recently, a master wanted to strike against the Yi family, and Yi Han returned with a bang at this critical moment. Yi Han must have his own cards up his sleeve. Earlier, when talking with Xian Ruoyun, they had considered whether today's breakup was the right move. Head of the family. There's news from the Yi family. According to the information from the black market, the master who planned to attack the Yi family was killed by a young man named Yi Jun Tian. Huh. A master was killed? Xian Jinghua's eyebrows twitched. Everyone in Yunqing knew which masters were present. To silently kill a master, one's strength must far surpass that of a master. A young man killed Tian Kue at this crucial moment. And he was surnamed Yi? Xian Jinghua's expression toward Yi Han became more complicated. If this Yi Han is really you, then the Yi family is going to produce a dragon. Did my Xian family make a mistake this time? I hope it's not too late to correct it. After receiving this news, Xian Jinghua ignored Lin Hua's gaze, making it clear he had no intention of stopping Xian Ruoyun's actions. This embarrassing situation would naturally be borne by the Lin family. Haha, young people have their own ideas, which is normal. Come, everyone, let's dance. Our mysterious event later will continue. As Lin Hua spoke, his eyes couldn't help but glance toward Xian Jinghua. The marriage between the Lin and Xian families was a decision made by both high-level parties. It couldn't be cancelled just because of dancing, could it? In the dance floor, Yi Han held Xian Ruoyun's slender waist and began dancing to the rhythm of the music. Ex-wife, what's going on? Isn't tonight's event what you arranged? Why this sudden change of heart and not marrying that idiot? Yi Han smirked, looking at Xian Ruoyun. Xian Ruoyun's expression darkened as she looked at Yi Han with a hint of confusion. Yi Han, do you think I'm fickle? I never liked Lin Dong. I just didn't want to follow my family's arrangement and marry a man I've never met. But after seeing you, I realized... Realized what? That I'm too handsome? That you've fallen deeply in love and can't help yourself? That you're willing to offend the Lin family for me? Yi Han looked at Xian Ruoyun in front of him, his lips curling slightly. These daughters of noble families aren't just beautiful. Their intelligence is also far beyond the average person's. Xian Ruoyun's decision must have been well considered, and the Xian family's high-level members didn't intervene, which indicated this represented a subtle stance by the Xian family, not fully siding with the Lin family. It was this fact that made Yi Han feel a bit better about Xian Ruoyun. You're shameless. Xian Ruoyun pouted, twisting in Yi Han's embrace. As she looked at Yi Han again, she found him truly handsome, with a pair of captivating eyes that seemed to hook one's soul. Did she really fall for Yi Han? Xian Ruoyun was startled by this thought. Impossible. She had gone to him personally to break off the engagement, and he had written a big divorce character. There was no connection between her and Yihan anymore, and there was no chance of being together again. As they danced to the music, Lin Hua, with a hint of anger, approached Xian Zhenghua from the guest seats. Brother Xian, what's going on? How did the arranged matter turn out like this? Xian Ruoyun suddenly changed her mind. Isn't this slapping my Lin family in the face? On the surface, it was Xian Ruoyun's refusal, but in reality, it represented the Xian family's stance. As the head of such a large family, Xian Zhenghua was no pushover. He avoided the main issue and said, Head of the Lin family, there's something you might not know. The master who planned to massacre the Yi family tonight has been killed. What? Hearing this news, Lin Hua's reaction was unusually intense. That master is dead? How come I didn't know? After exchanging a few words with Xian Zhenghua, Lin Hua couldn't be bothered to continue the conversation. He quickly left the hall, returned to the backstage room, and dialed a phone call. After clarifying the situation, Lin Hua frowned deeply. Yi Juntian? Who is this bastard who suddenly appeared? The Yi family had narrowly escaped another disaster. Things were getting complicated. Xian Zhenghua, you old fox. Since you're here, it won't be that easy to get off the boat. Chapter 18. A dragon and two phoenixes dancing together, stunning the crowd. In the grand hall, Yihan and Xian Ruoyun were dancing. Seeing Su Anyue sitting on a chair with a disappointed expression, Yihan suddenly felt a pang of guilt. However, letting go of Xian Ruoyun at this moment didn't seem appropriate either. Thinking of this, Yihan said to Xian Ruoyun beside him, Miss Xian, I suddenly have an idea. How about we perform a trio dance? Before Xian Ruoyun could react, Yihan had already led her to Su Anyue's side. My dear wife, may I invite you to dance with us? Su Anyue was initially stunned, but seeing Yihan's sincere gaze, she agreed without hesitation. All right. Su Anyue's pampering of Yihan was genuine. Even when he was flirting with other women, she would willingly give him money. So, what was a dance compared to that? Thus, the crowd witnessed a scene that stunned everyone. In the center of the spacious dance floor, Yihan held two of the most dazzling beauties in his arms, Su Anyue and Xian Ruoyun. They danced to the music. At times, it was like celestial maidens scattering flowers, at times like 100 flowers competing in spring, and at times like the blooming of a radiant moment. Stunning. The word stunning was not enough to describe it. All eyes were drawn to Yihan, Su Anyue, and Xian Ruoyun. A few others were still dancing on the floor, but they all stepped aside, making room for Yihan, Xian Ruoyun, and Su Anyue. Because, no matter how graceful their own dances were, they paled in comparison to the trio, making everything else seem dim and insignificant. Everyone was immersed in this magical atmosphere, feeling as if the three of them were meant to be together, like a perfect harmony of nature. Outside the crowd, a familiar figure quickly made his way into the hall. It was Su Anyue's cousin, Su Dong. Seeing Yun Feiyang and Lin Dong, Su Dong hurriedly said, Yun Xiao, finally found you. How did it go? Did you manage to win over my sister? Yun Feiyang, who was already bruised and angry, kicked Su Dong in the butt without hesitation. Are you blind? When Su Dong looked into the hall, he saw that Yihan was not only holding Su Anyue, but also the number one beauty of Yunqing, Xian Ruoyun. He couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, Holy crap, that's amazing. Lin Dong and Yun Feiyang, who were already furious, turned their angry gazes towards Su Dong, making him shrink his neck and force a nervous smile. Take off. As the music neared its end, Yihan lightly shouted, suddenly lifting both Su Anyue and Xian Ruoyun high into the air. Then, with his arms spread and standing on one foot, he assumed the posture of a golden rooster standing alone. Su Anyue and Xian Ruoyun, the two beauties, landed steadily in Yihan's palms, their ankles held by him, making their bodies as steady as a mountain in the air. Like two phoenixes spreading their wings or celestial maidens on a jade platform, the three of them formed a harmonious picture, frozen on the last beat of the music. Bravo! Beautifully done. Amazing. I feel like I'm in a dream. Too beautiful, such a perfect match. They are truly a match made in heaven? Or maybe two matches. How does that work? The emotions of all the guests were stirred, and they began to cheer and applaud, their hands almost red from clapping. Lin Dong, standing outside the crowd, angrily smashed his glass on the ground. Damn it! Yihan, this bastard. Why doesn't he just die? Damn it. Today was supposed to be my spotlight. And yet, Yihan stole the show, stunning everyone, with Xin Ruoyun and Su Anyue dancing with him, taking advantage of everyone's attention being on him. Yihan held the two beauties and glanced at all the guests. Everyone, let me introduce myself. I am Yihan, the only heir of the Yi family, the first family of Xia. Now that I'm back, I have a bad temper. If anyone has wronged the Yi family before, it's best to come and apologize. Otherwise, when I come knocking, I'll flatten your family with a bulldozer. Bold. Powerful. Yihan's words left everyone in the hall stunned. The Yi family? Which Yi family? Holy crap. The Yi family, the first family of Xia? The mysterious heir of the fourth generation. Wasn't he said to have died in an attack 3 years ago? How is he back so publicly now? No wonder this guy has such guts. He's the heir of the Yi family. Everyone present now remembered Yihan's name. Meanwhile, the two beauties standing on Yihan's arms were almost jumping out of their skins. This rascal, creating such an extreme romantic moment, how could anyone resist? After confirming their feelings, they knew he was the one they had fallen for. Su Anyue and Xian Ruoyun almost simultaneously looked down at Yihan, then quickly averted their gazes, glanced at each other, and pretended nothing had happened. After Yihan set the two beauties down, Su Anyue gently threw herself into Yihan's arms. Honey, you're amazing. I love you so much. Xian Ruoyun, on the other hand, didn't let go of Yihan's arm. Humph. He used to be my husband too. Yihan smiled faintly. Miss Xian, forget it. Just this morning, weren't you still at my door demanding to annul our engagement? We have no relationship now. I regret it. Okay? Don't you know that women are fickle? Xian Ruoyun pouted, looking both wronged and adorable. But Yihan ignored Xian Ruoyun and led Su Anyue back to their seats. Xian Ruoyun watched Yihan's retreating back, her lips curling into a sly smile. Humph. You rascal, trying to leave after teasing me? I'm going to stick to you for the rest of my life. Xian Ruoyun's change of heart doomed the Lin family's event to be a huge joke. However, Lin Hua and Lin Dong still clung to their delusions, thinking that on major issues, Xian Ruoyun wouldn't ignore the face of the Lin and Xian families. They still wanted to push forward with the engagement ceremony between the Lin and Xian families, forcing the two families together. Lin Hua and Xian Zhenghua exchanged glances, and after the crowd calmed down, Lin Hua continued with the microphone. Miss Xian's dancing is truly exquisite. Thank you, Yishao, for the performance. Tonight, there's another happy event for Miss Xian. The Lin and Xian families have decided to hold an engagement ceremony for Lin Dong and Miss Xian Ruoya. What do you all say? The crowd was momentarily confused, and no one responded to Lin Hua. On stage, Lin Hua was so embarrassed that he felt like digging a hole with his toes. Bravo! A few loyal followers of the Lin family quickly chimed in to cheer, and the atmosphere began to pick up slightly. But most guests were skeptical. After Xian Ruoyun had already refused to dance with Lin Dong, the Lin family still wanted them to get engaged? Were they out of their minds? Chapter 19. Sister and you wouldn't mind Yihan having another wife, right? Next, please welcome Mr. Lin Dong and Miss Xian Ruoyun to the stage. Lin Hua pushed the proceedings forward without any regard for awkwardness. After all, if I'm not embarrassed, then it's someone else's problem. Lin Dong came up, but Xian Ruoyun remained seated, showing no intention of moving. Ruoyun, what's wrong? Xian Zhenghua, Xian Ruoyun's uncle, asked her. He understood her intentions, of course, but given the current situation, he couldn't be too obvious about his stance. Although the Yi family hadn't been completely wiped out yet, no one could guarantee what troubles the Yi family might face in the future. Besides, the Lin family had the backing of a mysterious force. The Xin family was caught in the middle, unable to afford to offend either side. "Uncle, I don't want to marry," Xian Ruoyun said firmly, expressing her true feelings. "If you don't want to marry, then follow your heart." As Xian Jinghua spoke, he glanced in Yihan's direction. "Today's situation, neither you nor I can break it." With these words, Xian Jinghua made his meaning quite clear. The Xian family couldn't break the deadlock, so the only one who dared to stand up to the Lin family was Yihan. "I understand, thank you, uncle." Xian Ruoyun smiled faintly and quickly walked toward Yihan. Yihan had just stuffed a piece of mango into his mouth when he saw Xian Ruoyun approaching again, causing him some headache. "Honey, I think this banquet is pretty boring. Let's go home, shall we?" For Yihan, whether Xian Ruoyun and Lindong got engaged or not didn't really matter to him. Because in a couple of days, once the forces under Bei Luo Shermin arrived, Yihan planned to flatten the Lin family. But Xian Ruoyun's gaze towards Yihan was filled with unusual emotions. Coming to Yihan, she naturally wanted his help. "Yihan, I don't want to marry you." Before Xian Ruoyun could finish, Yihan interrupted her directly. "If you want me to help, forget it. I'm afraid you'll really fall for me if I do." Yihan thought that after such a retort, Xian Ruoyun would back off, but to his surprise, she didn't flinch at all. "What if I fall for you? I'd be happy about it, wouldn't I? Sister and you wouldn't mind Yihan having another wife, right?" As she spoke, Xian Ruoyun turned to Su and Yu with a pleading look. Su and Yu could naturally see the situation today. The Lin family was forcing an engagement between Xian Ruoyun and Lindong, but Xian Ruoyun didn't want to marry, and there was nothing she could do about it. It seemed that the only one who could break the deadlock was her husband, Yihan. But looking at Yihan's expression, it didn't seem like he intended to help Xian Ruoyun. Although Su and Yu wanted Yihan to help Xian Ruoyun, she respected Yihan's wishes even more. "Miss Xian, I'll follow my husband's decision. As long as he's willing, I wouldn't mind him having one more wife, or even 10. I can even take care of them during their postpartum confinement." Cough, cough. Yihan was inwardly stunned by his treasure of a wife. "She not only lets me go out and flirt with other women, but is also so open-minded. Looks like I'm in for a treat." Seeing Xian Ruoyun looking at him with pleading eyes, Yihan was pondering how to handle the situation. On the stage, Lindong, who had already grown impatient, saw Xian Ruoyun walking towards Yihan again and couldn't hold back any longer. He rushed over, glaring at Yihan with resentment. "Yihan, I won't bother with other things, but today is my important engagement day. If you dare to cause trouble, my Lin family will fight you to the death." Yihan rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, the Lin family was involved in the attack on the Yi family back then. "If you don't want to fight to the death with me, I'll make sure the Lin family pays." "Lin Xiao, you're joking. Today is your big day. I should toast you to celebrate, right? Haha, it'd be best if the wine had some flavor, like sour and spicy, or even hot pot flavored. What do you think, Lin Xiao?" Others might not understand what Yihan was saying, but Lindong knew that Yihan was mocking him for swallowing his own phlegm earlier. Ugh. Hearing Yihan bring up that incident again, Lindong felt a wave of nausea and almost threw up. "Yihan, don't push it. Don't think the Lin family is afraid of you. We weren't afraid before, and we're even less afraid now. If you piss me off, I'll make sure you." Lindong stopped halfway through his sentence. Lindong was clever enough to know that it wasn't wise to get entangled with Yihan at this moment, so he turned his gaze to Xian Jinghua, who was seated not far away. "Uncle, I've come down to invite Ruoyun myself. How about you say something and get Ruoyun to come up and finish the ceremony?" Lindong was leveraging the power of the Lin family to pressure Xian Jinghua, using Xian Jinghua's authority to pressure Xian Ruoyun, and trying to use the presence of so many people to pressure the Xian family into saving face and urging Xian Ruoyun to go on stage. But Lindong didn't realize that Xian Jinghua's stance had already been clear earlier. How could he be led by the nose by Lindong? "Lin Xiao, you young people's affairs, I won't meddle in as an old man." It's said that Lin Xiao is quite the expert at charming girls. If you can't even charm Ruoyun, as the ancients said, if you can't even clean your own house, how can you clean the world? In the future, such a large family business as the Lin family might not be entrusted to Lin Xiao, right? How did flirting with girls suddenly become related to managing a family business? Lin Dong's face turned green. Xian Zhenghua was roasting him over the coals. It seemed that if he couldn't win over Xian Ruoyun today, he'd be seen as a failure. It was all because of Yi Han. If Yi Han weren't here, Xian Ruoyun would have been at his mercy long ago. At this thought, Lin Dong was about to call his bodyguards to throw Yi Han out. But before Lin Dong could act, Xian Zhenghua spoke again. However, I do have a suggestion. While it's fine to argue and make noise, it's not very dignified to resort to physical force in front of so many people. Lin Dong was speechless. This old man was clearly targeting him. But Lin Dong didn't notice that when Xian Zhenghua said this, his gaze was fixed on Yi Han. Yi Han had originally no intention of getting involved in Xian Ruoyun's affairs, but seeing Lin Dong's annoying expression, Yi Han decided not to let him off easily. For Yi Han, with his almost invincible combat power, he could easily solve the problem by punching Lin Dong and sending him flying. But obviously, that wasn't the best solution. Seeing Xian Zhenghua's glance and his words, Yi Han looked up at the huge chandelier overhead and instantly came up with an idea. The Xian family couldn't stop the engagement from proceeding, and with just Xian Ruoyun refusing, the outcome couldn't be changed. But what if? Let's just say that if Lin Dong were suddenly knocked unconscious by a falling chandelier, then what's the point of continuing the engagement ceremony? And Lin Dong being knocked out by the chandelier had nothing to do with me. Yes, that's what I'll do. But Lin Dong had no idea that more bad luck was about to befall him. Seeing that he couldn't get any help from Xian Zhenghua, he turned his gaze back to Xian Ruoyun. Ruoyun, so many guests are watching? If something embarrassing happens today, it won't just be the Lin family's reputation at stake. Xian Ruoyun looked at Yi Han with anticipation, but Yi Han was staring up at the chandelier overhead, seemingly lost in thought, completely ignoring Xian Ruoyun. Alas, this scoundrel, it's all my fault for hurting him. If I had known, why did I break off the engagement? Xian Ruoyun looked around with disappointment. Although she was the Xian family's young mistress, at this moment, there was no one who could help her. Xian Ruoyun was about to resign herself to fate, preparing to step forward and follow Lin Dong to the stage. But she knew that once she took that step, the rest of her life would be decided. She inwardly resisted it, but what could she do? Yi Han, at this moment, if you say just one word, I, Xian Ruoyun, will be devoted to you. But Yi Han was still staring at the chandelier overhead, doing nothing. What does this mean? Is the chandelier more attractive than me? Chapter 20. What makes you different from Cao Cao? Suddenly, Xian Ruoyun felt an inexplicable surge of anger. How could Yi Han be so heartless? After all, she was his fiancée with whom he once had an engagement. Seeing her in trouble, he remained completely indifferent. Since you're not taking the initiative, then I, Miss Xian, will take the lead. Xian Ruoyun's eyes suddenly flashed with determination. The Lin family values their reputation, right? Well, then I, Miss Xian, will deliberately not give them that. You want to hold a betrothal ceremony? If I were to step forward and passionately kiss Yi Han, would the Lin family still have the face to continue with the ceremony? And if they still dare to, then tonight, I'll strip naked and climb into Yi Han's bed. A green hat delivered right to their doorstep, express shipping included. If the Lin family can accept this, then Xian Ruoyun will truly accept her fate. Just as Xian Ruoyun took a step forward, Yi Han, who had been standing still, suddenly spoke, "Be careful." In the next moment, Yi Han darted forward, one arm around Suan Yue, and the other around Xian Ruoyun, swiftly moving them 2 meters to the side. Lin Dong, who had been watching Xian Ruoyun's expression change, thought she had finally given in. But then, he suddenly saw Yi Han whisk Xian Ruoyun away again. Yi Han, you're I'm sick? She's my fiancée, my designated wife. Yet you keep trying to steal her away? What makes you different from Cao Cao? As Lin Dong was still cursing, his head suddenly felt as if it had been hit by a train. Bang! A deep yet crisp sound echoed as a massive chandelier, nearly 2 meters in diameter, fell squarely onto Lin Dong's head. Lin Dong's skull cracked open, blood streaming down his face. His body swayed for a few moments before he seemed to realize what had happened. Ugh, my head is spinning. I see so many little stars. Lin Dong muttered, and the next moment, his body swayed and collapsed to the ground. Silence. The room fell into an eerie quiet, so silent that one could hear a pin drop. What a coincidence. Just as Lin Dong was about to take Xian Ruoyun up to the stage, a chandelier fell from the ceiling and knocked him unconscious. All the guests instinctively looked up at the ceiling, and some sharp-eyed ones immediately noticed something was off. The chandelier had fallen directly above Lin Dong, but there was still at least a meter between it and him. Under normal circumstances, even if the chandelier had fallen, it shouldn't have hit him. Moreover, this was the Lin family's grand hall. Everything should have been meticulously checked multiple times. How could such a basic mistake occur? Was the chandelier's screw loose? That was impossible. And how did Yi Han predict the chandelier would fall and manage to save both Xian Ruoyun and Suan Yue in the nick of time? This was abnormal. Very abnormal. Now, those shrewd guests looked at Yi Han with astonishment in their eyes. They were certain that Yi Han must have been behind this. But where was the evidence? Where was it? And from what everyone had seen, the Xin family should actually be grateful to Yi Han. If not for him, it wouldn't have been just Lin Dong who was knocked unconscious. One could imagine that if Xian Ruoyun, such a beautiful woman, had been hit by the chandelier, she might have been disfigured. What these guests could figure out, Lin Hua and the Lin family's higher-ups naturally understood as well. It must have been that bastard Yi Han's doing. But, like everyone else, they had no evidence. Xian Zhenghua gave Yi Han a satisfied look and stood up to address Lin Hua. Lin family head, Lin Dong is now unconscious. I think the betrothal ceremony should be cancelled, don't you? What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and save him. Xian Zhenghua called out to Lin Hua and even directed the Lin family's bodyguards to take action. Xian Zhenghua walked over to Yi Han and Xian Ruoyun with a smile. Ruoyun, the banquet is almost over. Let's go home. Ah, okay. Xian Ruoyun had forgotten that Yi Han was still holding her. For some reason, being held by Yi Han earlier had given her a sense of peace she had never felt before. This embrace should have been entirely hers, and yet, she had pushed it away herself. Everything that had happened in the hall earlier felt like a dream to Xian Ruoyun. She had been about to take action when the chandelier fell. What kind of coincidence was that? Xian Ruoyun was a clever girl. After a moment's thought, she realized that Yi Han must have helped her, just in a more subtle way. Yi Han, thank you. Xian Ruoyun softly thanked Yi Han, reluctantly pulling away from his embrace. She then stuck her nose up at him and said, Yi Han, what happened before was my fault, but I want you to know that I won't give up. I'm going to win you back. Huh, this girl is so bold. My wife is right here, and she's openly declaring she wants to steal her husband? But Xian Ruoyun quickly added, don't worry, Sister Anyue. I won't take him all for myself. I'll leave half for you. Cough, cough. Or maybe you two should just split me in half with a knife. You take one half, and I'll take the other? The Lin family's bodyguards quickly stepped forward and carried the unconscious Lin Dong away. With the main participant knocked out, the betrothal ceremony naturally had to be cancelled. As for whether there would be another chance, anyone with half a brain could see that the Lin family had no chance left. Today, Yi Han hadn't done anything overt, but he was the undeniable winner. Xian Ruoyun was elated. Yi Han felt good too, but Lin Hua, the head of the Lin family, was so frustrated he wanted to go crazy. This was just a brat from the Yi family, yet he had played the Lin family like a fiddle? Seeing that Yi Han hadn't left yet, Lin Hua hesitated for a moment before deciding to confront him. If necessary, Lin Hua even considered making Yi Han's elimination the Lin family's top priority. Yi Han, you've been wandering outside since you were a child, and your parents died early. You're practically a motherless brat. What you did at the Lin family's event today has made me very unhappy. Being so arrogant, you'd better watch out for a short life. Lin Hua's words were venomous, intending to provoke Yi Han into making a move. As long as Yi Han acted, Lin Hua would have a reason to strike back. Lin Hua was confident that even if he couldn't kill Yi Han on the spot, he could at least cripple him. Slap. Without hesitation, Yi Han swung his hand and slapped Lin Hua across the face. Why does your mouth stink so much? Did you eat feces in the bathroom or gnaw on my 7-day-old stinky socks? Lin Hua was hit so hard that stars danced before his eyes. He was completely stunned. Yi Han had actually slapped him? Lin Hua had gone over with the intention of testing Yi Han, but instead, he had been slapped by Yi Han, and he hadn't even seen how it happened. Had all those years of training gone to waste? Yi Han's slap sent Lin Hua spinning in circles, leaving all the guests in shock. Bold. Mighty. This young man was truly full of vigor. Without such spirit, how could he be called a young man? Yi Han noticed Lin Hua's wife approaching with a toy poodle in her arms. With a flick of his hand, he sent a burst of energy that struck the dog's acupuncture point. You scoundrel! Yi Han, you uncultured wretch! How dare you hit an elder? Did your parents never teach you to respect your elders? Do you think the Yi family is still the Yi family of 3 years ago? Humph. I warn you, you'd better behave yourself, or else you might join your parents sooner than you think. The threat was clear, but it also confirmed something for Yi Han. The Lin family must have been among those who attacked the Yi family 3 years ago. Woof. Woof. As everyone watched Yi Han, waiting for his reaction, the toy poodle in Lin Hua's wife's arms suddenly went berserk, barking wildly before leaping out of her arms and pouncing toward Lin Hua. It bit down hard on Lin Hua's lips. Holy crap. See, I told you your mouth stinks. It's full of feces. Look, even your dog can smell it. Chapter 21. We are all from the same root. Why the hurried fratricide? Yi Han exaggeratedly exclaimed once again, drawing everyone's attention. The guests who had already reached the door were attracted by Yi Han's words and turned to look in his direction. Seeing Lin Hua's own dog, a teddy, pounce and bite Lin Hua's mouth, everyone felt both curious and astonished. A pet attacking its own master is rare enough, but for it to specifically target Lin Hua's mouth? Could it be, as Yi Han said, that Lin Hua really ate that? That seems impossible. You beast, you're asking for death. Lin Hua, who also knew martial arts, was infuriated after being bitten by the teddy. He grabbed the dog in one swift motion, crushed it on the spot, and slammed it violently onto the ground. Although Lin Hua reacted quickly, his lips were still bitten open, leaving a wound over an inch long, with a piece of flesh torn off, making it look like a cleft lip. Such an injury wasn't much for Lin Hua. But the problem was, while the injury was minor, the humiliation was immense. Being bitten by a dog, and thinking of Yi Han's remark about the dog eating that, Lin Hua himself felt a strange taste in his mouth. Damn it, this damn scoundrel. As Lin Hua glared at Yi Han was looking regretfully at the teddy that had been smashed to death on the ground, saying, Alas! Patriarch Lin, we are all from the same root. Why the hurried fratricide? You killed him so mercilessly. Won't your conscience be troubled? Before Lin Hua could respond, his wife interjected with a perfect assist. Ah, my son, how could you be thrown to death? Lin Hua, you scoundrel, how could you treat my son this way? You are his father too. Such a ridiculous scene made some of the guests unable to hold back their laughter. Forgive me for not being able to resist laughing. Some pet owners do indeed dote on their pets, privately calling them son or daughter, which is fine. But in this kind of setting, Lin Hua's wife calling the dog son and saying Lin Hua was its father seemed a bit too fitting. Everyone couldn't help but recall Yi Han's earlier words. We are all from the same root. Why the hurried fratricide? Especially in Lin Hua's mind, those words began to loop. Damn you, Yi Han. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll have no peace of mind. Lin Hua's killing intent surged as he stepped towards Yi Han, ready to strike. But suddenly, Xian Jingwa stepped in front of him. Old Lin, let it go, let it go. They're just kids, and you're the head of the Lin family. It wouldn't sound good if word got out that you were arguing with a junior. As Xian Jingwa spoke, he grabbed Lin Hua's arm, and there was a surge of qi in his hand. It looked like Xian Jingwa was mediating, but everyone knew he was siding with Yi Han, protecting Yi Han. Of course, with Yi Han's current strength, he didn't need Xian Jingwa's protection. If Lin Hua dared to attack Yi Han was sure he would make Lin Hua well, you know. Yihan, just you wait. With Xian Jinghua stepping in and so many people present, Lin Hua couldn't just attack outright. The Yi family hadn't fallen yet, and if he really did something to Yihan in front of everyone, those two old men from the Yi family might really come at him with knives. The banquet naturally couldn't continue. Yihan and Suan Yue left the Lin family estate. Yihan coldly glanced at the Lin family mansion behind him. Damn it! I must find 100 bulldozers to flatten this annoying place. Yihan, thank you. As Xian Ruoyan parted with Yihan, she looked deeply at him once more. Yihan, I said it before, and I mean it now. I won't give up. Starting tomorrow, I'll do my best to win you back. Yihan scratched his nose. Miss Xian, I know I'm quite the looker, but as the saying goes, a good horse doesn't return to eat old grass. Why put yourself through that? Yihan glanced at Xian Jinghua beside him. The fact that Xian Jinghua, the head of the Xian family, took such a stance today already spoke volumes. The Xian family wasn't necessarily siding with the Lin family. So, why go through the trouble of canceling the engagement? As Xian Ruoyan left, Yihan drove Suan Yue away from the Lin family estate. But they weren't heading to their residence at Junlan Tianxia. Honey, where are we going? Yihan had given Suan Yue too many shocks today. Yihan was actually the eldest son of the Yi family, the #1 family in the Great Xia, and he even had an engagement with the Xian family. Most importantly, Yihan was so brazenly provoking the Lin family. What if the Lin family retaliated? To the Yi family, we've been married for 3 years. It's time for you to meet my grandparents. Even an ugly wife has to meet her in-laws, right? Yihan replied as he drove. Pfft, I'm not ugly. Oh, why didn't you tell me earlier? I didn't prepare any gifts. It's so late. Maybe we should do it another day? Suan Yue was a bit shy, but also somewhat delighted. After all, a man willing to take a girl to meet his family meant he considered her very important to him. I've already prepared the gifts. They're in the trunk. We'll just bring them up later. Oh! Hearing that Yihan had everything arranged, Suan Yue felt a bit more at ease. Ah! In the Lin family courtyard, after everyone had left, Lin Hua went crazy, roaring wildly in the yard. His martial arts chi surged without restraint, smashing the pavilions and various ornaments in the yard, turning the once elegant courtyard into a mess. Yihan, you little bastard, I won't let you off. Today, the Lin family's face was thoroughly lost. The originally planned dance between Xian Ruoyun and Lin Dong turned into Yihan's show. The final engagement ceremony became a joke. That chandelier had mysteriously fallen. Come, have you figured out why the chandelier fell? Who tampered with it? Lin Hua roared at the bodyguards standing far away. Master, we checked the chandelier's breakage carefully. The break seems to have been cut by a sharp tool before it fell. Hearing his subordinate's report, Lin Hua's brows furrowed into a knot. Cut by a sharp tool? Lin Hua was certain this wasn't an accident. But if Yihan was behind it, that meant Yihan's strength had reached an incredibly terrifying level. To use qi as a tool to cut things, one would need to be at least at the level of a grandmaster, right? Thinking of the grandmaster who went to massacre the Yi family tonight and was killed, Lin Hua suddenly had a bold speculation. That unlucky bastard Tian Kue. Could he have been killed by Yihan? But the information from the black market was very clear. Tian Kue was killed by someone named Yijun Tian. What was the relationship between Yijun Tian and Yihan? While Lin Hua was deep in thought, Lin Dong, with his head wrapped like a rice dumpling, appeared in the courtyard with the help of a few bodyguards. Uncle, Hua? You have to avenge me. It's all Yihan's fault. Lin Dong was about to pour out his grievances to Lin Hua, but when he saw his uncle's split lips, he froze. Uncle, your lips. What happened? Earlier, when Lin Hua was bitten by the dog, Lin Dong had already fainted, so he hadn't seen it. It's all that bastard Yihan. He used some trick to make the teddy bite me. Thinking of being slapped in public by Yihan, Lin Dong felt even more infuriated. After all, Lin Hua was at the control level of martial arts, yet he couldn't even detect Yihan's movements. With the Lin family's own strength, it seemed they couldn't handle Yihan. Uncle, call the Blood Robe sect. Yihan's return at this time is too disruptive to our Lin family. If he ruins our plans, the consequences will be even worse. Lin Dong was so angry his body trembled, and he stomped the ground fiercely. If Yihan doesn't die, I'll die with regret. Lin Hua nodded. It seems we can only ask the Blood Robe sect to act. I'll contact them right now. Yihan must die within 3 days. Chapter 22. Yihan, you little bastard. I won't let you off. In the Lin family courtyard, after everyone had left, Lin Hua went crazy, roaring wildly in the yard. His martial arts chi surged without restraint, smashing the pavilions and various ornaments in the yard, turning the once elegant courtyard into a mess. Yihan, you little bastard, I won't let you off. Today, the Lin family's face was thoroughly lost. The originally planned dance between Xian Ruoyun and Lin Dong turned into Yihan's show. The final engagement ceremony became a joke. That chandelier had mysteriously fallen. Come, have you figured out why the chandelier fell? Who tampered with it? Lin Hua roared at the bodyguards standing far away. Master, we checked the chandelier's breakage carefully. The break seems to have been cut by a sharp tool before it fell. Hearing his subordinate's report, Lin Hua's brows furrowed into a knot. Cut by a sharp tool? Lin Hua was certain this wasn't an accident. But if Yihan was behind it, that meant Yihan's strength had reached an incredibly terrifying level. To use Qi as a tool to cut things, one would need to be at least at the level of a grandmaster, right? Thinking of the grandmaster who went to massacre the Yi family tonight and was killed, Lin Hua suddenly had a bold speculation. That unlucky bastard Tian Kue, could he have been killed by Yihan? But the information from the black market was very clear. Tian Kue was killed by someone named Yijun Tian. What was the relationship between Yijun Tian and Yihan? While Lin Hua was deep in thought, Lin Dong, with his head wrapped like a rice dumpling, appeared in the courtyard with the help of a few bodyguards. Uncle, Hua? You have to avenge me. It's all Yihan's fault. Lin Dong was about to pour out his grievances to Lin Hua, but when he saw his uncle's split lips, he froze. Uncle, your lips. What happened? Earlier, when Lin Hua was bitten by the dog, Lin Dong had already fainted, so he hadn't seen it. It's all that bastard Yihan. He used some trick to make the teddy bite me. Thinking of being slapped in public by Yihan, Lin Dong felt even more infuriated. After all, Lin Hua was at the control level of martial arts, yet he couldn't even detect Yihan's movements. With the Lin family's own strength, it seemed they couldn't handle Yihan. Uncle, call the Blood Robe sect. Yihan's return at this time is too disruptive to our Lin family. If he ruins our plans, the consequences will be even worse. Lin Dong was so angry his body trembled, and he stomped the ground fiercely. If Yihan doesn't die, I'll die with regret. Lin Hua nodded. It seems we can only ask the Blood Robe sect to act. I'll contact them right now. Yihan must die within 3 days. Chapter 22. 150 pounds of weight, 149 pounds of rebellion. The Yi family mansion. At this moment, despite it being late at night, the mansion was brightly lit, with security guards stationed all around the compound. Yihan, who had just parked and gotten out of the car, was momentarily stunned by the scene, but quickly understood the situation. After all, his grandfather had mentioned earlier in the day that a master-level expert was coming to wipe out the Yi family. You can all disperse now, Yihan said to Zhongbo and the guards at the gate as he approached with Suanyue. Young master, why have you returned again? The old master said we can't disperse. The master-level expert is coming to wipe out the Yi family tonight. We must prepare for defense. Zhongbo stepped out from the crowd, scrutinizing the situation behind Yihan with caution. Today, almost all the forces the Yi family could muster had been mobilized. Don't you know? The master-level expert was reportedly killed in the black market of Yunqing, Yihan calmly stated. Since he himself had killed Tian Kue, the news was undoubtedly accurate. Killed? Zhongbo was still puzzled when several guards rushed over and reported to him. Zhongbo immediately became excited. The master-level expert was really killed? What a coincidence. That's great, that's great. The entire Yi family breathed a sigh of relief. In the main hall, the Yi family patriarch, Yi Changfeng, sighed. If we have the chance, we must express our gratitude to that Yi Juntian. No, tomorrow I must find a way to visit the black market and thank him properly. To be able to kill a master-level expert, his strength must be at least above the master level, perhaps even at the martial lord level. In the mundane world, reaching the martial lord level was an incredibly formidable achievement. Grandpa, I think we should reconsider. He might have his own affairs and not be seen often in the black market. Yihan felt a bit uneasy as he dissuaded his grandfather. If his grandfather really went to the black market to look for Yi Juntian, wouldn't he have to play along? What if his grandfather got too excited and wanted to become sworn brothers with him, calling each other brothers? Would he have to call his own grandfather Big Brother? This was getting ridiculous. How can that be? He helped our Yi family so much. If we don't show our gratitude, it would be too unreasonable. Yi Changfeng was very determined. I will do whatever it takes to find that Mr. Yi. Seeing his grandfather so insistent, Yi Han was helpless. It seemed he would have to play along. However, his grandfather's words gave Yi Han an idea. Currently, the Yi family lacked a direct reason to take action against the Lin family. But Yi Juntian could do it. Damn it! Yi Han's blood boiled whenever he saw the faces of people like Lin Hua. Once Hanjua's investigation was complete, Yi Han would make sure to flatten the Lin family at the earliest opportunity. The Yi family, once again targeted by a master-level expert, had all the noble families in Yunqing keeping their distance. However, one family did not shy away. That was the Wang family of Yunqing. Wang Fui, the Wang family patriarch and Wang Fugui's grandfather, personally led a group to stand guard at the Yi family mansion. Old Wang, I think everything is fine now. Why don't you go back first? Yi Changfeng stood up to see Wang Fui off. Wang Fui looked Yi Han up and down, nodding with satisfaction. Old Yi, look at your grandson. His forehead is full, and he's glowing with vitality. He's clearly a dragon among men. His future achievements will certainly surpass yours. I must have my boy spend more time with your grandson. Yi Changfeng glanced at Yi Han with annoyance. Follow this scoundrel of mine? Always hanging out at clubs with young models. What kind of behavior is that? After seeing off Wang Fui, Yi Changfeng turned his attention to Su Anyue beside Yi Han. This young lady must be my granddaughter-in-law, Anyue, right? Yi Changfeng scrutinized Su Anyue. Su Anyue, dressed in a long gown, exuded grace and elegance, truly a top-tier beauty. Ah, what a fine young lady. A fine cabbage, plucked by a pig? Yi Changfeng's initial words were normal, but the sudden remark left Su Anyue stunned. Ah, Grandpa, how can you say that about your own grandson? While praising the girl, why call your own grandson a pig? Grandpa, if I'm a pig, then what are you? A pig's grandfather? Ha ha. Yi Han burst into laughter, leaving Yi Changfeng momentarily speechless. You little rascal. Watch me not spank you. Su Anyue watched the playful interaction between the grandfather and grandson, feeling both amused and helpless. The way this first-tier noble family interacted was quite different from what she had imagined. As the grandfather and grandson were playfully bickering, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses quickly walked out from the back courtyard. Grandpa, I heard the master-level expert was suddenly killed? That's great. Although the young man's words sounded positive, a trace of hidden malice flickered in his eyes, especially when he saw the warm interaction between Yi Changfeng and Yi Han. The malice in his eyes became even more pronounced. Seeing the young man emerge, Yi Changfeng stopped chasing after Yi Han and introduced him to Yi Han and Su Anyue. Yi Han, Anyue, let me introduce you to your older brother. His name is Yi Chun. I adopted him when he was 3 years old, and now he helps manage some affairs of the Lin Group. Pausing for a moment, Yi Changfeng continued, Yi Han, you need to work harder. The Yi family will rely on you to take over in the future. If you continue to be so lackadaisical, the Yi family will have to be handed over to Yi Chun. Upon hearing Yi Changfeng's words, a flash of ferocity crossed Yi Chen's eyes. Grandpa, please don't say that. I'm just helping Xiao Han manage the Yi family. The entire Yi family, no matter what, belongs to Xiao Han. I'm very clear about my position and won't think too much about it. It's best that you think that way. But don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. Yi Changfeng looked at Yi Chun with satisfaction, clearly pleased. However, despite his words, Yi Chun harbored deep resentment toward Yi Changfeng. Old fool, he still only cares about Yi Han in his heart. At this point, Yi Han has shown such incompetence and cowardice, yet he still wants to hand over the Yi family to Yi Han. What have I been working so hard for all these years? Brother, nice to meet you. Yi Han, hearing his grandfather's introduction, smiled and stepped forward, extending his hand to shake with Yi Chin. Brother, you've worked hard for the Yi family all these years. But let me be clear, if you truly have the Yi family's best interests at heart, I will be grateful. But if you betray the Yi family and do anything harmful, don't blame me for being ruthless. Over these 3 years, although Yi Han had been living in the Su family as a son-in-law, he hadn't stopped investigating the past attacks, especially regarding the Yi family's attacks. Given that the Yi family had the support of the 800,000-strong Tianlong army, any attack on the Yi family would require internal cooperation to succeed. At the time, Yi Han had been puzzled about who could have provided such precise intelligence on the Yi family's inner workings. But upon seeing Yi Chun, Yi Han immediately understood. If his instincts were correct, Yi Chun was undoubtedly the traitor. The guy might look presentable, but with 150 pounds of weight, 149 pounds of it was pure rebellion. As he spoke, Yi Han unleashed his full killing intent without restraint. Yi Chen instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, shivering all over, his eyes filled with confusion. This isn't right. The intelligence I received this afternoon said Yi Han was a useless bum who spent all his time at clubs. How could he have such formidable strength? Ahem. Brother, you're joking. If it weren't for Grandpa's kindness, I would have starved to death on the streets long ago. How could I ever do anything to betray the Yi family? Yi Chen forced a laugh, but inside, he was panicking. Could it be that Yi Han discovered what I've done? Impossible. Chapter 23. My wife's younger sister. It's best if you don't. Continue managing the Yi family for me, and it will make it easier for me to keep chasing girls. Yi Han retracted his killing aura and said to Yi Chun with a mischievous smile, Brother, I heard there's a new club called King Kong in Yun City. The girls there are quite young. How about I treat you to some fun tomorrow? That doesn't seem appropriate. Let's skip it, Yi Chen replied while glancing at Suan Yue. He couldn't understand how Yi Han could think of such things with his wife right beside him. Was it really okay to openly talk about chasing girls like this? What's more, Suan Yue, as rumored, didn't seem to care about Yi Han's behavior at all. How did Yi Han manage that? Don't be shy with your younger brother. Tomorrow at noon, we'll meet up no matter what. Yi Han said casually, but his eyes betrayed a hint of mischief. Yi Han was deliberately provoking him. Now that the eldest young master of the Yi family had returned in such a high-profile manner, it meant the Yi family hadn't fallen yet. There was still hope. 3 years ago, that attack hadn't killed the eldest young master of the Yi family. Now that Yi Han was back, many people certainly didn't want him to live. Yi Han was deliberately revealing his whereabouts to test Yi Chun. If Yi Chen was one of them and working as an insider, he would definitely notify them, and they would take action. Yi Han looked at Yi Chun, who seemed so obedient, and inwardly sneered. This guy was acting quite well. But Yi Han was also thinking that if he were to get rid of Yi Chun, he would need to find a replacement quickly to manage the entire Yi family corporation. After all, his grandfather and great-grandfather were getting old, and Yi Han himself had no interest in managing the family business. As they chatted and considered ordering some late-night snacks, Suan Yue suddenly received a call from the company. What? Our supply chain has been cut off? I understand. I'll come to the company right away. After hanging up, she said anxiously to Yi Changfeng and Yi Han, Grandpa, husband, there's something urgent at the company that I need to handle. I'm sorry, but I have to leave now. Yi Han asked with concern, Do you need me to come along? Suan Yue shook her head. No, I can handle it myself. You should stay and keep Grandpa company. Yi Han did have some things he wanted to discuss with his grandfather, and now is a good opportunity. All right then, be careful on the road. After Su Anyue left, Yi Chen also tactfully took his leave. When only Yi Changfeng and Yi Han were left in the room, Yi Han finally became serious. Grandpa, how much do you know about what happened that night when the Yi family was attacked? Yi Changfeng shook his head. The attack happened so suddenly. Your second and third uncles were killed, your parents went missing, and even Beiluo Sherman was attacked. There were rumors that you had died. At that time, all the men in the Yi family, except for me and your great-grandfather, were wiped out. Afterward, a heavy rain washed away all traces. I've been investigating all these years, but I haven't found much useful information. When talking about the past, Yi Changfeng sighed and looked at Yi Han with a heavy heart. Our Yi family is now dwindling, and all our hopes are on you. I won't lecture you. Go ahead and chase girls, and maybe you can give the Yi family more descendants. Yi Han was speechless at his grandfather's words. What was going on? Did his grandfather mean that he had no hopes for him, and was just letting him be a stud to produce more descendants? Yi Han wanted to tell his grandfather that he was now invincible, but he knew that hiding his strength was the best choice for now. If he showed too much power, the enemies who had targeted the Yi family before might not dare to act again. But one thing is certain, the Lin family must have been involved, and I suspect that the Dragon Lord was also involved to some extent in the plan back then. The 800,000 Tianlong army on the southwest border were all labeled as the Yi family's army, which made many people restless. Sigh, if your strength could recover, and the Yi family's flag didn't fall, who would dare to look down on the Yi family? Listening to his grandfather's analysis, Yi Han had a rough idea of the situation. Don't worry, the Yi family won't fall under my watch. After bidding farewell to his grandfather, Yi Han stepped out and saw dozens of black Autos parked neatly on the road beside the Yi family estate. A middle-aged man in a shirt saw Yi Han and immediately knelt down respectfully. Subordinate Li Hu greets the instructor. It's such a relief that you're still alive. Please forgive me for only finding out now. Yi Han glanced at Li Hu. I don't blame you. I was deliberately hiding my identity before. You've been doing well these years. Li Hu was one of the 4 underground godfathers in Yun City. 8 years ago, he started from scratch and gradually built his own power and business, wielding considerable influence in Yun City. In fact, Li Hu had been a member of an overseas mercenary team, and Yi Han had been their instructor during that time. So when Li Hu heard that Yi Han had returned to Yun City, he immediately came to pay his respects. Instructor, you flatter me. Everything I have is thanks to you. If you need anything, I am at your command. Li Hu had come to show his loyalty. Others might not know, but Li Hu was well aware of how terrifying the instructor's strength was. Everyone thought that the instructor had died in that attack 3 years ago and lost all his power, but Li Hu firmly believed that the instructor wouldn't have fallen so easily. All right, I'll call you if I need anything. Have your men disperse, Yi Han said indifferently, not refusing Li Hu's offer. Although Yi Han had Hanjua and the forces of Beiluo Sherman under his command, there were some things that Beiluo Sherman might not be able to handle. Having Li Hu as a supplementary force could be beneficial. After some delay at the Yi family estate, Yi Han returned to the Junlan Tianxiao villa more than an hour later. As soon as he entered the villa, he heard the sound of water splashing in the bathroom. Did Su Anyue come back so soon? Was she already taking a bath? Hee. Yi Han's strength had now broken through the 9th level of the dragon control technique, and he could finally touch a woman. He had already made a deal with Su Anyue that tonight they would. This little lady was indeed understanding. Wife, I'm here. Yi Han quickly walked toward the bathroom door, stripping off his clothes as he went. What was wrong with enjoying a romantic bath with his wife? As he entered the bathroom, Yi Han saw a graceful figure standing there. Through the mist, the beautiful body was even more enchanting than before. Yi Han stepped forward with a tender expression, wrapping his arms around his wife and kissing her lips. MMM. Su Anyue let out a soft moan in Yi Han's arms, her body stiffening but allowing his hands to roam over her. However, as Yi Han touched and kissed her, he felt a bit puzzled. The feel was a bit different from last night. It seemed more innocent, more tender. The bathroom was heating up, and Yi Han was considering taking things further when a car engine sound suddenly echoed outside the villa, followed by a familiar voice. "Honey, I'm home." Huh. Hearing this voice, Yi Han's hair stood on end. His wife, Suan Yue, had just returned? Then who was the one he was currently embracing? Yi Han quickly pushed the person in his arms away, and the beauty gave him a mischievous smile. "Hee hee, brother-in-law, now I'm yours too." He. Su Yingxue? Su Anyue's younger sister? Although the two sisters were 3 or 4 years apart, they looked almost identical. Had he just kissed his sister-in-law? Damn it. What's more, Su Yingxue hadn't resisted at all. Chapter 24. Come on. Call me Dad. You. Although Yi Han was usually carefree and unrestrained, he was also a bit stunned at this moment. What was his sister-in-law trying to do? "This is a secret between me and my brother-in-law." Su Yingxue gave Yi Han a mischievous smile, wrapped herself in a bathrobe, and quickly left the bathroom, heading towards the bedroom on the second floor. At that moment, Yi Han suddenly heard some commotion outside, so he quickly got dressed and stepped out. Outside, it was Yun Feiyang again, blocking Su Anyue. "Anyue, I'm really sorry about your company suddenly being cut off from supplies. But you know, it's a business decision, and I can't help an outsider go against my family. How about this? If you agree to be my girlfriend, I'll immediately call my family and have them resume supplies." Yun Feiyang was sparing no effort to get Su Anyue. Knowing that the Su family's main business was jewelry, which required a large amount of raw jadeite, and the most important source was from the Yun family. So Yun Feiyang directly used his family's power to cut off supplies to the Su group, intending to use this as leverage to force Su Anyue to become his woman. "Yun Feiyang, you're shameless. Doing this will only make me look down on you even more. To make me submit, you're using such despicable means." Su Anyue stomped her feet in anger, but also felt somewhat helpless. Most of the raw jadeite in the Great Xia came from Myanmar, and the Yun family happened to be the general agent for the largest supplier in Myanmar, General Songpa. As long as the Su family wanted to continue in the jewelry business, they couldn't bypass the Yun family. Shameless? I think it's a bit, but it doesn't matter. As long as the method works, I don't care about being shameless or not. I only care about achieving my goal. Yun Feiyang smiled lightly. "Anyue, you have one day to consider. If you don't agree by then, not only will the Yun family cut off supplies, but will also blacklist the Su group in Tianan province. Think about it. Can you withstand that?" Yun Feiyang seemed to have Su Anyue cornered. "On the contrary, if you agree to be my girlfriend, the Yun family will fully support the Su group to become the jewelry leader in Tianan province and even the entire southwest. What do you think? Anyue, you should know what to choose, right? Don't stick with that trashy Han. Besides picking up girls, he can't do anything else. Why are you suffering like this?" As he spoke, Yun Feiyang reached out to try and put his arm around Su Anyue's waist. But his hand had barely extended when it was caught by an iron grip. "Looks like the warning earlier today didn't work, huh?" The person who arrived was naturally Yi Han. After grabbing Yun Feiyang's arm, without hesitation, Yi Han's hand exerted force, directly breaking Yun Feiyang's wrist. Crack. After a crisp sound, a piercing pain shot through Yun Feiyang's arm. "Ah. F*******. My hand." Earlier in the afternoon, Yun Feiyang had been slapped by Yi Han and almost beaten to the point where his parents wouldn't recognize him. And now, Yi Han had directly broken his hand? How dare he? "Yi Han, are you F******ing crazy? You dare to lay a hand on me, the young master? Do you dare to provoke the Yun family?" Yun Feiyang clutched his hand, backing away while shouting at Yi Han. "Guards, beat him to death." Yi Han smiled coldly. "The Yun family? I'm the only direct heir of the Yi family, the first family of the Great Xia. A trashy Yun family like yours is nothing but a fart in my eyes. Come on, try to touch even a single hair on me." Seeing the several bodyguards behind Yun Feiyang rushing out, Yi Han sneered coldly. Did they really think the Yi family, the first family of the Great Xia, was just a joke? Although the Yi family was in decline, the influence of the Yi family's patriarch and great-grandfather still held sway in the Great Xia. Moreover, with Yi Han's recent and assertive return, the family has glimpsed a new ray of hope. Those who had been observing from the sidelines would inevitably reconsider their stance towards the Yi family. Because for great families, their own strength was an important aspect. But an even more crucial aspect was the cultivation of future generations. If a family had no descendants to continue its development, no matter how prosperous it would eventually decline. This was also the reason why many families distanced themselves from the Yi family after the attack 3 years ago. At that time, the news everyone received was that Yi Han had perished. Yun Feiyang's bodyguards all stopped their actions, looking at Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang also remembered that at the Lin family's banquet, Yi Han had announced his identity as the young master of the Yi family. With the Yi family not yet fallen, Yun Feiyang really didn't dare to do anything to Yi Han. Yi Han, do you only know how to use brute force? What's between the Yun family and the Su family is a business matter. Even if you beat me to death, you can't change the current situation. Do you think the Yi family is still the same as before? Although Yun Feiyang was unhappy, he didn't order his bodyguards to attack. Yi Han, you're too greedy. You already have Xian Ruoyun. Why are you still trying to steal Suan Yue from me? Before Yi Han could speak, Suan Yue spoke first. What's it to you? My husband has charisma, and Miss Xian is willing to follow him on her own. What does it have to do with you? Suan Yue's pampering of Yi Han truly knew no bounds. Yi Han looked at Suan Yue, thinking about what he had just done with Su Yingxue in the bathroom, feeling a bit awkward. Seeing Yun Feiyang's expression, Yi Han sneered coldly. Not a business matter, huh? Fine. Then let's solve it through business. The reason the Yun family is so arrogant is because General Songpa gave them the agency rights, right? I'll make one phone call, and your family will immediately lose those rights. As he spoke, Yi Han took out his phone, ready to make the call. Hearing Yi Han's words, Yun Feiyang couldn't help but laugh out loud. One phone call? Ha ha ha. Yi Han, you're too arrogant. The Yi family is on the verge of collapse, and you think you can get General Songpa on the phone? Do you think he'll even care about you? Go ahead. Make the call. Let me hear it. If you can get General Songpa to revoke the Yun family's agency rights right now, I'll call you Dad. The Yun family had been cooperating with General Songpa for years, and the Yun family's old master had a very good relationship with the general. In order to maintain the general agency rights, the Yun family had given up a lot of profits. In the Great Xia, no other family could offer such large benefits to General Songpa. Yun Feiyang was 100% confident that General Songpa would never risk breaking ties with the Yun family over a family that was on the verge of collapse. On the other side, Yi Han had already dialed General Songpa's number. Your Majesty, you've finally appeared. It's such a relief to know you're safe. You don't know, when I heard you were in trouble, I cried a whole bucket of tears. As soon as the call connected, General Songpa expressed his deep longing for Yi Han over the phone. All right, I'm calling to inform you of something. My wife is the president of the Su Group's jewelry company in Yun City. She wants to take over your general agency rights in the Great Xia. Any problem with that? Oh, by the way, there's a moron from the Yun family who's trying to use the agency rights to blackmail me and steal my wife. You deal with it. The Yun family dares to steal the Empress's wife? I understand. I'll immediately terminate all cooperation with them. I'll take a flight tonight and be in Yun City by tomorrow morning. I'll definitely deliver the contract to Miss Su's desk on time tomorrow. General Songpa spoke with great respect over the phone. Back then, General Songpa was almost killed, and it was Yi Han who saved him in the nick of time, taught him martial arts, and helped him rise to power in Myanmar. Without Yi Han, there would be no General Songpa today. How could General Songpa refuse any request from Yi Han? Less than a minute after Yi Han hung up the phone, Yun Feiyang's phone rang. It was his father, Yun Batian. General Songpa suddenly announced the termination of all cooperation with our Yun family, saying you offended someone you shouldn't have. Yun Feiyang was instantly dumbfounded, looking at Yi Han in disbelief. The Yi family wasn't in decline? How could they still control General Songpa in Myanmar and really cut off cooperation with the Yun family? Yi Han's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he looked at Yun Feiyang. Come on. Call me Dad. Chapter 25. Sister? Can I borrow brother-in-law tomorrow? Asterisk asterisk. Yun Feiyang's face was filled with astonishment as he looked at Yi Han. He couldn't help but recall Yi Han's actions at the Lin family banquet. Yi Han dared to deal with Lin Dong and even beat Lin Hua, the head of the Lin family, in front of so many people. Such audacity. Could Yi Han really have some kind of trick up his sleeve or a hidden card? But according to his investigation, Yi Han had been hanging around the Yunqing Club for the past 3 years, just chasing women, right? Previously, Yi Han had indeed been a genius disciple of Beiluo sect, but when Beiluo sect was attacked, it was said that Yi Han's cultivation bones were damaged, and one of his kidneys was even removed. How is it that now Yi Han seems completely fine? Regardless, Su Anyue's unique physique is something I must obtain. Yi Han, just you wait. You won't be able to gloat for long. Humph. Yun Feiyang gave Yi Han a cold snort and scurried away from the Junlan Tianxia Villa compound, practically crawling. Yi Han watched as Yun Feiyang fled in utter disarray and spoke coldly, Yun Feiyang, this is the 3rd time. Consider this my final warning. If you dare to harass my wife again, I will flatten your entire Yun family compound with a bulldozer. I'm not joking. Yi Han's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. I've already announced that Su Anyue is my wife, yet there are still some trash coming to cause trouble. If I don't make an example of someone, this will never end. Honey, did you just contact General Sampa? Is he planning to give the Myanmar Jadeite proxy rights to our Su group? Su Anyue asked Yi Han, her voice filled with disbelief. In just one day, Su Anyue found that her husband seemed a bit different from before, and he had already given her too many surprises. The direct descendant of the first family in the Great Xia. Su Anyue had never imagined that her husband, who liked to chase women, had such a powerful background. The Su group is just a third-rate family in Yunqing, and compared to the Yi family, it's like I'm the one who's high-reaching. Of course. Honey, starting tomorrow, the Myanmar Jadeite proxy rights in the Great Xia will belong to the Su group, Yi Han said as he wrapped his arm around Su Anyue and walked into the villa. Su Anyue looked at Yi Han's profile and silently decided that tonight, she would do her best to serve her husband. Sister, brother-in-law, you're back? As soon as the two entered the room, Su Yingxue, wearing a light and cool nightgown, greeted them with a smile, bending down slightly. At that moment, the valley between her breasts was fully exposed to Yi Han's view. Recalling the intimate contact in the bathroom earlier, Yi Han couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Yingxue, what are you doing here? Su Anyue was a bit surprised to see Su Yingxue suddenly appear in the room. Is the school on break today? Su Yingxue had just turned 18 and was still in college. It was Thursday today, so normally, Su Yingxue should be at school, right? I just missed my sister and brother-in-law. Su Yingxue emphasized the words brother-in-law quite heavily as she spoke. In fact, ever since Yi Han entered the Su family, Su Yingxue, this little sister-in-law, had paid special attention to Yi Han. Back then, when Su Yingxue was still in high school, she often pestered Yi Han to accompany her shopping, traveling, and dining out. Yi Han suddenly realized that this little sister-in-law was definitely up to something today. She must have been planning this for a long time. She must have been coveting this young master's beauty for a while. Careless mistake. There's just an activity at school tomorrow morning, and there are no classes, so I came over, Su Yingxue said as she hugged Su Anyue's arm. Sister, we agreed that tonight I'll sleep with you. Don't kick me out. Su Yingxue's words left both Yi Han and Su Anyue momentarily stunned. The two had planned to be intimate tonight, but now that Su Yingxue wanted to sleep with Su Anyue, how could their plans continue? Yingxue, you're such a big girl now. What's the point of sleeping with your sister? Be good. Adults sleep alone? Your sister is my wife. If you sleep with her, where will I sleep? Yi Han tried to assert his rights with righteous indignation. But Su Yingxue just stuck out her tongue and said, Hee, brother-in-law, if you're afraid, you can join us. Yingxue, what are you talking about? That's your brother-in-law. How could we? Su Anyue quickly tapped Su Yingxue on the head, not knowing that something unspeakable had already happened between the two earlier. Su Anyue looked at Yi Han apologetically. I'll set up a bed for you downstairs later. Of course, Su Yingxue was just joking. After they finished washing up and were eating fruit on the sofa, Su Yingxue hugged Su Anyue's arm and said, Sister, actually, I came back today because I want to borrow brother-in-law for a while tomorrow afternoon. No way. Before Su Anyue could speak, Yi Han immediately refused. This little girl definitely has no good intentions. Borrowing me for an hour? If that happens, what should I do? Be a beast? Or be less than a beast? Borrow your brother-in-law? What do you want to borrow him for? Su Anyue asked Su Yingxue curiously. Tomorrow afternoon, there's a school dance, and the teacher asked me to participate, but I need a dance partner. I want brother-in-law to accompany me, Su Yingxue said. Her eyes filled with longing as she looked at Yi Han, almost as if they were about to drip with desire. Having your brother-in-law accompany you to dance? That's something he's good at. Su Anyue thought of the scene a few hours ago at the Lin family, where she and Xian Ruoyan danced with Yi Han. It was truly stunning. Honey, if you're not busy tomorrow, why don't you accompany Yingxue? Su Anyue suggested to Yi Han, secretly harboring her own little plans. If Yi Han could dance with Xian Ruoyan yesterday, why not with her own sister? A good deal shouldn't go to outsiders. Even if Yi Han takes advantage of the situation, it's still within the family. It's better than letting some other smelly man take advantage. This? Su Anyue had spoken, and for this wife who had always been so good to him, Yi Han found it hard to refuse. Please, brother-in-law, just say yes. Su Yingxue stepped forward, hugged Yi Han's arm, and shook it vigorously. Her loose nightgown was about to slip off her shoulder, but Su Yingxue didn't seem to care about exposing herself, her eyes filled with anticipation. All right, I'll go. Okay? Yi Han sighed helplessly. After all these years in the Su family, both sisters had treated him very well. Su Yingxue, this little girl, even used to bring him a banana when she ate one herself. Like Su Anyue, she never looked down on him for doing nothing and just eating idly. Midnight, after Su Anyue and Su Yingxue had fallen asleep, Yi Han got up from the bed, put on his clothes, and quietly left Junlan Tianxia, heading toward the Royal No. 1 Club. This time, Yi Han wasn't there to chase women. He was there to meet someone. Earlier, when Yi Han had tracked down the Chuyan girl, although she hadn't admitted to being his little junior sister, she had tapped Yi Han's hand twice, leaving behind a key card to the general manager's office. Didn't we agree to meet at 2 in the morning? At the same time, in the general manager's office of Royal No. 1, Su Yun had already undressed and was lying on the bed in a light and cool nightgown. Chapter 26. Kissed the Wrong Person Again. Royal No. 1 had essentially closed for the night. Apart from the security booth at the entrance, the entire building was pitch dark and the main doors were locked. The normal way to get in would be to call the security guard. However, this height was no challenge for Yi Han. Yi Han found a secluded spot at the back of the building, stomped his foot on the ground, and with a few leaps, he was already at the window of the 8th floor general manager's office. After flipping into the room, Yi Han sensed someone lying on the bed. A slight smile crossed Yi Han's face. Playing coy with me, little junior sister? Yi Han quietly approached the bed, reached out, and pulled the person on the bed into his arms. His hands began to explore, while his lips moved towards the beauty on the bed. Little junior sister, you didn't admit it during the day, but tonight, I'll make sure to turn this raw rice into cooked rice. Yi Han was convinced that the person in front of him was his little junior sister, Su Chan. After all, if it wasn't Su Chan, why would she ask him to come here at 2 in the morning? And why would she give him the key card to the general manager's office? The beauty on the bed let out a soft moan, and her lips responded slightly. But upon hearing this sound, Yi Han's hair stood on end. This wasn't his little junior sister's voice. Yi Han quickly jumped off the bed, his mind in a state of shock. Could it be? Today, I've already mistaken someone twice? Who are you? What do you want? The beauty on the bed sensed something was wrong and quickly turned over, turning on the bedside lamp. The beauty on the bed was none other than Su Yun, the public face of Royal Number 1. Su Yun's nightgown had been torn off by Yi Han, exposing her chest to his gaze. Seeing a man suddenly appear in the room, and realizing that her lips were still wet with Yi Han's saliva, Su Yun immediately understood what had just happened. Pervert! Help! Su Yun let out a sharp scream, using the blanket to cover her exposed body as she retreated in fear. Miss, don't scream. I didn't mean it. Yi Han truly hadn't meant to. He had come here to meet his little junior sister, but he never expected the person on the bed to be someone else. Seeing that Su Yun was still screaming, Yi Han had no choice but to rush forward, pinning Su Yun down and covering her mouth. I really didn't mean it. I came to find my little junior sister. She gave me the key card, but I didn't expect her not to be here. As he spoke, Yi Han took out the key card to the general manager's office and showed it to Su Yun. At this point, Su Yun calmed down and took a closer look at Yi Han. She immediately recognized him as Su Chan's senior brother, the one who had come looking for Su Chan during the day. But Su Yun was puzzled. If Su Chan had given Yi Han the key card, why wasn't she waiting for him? Instead, she had left Su Yun to sleep in the office. Now, Su Yun's innocence was compromised, and that was her first kiss. Su Yun nodded, indicating that she wouldn't scream anymore. Yi Han breathed a sigh of relief, ready to let go of Su Yun, but his expression suddenly turned serious. Someone's coming. Stay quiet. As he spoke, Yi Han turned off the room's lights and focused his eyes on the door. At this late hour, who would come to the general manager's office? If it were just one person, it would be fine, but there were 5 of them, including 2 martial arts experts at the Huajin level. In the darkness, Su Yun was pinned under Yi Han, feeling the masculine aura emanating from him. Her face turned red as she whispered, "You're hurting me." Su Yun shifted her body slightly, trying to avoid Yi Han's legs. Yi Han realized his position was quite inappropriate, especially with the natural reactions of a man in the presence of such a beauty. Yi Han quickly got off Su Yun, hiding in the corner of the bed, concealing his presence. Click. The door suddenly opened, and several men rushed into the room. "Young Master Zhou, should we just make a move?" One of the men pulled out a gleaming dagger and gestured with it near the bed. "Is this really a good idea? If we kill that bitch, won't the higher-ups come after us? What are you afraid of? The young master has made it clear that we must kill her and find the item on her. The old man must have given that thing to her." The leading man, Zhou Xiao, impatiently urged his subordinates. "Hurry up and get it done. The longer we wait, the more trouble we'll have. If we don't kill her tonight, we'll have to waste more words tomorrow." "Yes." The man with the dagger quickly approached Su Yun. Su Yun, lying on the bed, was tense to the extreme. She never expected that the higher-ups would be so impatient, even daring to come into the office to kill her. What should she do? Su Yun knew that Su Chan's senior brother, Yi Han, was skilled in martial arts, but could he handle all of them alone? Swish. Just as the assassin raised his dagger, Su Yun was about to scream. Yi Han finally sprang from the corner, grabbing the assassin's wrist. He shattered the dagger and snapped the assassin's wrist in one swift move. "You're asking for it." Yi Han then swung the assassin like a log and slammed him onto the ground. The room's lights turned on, and Yi Han and Su Yun got off the bed. They looked at the leading man, and Su Yun was both shocked and furious. "Zhou Tao, you've gone too far. As a subordinate family, how dare you try to kill the young lady? Aren't you afraid the family will take your life?" Zhou Tao was slightly surprised to see Su Yun, not Su Chan, step out of the bed. The family wants my life? Let's see who's in charge of the family now." The old man is unconscious, and it's the eldest young master who's calling the shots. That bitch managed to escape this time, but do you think she can hide for long? Zhou Tao was a smart man. From the way Yi Han had taken down his bodyguard in one move, he could tell that Yi Han was no ordinary man. This place was no longer safe. "Let's go." Zhou Tao called out to his subordinates and then said to Su Yun, "Su Yun, I see you have some charm. I advise you to be sensible. If you climb into my bed early, I might be able to save your life in front of the eldest young master." "You." Seeing Zhou Tao's arrogant face, Su Yun's chest heaved with anger. But in the dead of night, as a lone woman, what could she do? Just as Zhou Tao was about to leave, Yi Han suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Stop. Did I say you could leave? As he spoke, Yi Han stepped in front of Zhou Tao, his eyes cold and piercing, like a venomous snake, causing Zhou Tao to freeze. You. What do you want? Kid, I'll let it slide that you ruined my plans earlier. You'd better not meddle in my affairs. The Zhou family of the provincial capital is not someone you can afford to provoke. Zhou Tao felt a chill just looking into Yi Han's eyes and instinctively wanted to avoid him. What do I want? I want to kill you. In the next moment, Yi Han snatched a dagger from one of Zhou Tao's bodyguards and, without hesitation, plunged it into Zhou Tao's heart. This scene left Su Yun and the other bodyguard stunned. What the? So ruthless? Just like that, he killed him? Chapter 27. Want to leave after taking advantage? You, me. Zhou Tao looked at the dagger in his chest with an expression of disbelief. He could feel the life force rapidly draining from his body, and his gaze at Yi Han was filled with resentment. How dare you? Kill me. Who exactly are you? This wasn't how the usual plot was supposed to go. In the typical scenario, the two of them should have engaged in some verbal sparring, exchanged threats, and maybe Zhou Tao would have been beaten up, only to be killed in the next encounter. But now, he was killed right away. How would the story progress from here? I'm Yi Han, the eldest son of the Yi family, Su Chan's senior brother. Yi Han kicked Zhou Tao to the ground and coldly declared, Since you wanted to kill my junior sister, I can only send you on your way first. You're Yi Han? How is that possible? According to the information Zhou Tao had received, Yi Han had indeed returned, but he had been frequenting clubs and was said to be drained by women. How could he possibly have such formidable strength? But whether Zhou Tao believed it or not, Yi Han had already taken action and killed him. The other assassins Zhou Tao had brought along tried to escape, but Yi Han's body transformed into a blur, and in an instant, all the assassins lay lifeless on the ground. Su Yun, who had been watching Yi Han's actions, was stunned in place. You killed them all? Su Yun had heard about Yi Han from Su Chan before, knowing that this senior brother must be extraordinary, but Su Chan had also mentioned that during a previous battle, Yi Han's bones had been shattered, leaving him powerless. It was even rumored that his kidneys had been removed. How could he now display such formidable strength? They deserved it, Yi Han said indifferently, glancing at Zhou Tao's corpse before fixing his gaze on Su Yun. And who are you? Where is my junior sister? Why are you here? Earlier, Zhou Tao and his men had interrupted Yi Han's thoughts. Only now did Yi Han have the chance to think clearly. According to the room card his junior sister had given him and the 2 taps on his hand, wasn't she supposed to meet him at 2 in the morning? But why was it Su Yun who appeared in the office instead of his junior sister? Why am I here? This is my office. I'm the owner of the Royal No. 1 Club. Why wouldn't I be here? Su Yun snapped back, finally regaining her composure. That's not right. My junior sister wasn't supposed to meet me tonight. Was she? Did I misunderstand? Yi Han frowned. But earlier in the day, the girl he saw, both in appearance and aura, was unmistakably his junior sister. Miss Su, since you're here, could you tell me in detail who this Miss Chu Yin is? Yi Han stared at Su Yun, trying to discern something from her expression. But Su Yun, already aware of Su Chan's intentions, didn't want to reveal her connection to Yi Han. So she responded naturally, I remember. Didn't Yi Shao arrange for Miss Chu Yin to accompany you earlier today? I'm sorry. It seems I have to disappoint you. Miss Chu Yin is just an ordinary girl. She grew up with her grandmother and came to our club to earn money for her grandmother's treatment. Hearing Su Yun's explanation, Yi Han felt a sudden emptiness in his heart. Could it be that he had mistaken someone else for his junior sister? But the girl he saw earlier was clearly his junior sister. Could there be some hidden reason? It seemed that after the experts from Bei Luo Shermin gathered, he would need to investigate the Royal No. 1 Club thoroughly. If he found out that Chu Yin was indeed his junior sister, Yi Han would eliminate anyone who posed a threat to her. Since it wasn't his junior sister, Yi Han had no reason to stay. He turned to leave the room, but Su-yun reached out and stopped him. What? Want to leave after taking advantage? Thinking of how Yi Han had treated her earlier on the bed, Su-yun's face turned red with embarrassment. Although Su-yun managed such a club, she had always been virtuous and was still a virgin. She had been so unexpectedly robbed of her first kiss and touched in such a way by Yi Han. Yi Han paused, turned around, and looked at Su-yun with a mischievous smile. What? Does the boss want me to take responsibility? If you want me to take responsibility, we'll need to have a more in-depth conversation first. Then I might consider it. Yi Han's gaze lingered on Su-yun, boldly scanning her figure. Indeed, Su-yun had a voluptuous, curvaceous body, and the incredible elasticity he had felt earlier made her quite the catch. If Su-yun was willing, Yi Han wouldn't mind. Seeing Yi Han's alluring gaze, Su-yun felt her body grow weak. You? What do you want? Tell you, don't get any ideas? Su-yun's emotions were in turmoil. Yi Han was incredibly handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes, a tall and slender figure, and a distinct, masculine face. His kiss had almost made Su-yun's heart skip a beat. Such a man, no woman could resist. But Su-yun also knew that Yi Han was Su-chan's white moonlight. What would it mean if she got involved? I was going to say, since Chu-yin isn't your junior sister, would you be willing to help us out? Su-yun suddenly blurted out, surprising even herself. If you help us protect the Royal Number 1 Club, I'm willing to do whatever you want. Not his junior sister? And she's willing to do whatever he wants? Yi Han tilted his head, finding this Miss Su quite intriguing. His mind raced, feeling that there was some crucial information missing, that many things didn't add up. But one thing was certain. There was something wrong with the Royal Number 1 Club, and there was something suspicious about Miss Chu-yin. Although he hadn't seen his junior sister tonight, Yi Han's intuition told him that Chu-yin was indeed his junior sister. If his junior sister's club was in trouble, Yi Han certainly wouldn't refuse to help. Oh, that's quite an enticing offer. Tell me, what kind of trouble is the Royal Number 1 Club facing? Yi Han stood firm, looking at Su-yun with a serious expression. It's the Zhou family. The headquarters of the Shangjing families have sent the Zhou family to forcibly take over our Royal Number 1 Club and seize an ancestral item from Chu-yin. The Zhou family will be negotiating with us tomorrow. I was hoping you could be there to help intimidate them. So that was the case? No problem. Just tell me the time and place, and I'll be there tomorrow without fail, Yi Han said with a faint smile. A mere Zhou family? Yi Han had already dared to kill their eldest son. He certainly wouldn't fear their negotiation representatives. Chapter 28. Digging a pit, waiting for you to jump in? Su-yun watched Yi Han's departing figure, and for some reason, a sense of unusual peace suddenly washed over her. Could it be because he just kissed and touched her? Before these chaotic thoughts could fully form in her mind, her phone suddenly rang. It was Su-chan calling. Yunjia, is there nothing going on in the office tonight? No, nothing. Su-yun felt a twinge of guilt, as if she had been caught in an affair, both thrilling and yet with an indescribable feeling. That's good. The documents in the office are very important. I'll be back early tomorrow to negotiate with the Zhou family. On the other end of the line, Su-chan sounded both exhausted and relieved. Su-yun suddenly had a thought. Perhaps Su-chan really had arranged to meet Yi Han, but at the last moment, she backed out on her own. If that was backing out, it wasn't entirely so. She still had Su-yun guard the office, only to be taken advantage of by Yi Han. What was that supposed to mean? However, Su-yun didn't dwell on it further. Instead, she reported to Su-chan, Xiao-chan, there's something I need to tell you. Young master, you just came to the office. Ah! Su-chan exclaimed on the other end, her heart almost leaping out of her chest. Her senior brother had indeed understood her intentions. Is he gone now? Su-yun nodded. Young master Yi has left. I didn't reveal your identity. But tomorrow, Yi Han has already killed Zhou Tao, the eldest son of the Zhou family, and I've invited Yi Han to help us oversee the negotiations with the Zhou family. Ah, killed a member of the Zhou family. How could senior brother dare? His strength hasn't even recovered yet, alas? Su Chan's tone was anxious. She was very aware of Yi Han's condition. His meridians were damaged, his kidneys were removed, and his heart was injured. Although Yi Han was a martial artist, his current strength could only handle small-time crooks. If he were exposed, he would be up against ruthless individuals. In that case, I won't attend the negotiations tomorrow. You can handle it on my behalf. Su Chan was afraid that if she saw Yi Han again, she might not be able to hold back and would expose herself in front of him. That would mean exposing Yi Han's identity, and countless people would immediately move against him. What Su Chan didn't know was that Yi Han had already fully revealed his identity as the eldest son of the Yi family at the Lin family's banquet. The only thing hidden was his strength. Yi Han had been roaming the clubs of Yunqing for 3 years. When everyone found out that Yi Han was the eldest son of the Yi family, they still only saw him as the profligate who hung around the clubs. Only a very few people knew that Yi Han was no longer the same Yi Han as before. He was a man standing at the pinnacle of the world. However, Yi Han had another identity he could use, the monstrous genius, Yi Juntian. If necessary, Yi Han could use the identity of Master Yi to solve problems. For example, tomorrow, when helping the Royal No. 1 Club negotiate, Yi Han didn't plan to appear in his true form but instead intended to appear as Yi Juntian, with the identity of Yi Han's friend. In the dead of night, as Yi Han made his way back to the Junlan villa, a figure stealthily slipped out of the Yi family compound. He hailed a taxi on the street and headed toward the Lin family compound. Lin Jiazhu, what's going on? Isn't that bastard Yi Han already dead? Why did he suddenly come back? Yi Chen asked Lin Hua with a look of resentment. You ask me, how would I know? Lin Hua's mouth was wrapped in bandages, looking somewhat ridiculous. And that scoundrel ruined the engagement ceremony between the Lin and Xin families, even daring to slap me in public. It's outrageous. Yi Chen had roughly heard about Yi Han's actions at the Lin family banquet. This time, the Lin family's reputation had taken a severe hit. Yi Han must die. Just now, Yi Changfeng and I had a conversation. That old man made it clear that no matter how hard I try, the Yi family will still be handed over to Yi Han. If Yi Han doesn't die, I won't be able to take control of the entire Yi family, and that item will forever be out of our reach. Yi Chen's face darkened with hatred. Shut up. Lin Hua snapped at Yi Chen. Some things, you know them, but don't speak of them. Ruining the boss's plans will leave us both in trouble. Yi Chen realized he had said something he shouldn't have. Lin Jiazhu, there's an opportunity. Yi Han invited me to the Overlord Club tomorrow for some fun. I agreed. Tomorrow, I'll lure him to the Overlord Club, and you arrange for someone to take him out there. We can't let this drag on. Lin Hua nodded. Indeed, it's a good opportunity. The Blood Robe sect will arrive tomorrow morning. I'll make the arrangements. Once you've booked the room, send me a message. Lin Hua slammed his fist on the table. Last night, after learning that the martial arts master who had attacked the Yi family was killed, Lin Hua had a bad feeling. The timing of the martial arts master's death was too coincidental. Right when Yi Han returned? Right when the Lin family was about to ally with the Xin family? Lin Hua had expended considerable effort to persuade the Xin family to relent and agree to break off their engagement with the Yi family, ultimately securing an alliance with the Lin family. However, Yi Han's interference last night had made any future opportunities even more elusive. Whether the Yi Juntian who killed the martial arts master was Yi Han or not, tomorrow, with the Blood Robe sect's involvement, Yi Han wouldn't come out of it unscathed. The Blood Robe sect was a rising assassin organization over the past decade. It was filled with experts, and the most important rule was their strict adherence to their employers' orders, pursuing their targets to the death. Once the Blood Robe sect accepted a mission, unless the sect was destroyed, they would spare no effort to hunt down their target, no matter where they fled. However, neither Lin Hua nor Yi Chen knew that this was a trap Yi Han had dug for them, just waiting for them to jump in. Yi Han's return was like throwing a stone into a calm lake, causing ripples to spread out. The key was, Yi Han's actions of stirring up trouble never stopped. For example, the Zhou family. Although Zhou Tao, as the eldest son of the Zhou family, was part of the team negotiating with Su Yun and Su Chan. The actual main negotiator was Zhou's head steward, Ling Tian. It's so late already. Why hasn't young Master Zhou returned yet? At the Zhou delegation's lodging, Ling Tian stood by the window in his robe, looking at the myriad lights outside, frowning at his assistant. Ling Zongguan, we've received news that young Master Zhou went to a club. He probably took a fancy to a girl there and stayed for the night. Young Master Zhou is still unreliable. This negotiation will mainly depend on you. The assistant took the opportunity to flatter Ling Tian. But Ling Tian didn't seem to appreciate it. Shut up. Young Master Zhou is the future heir of the Zhou family. Anyone who dares disrespect him will answer to me. What Ling Tian didn't know was that Zhou Tao was already meeting his maker. Chapter 29. General Sampha's Worship of Yi Han. Although Suan Yue had already received the news the previous night that General Samph would personally come to sign the general agency contract with the Su Group, she was still extremely excited when she received a call from General Samph himself early the next morning. Honey, General Samph said he has already arrived in Yunqing and wants to come to the villa to sign the contract with us. I don't think it's appropriate to do it at home, so I've arranged to meet at the company. Let's hurry up, shall we? Yi Han was still in bed when Suan Yue pulled him up, wrapping her arms around him. After being kissed 3 times and having his clothes messed up by Yi Han, he finally got up, got dressed, and drove with Suan Yue to the Su Group headquarters. In the office of the Su Group, General Samph sat on the sofa, his eyes constantly glancing toward the door. He kept muttering to his adjutant, I should have gone to the villa to wait for the Emperor myself. This is too impolite, too disrespectful to the Emperor. Before Sampha's subordinates could speak, Yun Batian and Yun Feiyang, who were standing respectfully beside Samph, politely said, General Samph, won't you reconsider continuing our cooperation with the Yun family? We have the most comprehensive sales channels in Xia. Or, we can further reduce our profits. As long as General Samph is willing to continue cooperating with the Yun family, we are willing to take only 1/10 of the profits. Yun Batian, after receiving the news from General Samph in the provincial capital the day before that the cooperation would be terminated, had also rushed to Yunqing overnight to try to persuade General Samph for one last time. 1/10 of the profits? That's a good point. How could I have missed that? Fortunately, I thought of it. Previously, I was asking for 3/10 of the profits, which was too greedy. Samph continued Yun Boshan's words, and Yun Boshan's eyes lit up when he heard this. General Samph, does that mean you agree? Yun Batian felt a pang of pain in his heart. The previous agreement with General Samph had the Yun family taking 3/10 of the profits, and now they were willing to take only 1/10, which meant a loss of at least hundreds of billions a year. But even with only 1/10 of the profits, as long as they could continue cooperating with General Samph, the benefits would be enormous. They could always squeeze the distributors for more. Agree? Agree to what? Why haven't you left yet? I was talking about my cooperation with the Su Group. I'm taking 1/10 of the profits. What does that have to do with you? General Samph frowned at Yun Batian. I've made it very clear to you. Our cooperation is over. We only had less than a month left anyway. It's just a 1 billion yuan penalty. I'll have someone transfer it to you right away. What? Yun Batian thought he had misheard. General Samph was only taking 1/10 of the profits for the cooperation with the Su Group? Previously, when working with the Yun family, General Samph took 7/10 of the profits. Why was he taking only 1/10 with the Su Group, as if it were too much? How humble was that? Why haven't you left yet? Kuntai, throw them out. Otherwise, the Emperor might get annoyed when he sees them. General Samph was very annoyed with Yun Batian and Yun Feiyang, and immediately ordered his subordinates to push them out. General Samph, you? Yun Batian and Yun Feiyang cried out, but they were far from willing to leave. Dad, it must be Yi Han. After Yi Han made a phone call yesterday, General Samph decided to terminate our cooperation. Yun Feiyang said to Yun Batian, Shut up. Do you think I don't know that? Yun Batian wanted to slap Yun Feiyang. Wasn't that obvious? Did you need to point it out? It was all because of Yun Feiyang, who had to provoke Suan Yue. Although the Yi family had declined, the Yun family should still think twice before provoking them. Who would have thought that Su Anyue's husband, Yi Han, was actually the young master of the Yi family? Young Master Yi, you're here. Please, this way. While Yun Batian and Yun Feiyang were still in distress, General Samph quickly stood up and walked toward the door to greet Yi Han and Su Anyue. General Samph's respectful demeanor was evident as he personally pulled out a chair for Yi Han. Young Master Yi, does it feel comfortable like this? Should I massage your shoulders? As he spoke, General Samph rolled up his sleeves and began to gently massage Yi Han's shoulders. This scene left Yun Batian and Yun Feiyang stunned. What? Who was General Samph? He was the most powerful warlord in Myanmar, commanding tens of thousands of men, known for his ruthless nature, and was nicknamed Butcher. He often executed people on a whim. And now, in front of Yi Han, he was as docile as a wagging dog. Was this real? Although Yi Han was the young master of the Yi family, for the past 3 years, he had been hanging out in clubs in Yunqing. When did he have any influence over Myanmar? But General Samph's subordinates didn't seem surprised at all. They all knew how important Yi Han had been to General Samph in the past. Don't mention serving Yi Han. Even if Yi Han wanted to sleep with his wife, General Samph would have washed her and sent her to Yi Han's bed himself. Your technique has improved, Yi Han replied indifferently, then turned his gaze to Yun Feiyang and Yun Batian. Oh, isn't this young Master Yun? Did you forget to call me Dad yesterday, so you came to make up for it today? Yi Han coldly stared at Yun Feiyang, his eyes full of mockery. Kuntai, hurry up. Throw them out already. What are you waiting for? Seeing Yi Han's reaction, General Samph immediately panicked and shouted at his subordinates, afraid that Yi Han might be displeased. Kuntai immediately took action, grabbing Yun Feiyang and Yun Batian by their limbs and throwing them out into the corridor. Their bodies slammed hard onto the concrete floor, and the corridor echoed with Yun Batian and Yun Feiyang's agonized screams. Yi Han, just you wait. I won't let this go. You want to bypass the Yun family and do jade business in Xia? Not a chance. Yun Feiyang, crawling out of the building, continued to roar. General Samph frowned and asked Yi Han, Your Majesty, should I take action and eliminate the Yun family? Yi Han waved his hand. No need. This is Xia. If you take action, it might cause some trouble. I've already warned them. If they dare to harass my wife again, I'll flatten the entire Yun family. After a pause, Yi Han said to General Samph and Su Anyue, You can start preparing to sign the contract. Hearing this, General Samph quickly had his subordinates bring out the contract and personally handed it to Su Anyue. Miss Su, here's what I was thinking. It's a great honor for our Jade Group to cooperate with the Su Group. So, we've decided that we'll take only 1/10 of the profits. What do you think? As he spoke, General Samph carefully observed Yi Han's expression for any changes. 1/10? Su Anyue exclaimed in surprise when she heard General Samph's words. Seeing Su Anyue's reaction, General Samph was startled. Miss Su, is 1/10 too much? In that case, 0.5 is also acceptable. No, serving the Emperor is an honor. How could I even think about profits? I'm truly at fault. As he spoke, General Samph slapped himself hard across the face. Chapter 30. Ordering 10 girls in one go. General Songpa, please stop. You've misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Su Anyue glanced at Yi Han, who was calmly sipping tea beside her, and her admiration for her treasure of a husband knew no bounds. Of course, Su Anyue understood that General Songpa's deference towards her was entirely due to Yi Han's influence. Su Anyue was well aware that even the Yun family from the provincial capital, when collaborating with General Songpa, only received 30% of the profits, while Songpa took 70%. Compared to the Yun family, the scale and influence of the Su group were far inferior. Yet, General Songpa was offering her a staggering 60% of the profits. This wasn't business. It was practically giving away money. I mean, the profit you're offering is too much. We really feel embarrassed accepting it. Su Anyue quickly clarified, easing General Songpa's concerns slightly. He then turned to Yi Han, asking, Young Master Yi, do you think this arrangement is reasonable? Yi Han's lips curled into a smile. Songpa, I know you mean well, but in business, we all need to profit together. Look, you can't be too disadvantaged. Let's go with a 50-50 split. Within a year, I guarantee your earnings will be at least 3 times what you'd make from collaborating with the Yun family. Yihan spoke casually, yet with unwavering confidence. Previously, when Yihan's skills hadn't fully recovered, he had to lie low. Even if he wanted to help the Su family, he could only do so discreetly. But now that Yihan's strength had not only recovered but surpassed his peak, the Su group would inevitably rise alongside him. Yihan had a vision. The Yi family would reclaim its position as the top family, while the Su group would take the second spot. Thank you, Your Majesty. General Songpa let out a silent sigh of relief and respectfully bowed to Yihan. Yihan nodded. Discuss the specifics of the contract. I'm off to find some fun. He waved to Su Anyue and drove away from the Su group. Today, Yihan had an appointment with Yichun to visit the Conqueror Club and indulge. If Yihan didn't show up, how would Yichun have the chance to make his move? At the entrance of the Conqueror Club, Yihan arrived just as Yichun, wearing a hat and sunglasses, pulled up. Brother, it's just a night out with some girls. Why are you dressed like you're doing undercover work? Is it really necessary? Yihan couldn't help but feel a bit disdainful. Yichun gave a sheepish smile. Brother Han, it's better to be cautious. You see, I'm different from you. I still have to attend business events, and if people saw me in places like this, it wouldn't look good. In truth, Yichun deeply desired to visit such places, but his overly cautious nature and fear of damaging his image in front of the Yi family patriarch kept him on a tight leash. So much for acting. Yihan saw through Yichun's facade. When they reached the front desk, Yihan deliberately announced loudly, "This is my brother, Yichun. Make sure to arrange 2 beautiful ladies for him tonight." Yihan's words drew the attention of many around them, and Yichun felt extremely uncomfortable. After checking into their rooms, Yihan and Yichun went their separate ways. When Yichun saw that Yihan had ordered 10 girls, he was so frustrated he wanted to scream. You dog, ordering so many girls at once. Don't you ever get tired? Humph. This will be your final night of indulgence. Once inside his room, Yichun immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Head of the Lin family, we've arrived at the Conqueror Club. Yihan is in room 308. Let them begin. On the other end of the line was Lin Hua, the head of the Lin family. Good. But Yichun, you'd better destroy that SIM card right away. Don't let anyone trace our communication. Better to be safe. Since the death of that martial arts master, Lin Hua had become increasingly cautious. At the Conqueror Club, Yihan reclined on a circular sofa in his room, with 10 beautiful women vying to feed him grapes, peel bananas. Yihan was thoroughly enjoying himself. Suddenly, a chilling aura emanated from outside the room. Yihan's lips curled into a smile. Finally here, huh? Ladies, you should all take a nap, Yihan said, waving his hand. A surge of energy sealed the acupoints of the 10 women, causing them to instantly fall unconscious. Otherwise, if they were to see or hear anything, there would only be one outcome for them: death. Click. The door was kicked open, and a man in a baseball cap strode in, a gleaming dagger in his hand, reflecting the light. Let me introduce myself. I'm Black Dragon, a black cloak assassin. Kid, someone wants your life. Don't blame me. The man barked, charging at Yihan with lightning speed, his dagger aimed directly at Yihan's heart. There were no unnecessary movements, and the martial energy emanating from his body indicated that this man had reached the mastery level, making him a top-tier expert in the mundane world. This man was none other than Black Dragon, the 13th ranked assassin of the Blood Cloak organization, known for his ruthless efficiency and swift, decisive actions. Black Dragon thrust his dagger, but as it reached 3 inches from Yihan's chest, it suddenly stopped, unable to move forward. The blade was stuck in bone? Black Dragon pushed harder, but the blade remained motionless. Lowering his gaze, he saw that Yihan had effortlessly caught the blade between 2 fingers, calmly looking back at him. Tell me, who hired you to kill me? If you reveal the mastermind behind this, I'll spare your life. Yihan had come to the Conqueror Club tonight with the intention of fishing. With Yi Han's current strength, there were few who could stand against him. Black Dragon was sharp. Seeing Yi Han's adept technique, using just 2 fingers to stop his full-powered strike, he realized he had run into a formidable opponent. Without hesitation, he stomped his foot against the ground and made a desperate dash for the door. Black Dragon's movements were swift, but Yi Han's were even faster. Before Black Dragon could even fully rise, Yi Han's fist had already struck. Boom! Black Dragon was sent crashing to the ground by Yi Han's powerful punch, his chest collapsing and blood spilling from his mouth. He stared at Yi Han in disbelief. "You've hidden your strength?" Before taking action, the Blood Cloak organization thoroughly investigated their targets. Yi Han's background was no exception. They knew he was the eldest son of the Yi family, but they also knew that 3 years ago, Yi Han's cultivation foundation had been destroyed and vital organs had been removed. Despite somehow surviving and hiding in Yun City, playing a game of hiding in plain sight, all the intelligence suggested that Yi Han was a good-for-nothing playboy living off his wife. There was no sign of his lost skills returning. But now, Black Dragon realized that all of it was a lie. Last chance. Tell me, who hired you to kill me? Yi Han stepped on Black Dragon's face, looking down at him. No comment. Crack. Before Black Dragon could finish, Yi Han stomped down, snapping his neck. If he wouldn't reveal the employer, then he had no value as a living being. All that mattered was that the assassin was from the Blood Cloak organization. Just a Blood Cloak organization? Find the right time, and wipe them out. It'd be doing the world a favor. As he looked at Black Dragon's lifeless body, Yi Han's lips curled into a sinister smile. Yi Han had killed Black Dragon so decisively because he had another plan. Yi Han flipped Black Dragon's face over, examined it closely, then quickly massaged his own face. In an instant, Yi Han's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. Now, Yi Han and Black Dragon weren't just similar. They were practically identical, carved from the same mold. Slipping on the baseball cap, even Black Dragon's own parents would be confused. Chapter 31. Watching your clumsy performance quietly. Yi Han quickly searched through Hei Long's belongings, finding nothing more than a simple communication phone and a small vial containing some powder. Yi Han sniffed the powder. Corpse-dissolving powder? Just moments ago, Yi Han had been pondering how to dispose of Hei Long's body. This powder seemed to be the perfect solution. Yi Han sprinkled a bit of the powder over Hei Long's corpse. In an instant, under the corrosive effect of the powder, Hei Long's body dissolved into a pool of liquid. Yi Han quickly cleaned up the room with a mop, donned a baseball cap, and climbed out the window, making his way to Yi Chen's room next door. In the adjacent room, Yi Chen was like a wild beast, mercilessly tormenting the 2 girls accompanying him. He had the girls chained like dogs, whipping them and forcing them to bark and crawl on the ground, as if venting all the pent-up frustration of the years. The girls were covered in whip marks, bloodied and pleading, "Brother, please stop." The 2 girls had thought they had hit the jackpot today, believing that by simply pleasing their big brother, they would receive a handsome tip. Little did they know that Yi Chen was so perverted, enjoying this kind of sick game. "Don't stop. Keep crawling. I paid for this." Yi Chen screamed, raising the whip to strike again when a strong hand firmly grasped his wrist. "You two, get out." The one who had entered was none other than Yi Han, who had climbed in through the window. However, Yi Han had now disguised himself as Hei Long. The 2 girls, hearing Yi Han's command, felt a sudden relief and quickly scrambled out of the room. Seeing Hei Long appear, Yi Chen's anger seemed to dissipate instantly. "Brother Hei Long, has Yi Han been dealt with?" "Yes," Yi Han replied nonchalantly. "I'm curious, as Yi Han's older brother, why did you want him dead?" Upon hearing that Yi Han was dead, Yi Chen felt as if the air had become much clearer. "Brother? What a joke. I've worked my ass off for the Yi family, but when have they ever treated me like a member of the Yi family? Especially that old man of the Yi family. After all these years of hard work, he still wanted to hand the Yi family over to Yi Han, that weakling. If Yi Han didn't die, how could I take control of the Yi family? Is that so?" There are many other ways to take control of the Yi family. You didn't necessarily have to kill Yi Han. I heard he's already married into the Su family and isn't particularly interested in taking over the Yi family. Isn't it better to leave some room for compromise? Yi Han continued to prod Yi Chen. Yi Chen shook his head. If Yi Han hadn't returned, or if he had remained that weakling, perhaps he could have lived. But Yi Han came back and even disrupted the engagement between the Lin and Xian families at the Lin family's banquet. That's why Yi Han had to die. If Yi Han didn't die, some people wouldn't be able to sleep at night. So, this assassination of Yi Han, was it at the behest of the Lin family? Yi Han frowned, wanting to dig deeper for useful information. 3 years ago, during the attack on the Yi family, do you know which families were involved? The Lin family, the Zhou family from Yuncheng. At the time, we shouldn't have shown any mercy. We should have killed those 2 old men of the Yi family. Then there wouldn't be so many problems now. Yi Chen's words suddenly stopped as he looked at Yi Han with suspicion. Hey Long, you're just a killer from the Blood Cloak Gate. Why are you asking so many questions? Yi Chen realized he had said too much. Some secrets were meant to be buried forever. Yi Han knew Yi Chen must still know more, but it seemed that using Hei Long's identity, he couldn't extract any more information. Yi Han rubbed his face, revealing his true appearance. Yi Chen, you really are a good brother to me. Grandfather took you in, and this is how you repay him. You're not Hei Long he. Yi Chen looked at Yi Han in shock, his face filled with disbelief. You've recovered your strength? You were deceiving us? In an instant, Yi Chen understood. If Yi Han could disguise himself as Hei Long and appear before him, then Hei Long must be dead. Yi Han chuckled coldly. You're actually quite clever. If you had been loyal and assisted the Yi family, it wouldn't have been impossible for me to hand the Yi family over to you in the future. With the Bei Luo Sherman and so many other matters to attend to, the Yi family was merely a starting point for Yi Han. He wouldn't have invested too much effort in managing it. Realizing that Hei Long was dead, Yi Chen panicked for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. Do you expect me to wag my tail like a dog for the Yi family? I can't do that. As he spoke, Yi Chen began inching toward the window, looking for an opportunity to escape. Yi Han's lips twitched. Brother, given your years of dedication to the Yi family, I'll give you one last chance. Testify against the Lin family for the attack on the Yi family, and I'll spare your life. Earlier, when speaking to Hei Long, Yi Han might have been bluffing, but now, facing Yi Chen, he genuinely considered sparing his life. After all, Yi Chen had been raised by his grandfather. Even a dog raised for a long time has some affection. Spare my life? Yi Han, you should be more concerned about yourself. Even if you've recovered your strength, what can you do? 3 years ago, they dared to attack the Yi family. 3 years later, the Yi family still can't escape their fate. Before Yi Chen could finish, he suddenly pulled out a Desert Eagle and pulled the trigger at Yi Han. Die! Bang! As the bullet flew toward Yi Han, Yi Chen flipped over and made a desperate dash for the window. Yi Chen knew that if Yi Han had truly recovered his strength, his bullet at such a close range wouldn't pose a threat. His shot was merely a desperate attempt to buy time for his escape. However, Yi Chen underestimated Yi Han. Yi Han effortlessly dodged the bullet, then darted forward, catching Yi Chen by the neck from behind and lifting him off the ground like a chicken. You had your chance, but you didn't take it. Do you really think you can escape? Yi Han had deliberately told Yi Chen to come for a fun night, to give him an opportunity to make a move. Since Yi Han had revealed his strength in front of Yi Chen, he had already decided not to let him live. Yi Chen tried to muster his strength to fight back, but Yi Han simply slapped him, completely fei chu his Shou Wei, then tossed him to the ground like a dead dog. Since you were involved in the attack on the Yi family 3 years ago, I'll make sure you suffer. Yi Han coldly stared at Yi Chen, then dialed Li Hu's number. Come over and help me detain someone. We still have a show to plan for tonight. Yi Han didn't immediately kill Yi Chen, but planned to hand him over to Li Hu to see if they could extract any useful information. At the same time, Yi Han would deliberately leak the news that Yi Chen was still alive, and even reveal the location of his detention. He wanted to see if the Lin and Zhou families upon learning that Yi Chen was alive, would attempt to rescue him or silence him to cover their tracks. Yi Han coldly stared at Yi Chen before dialing Li Hu's number. "Come over. I need you to help me detain someone. We have a show to plan for tonight." Yi Han didn't kill Yi Chen immediately, but decided to hand him over to Li Hu, hoping to extract more useful information. At the same time, Yi Han planned to leak the news that Yi Chen was still alive and intentionally expose the location of his detention. He wanted to see if the Lin and Zhou families would come to rescue Yi Chen or silence him forever. Chapter 32. Kneel down and crawl out like a dog, barking along the way. After Li Hu personally arrived with his men to take away the unconscious Yi Chen from the room, Yi Han returned to his own room through the window. Yi Han's actions were clear. He wanted to minimize his exposure. A short while later, when Yi Han emerged from his room, the 10 girls he had brought into the private room were all disheveled, sprawled across the sofas and beds, still unconscious. After Yi Han left, several staff members entered and were stunned by the scene. Damn! The Yi family's young master is that intense? Not only can he handle 10 girls, but he also knocked them all out. I'm in awe. Even a donkey couldn't handle that. Next time, if I get the chance, I'll definitely have to learn from young Master Yi. Black Dragon had gone missing. Yi Chen was nowhere to be found, and Yi Han had emerged unscathed from the King's Club. The news quickly reached Lin Hua. Still can't reach Yi Chen? Black Dragon is also unreachable? Yes, a subordinate reported from the Lin family compound, looking helpless. Our people clearly saw Yi Han leave the King's Club, but Yi Chen was nowhere to be seen. Lin Hua slumped into his chair, panic-stricken. It's over. Black Dragon is likely dead. Contact the Blood Cloak sect immediately and have them find a way to kill Yi Han as soon as possible. Lin Hua was truly panicked. At the Lin family banquet, Yi Han had suddenly slapped him, and at the time, Lin Hua had only suspected that Yi Han's strength had recovered. But now, with the Blood Cloak sect's Black Dragon having failed to kill Yi Han, it could only mean that Yi Han's strength was at least above Black Dragon's. Rubbing his forehead, Lin Hua was still trying to recover when his subordinate reported again, "Head of the family, we just received the latest news that Yi Chen is alive and has been captured by Yi Han. He's planning to interrogate him to investigate the attack on the Yi family 3 years ago." What? Lin Hua felt another wave of headache. Yi Chen had indeed been a key informant in the attack on the Yi family. Although Yi Chen didn't know much about the larger plan, he was aware that the Lin family had been involved. If Yi Chen were to testify against the Lin family, the Yi family would undoubtedly go all out to destroy them. While higher authorities were planning to take down the Yi family still had the power to eliminate the Lin family before their own downfall. Quick! Mobilize all our resources to find out where Yi Chen is being held. We must rescue him before he talks, or if we can't save him, make sure he never speaks. As Lin Hua spoke, he gestured with a throat-slitting motion to his subordinate. Lin Dong, standing beside Lin Hua, nodded. "Uncle, I'll take care of this. My men just reported that they saw Yi Chen being taken away by Li Hu. We should soon know where he's being held, and I'll make sure he never speaks." Good. Leaving the King's Club, Yi Han's mood was heavy. 3 years ago, the attack on the Yi family had finally yielded some clues. But the situation seemed far more complex than he had imagined. Yi Han had initially believed that only the Lin family was involved, but now it appeared that the Zhou family was also part of it. From Yi Chen's words, it was clear that there were others involved as well. The forces capable of simultaneously targeting the Beiluo sect and the Yi family were undoubtedly not ordinary. But who exactly were they? What did they want by attacking both the Yi family and the Beiluo sect? Back in his car, Yi Han checked his phone for a message. 1 p.m., Cloud City Hotel, 8th floor private room. This was a message from Su Yun. Su Yun had asked Yi Han to intervene yesterday, and now it was almost time. Yi Han drove quickly toward the Cloud City Hotel. Last night, he had killed Zhou Tao because Zhou Tao had tried to harm his little sister. Yi Han hadn't expected that the Zhou family was also involved in the attack on the Yi family. Given that, Zhou Tao's death was entirely justified. At the Cloud City Hotel, on the 8th floor, Su Yun sat on one side of the sofa, while across from her sat an old man in a gray robe, Ling Tian, the Zhou family's steward. "Su Yun, You know the situation, Ling Tian said with a hypocritical tone. It's not that the Zhou family wants to go against you. It's the young master of the Su family who has given a direct order to eliminate you. So, don't make things difficult for me. Sign this. Transfer all your assets in Cloud City to the young master, and I'll give you 1 day to escape from Cloud City. Su Yun looked at Ling Tian anxiously. Although she didn't know martial arts, she was aware that this Zhou family steward was incredibly powerful, rumored to be on the verge of reaching the rank of a grandmaster. The Zhou family had sent Ling Tian, indicating their determination to seize the last remaining assets of Su Chan. These assets were the final lifeline left to Su Chan by her mother. If they were taken away, Su Chan would truly have no way out. Ling Tian, this is an internal matter of the Su family. I advise you not to get involved. No matter how much the young master and Su Chan quarrel, they are still siblings. Are you sure you'll end up well? Su Yun glanced toward the door from time to time. Yesterday, Yi Han had agreed to come and intimidate them, so why hadn't he arrived yet? Siblings? Su Yun, don't you find that funny? She's just a half-sister. The young master's attitude towards Su Chan is clear. He'd rather see her dead. The young master has already offered a reward of 5 million to anyone who can kill Su Chan. So, how long do you think she'll survive? Ling Tian sneered at Su Yun. Since Su Chan has entrusted you with full authority, are you going to sign or not? As he spoke, Ling Tian pushed the contract in front of Su Yun. You're forcing this on me. I won't sign, Su Yun said, furious as she looked at the terms of the contract. $250. Su Yun couldn't understand why the young master was so determined to drive them to the brink. Su Yun, you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Come, help Miss Su Yun out. Ling Tian barked at his subordinates. Immediately, several burly men stepped forward, grabbing Su Yun and forcing her toward the table to sign the contract against her will. The Zhou family's visit to Cloud City was merely a formality. They had no intention of negotiating with Su Yun normally. Su Yun tried to protest, but as a weak woman, she was powerless against these men. You're asking for it? A cold shout suddenly rang out from the doorway. A young man stepped into the room, without hesitation, delivering 2 punches to the chests of the 2 men holding Su Yun. Boom, boom. The 2 men were sent flying, crashing into the wall and creating a dent, as if their bodies were embedded in the wall like a photo. They coughed up blood and slid down the wall, collapsing to the ground. The man who had entered was none other than Yi Han. At this moment, Yi Han had altered his appearance to resemble Yi Jun Tian, the underground figure known as Yi Jun Tian. As Yi Han helped Su Yun to her feet, she looked at him with confusion. You? Who are you? Yi Han smiled faintly. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yi Jun Tian, a friend of Yi Han's. Yi Han asked me to come and help today. As he spoke, Yi Han's gaze boldly assessed Ling Tian. A mere half-step grandmaster, acting so arrogantly? You're Yi Jun Tian? Ling Tian's expression changed with caution upon hearing the name. Yi Jun Tian had killed the Grandmaster Tian Kuei in Cloud City's underground scene, a feat that had already spread through the city. Moreover, Ling Tian was well aware that Tian Kuei's attack on the Yi family had been instigated by the Lin family, with the Zhou family also implicated. While the Lin and Zhou families were still investigating who Yi Jun Tian was, Ling Tian was completely unprepared for Yi Jun Tian to suddenly appear before him. It seems you already know me? That makes things easier. Yi Han said with a mischievous glint in his eyes, staring at Ling Tian. Su Yun and Royal Number 1 are under my protection. You? Kneel down and crawl out of here, barking like a dog. You? How dare you? Ling Tian's face changed dramatically as he stared gravely at Yi Han. Boy, everyone's heard that you killed the master-level expert Tian Kuei, but you must understand, this is not an era of one-on-one combat anymore. No matter how strong you are, can you possibly defeat 10? 100? Do you think that just because I dared to come to Yunqing today, I would come unprepared? Clap, 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 clap. Ling Tian clapped his hands towards the door. Clap, clap. In the next moment, A swarm of burly men burst into the room from the doorway, each holding a reinforced steel crossbow, their arrows firmly aimed at Yihan. Boy, have you ever experienced the sensation of being pierced by 1,000 arrows? As long as you make the slightest move, I guarantee you won't leave this place standing. Ling Tian said smugly, his eyes fixed on Yihan. These reinforced crossbows have been modified by a master craftsman. While these reinforced crossbows are ineffective against experts above the martial zone level, they still pose a deadly threat to grandmaster-level experts who have not yet cultivated their gangqi. 1 arrow, you might dodge it. 2, 3, or even 4 or 5, you might still manage. But with hundreds of steel crossbow bolts firing simultaneously, it's unlikely that Yi Junxian here could withstand that, right?
凌天在赌，就像燕双鹰赌你枪里没有子弹一样。
Ling Tian was betting that, despite Yi Han's extraordinary talent at such a young age, reaching the level of a grandmaster was already a monstrous achievement. It was utterly inconceivable that he could have advanced beyond that to the realm of a martial jur. Chapter 33. Kids make choices. Now, you have 2 choices. Ling Tian stepped forward and slapped Yi Han's cheek lightly. First, continue with Su Yun's group, and I will immediately order you to be pierced by 1,000 arrows. At that time, royal number 1 will still be ours. As for the second option, young man, you are so young yet possess such terrifying strength. Why not join us? I will personally recommend you to those above and secure you a position that will satisfy you, along with abundant resources for cultivation that will further accelerate your progress. What do you say? Yihan raised an eyebrow. From Ling Tian's words, Yihan picked up on a key phrase. Above? This implied that the Zhou family was not alone. There were others above them. Oh, Manager Ling, are you referring to the Su family from the capital? Ling Tian chuckled coldly. The Su family? Heh, they are powerful, but they lack the authority to command the Zhou family, or even a prestigious house like the Lin family. The above I refer to is 100 times more formidable. So, young Master Yi, what do you think? Care to reconsider? Seeing that Yihan seemed interested, Ling Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement. If he could recruit such a genius, those above would surely reward him handsomely. With enough pills and supplementary martial arts techniques, he might even break through the barrier to become a grandmaster. Yihan's gaze turned cold. No need to consider. Kids make choices. Huh? What does young Master Yi mean by that? Ling Tian was cautious. As he spoke, he had already retreated behind a group of burly men. My meaning is simple. I will kill all of you. Yihan's killing intent surged uncontrollably, radiating outward from him. Attack! Kill him! Sensing Yihan's movement, Ling Tian immediately shouted at all the archers around him. Swish! 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 Countless crossbow bolts shot out from less than 10 meters away. Yihan showed no panic. Break for me! With a thunderous roar, Yihan punched the air with a fist carrying an earth-shattering force. Whoosh! The powerful force seemed to tear the air apart, producing a mournful wail. Just as the reinforced crossbow bolts were about to hit Su Yun and Yihan, Su Yun's eyes filled with despair. Be careful. Su Yun hadn't expected Ling Tian to have so many backup plans, with archers already in place. If she had known this, she wouldn't have asked Yihan for help. Now, even Yihan's friends were in danger. But the next moment, a visible air barrier appeared 2 meters in front of Yihan and Su Yun, seemingly containing an infinite amount of power that forcibly stopped all the crossbow bolts. Due to the strong resistance, the tails of the bolts trembled violently, consuming their own momentum. After 3 seconds, all the bolts came to a complete halt. What unfolded before them was somewhat eerie. Countless bolt tips pointed at Yihan and Su Yun, yet they hung in midair as if gripped by an invisible hand, unable to move forward or fall. Ji Gangqi. My God, you've cultivated Gangqi. Your strength is above the martial zun. How is this possible? It can't be. Ling Tian's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the air barrier in front of Yihan. He had completely forgotten that he should flee immediately. In the martial path, Cultivating Gangqi requires breaking through to the level of martial saint. At that level, one's mastery over strength and energy reaches an entirely new dimension. Ordinary steel crossbows are powerless against a martial zone expert, and even bullets, if fired from a distance, cannot inflict any damage. What's impossible is only because you haven't seen it. Yi-Han snorted coldly, and with a surge of force, the bolts hovering in the air instantly returned to their original path, shooting back toward the archers. Thud, thud. Without exception, the archers either died on the spot or were severely injured and collapsed. In just a few seconds, the once menacing archers were all down. The only ones left standing in the room were Yi-Han, Su Yun, and Ling Tian. Su Yun covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide with astonishment as she looked at Yi-Han. This friend of Yi-Han, Yi Jun Tian, was so powerful? Not only did he defeat so many people alone, but it seemed he hadn't even used his full strength. Ling Tian felt his legs trembling. If Yi Jun Tian's strength were merely above that of a grandmaster, Ling Tian believed he still had a chance to fight. However, given Yi-Han's display of power beyond the martial saint level, Ling Tian didn't even entertain the thought of escaping. Flee? With his strength not even reaching the level of a grandmaster, there was no way he could escape from a martial sage expert. Boss, I was wrong. Thud. Without hesitation, Ling Tian knelt directly in front of Yi-Han. A wise man knows when to yield. Ling Tian was shrewd. No matter what, he had to get through this situation first and preserve his life, rather than dying here. Do you still want to sign the contract for Royal Number 1? Yi-Han sat down on the sofa, looking calmly at Ling Tian. This Ling Tian seemed to know something. Yi-Han needed to interrogate him thoroughly. No. Ling Tian hurriedly waved his hands. It's my fault for underestimating you. I apologize to Miss Su, I was wrong. As he apologized, Ling Tian kept kowtowing. Damn it. Whoever wants to sign this contract can do it, but I absolutely won't get involved in such a life-threatening matter. I will ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I might consider sparing your life. Yi-Han stared intently at Ling Tian. He hadn't gotten all the information from Yi-Chun, and he wanted to learn more from Ling Tian. Boss, please ask. I will tell you everything I know. Ling Tian was overjoyed. Was there still hope for him to survive? What he didn't know was that in Yi-Han's mind, their fate was already sealed. Because 3 years ago, they had dared to besiege the Yi family, resulting in the deaths of all Yi-Han's uncles and almost complete annihilation. Such enemies, how could Yi-Han possibly let them live? 3 years ago, besides the Zhou and Lin families, who else participated in the attack on the Yi family? Yi-Han's first question almost made Ling Tian jump. Boss, why are you suddenly asking about this? Ling Tian looked puzzled at Yi-Han. At this moment, Yi-Han's appearance was that of Yi Jun Tian. Ling Tian was curious. After all, Yi Jun Tian was just a friend of Yi-Han. So why was he so interested in the Yi family's affairs? The thing was, regarding the Yi family, both past and present, everyone avoided the topic. Those above had explicitly ordered everyone to avoid discussing the Yi family. Moreover, Ling Tian didn't know much about it. Am I asking you, or are you asking me? Yi-Han grew impatient, stepping forward to grab Ling Tian by the neck. With a surge of force, he sent energy coursing through Ling Tian's meridians, assaulting his internal organs and sealing his major acupoints. Ling Tian instantly felt his body lose control. His half-step grandmaster strength, in Yi-Han's hands, was as insignificant as an ant's. It seemed that with just a slight movement of Yi-Han's finger, Ling Tian would meet his end. The power of a martial saint was indeed that terrifying. Boss, spare me. I'll tell you. Chapter 34. Did I ever say I would spare your life? 3 years ago, the attack on your family, the Zhou family, including the Lin family, all received the news suddenly. At that time, it was the royal family who contacted us. We all wore masks, and apart from the Lin family which we knew, I didn't know anyone else. Ling Tian was genuinely terrified and revealed everything he knew to Yihan. Although the information didn't seem particularly useful, Yihan was certain of one thing. The royal family had also targeted the Yi family. After all, the Yi family's 800,000 Tianlong troops only recognized the Yi banner, and the royal family couldn't be at ease with the Yi family. At that time, Yihan was studying at Beiluo Academy. If he had returned, with his formidable skills and the backing of Beiluo Academy, the combined power of the Yi family and Beiluo Academy would have undoubtedly elevated their influence to an entirely new level. That's why the royal family made their move. Apart from the royal family, who are these higher-ups you mentioned? Yihan synthesized the information from Yi Qin and Ling Tian, and it appeared that the great Xia royal family was not the ultimate mastermind behind the scenes. Boss, I truly don't know much about them. They are extremely mysterious, appearing and disappearing without a trace. And it's said that they can't be killed. We call them divine envoys. Our families are tasked with executing their orders. Divine envoys? Impossible to kill? Heh. Yihan naturally didn't believe in such supernatural nonsense. But these so-called divine envoys must have been the ones pulling the strings. Their ruthless assault on the Yi family must have been for some deeper reason. From Ling Tian's words, it seemed that the Lin family, the Zhou family, and the other families involved in the attack 3 years ago were planning to strike against the Yi family again. So, Yihan's current task was to eliminate them before they could make their move. Boss, I've told you everything I know. Could you spare my life? Ling Tian looked at Yihan with a fawning expression, desperately hoping for mercy. Crawl out like a dog, Yihan said coldly. Ling Tian, overjoyed, immediately began crawling towards the door on all fours, moving swiftly. Just as he was about to reach the exit, a surge of energy from Yihan's ankle propelled a crossbow bolt, piercing through Ling Tian's heart and pinning him to the ground. Ling Tian, struggling to turn his head, looked at Yihan in disbelief. You, boss, didn't you say you'd spare my life? Why? Did I say that? When did I ever say it? Yihan smirked coldly, and Ling Tian, infuriated, spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. Inside the room, Su Yun was still in a daze. Yihan patted her shoulder. All right, the matter is settled. Can you handle the rest? Ah, yes, I can handle it. Su Yun responded, snapping out of her trance. Thank you, boss. A year ago, Su Yun had followed Su Chan from the capital, evading assassins all the way to Yunqing, where they had managed to establish themselves. Far from being as weak as she appeared, Su Yun had her own methods to keep the Royal No. 1 club running. Although Yihan was currently disguised as Yijun Tian, Su Yun felt a familiar aura from this handsome man whenever she got close to him. Yihan ignored Su Yun and strode out of the Yunqing Grand Hotel. After today's events, Yihan was certain that the Chu Yin girl was definitely his little junior sister. Whether or not she admitted it no longer mattered. Because the people behind his little junior sister were also involved in the attack on Beiluo Academy and the Yi family. Whether for her sake or for the Yi family, Yihan would eliminate them all. Perhaps by then, without any more worries, his little junior sister would finally be able to meet him without hesitation. Driving away from the Royal No. 1 club, Yihan happened to pass by the Yi group building. He suddenly thought of a problem. Now that Yi Qian was under his control, such a massive conglomerate as the Yi group faced a significant issue. With Yi Qian out of the picture, who would manage the Yi group? Maybe I should call Jack and the others to help manage it? But they had their own affairs, and being non-Xia nationals, Yihan still felt a bit uneasy about it. But where could he find a suitable candidate? Yihan stopped for a meal at a random place. By the time he finished, it was already afternoon. He had promised Su Yingxue to accompany her for dancing at the university, and it was about time. Yihan suddenly realized that since his return as the Yi family's eldest son, he seemed busier than ever. He missed those days of just lounging around the club. Yihan drove towards Yunqing University. With Ling Tian's death, the Zhou family in the provincial capital quickly received the news. What? Su Yun and that little vixen Su Chan actually hired someone to kill our chief steward Ling Tian? Ling Tian was about to break through to the level of a grandmaster. In the Zhou family compound, the head of the family, Zhou Ming, was shocked upon receiving the report from his subordinates, nearly leaping out of his seat. Within the Zhou family, Ling Tian was the second highest expert, only surpassed by the Zhou family's patriarch. With two grandmasters emerging in one family, the Zhou family could have solidified their position as the top family in the southwest. But at this critical moment, Ling Tian had been killed? According to the information from below, it was that young man named Yijun Tian who killed Ling Tian. Why is it that plague again? Zhou Ming frowned deeply upon hearing the report from his subordinate. Yijun Tian's name had already come to their attention. In Yunqing, the Grandmaster Tian Kuei, who was preparing to strike against the Yi family, had been killed by Yijun Tian. Now, the Zhou family's chief steward Ling Tian had also been killed by Yijun Tian. Was this just a coincidence? Master, we can't reach the young master. Could it be? Zhou Ming's heart skipped a beat. In fact, last night, Zhou Ming had felt an inexplicable shiver, sensing that something bad had happened. Now, with his subordinate's hint, the ominous feeling in Zhou Ming's heart grew stronger. His son Zhou Tao was likely in grave danger, but Zhou Ming refused to believe it. Don't talk nonsense. Immediately send someone to look for him. I want to see him alive or his body. After reprimanding his subordinate, Zhou Ming paced back and forth in the room, finally deciding to report the situation to the Su family in the capital. Although he would undoubtedly face punishment, the current situation was beyond the Zhou family's control. Young master, something has happened in Yunqing. Our chief steward, sent by the Zhou family, was killed by Su Yun and Su Chan. My son also failed to complete the mission entrusted by the young master. Please punish us. Zhou Ming suppressed his anger and reported respectfully over the phone. At that moment, in the Su family compound in the capital, the young master Su Du listened calmly to the call. Oh, my sister actually has such formidable means. Su Du didn't care at all about the deaths in the Zhou family. I see. You failed to retrieve the item I wanted. It seems I can't rely on you anymore. Don't meddle in Yunqing's affairs. Cooperate with the Gu cult on their actions. I'll arrange someone else for Yunqing. If necessary, I'll go there myself. After hanging up, Su Du's lips twitched as he looked at the falling leaves outside the window. Grandfather, you wanted to pass that item to Su Chan, but I won't let you have your way. Heh, I'll keep you hanging on for a while. Once I get that item, I'll send you off peacefully. Come, have someone invite the Chen young master from the sacred land. I have important matters to discuss. Perhaps I need to make a trip to Yunqing myself. Su Du muttered to himself. Yi Jun Tian? You also share the surname Yi. I'll see just what abilities you have to ruin my plans. If grandmasters can't handle you, then perhaps a martial zun from the sacred land will do the trick. Chapter 35. The Beautiful Young Woman. In Yunqing, Yihan drove to Yunqing University and parked his car in the parking lot. Suddenly, he saw a beautiful young woman rushing towards the parking lot with a child in her arms. After hurriedly placing the child in the car, the woman frantically tried to start the vehicle but accidentally crashed it into a flower bed. The front of the car was dented and began to smoke, rendering it immovable. The young woman was on the verge of tears. She opened the car door, took the little girl out, and seeing Yihan just getting out of his car, she quickly approached him and pleaded, "Hello, could you please help me? My daughter suddenly fell ill. She's running a high fever and unconscious, and she's foaming at the mouth. Could you please take us to the hospital?" Her eyes were brimming with tears as she spoke. Sister, don't worry. Let me take a look at the child first. I'm also a doctor. I can help. Yihan comforted the young woman, feeling the little girl's pulse. He quickly assessed the situation and said, Sister, quickly, put the child in the car. I'll give her acupuncture. The young woman, named Ling, was a lecturer at Yunqing University and was a single mother raising her daughter alone. She had been too busy with her classes to take care of her daughter, so she had left the child at home and monitored her through a camera. When she finished her class, she discovered that her daughter had fainted in the dormitory, which is why she was in such a panic. After placing her daughter in the car, Yihan took out his silver needles and swiftly inserted them into several major acupoints on the little girl's body. He used the Tai 8 needles, a secret technique of the Beiluo sect, which could both save and take lives. As he performed the acupuncture, Yihan also channeled his internal energy through the needles into the girl's body. Within a few tens of seconds, the girl, who had been slightly convulsing, calmed down. Her pale face regained some color, and the foam from her mouth stopped. After about 2 minutes, the little girl coughed softly and slowly regained consciousness. She looked at her mother and asked in a delicate voice, "Mommy, why am I here?" At just 3 years old, her frail voice instantly broke Qiuling's composure. She hugged her daughter tightly. "Cece, you scared Mommy to death. I thought I was going to lose you." The situation had been truly terrifying. The girl had been convulsing, foaming at the mouth, running a high fever, and unconscious. If not handled properly, the child could have been lost. "Sister, don't worry. Cece had a high fever caused by a cold, which led to a seizure and some complications. I've already resolved it with acupuncture," Yihan explained. In truth, Yihan didn't mention that the girl's condition was far more complicated than he let on. There were signs of food poisoning, and upon closer inspection, Yihan discovered that the girl had some congenital issues. If it weren't for Yihan's timely intervention and his mastery of the Tai 8 needles, even if they had rushed to the hospital, the girl might not have been saved. "Thank you. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would have done." Qiuling hugged her daughter, her body trembling, half from exhaustion after running and half from fear. Yihan smiled gently. "No need to thank me. I was just doing what I could. Where do you live? I'll take you home, and I can also give Cece a massage and write a prescription to help her recover further." "Oh, thank you so much. We live in the faculty dormitory near the school. I'm so sorry to trouble you like this." Qiuling wanted to refuse, but her body was too exhausted to argue, and Yihan's offer to massage Cece and write a prescription made it impossible for her to decline. As Yihan carried Cece and walked with Qiuling to the dormitory, they introduced themselves. Yihan learned that Qiuling taught business administration at the university and had previously worked at a major company. "Sister Wan, you said you were a vice president at Alibaba Group?" Yihan asked, surprised. "Why didn't you continue working there? Instead, you became a teacher?" Yihan was in need of talent, and here he was, meeting someone who fit the bill. "Yes, after I graduated with my master's degree, I was fortunate to meet an older sister who mentored me and helped me reach such a high position. But then I encountered that scoundrel, and after I got pregnant, I lost my chance to return. When I tried to find work at other companies, they all refused me once they heard I had a child. In the end, I had no choice but to come to the university to teach," Qiuling explained. Yihan could see from Qiuling's eyes that, despite her words, she wasn't entirely content with her current situation. "Sister Wan, if I invited you to help manage my company, would you be willing?" Yihan asked seriously. Qiuling stopped in her tracks and gave Yihan a once-over. "You?" Clearly, she was skeptical of Yihan. At just over 20 years old, Yihan already had exceptional medical skills, his own company, and was incredibly handsome. It seemed almost unfair. "What? Don't believe me?" Yihan turned to look at Qiuling. "I really do have a company. My general manager fell ill yesterday, and I'm currently looking for a suitable replacement. Sister Wan, I can't allow you to bring your child to work, and we can discuss other terms." Qiuling, seeing Yihan's serious demeanor, was tempted by his offer, especially the part about allowing her to bring her child. Cece was still too young to start kindergarten in September, and Qiuling couldn't keep leaving her alone at home for the next few months. I'll think about it," Qiuling replied, still hesitant. On one hand, she wasn't sure if Yihan was serious or just acting on a whim. On the other hand, she had been out of the workforce for so long that she wasn't confident she could keep up with the current trends. Yihan didn't push her, but from her words, he could tell that Qiuling was a capable and reliable woman, exactly the kind of talent he needed. He would win her over eventually. After arriving at Qiuling's home, a simple faculty dormitory with one bedroom and a living room, Yihan saw that the place was clean and bright, with a few potted plants on the balcony. Just from this glimpse, Yihan was even more certain that Sister Wan was the person he was looking for. Yihan placed Cece on the bed and gave her a massage. Her complexion improved significantly, and Yihan also used his internal energy to nourish her meridians. If nothing unexpected happened, Cece would be fine. After the massage, Cece fell asleep on the bed. Yihan and Xiaoling stepped out of the bedroom and closed the door. "Do you have paper and pen?" Yihan asked Xiaoling, as he needed to write a prescription for Cece since he had to attend a ball with Su Yingxue and couldn't go to the pharmacy himself. Yes, Xiaoling quickly found paper and pen on the desk and handed them to Yihan, bending over as she did so. She was wearing a blue dress, and although the neckline wasn't low, the act of bending over revealed the curves of her chest to Yihan. Indeed, they were quite white, large, and full of a warm, gentle charm. A subtle fragrance, a mix of soap and a woman's unique scent, wafted into Yihan's nose. As Yihan's gaze lingered, Xiaoling noticed the situation and blushed deeply. She let out a soft, embarrassed sound, quickly covering her chest with her hands and turning away in fluster. "Yihan, are you thirsty? Let me get you a glass of water." Chapter 36. Beating up the ex-husband. "I'm thirsty?" Yihan was taken aback. "It wasn't that I was thirsty. It was that you thought I was thirsty." With a swift movement of his hand, Yihan quickly wrote down a prescription on a piece of paper. Ranunculus 3 qian, Realgar 2 qian. Just as Yihan finished writing the prescription, Xiaoling brought over a cup of water and handed it to him. Although Xiaoling had already straightened her clothes, her ample figure was simply too prominent. A slight bend of her waist caused her curves to spill out once more, leaving her blushing furiously. However, remembering that Yihan had just saved her daughter's life, she reasoned that letting him glance at her for a moment wasn't such a big deal. With that thought, Xiaoling, though blushing profusely, did not attempt to cover herself. Her shy yet inviting demeanor added an air of intimacy to the room. If things continued like this, Yihan feared something might happen. The allure of a mature woman was truly irresistible. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a sudden knocking sounded at the door. At the sound of the hurried knocking, Xiaoling's face turned pale, her expression filled with panic. She looked at Yihan, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking, Yihan, I'm sorry, but could you hide for a moment? Huh? Hide? Yihan was dumbfounded. He hadn't done anything wrong, so why did he need to hide? I know it's not right, but it's my ex-husband. Even though we're divorced, he keeps coming back asking for money. If he sees you here, he might start a fight. Xiaoling explained, her voice filled with despair and pain. Seeing the once joyful and vivacious Xiaoling reduced to such a state by life, Yihan felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. It's okay, Sister Wan. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Yihan pulled Xiaoling into his embrace, gently patting her back. For a moment, Xiaoling was lost in the warmth and breadth of Yihan's arms, the alluring scent of his body stirring something deep within her. A heart that had long been dormant seemed to flutter once more. But she quickly snapped out of it. What was she thinking? Yihan was so young. She was 6 or 7 years older than him, and he was probably still a student at Yunqing University. He was just a young boy. How could she have such wicked thoughts? As Xiaoling was lost in her thoughts, Yihan had already moved to the door and was about to open it. No. Xiaoling tried to stop him, but it was too late. Yihan had already opened the door. The moment the door swung open, a heavily intoxicated man with tattoos nearly stumbled in. When he saw Yihan, he froze for a moment before launching into a tirade. Well, Xiaoling, you shameless bitch. No wonder you took so long to open the door. You've been hiding a little stud at home. What? You think you're so pure. You won't let me touch you, but here you are. The man was unreasonable, hurling insults at Xiaoling without a second thought. Smack. Yihan didn't hold back, slapping the man across the face with a crisp sound. The force sent the man stumbling backward, his head thudding against the wall and immediately swelling. Damn it! You hit me? How dare you hit me? The man raised his fists, ready to strike. But the sharpness in Yi Han's gaze made him hesitate. Instead, he continued to curse at Qiu Ling. You bitch, always accusing me of messing around. But look at you. Your daughter's at home, and here you are, can't even wait till nightfall. Qiu Ling, pale and trembling, stepped up to Yi Han's side, hurriedly trying to explain. No, Zhao Hong, you've got it wrong, we're not. But Yi Han cut her off. What do you mean, not? You guessed right. Sister Wan and I are dating. You're divorced. Qiu Ling can date whoever she wants. What business is it of yours? Ah. As Yi Han's arm wrapped around her slender waist once more, Qiu Ling felt her body heat up, her legs nearly giving out as she melted into his embrace. Yi Han's embrace seemed to have a magical effect. Even though it had only happened twice, Qiu Ling found herself hopelessly drawn to it. Zhao Hong, on the other hand, was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He jumped to his feet. What? Qiu Ling, you dare to date someone without my permission? His face twisted with jealousy, as if someone had stolen his favorite toy. Glancing around, he grabbed a nearby chair and swung it at Yi Han. You little punk. How dare you steal my wife? I'll kill you. Be careful. No. Qiu Ling's eyes filled with fear, but seeing Yi Han in danger, she instinctively stepped forward to block. For years, even after their divorce, Zhao Hong had been coming back drunk, demanding money and beating her. Qiu Ling was terrified. It's all right, Yi Han said calmly, pulling Qiu Ling aside by a foot or two. Then, with a swift kick, he sent Zhao Hong flying, the man crashing into the doorframe and collapsing to the ground, struggling to get up. Yi Han stepped forward, his foot pressing against Zhao Hong's face. This is your first and last warning. Remember this. From today on, Sister Wan is mine. If you dare to harass her again, I'll break your legs. Yi Han's display of strength should have been enough to intimidate Zhao Hong. But the thought of losing Qiu Ling filled Zhao Hong with resentment. Kid, you'd better wise up. Do you know who I roll with? My boss is Hu Yi. Mess with me, and Hu Yi will make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow. Hu Yi? Li Hu? Yi Han chuckled. Is that so? Why don't you give Li Hu a call and see if he dares to touch a single hair on me? Oh, by the way, my name is Yi Han. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Go ahead, make the call. Yi Han fished Zhao Hong's phone out of his pocket and handed it to him, gesturing for him to dial. Yi Han's confidence left Zhao Hong dumbfounded. I daren't. Zhao Hong was beginning to panic. The intense killing intent in Yi Han's eyes made it clear that this man had indeed taken lives before. If he provoked Yi Han, he might end up dead. Not calling? Then I'll have to deal with you myself. Yi Han's foot tensed, a surge of energy causing Zhao Hong's skull to feel like it was about to explode. I'll call. Zhao Hong trembled as he dialed the number, speaking into the phone. Boss Hu, it's me, Zhao Hong. I ran into a tough guy today. He said his name is Yi Han, and that you wouldn't dare touch a single hair on him. You idiot. Who did you say? Yi Han? Is he a young man? Damn it. Don't even claim you know me. Get yourself a coffin and pray for mercy. After confirming Yi Han's identity, Hu Yi immediately hung up, leaving no doubt that Zhao Hong had messed with the wrong person. Listening to the dial tone, Zhao Hong panicked. He began pleading frantically. Brother, I was wrong. Please, forgive me. I was wrong. I won't bother Qiu Ling again. Please, just let me go. Chapter 37. I want Big Brother to be my daddy. Zhao Hong wasn't stupid. She clearly understood from Hu Ye's tone that even Hu Yi would have to kneel before Yi Han. Yet, she had dared to provoke Yi Han. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Let you go? Well, I have a few questions for you. Let's see if your answers satisfy me. Yi Han said with a mischievous smile, looking at Zhao Hong. Now, can Sister Wan freely date whoever she wants? Yes. I absolutely won't interfere anymore. Good. Then, if I go in and sleep with Sister Wan now, do you have any objections? Yi Han was not only deadly but also cruel with his words. Zhao Hong felt as if her heart had been stabbed brutally. No objections. Damn it. What could she do even if she had objections? She didn't dare to say anything. Upon hearing Yi Han's words, Qiu Ling's face turned even redder with embarrassment. Watching Zhao Hong's reaction, Qiu Ling felt a strange sense of vindication. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel disdain. Weren't you so tough? All you can do is hit women. But when you meet someone stronger, you cower? Yi Han glanced at Qiu Ling and then at the bedroom door, where Cici was still sleeping. Although Yi Han really wanted to deal with such a scumbag, out of consideration for Cici, he decided to let Zhao Hong off this time. With a deep sigh, he said, "This time, I'll let you go for Sister Wan and Cici's sake. But if there's a next time, be prepared to spend the rest of your life in bed." Yi Han released Zhao Hong and patted his hands. Zhao Hong felt as if she had been granted a great pardon. She scrambled to escape, almost tumbling down the stairs. The overwhelming aura of killing intent from Yi Han had given Zhao Hong such a strong sense of oppression that she could barely breathe. Moreover, Yi Han's gaze was terrifying, piercing straight through one's soul. Just as Zhao Hong was about to leave, Yi Han suddenly grabbed her shoulder. "Wait." As he spoke, Yi Han took out a pill from his pocket and forced it into Zhao Hong's mouth. With a slap, he made her swallow it immediately. "Ah, what did you give me?" Zhao Hong looked at Yi Han in panic. Her instinct told her that whatever Yi Han had given her was definitely not something good. Nothing much, just a poison pill. "If you dare to harass Sister Wan and her daughter again, that will be the moment you die from the poison." Yi Han had just made this decision. He couldn't be too careless with someone like Zhao Hong, so he decided to add an extra layer of insurance. By planting a poison pill in Zhao Hong's body, he could serve as a deterrent. In reality, the pill Yi Han gave Zhao Hong was just an ordinary detoxification pill, which would only have the effect of detoxification, possibly causing a few days of diarrhea at most. But Yi Han knew that people like Zhao Hong, who were extremely selfish, would rather believe it and not take the risk. "Big boss, I. Zhao Hong was almost in tears. This had completely shattered her hopes. Originally, she had still harbored fantasies of finding an opportunity to bother Qiu Ling again. But now that Yi Han had planted a poison in her body, how could she dare to act recklessly? "What? Do you want to stay for dinner? I have plenty more of these poison pills. Would you like to taste another one?" Seeing that Zhao Hong still didn't want to leave, Yi Han immediately took out a bunch of pills. Zhao Hong was so scared that she trembled all over and practically rolled down the stairs. With Zhao Hong gone, Qiu Ling's heart finally settled. She looked at Yi Han with more complex emotions, gratitude, admiration, and a sense of peace. Although Qiu Ling was strong as a mother, which woman didn't need care? Qiu Ling also wanted a man's embrace to find peace, but she had been unlucky in love. Her ex-husband had taken advantage of her when she was drunk, and that one time had resulted in her pregnancy. Forced to marry, she had been heartbroken in the end. "Yi Han, thank you." Qiu Ling looked at Yi Han sincerely, full of gratitude. If it weren't for Yi Han today, Qiu Ling would have been beaten again, and most of her recent salary would have been taken by Zhao Hong. That salary was meant to buy clothes for her daughter. Yi Han waved his hand. "No need to thank me. Sister Wan, it's getting late, and I have other things to do. So I'll take my leave now. Think carefully about what I said earlier. I'll wait for your news." Before leaving, Yi Han reminded Qiu Ling, "Sister Wan, remember to get the medicine for Cici to stabilize her condition. After that, she'll be fine." As Yi Han left, Qiu Ling closed the door and leaned against it, lost in thought. Should she really go to Yi Han's company? What kind of person was Yi Han exactly? He was so skilled in medicine and had a close relationship with the underground kingpin of Yunqing, Hu Yi. "Mommy!" A clear voice interrupted Qiu Ling's thoughts. Cici opened the bedroom door and timidly walked out. She looked around the room before speaking. "Mommy! The bad daddy won't come to bully us again, right?" "Probably not." Qiu Ling hesitated. She had just seen Yi Han beat up Zhao Hong and even fed him a poison pill before leaving. With the added deterrence from Hu Yi, Zhao Hong probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly again. "Cici, were you already awake just now?" Qiu Ling suddenly thought of something. Had Cici seen everything that happened? As an educated person, although Zhao Hong was a scumbag, Qiu Ling had never deliberately spoken ill of him in front of CC. She had tried to maintain the image of Zhao Hong as a father. Yes, I saw Big Brother protecting you. Big Brother is really amazing. So cool. CC smiled innocently and continued, Mommy, I don't want that bad guy to be my daddy. Can the Big Brother just now be my daddy? Hearing CC's words, Qiu Ling's heart skipped a beat. CC, don't talk nonsense. Mommy and Big Brother just met. How could? Qiu Ling felt as if her secret had been exposed and was flustered trying to explain to CC. But halfway through her sentence, she stopped abruptly. Yihan seemed so young, skilled in medicine, and had his own company. And she was already a broken flower. How could she match him? And how could he possibly look at her? Forget it. CC, Mommy has a question for you. If Mommy goes to work at Big Brother's company, would you be willing? Qiu Ling crouched down, hugged CC, and asked her seriously. Yes, of course, I would be willing. That way, I can see Big Brother every day. CC clapped her hands excitedly, full of anticipation. Willing? Qiu Ling sighed deeply and looked out the window. It seemed she had made a decision. This wasn't something she wanted to do herself. It was what CC agreed to. Yes, that's how it is. Chapter 38. We slept together last night. CC, Mom will take you downstairs to buy something delicious. But you have to promise me that after we go to see Dean Hua to get some medicine, you must take your medicine obediently. Qiu Ling quickly tidied up and prepared to take CC to see Dean Hua from the medical school to get some traditional Chinese medicine. Previously, when Dean Hua saw CC, he mentioned that CC's health was problematic and advised Qiu Ling to bring her in for a checkup as soon as possible. However, on one hand, Qiu Ling didn't have the time, and more importantly, she didn't have the money. But Qiu Ling was certain of one thing. Dean Hua's medical skills were undoubtedly outstanding. Today, Yihan saved CC's life, and Qiu Ling wanted to take CC to see Dean Hua to check if there were any lingering effects. Okay, Mom. The medical department of Yunqing University, a national medical center in collaboration with Yunqing Hospital. Hua Ximiao, as the dean here, also held the position of dean at Yunqing Hospital. His medical skills were renowned throughout the Southwest and even across the entire Great Xia, earning him the title of Southwest Medicine King. When Qiu Ling handed the prescription to Hua Ximiao, he glanced at it and immediately frowned. Realgar monk's hood. Isn't this just reckless? These are all highly toxic substances. How can they be used in medicine? Qiu Ling was puzzled. Could Yihan have been lying to her? But Qiu Ling had personally seen Yihan pull her daughter back from the brink of death. Cici, come over. Let Grandpa take a look at you. Hua Ximiao had been aware of Qiu Ling and Cici's situation and had been keeping an eye on them. So when he saw Cici, he wanted to check her pulse to see if her condition had worsened. But after feeling Cici's pulse for a few seconds, Hua Ximiao's face showed a look of astonishment. Huh? That's not right. Cici's congenital blood deficiency has improved? There are signs of recovery? And her meridians seem to have been nurtured by a master. Qiu Ling, who has treated Cici? Hua Ximiao looked at Qiu Ling with a serious expression. From Cici's pulse, he could tell that she must have encountered a highly skilled practitioner. No one else, just today. Cici fainted, and then a young man, I'm not sure if he's a student, gave her acupuncture, and then gave me a prescription to get some medicine to stabilize her condition. Qiu Ling explained the situation to Hua Ximiao, whose eyes lit up. This prescription was written by the young man who treated Cici? Hua Ximiao picked up the prescription again, no longer underestimating it. He carefully read through the entire prescription from start to finish, his mind racing with thoughts. After finishing the prescription, Hua Ximiao suddenly slapped his thigh. Brilliant! Why didn't I think of that? Although these herbs individually are indeed highly toxic, when combined in specific quantities, they become the best nurturing medicine. Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. Hua Ximiao held up the prescription, gesturing excitedly and laughing heartily. He then lifted Cici's shirt to examine her back, his face showing even more fervor. Tai 8 needles. It's the Tai 8 needles method. Haha, to witness the re-emergence of the techniques from the divine farmer's medical canon in my lifetime. I haven't lived in vain. As Hua Ximiao rejoiced, he looked at Xiao Ling with intense curiosity. Did that young man mention his name? Xiao Ling nodded. He said his name is Yihan. He also mentioned he has a company and invited me to manage it. Yihan? Could it be that guy? Hua Ximiao, as a prominent figure in Yunqing, had heard of Yihan. 3 years ago, when Yihan was just a son-in-law of the Su family, he was already well known for his romantic exploits. Later, when Yihan returned in a grand manner, he disrupted the engagement between the Xin and Lin families at a banquet hosted by the Lin family. Although the Lin family tried their best to suppress the news, it still spread throughout Yunqing and even the entire southwest region. Do you have his phone number? Hua Ximiao was eager to discuss medical matters with Yihan, but then paused. Forget it, I'll find him myself. Yi Qingquan, the head of the Yi family, was seriously injured and had invited Hua Ximiao to treat him. Hua Ximiao was puzzled. If Yihan had such medical skills, why would he need to invite him? Hua Ximiao calmed down and prepared the Chinese medicine for Qiu Ling, according to Yihan's prescription. He then carefully stored the prescription. Miss Qiu, I'll keep this prescription for now. When I see Yihan, I'll get his permission before using it. Oh, okay. Qiu Ling was a bit puzzled. It was just a prescription, but Dean Hua seemed to treat it like a treasure, so cautious. What Qiu Ling didn't know was that Yihan's prescription, seemingly just a piece of paper, had actually opened a new world for Hua Ximiao. The way the herbs were harmonized presented a completely new approach. Yihan, unaware of the significant reaction his prescription had caused, left Qiu Ling's residence. What he didn't know was that this incident would later help him solve a problem. Yihan had been thinking of hiding his abilities for now and wasn't ready to directly treat his grandfather. With Hua Ximiao coming to him, Yihan could use Hua Ximiao's skills to treat his grandfather. When Yihan found Su Yingxue in Class 4 of the logistics department, she was looking around. Seeing Yihan at the classroom door, the worried look on Su Yingxue's face immediately brightened. Brother-in-law, you're finally here? I thought you weren't coming. Su Yingxue ran out happily, affectionately wrapping her arm around Yihan's, and teasingly said, Brother-in-law, how was it? Was yesterday's touch good? Want to try again? As she spoke, Su Yingxue pressed her body closer to Yihan, as if trying to merge into his embrace. Thinking of the awkward scene in the bathroom yesterday, Yihan was speechless. You're still talking about it? Yesterday, you knew I had mistaken you for someone else. Why didn't you say anything? And you deliberately acted like that? Yihan tried to pull his arm out of Su Yingxue's grip, but she held on tightly, not letting go. Brother-in-law, just pretend to be my boyfriend for a bit. That annoying guy is bothering me again. As she spoke, Su Yingxue glanced at the classroom door. There, a young man in sports gear was quickly approaching the classroom door. Seeing Su Yingxue so intimately holding Yihan's arm, he frowned and extended his hand to Yihan. Hello, I'm Zhonghua, Yingxue's boyfriend. You're being a bit inappropriate. Please let her go. This Zhonghua seemed very confident, approaching with an air of superiority. Yihan snorted coldly. You're her boyfriend? I didn't know that. We slept together last night. So what does that make me to her? When it came to acting, if Yihan claimed to be number 1, no one would dare to claim number 2. The words, we slept together last night, immediately caused a stir among the onlookers. Chapter 39. Even a chihuahua dares to bite a tiger? Yihan went straight for the jugular. Even Su Yingxue, who was usually composed, couldn't help but blush slightly at his boldness. Su Yingxue knew her brother-in-law wasn't one to be trifled with, but she hadn't expected Yihan to be this wild. Zhonghua, this is my boyfriend, so please stop pestering me. I don't like you, and I have no interest in you. Not in the past, not now, and certainly not in the future. I will never be with you. Su Yingxue vented her frustration, feeling much better after speaking her mind. Zhonghua, for all his faults, was a campus heartthrob at Yunqing University. He was handsome and came from a wealthy family. Yet, for some reason, out of all the girls he could have pursued, he fixated on Su Yingxue, constantly harassing her until she was at her wit's end. Su Yingxue had overheard Zhonghua's plan to propose to her during tonight's music gala, which was why she had asked her brother-in-law to step in. Yingxue, how could you do this? When did you get a boyfriend? Why didn't I know about it? And how did you two end up sleeping together? What about me? Zhonghua clenched the ring box in his pocket, struggling to suppress his inner turmoil. His heart felt like shattered glass, the cracks audible with a distinct crack sound. He had pursued Su Yingxue for 3 years, exhausting every possible method, yet he had never even touched her hand. And now, this sudden appearance of Yi Han had already slept with Su Yingxue. Zhonghua felt as though a green hat had been placed on his head. What I do with my girlfriend is none of your business. Do you need an invitation to watch and shout 666 from the sidelines? Yi Han sneered. If there's nothing else, move out of the way. Good dogs don't block the road. You wait. Zhonghua stomped his feet in anger, then hurled a threat at Yi Han before storming off. Go investigate. I want all information about that man within 5 minutes. Zhonghua barked at his lackeys as he left the crowd. Within 2 minutes, one of his lackeys reported back, Young Master Zhong, we found out. That guy is called Yi Han. He's not Su Yingxue's boyfriend. He's her brother-in-law. The guy spends his days picking up girls at clubs, just a freeloading pretty boy. Hearing this, Zhonghua's mood suddenly improved. That's what I thought. Su Yingxue has been under my nose all this time. If she had a boyfriend, how could I not know? And with me around, who in Yunqing University would dare touch her? A pretty boy brother-in-law, huh? Tonight at the music gala, I'll make you lose face in front of everyone. Zhonghua sneered, gazing in the direction where Yi Han and Su Yingxue had left. With a flick of his wrist, a centipede and a venomous spider appeared in his palm. Su Yingxue, tonight, I'll make you kneel and beg me to save your brother-in-law's life. Everyone knew Zhonghua as the piano prince of Yunqing University, his teacher being the nationally renowned pianist Li Yun. But what no one knew was that Zhonghua also possessed another dark skill, the art of the Miao Gu. Zhonghua had another hidden master who had been teaching him the ways of Gu for years. Compared to his skill on the piano, Zhonghua was even more proud of his mastery of Gu. He had long since become adept at controlling these venomous creatures to harm others. Over the years, he had completed numerous tasks with his master, all with success. The mere thought of Yi Han's arm resting on Su Yingxue's chest made Zhonghua want to kill him on the spot. The music gala at Yunqing University was a prelude to the school anniversary celebration. By 6 p.m., the performance hall was already packed. The gala officially started at 7 p.m., and the stage was already set with a piano, drums, violin, and various other instruments. An hour before the event, the organizers allowed the audience to freely take the stage and showcase their talents. When Yi Han and Su Yingxue entered the hall, Zhonghua and his lackeys were already there. Young Master Zhong, shall we throw that guy out now? Zhonghua's lackeys had already investigated Yi Han's background and knew he was just a son-in-law of the Su family, emboldening them. Of course, their limited resources hadn't uncovered Yi Han's true identity as the eldest son of the Yi family. Zhonghua glanced at the piano on stage and smirked. No rush. If I don't make him suffer tonight, I'll take his last name. With that, Zhonghua walked onto the stage. Zhonghua was indeed quite handsome, and with his reputation as the piano prince, he received cheers from many students as he took the stage. Taking the microphone from the host, Zhonghua cleared his throat. Hello everyone. I'm Zhonghua. During this free performance time, I'd like to invite a classmate to join me on stage. He actually dares to compete with me for Su Yingxue's affections. Su Yingxue is talented in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I wonder if that idiot even knows how many keys are on a piano. As Zhonghua spoke, his lackeys manipulated the spotlight to focus on Yi Han and Su Yingxue. A freeloading pretty boy like you shouldn't be here pretending to be something you're not. Do you dare accept my challenge and compete with me in a piano performance? The entire hall, already filled with students, turned their attention to Su Yingxue and Yi Han. As the campus beauty of Yunqing University, Su Yingxue had a high profile among the students. The topic of Su Yingxue's boyfriend had always been a hot topic among the students. Everyone knew that the piano prince Zhonghua had been pursuing her, yet now she was sitting so intimately with another man. This was getting interesting. Clearly, Zhonghua was openly challenging the man beside Su Yingxue. Zhonghua, you jerk? Su Yingxue realized Zhonghua's intentions and knew he wanted to publicly humiliate Yihan. Brother-in-law, don't pay attention to him. Yihan had never been one to know the meaning of low profile. Today, he was here to support Su Yingxue. In such a situation, if he backed down, not only would he lose face, but so would Su Yingxue. A challenge? Heh. Zhonghua, you're not even qualified to challenge me, Yihan said calmly, his voice loud and clear without a microphone, reaching every student in the hall. But, to make you give up, I'll reluctantly accept your challenge. Choose any instrument on stage. That's right. Even a chihuahua dares to bite a tiger? I wonder who gave you the courage. Yihan's words had barely fallen when a familiar voice rang out from another part of the audience. Our Yishao is an idol even international piano masters admire. Zhonghua, I advise you not to humiliate yourself. Chapter 40. A man can never say, I can't. Wang Fugua. Following the sound, Yihan's gaze landed on none other than Wang Fugua. This guy had just said something that Yihan himself had been hesitant to say. Yihan discreetly gave Wang Fugua a thumbs up, to which Wang Fugua responded with an okay gesture. Yihan, what are you pretending for? If you can play a complete piano piece today, I'll kneel and call you dad right here. Zhonghua was desperate to save face. But if your piano skills aren't as good as mine, then stay away from Yingxue. She's not a woman you can touch. All right, you go first. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to perform. Zhonghua couldn't be bothered to argue with Yihan. He sat down at the piano, his fingers quickly dancing across the keys. He played a Mozart serenade, adding several variations to the original piece. The melody was soothing and emotionally captivating. The entire hall was filled with silent nods of approval from the students, who marveled at Zhonghua's exceptional skills. Nearby, the renowned pianist Li Yun and a few of his friends were seated together. After listening to Zhonghua's performance, his friends couldn't help but look at Li Yun with admiration. Old Li, you've got a great talent there. You've found your successor? Indeed. Zhonghua's artistry is the best I've seen in recent years. Given time, his piano skills will surely surpass yours, Old Li. Li Yun was elated by his peers' praise. Where? He still needs to improve. But, Li Yun paused, suddenly recalling a performance he had witnessed 3 years ago at a royal banquet in Britannia. His eyes filled with longing as he remembered the young man's performance. Speaking of talent, there was a young man I saw who truly possessed unparalleled skill. His rendition of the 9 chapters of Destiny was otherworldly, not of this earth. As one of the top pianists in the country, Li Yun's praise for a piece and a talent was not something to be taken lightly. Moreover, Li Yun's companions had all heard the version of 9 chapters of Destiny that had circulated online. The melody was not only elegant but also intricately composed, with such ingenious rhythm changes that even these masters couldn't replicate it perfectly by following the sheet music. Furthermore, in the country, there were numerous miraculous video clips circulating online. The melody of 9 chapters of Destiny seemed to have a spiritual connection with nature. When played, it calmed the emotions of birds, beasts, and even humans. Yes, that melody was truly celestial. If I could hear it again, I would die without regrets. As they spoke, Zhonghua finished his piece with a long, lingering note that brought the atmosphere to its peak. The students erupted into cheers. Several female students even shouted at Zhonghua, "Zhonghua, I want to have your babies. Zhonghua, I love you." Although this wasn't an official performance, the atmosphere was already electric. Zhonghua was satisfied with his performance and, with a smug bow, grabbed the microphone to address Yihan. Yihan, now it's your turn. Brother-in-law, are you really up to this? Seeing Yihan actually preparing to perform, Su Yingxue looked at him with concern. Having known Yihan for 3 years, Su Yingxue knew he was humorous and kind, but she had never seen him play the piano before. What kind of joke is that? A man can never say I can't, Yihan replied with a smile, tapping his foot lightly on the ground. His body smoothly glided from the audience to the stage like a dancer. As he moved, Yihan unconsciously used the Lingbo Weibu technique from Beiluo Sherman. With the spotlight following him, the students saw Yihan's footsteps as incredibly smooth, his hands behind his back, as if gliding on an invisible track. At first, the students were stunned, but soon they all realized what they were seeing. Holy crap! Did anyone see how Yihan got up there? No way. I feel like Yihan is pretty amazing. Those steps, don't they look like moonwalking? I think so, and it's a very advanced version. His body didn't seem to move, but he was already dozens of meters away. Impressive, impressive. This evening is getting more and more exciting. When Yihan stood on the stage, he seemed like a warm sun in the winter, subtly changing the atmosphere of the entire hall. The previously noisy venue instantly quieted down under Yihan's influence. Everyone, it's been 3 years since I last played, so I'm a bit rusty. I'll play 9 chapters of Destiny. Yihan's words caused an immediate uproar in the hall. You're rusty, and you're going to play 9 chapters of Destiny? The live recording of 9 chapters of Destiny had been circulating online for 3 years, remaining the most popular melody with over 1 billion views. But everyone knew that while the piece was beautiful and had a spiritual quality, it was virtually impossible to replicate. No one had been able to fully recreate the piece. Even those who tried, no matter how hard they practiced, couldn't match the speed of the original, thus failing to capture the essence of the piece and instead making it sound terrible. It was often imitated, but never duplicated. You? Play 9 chapters of Destiny? Don't you even bother to draft your lies? It's hilarious. Zhonghua, seeing Yihan's calm demeanor, had been a bit nervous, fearing Yihan was hiding his true skills. But when he heard Yihan was going to play 9 chapters of Destiny, he immediately relaxed. He knew how difficult the piece was, having tried to imitate it countless times in private without success. The speed of the finger movements was too fast, and even with his martial arts training, he couldn't keep up. Yihan smirked, sat down at the piano, and casually played a few notes to feel the keys. His white fingers danced across the keys, and the cameraman zoomed in for close-ups projected on the hall screens. His handsome profile, tall figure, and captivating eyes instantly mesmerized the students. Sisters, I think I'm in love again. Me too. I suddenly find Yihan much more attractive than Zhonghua. His eyes are so intense, they're mesmerizing. Forget it, don't even think about it. He's Su Yingshue's man. Didn't you see how she's practically drooling over him? Everyone turned to look at Su Yingxue, who was staring fixedly at Yihan on stage. Especially when she saw his elegant movements on the piano keys, her heart nearly leaped out of her chest. So handsome. Brother-in-law is just too handsome. And Su Yingxue had a feeling that Yihan's piano skills must be extraordinary. Yihan's arrogant attitude disappointed Li Yun and his friends, who were about to leave. But as soon as Yihan sat down, Li Yun suddenly saw Yihan's profile, which seemed to match the image he had seen 3 years ago. Is it him? Could it really be him? Li Yun was stunned, his feet stopping in place. 3 years ago, Li Yun wasn't as famous as he was now. When he attended the Britannia Royal Banquet, he had been seated in a corner and hadn't gotten a clear view of the performer's face. Ding dong! Yihan's fingers finally moved. A series of notes instantly filled the hall. Chapter 41. A divine melody resonates, commanding the 4 seas. Like droplets of water cascading from high mountains, gently flowing through mountain streams, crossing rivers and valleys, and rushing into the vast ocean. Or like tumultuous waves, surging with boundless energy. Or like thunderclaps from the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds. Or like the serene moonlight in a forest, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The melody, at times soaring with passion and at others flowing with tenderness, vividly depicted the thriving scenes of all living beings in the world, as if presenting an ideal utopia where heaven and man are one. The ethereal and soul-cleansing tune deeply resonated with everyone present, leaving them all in awe. Some students who had been about to go to the restroom froze mid-step, their feet suspended in the air. Others, who had been drinking water, were completely unaware as the liquid trickled down their necks and soaked their clothes. Even more astonishingly, as Ihan continued to play, a flock of magpies flew in through the windows of the hall, dancing gracefully to the music in front of the stage, accompanied by butterflies and fireflies. The 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Li Yun, witnessing the scene, was utterly stunned, his eyes filled with fervor. It's him, it's him. The true author of the 9 chapters of destiny is here in our great Xia. A blessing for great Xia. Ancient sages said, music is connected to the nation's fortune. The changes in a country's music can, to some extent, reflect the rise and fall of the nation. When a country's music is mostly decadent and indulgent, its demise is not far off. And now, Yi Han's rendition of the 9 chapters of destiny is a divine melody of the mortal realm, the pinnacle of human music, unmatched by any other. The entire hall was silent. The melody flowed beyond the performance hall, and the entire Yunqing University seemed to resonate with a call of life, filling everyone's hearts with a surge of strength. More birds gathered around the performance hall, circling above it. The very atmosphere in the skies over Yunqing seemed to change subtly, forming a vortex centered around Yunqing University. At the Yunqing Martial Affairs Bureau, Mo Zhong and his team detected another abnormal fluctuation on the monitoring instruments. Director, it's happening again in the west of the city. Should we investigate? Mo Zhong waved his hand. No need. Last time we went there, we couldn't find any trace of that master. I believe he doesn't want to be disturbed. If the opportunity arises, we will meet naturally. On the eastern sea, a Taoist priest holding a fuchun suddenly felt a sense of resonance. Gazing in the direction of Great Xia, he murmured, "The divine melody has emerged. The rise of the human emperor is nigh. Is the salvation of all living beings finally at hand?" In the southern sea, on a certain island, a middle-aged nun wearing a monk's hat also uttered an Amitabha. The divine melody has appeared. Yilin, it's time for you to go to Great Xia. You still have an unfinished worldly affair to resolve. Go now. Yi Han's performance of the 9 chapters of destiny had inadvertently stirred the winds and clouds of the world, causing a ripple of shock across various factions. Back at Yunqing University, in the performance hall, Yi Han was immersed in the melody of the piano. When he had been invited by the Princess of Britannia, he had composed this piece on the spot, never expecting it to become an eternal classic. At that time, as Yi Han played, he felt as if he had entered a profoundly mystical state, able to sense the world and the breath of all living beings. His understanding of martial arts advanced 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold. Now, as he played again, he experienced the same sensation. While playing, Yi Han cherished the opportunity to break through some of the barriers in his martial arts practice and to reflect on questions that had troubled him for the past 3 years. Many of the perplexities that had eluded him even after regaining his strength suddenly became clear. His mind, once clouded, now felt as if a veil had been lifted. Yi Han was secretly astonished. A single piece of music could have such power? It could lead to such instantaneous breakthroughs in his understanding? Though unconfirmed, Yi Han knew that after today, his strength would undoubtedly advance further. However, Yi Han's current power was already beyond the level of a martial lord. Whether he had surpassed the martial saint, he had no opponent to test against. Unless, of course, one of the 4 sacred lands masters challenged him, perhaps then he could verify his true strength. Ding! The final note of the 9 chapters of destiny resonated, like a speck of dust settling in the vast expanse, marking the end of life. Yet, it also seemed like a seed falling into the soil, symbolizing the birth of new life. The birds that had gathered around the stage dispersed, but the magical, soul-piercing melody seemed to linger in everyone's ears. Genius. Monstrous talent. Not of this world. These were the words that simultaneously flashed through everyone's minds. Even Zhonghua, standing at the side of the stage, had to admit defeat in his heart. He knew he couldn't compare to Yihan's performance, but under such circumstances, how could he admit defeat? After all, if he conceded, he would have to call Yihan father on the spot. I'm done. What do you think, Zhonghua? Yihan stood up from the piano, calmly looking at Zhonghua. Outplaying Zhonghua was a given. But what Yihan didn't realize was that his performance wasn't just outplaying. It was a dimensional leap, a crushing, soul-destroying display. Yihan, what's your skill? You're just imitating someone else's melody. Bravo! Incredible! Yihan, you're the best. I want to have your babies. I suddenly realized that compared to Yihan, Zhonghua's music is like torture to my ears. Before Yihan could even respond, the audience erupted in cheers and applause, their passion reaching a fever pitch. Those few seconds of silence were merely because they were still immersed in the vision painted by Yihan's melody. The atmosphere in the hall remained electrified for a full 5 minutes. Many students were ready to rush up to take photos with Yihan, and if not for the security personnel maintaining order, there might have been casualties from the stampede. You've seen the situation. There's no point in being stubborn. Stop pursuing Suing Shue. Whether I'm her boyfriend or her brother-in-law, you have no chance. Yihan shrugged, giving Zhonghua one final warning. After all, Zhonghua was just a young man trying to steal his girlfriend. A warning was enough. Yihan had no intention of further pursuing the matter. But Zhonghua wasn't ready to back down. Yihan, I don't accept this. You're just taking advantage of the situation. If you can make my teacher submit, then I'll let it go. Before Zhonghua could finish, Li Yun and a group of domestic piano masters practically scrambled onto the stage. Teacher, you're just in time. Why don't you play a piece? You'll definitely do better than him. Zhonghua, seeing Li Yun, assumed he was there to support him and reached out to grab him. But Li Yun waved his arm, pushing Zhonghua aside, and rushed toward Yihan. From a distance, he extended his hands and tightly grasped Yihan's, his voice trembling with excitement. Master! Finally, I meet you again. 3 years ago, at the royal banquet in Britannia, I witnessed your performance and was utterly amazed. To think I would see you perform again. Yi Shao, your presence is a blessing for great Xia. Chapter 42. Call me Dad. I'm waiting to hear it. Seeing his outstretched hand grab nothing, Zhonghua stood frozen in place, especially when he saw Li Yun so humbly and obsequiously shaking hands with Yihan. Zhonghua was both shocked and furious. You see, before Yihan, Li Yun treated his disciple, Zhonghua, as if he were holding a treasure, extremely obedient and loving. And now, on such a large stage in front of so many people, he was neglecting Zhonghua? Teacher? What are you? Did you mistake someone? Zhonghua quickly stepped forward, reminding Li Yun. Zhonghua had heard Li Yun mention that 3 years ago, at a royal banquet in Britain, his teacher had met a divine figure who played the 9 chapters of destiny. Could that divine figure be Yihan in front of him? How could it be so coincidental? Shut up. When Mr. Yihan's celestial music plays, do you know what that means? It's a blessing for our great Xia. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Yihan. People like Li Yun, who are well-versed in music, have already glimpsed the secrets of the heavens in certain aspects. From Yihan's musical talent, it's clear that he will achieve extraordinary things in the future. Moreover, at the royal banquet in Britain, it was the royal princess herself who accompanied Yihan. Could Yihan's identity be simple? Unfortunately, this foolish disciple of his actually thinks Yihan is just an ordinary live-in son-in-law. Even if he is a live-in son-in-law, do you think any of the live-in sons-in-law in Great Xia are simple? Each one has extraordinary skills. Okay. Apologize. Teacher, why should I? Zhonghua couldn't believe his ears. Not only was his teacher neglecting him, but he also wanted him to apologize to Yihan in front of so many people. If he really apologized, where would he put his face? How would he ever have a chance to pursue Suing Shue again? Because you insulted Mr. Yihan in front of so many people. Li Yun scolded Zhonghua, whispering in his ear at the same time, Zhonghua, I'm saving you. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Li Yun truly had Zhonghua's best interests at heart. Perhaps with an apology, Yi Han would laugh it off, and the matter would be over. But what Li Yun didn't know was that Zhonghua wasn't as simple as he seemed. Besides being the piano prince, Zhonghua also had a powerful Gu master as his mentor. That Gu master had promised that after Zhonghua graduated, he would give Zhonghua a position to command the entire Tianan region. Sooner or later, Zhonghua would be that powerful. Why should he apologize to a leeching trash? Teacher, I won't apologize. You. Li Yun was furious, his face cold as he said, Zhonghua, I just heard you made a bet with Mr. Yi Han. You said if Mr. Yi Han could play a complete piece, you'd call him Dad. Now not only has Mr. Yi Han played a complete piece, but it's also 100 times better than yours. You decide. Either apologize or call Dad. Call Dad. When Zhonghua made the bet with Yi Han, he was using a microphone, and the thousands of students in the audience heard it clearly. They were all excellent witnesses. Now, everyone was joining in the commotion. Zhonghua was completely flustered, glaring resentfully at Li Yun. Was his teacher really going to make him publicly humiliated like this? Zhonghua then turned his gaze to Yi Han, hoping Yi Han would let him off the hook. But Yi Han had indeed considered letting him go, but seeing Zhonghua's annoying face, how could Yi Han indulge him? Yi Han took the microphone from the host next to him, smiling and said, Considering you're Yingshue's classmate, kneeling is unnecessary. Just call me Dad. This, Zhonghua, with so many classmates watching, had to call Yi Han Dad in public. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Under such circumstances, how would he ever fit in at Yunqing University again? How would he ever have the face to pursue Su Yingxue? It's all Yi Han's fault, you bastard, ruining my plans. Just wait. I'll definitely release a centipede to bite you to death. What are you hesitating for? Li Yun was becoming more and more disappointed with his disciple. Recently, Zhonghua had been spending less and less time practicing the piano and more time participating in unnecessary commercial activities. Now, he was so bold in his actions, but lacked the courage to take responsibility. Dad. Under the pressure from his teacher and so many classmates, Zhonghua reluctantly called out to Yi Han. Hey! Before Yi Han could respond, thousands of boys in the audience answered in unison, followed by a burst of laughter. Everyone didn't take it too seriously, just treating it as a joke to laugh about. Youth is truly wonderful. But Zhonghua felt like he was dying, feeling extremely uncomfortable. He glared resentfully at Yi Han and quickly ran off the stage. Yi Han signed an autograph for Li Yun and others, then stepped down from the stage as well. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. How come I never knew you could play the piano? Su Yingxue looked at Yi Han with admiration, her whole body leaning closer again. Hee, there's a lot you don't know about me. I can play many other instruments too, like the Xiao flute. I'll teach you sometime. While speaking, Yi Han moved his body slightly to the side, trying to avoid Su Yingshue's waves of attack. Noticing Yi Han's movement, Su Yingxue pouted and said, Hey, brother-in-law, what are you dodging for? You didn't hesitate to touch me last night. Humph. Don't even think about denying it. Yi Han's mouth twitched. This little girl was definitely intentional last night. Now she wants to use this as leverage against me? Impossible. If she doesn't behave, I'll spank her. If she still doesn't listen, I'll spank her twice. In front of me, women have always been the ones to listen to me. Yi Han never indulges them. However, tonight, Yi Han was here to accompany Su Yingxue to the party, so he couldn't be bothered to argue with her. The banquet soon officially began. With Yi Han's astonishing performance, although the other prepared programs were actually quite excellent, they all seemed lackluster in comparison. When it was Zhonghua's turn to perform, he claimed to be unwell and didn't show up at all. The only performance that excited everyone afterwards was the one where Yi Han and Su Yingxue went on stage together. Originally, Su Yingxue had prepared a beautiful ancient Chinese dance, while Yi Han found a prop sword and performed a sword dance with her. The scene was a mix of strength and tenderness, poetic and picturesque, reminiscent of the story of Farewell My Concubine, but without the tragic sadness instead filled with heroic passion and boundless enthusiasm, once again bringing the atmosphere to a new height. Tonight's banquet was lively, exciting, and wonderful for most of the students. Su Yingxue was also extremely happy. She had finally shaken off that annoying fly, Zhonghua, and her brother-in-law had performed so well at the school, making Su Yingxue feel exceptionally proud. However, just as the two finished the concert and drove out of the school, they were blocked by several black minivans. A group of 7 or 8 burly men with steel rods approached Yihan and Su Yingxue's car. Yihan, right? Get out. Our young master Zhong invites you. Yihan never sought trouble, but trouble always seemed to find him. Chapter 43. Unbelievable. Yihan got kidnapped. What do you want? Upon hearing that it was Zhonghua who had orchestrated this underhanded move, Su Yingxue's anger surged, but her face was also filled with worry as she said to Yihan, "Brother-in-law, don't get out of the car. Zhonghua definitely won't let you go. I'll call the police right away." As she spoke, Su Yingxue was about to take out her phone, but before she could, a burly man snatched it away. "Sorry, Miss Su, we don't mean to target you. Please don't get involved in this matter." "You." Su Yingxue's face was filled with anger as she tried to retrieve her phone, but she had no chance. Just as Su Yingxue was about to call for help, Yihan stopped her with a hand, turning to look at the bodyguards. "I can get out of the car, but you must let her leave first." "This?" The bodyguards hesitated for a moment, recalling Zhonghua's orders to only take Yihan and specifically instructed not to harm Su Yingxue. They nodded immediately. "All right. She can leave if you come with us." "Brother-in-law, I won't leave. I want to go with you." "Zhonghua won't let you go. I'll go with you to protect you." Su Yingxue stubbornly insisted on getting out of the car with Yihan, but Yihan stopped her again. "Don't you trust your brother-in-law? If you come with me, you'll only be in the way. Be good, go home quickly." In fact, even if Zhonghua hadn't come looking for Yihan, Yihan would have gone to find him. Earlier, when he was near Zhonghua in the auditorium, Yihan had detected the scent of a toxic goo on Zhonghua. The goo sect had once wreaked havoc across the land, but was suppressed by the Empire and various forces, forcing the remaining members back into the vast mountains of Miaojiang. The Empire had explicitly decreed that no goo masters were allowed to leave Miaojiang without permission. Yet, Zhonghua had the scent of a toxic goo on him. Was the goo sect planning to rise again? But brother-in-law... Although Su Yingxue had personally seen Yihan defeat so many people like Yun Feiyang the previous night, she was still full of worry. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Go now." Yihan got out of the car, watched as Su Yingxue drove off and disappeared at the end of the road, then followed the bodyguards into a dark alley nearby. Just as Yihan was about to enter the alley, an old man hurried out from the school gate. It was none other than the dean of the medical school, Hua Ximiao. Hua Ximiao had been in the performance hall earlier. Seeing Yihan leave, he had also rushed out, only to witness this scene. Yihan being kidnapped. This was outrageous. Yihan was a genius capable of the Tai 8 needles, and from the prescription he had written, Hua Ximiao knew that Yihan's medical skills must have come from the divine inheritance of the Shinnong medical canon. Yihan was the future and hope of the medical world in the Great Xia, an invaluable treasure that couldn't be destroyed by these thugs. Thinking of this, Hua Ximiao didn't hesitate. As he quickly followed, he dialed a number. "Shuiyin, grandfather has encountered a problem. A group of thugs are planning to kidnap and kill someone. You need to bring people over to help immediately. The location is Alley 3 near Yunqing University." "Ah, grandfather, please be careful and don't take any risks." On the other end of the line, a pleasant female voice tried to dissuade Hua Ximiao, but he hung up the phone. At the Yunqing Patrol headquarters, Hua Shuiyin quickly assembled her team. "Quick! Notify the Special Task Force. We need to act now. There's a murder about to happen. We must hurry." Woo! In an instant, more than a dozen police cars roared out from the headquarters. At the street corner, Su Yingxue drove the car about 10 meters away but still couldn't let go of her concern. "No, I can't just leave like this. If something happens to brother-in-law, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Yes, I need to find help, But who should I call? Su Yingxue was still just a student, and her life was very simple, having not really interacted with many people. As she was in a panic, she suddenly noticed Yi Han's phone left on the seat. She quickly picked it up, opened it, and found the contact with the most frequent calls, Wang Fuguwei. Su Yingxue knew this person. He was someone who often went to the club with Yi Han and was a rich second generation in Yunqing. He had even spoken up for Yi Han in the hall earlier. It had to be him. Su Yingxue dialed Wang Fuguwei's number, and his voice immediately came through the receiver. Hey, Yi Xiao. What's up? Did you suddenly think of calling me during this beautiful time? Did you meet another top-notch beauty? Wang Fuguwei, it's Su Yingxue. It's bad. Brother-in-law has been taken away by Zhonghua's men. Can you help save him? Su Yingxue interrupted Wang Fuguwei and explained the situation. What? Yi Xiao got taken away? Where? I'll be right there. Damn. Brothers, stop playing. We need to go save someone. Wang Fuguwei quickly asked Su Yingxue for details, seemingly summoning his friends. Previously, his grandfather, Wang Zhong, had been somewhat against Wang Fuguwei hanging out with Yi Han at the club. But after Yi Han returned to the Yi family, his grandfather learned that Wang Fuguwei's good friend was the eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Han, and immediately ordered Wang Fuguwei to stick with Yi Han. On one hand, it was for Wang Fuguwei to learn from Yi Han, and on the other, it was for Wang Fuguwei to ensure Yi Han's safety. After all, those who knew Yi Han now still saw him as a playboy who frequented clubs, assuming he was still a good-for-nothing with no martial arts skills. It's in Alley 3 near Yunqing University. You need to hurry. All right, we'll be there right away. Wang Fuguwei was currently at a KTV across from Yunqing University, hanging out with a group of friends. Upon hearing Su Yingxue's call, he didn't hesitate and immediately rallied everyone. Everyone, my big brother has been kidnapped. If you're man enough, come with me to save him. From now on, you'll be my sworn brothers. Yi Han couldn't afford to have any trouble. His grandfather had repeatedly instructed Wang Fuguwei to stick to Yi Han like glue. If anything happened to Yi Han, his grandfather would probably skin him alive. Let's go. Wang Fuguwei's dozen or so friends didn't hesitate either. They grabbed bottles and chairs, kicked open the door, and rushed toward Alley 3. Zhang Xiao, your family's construction site is nearby, right? Quick, get your workers to bring over the bulldozer. If anyone dares to touch my big brother, I'll flatten them today. On the other side, just as Su Yingxue hung up with Wang Fuguwei, another call came in on Yi Han's phone. Yi Xiao, the task you assigned us has been arranged. The caller was none other than one of the 4 godfathers of Yunqing. Li Hu, are you also a friend of Yi Han? Can you come to save brother-in-law? He's been taken away by Zhonghua's men. Su Yingxue repeated the situation once more. On the other end of the line, Li Hu didn't hesitate. What? Miss Su, don't worry, I'll be there right away. Notify all the brothers in Yunqing to gather at Alley 3 near Yunqing University. We need to save Yi Xiao. With one order from Li Hu, all his underlings began to mobilize. Hua Shuiyan of the Patrol Bureau, Wang Fuguwei and his group of friends, along with Li Hu's men, everyone started to act, and the entire city of Yunqing seemed to come alive. Those who didn't know what was happening saw Li Hu's men carrying weapons and moving out of various venues, wondering what big event was about to unfold in Yunqing. Yi Han hadn't expected that going to meet Zhonghua would cause such a huge stir. Chapter 44. Brother-in-law, I'm here to save you. This kind of love is too heavy ****. In Alley 3, Yi Han followed several bodyguards for about 100 meters, and the light inside grew dimmer and dimmer. Although the alley was about 7 or 8 meters wide, it was a dead end. At the end of the alley, Zhonghua and a middle-aged man sat on 2 chairs. Seeing Yi Han being escorted over, a smug smile appeared on Zhonghua's lips. Yi Han, you think you're so great, huh? Come on, show me how great you are now. Damn it, you actually dared to compete with me for my girlfriend and made me call you dad in front of so many people. Get down on your knees. Beside Yi Han, several bodyguards rushed forward, trying to grab his shoulders and force him to kneel. However, Despite using all their strength, the 4 bodyguards couldn't move Yihan at all. He stood firmly in place, his eyes burning with intensity as he stared at Zhonghua. Zhong Xiao, it's just that Ingshu used me as a shield to reject you. Isn't this overkill? Why not? Damn it. If it weren't for you, I would have won over Su Ingshu today. Zhonghua became even angrier seeing Yihan's calm demeanor. You even played the 9 chapters of destiny to humiliate me. Humph. You think you're so good at playing the piano? Well, today I'll cut off your fingers and see how you play. You're not qualified to compete with me. Although Zhonghua's family had some wealth and influence in Yunqing, their level of information was limited. The only thing they could find out was that Yihan was a son-in-law of the Su family. They didn't know that Yihan was the eldest son of the Yi family. That's why Zhonghua dared to be so arrogant. He believed that with the backing of the Gu cult, a mere Yihan was nothing. He thought he could easily handle him. Seeing that his men were struggling to force Yihan to kneel, Zhonghua stood up angrily and shouted, "You idiots, are you deaf? I told you to make him kneel. Didn't you eat today?" The 4 bodyguards around Yihan looked both helpless and panicked. Zhong Xiao, we've used all our strength, but the leader's face was flushed, and he was gasping for breath, feeling an ominous premonition. They were all burly men weighing over 200 pounds, yet they couldn't force Yihan to kneel. This meant Yihan was no ordinary person. Useless. Can't even handle such a small task. Why not use steel rods to hit him? Is he your father, or something? Zhonghua cursed at the bodyguards. Next to Zhonghua, the middle-aged man's eye twitched as he reminded Zhonghua, "Zhong Xiao, maybe we should just act now? Kill him quickly to avoid any complications. Killing him like that is too easy on him. This bastard made me lose face in front of so many people. Today, I'm going to torture him to death." Zhonghua's eyes flashed with malice. Thinking about the mental scar Yihan had inflicted on him, he felt like devouring Yihan alive. Seeing his incompetent subordinates, Zhonghua couldn't wait any longer. He grabbed a battle knife from one of the bodyguards and dragged it as he walked toward Yihan. Yihan coldly stared at Zhonghua. He had clearly heard the conversation between Zhonghua and the middle-aged man. Today, Zhonghua had brought him here not just because of Su Ingshu, but to take his life. Around Yihan, the bodyguards raised their steel rods and battle knives, ready to strike. Yihan's killing intent surged, and he was considering whether to act when suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed through the alley, followed by a girl's sharp shout, "Brother-in-law, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you." A blue BMW SUV roared into the alley, and it wasn't anyone else but Su Ingshu. This girl hadn't left? She had come back to save him? Yihan turned to look at the approaching vehicle, a warm feeling rising in his heart. This sister-in-law of his really cared for him. Yihan knew that as a girl, knowing the danger ahead and still rushing in without hesitation required immense courage. Could it be that this sister-in-law had truly fallen for him? Thinking about the incredible feeling from last night, Yihan felt a strange emotion. Maybe it was time to keep the good stuff for himself? In the blink of an eye, Su Ingshu stomped on the accelerator, driving recklessly toward Yihan. Several of Zhonghua's bodyguards, caught off guard, were knocked flying. Zhonghua and the bodyguards preparing to attack Yihan were all startled and hurriedly dodged to the side. "Su Ingshu, are you out of your mind?" Zhonghua, seeing Su Ingshu get out of the car, was so furious he was practically jumping. He shouted at her, "Su Ingshu, don't you want to live?" But Su Ingshu didn't pay any attention to Zhonghua. Instead, she threw herself into Yihan's arms, hugging him tightly. "Brother-in-law, are you okay?" "Brother-in-law, I couldn't leave you." "Brother-in-law, I like you." In Yihan's arms, Su Ingshu's body trembled slightly. From the initial courage to drive back and save him, to seeing that Yihan was unharmed and breathing a sigh of relief, to now hugging him tightly, the intense emotions of peace, longing, and trembling passion surged within her, as if she wanted to crush Yihan into her own chest. Su Ingshu's emotions erupted completely at this moment. The feelings she had suppressed for years were no longer controllable, like a flood breaking through a dam, surging wildly. She hugged Yihan tightly and looked up, pressing her lips against his. As they say, true feelings are revealed in times of crisis. At this moment, Su Yingshu fully understood her true feelings. She no longer cared about morals or rules. All she wanted was to live this moment as if it were her last day, to be with the person she loved. Seeing the tears on the beauty's face in his arms, Yihan sighed helplessly. He knew that if last night had been a mix of coincidence and reluctance, then now, it was undoubtedly a genuine outpouring of emotion. Such a deep and rare emotion. He couldn't bear to refuse, nor did he have a reason to. So, this kiss, Yihan didn't avoid. Instead, he responded with equal tenderness. As for being called a jerk, let others say what they will. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, filled with a sweet fragrance. If it weren't for the fact that there were still so many bodyguards holding battle knives and steel rods around them, everyone would have thought they were watching a romantic movie. Seeing such a public display of affection, Zhonghua's eyes turned red, almost on the verge of tears. Ah? You idiots, did you all grow up eating crap? What are you standing there for? Waiting for them to have a baby? Ah, I'm so angry. Chapter 45. I just want to kill someone? Can you not interrupt me? Asterisk asterisk. At this moment, Zhonghua felt as if his heart was being pierced by needles. The pain so intense that he wanted to tear open his chest and take out his heart to scrub it with a steel wool pad. Earlier, when they were at the teaching building, Yihan had claimed that he had spent the night with Su Yingshu. Zhonghua had thought it was just empty talk to provoke him. But now, seeing the two of them embrace and kiss so intimately right in front of him, it was a blatant provocation, rubbing salt into his wounds and stabbing him with a knife. Quick, charge at them. The bodyguards, reminded by Zhonghua, finally snapped out of their daze and rushed toward Yihan and Su Yingshu, dragging their battle swords. Zhonghua, still unsatisfied with their speed, kicked one of the bodyguards in the butt. Meanwhile, on the other side, the middle-aged man received a phone call. What? Zhou Tao might also have been killed by Yihan? I understand. I won't let him off easily. This man was none other than Zhou Tao's uncle, Zhou Hong, the younger brother of Zhou Jia's head, Zhou Ming. Zhou Hong had come to Yunqing this time to investigate Zhou Tao's whereabouts and to cooperate with Zhonghua in killing Yihan. Just a moment ago, Zhou Hong had received news that Zhou Tao might have also been killed by Yihan. This made Zhou Hong restless. Zhong Xiao, don't kill Yihan right away later. I still have questions for him. If Zhou Tao had indeed been killed by Yihan, then Yihan's current strength must be different from what was known to the public. This matter had to be treated with caution. Certain details must be investigated thoroughly. Yihan and Su Yingshu, embracing each other, felt the bodyguards' attacks closing in. With a few deft steps, Yihan easily dodged the attacks of several bodyguards. From a distance, it looked as if Yihan was dancing with Su Yingshu. However, Zhou Hong quickly noticed something was off. Zhong Xiao, something's not right. Yihan can't be that lucky. I suspect he knows martial arts and is deliberately taunting us. Everyone, attack together and subdue him quickly. Before Zhonghua could respond, a robust and authoritative voice echoed from the alley entrance. Zhonghua, what a bold move you have. Kidnapping in broad daylight? Do you even have any regard for the law? The speaker was none other than Hua Simiao, the dean of the medical academy, who had arrived in a hurry. Seeing Hua Simiao, Zhonghua's eyebrows furrowed. As the Southwest Medicine King, Hua Simiao held immense prestige throughout the Southwest and even across the entire Great Xia. Zhonghua could indeed kill Yihan, as the information he had gathered indicated that Yihan was merely a son-in-law of the Su family. However, Zhonghua did not dare to lay a finger on Hua Simiao. If he offended Hua Simiao, not only would Hua Simiao's family seek revenge, but even Zhonghua's superiors might punish him. Many people had been beneficiaries of Hua Simiao's kindness. Of course, if Zhonghua had known Yihan's true identity, even with the backing of the Gu cult, Zhonghua wouldn't have dared to touch Yihan so easily. After finishing his rebuke, Hua Simiao finally noticed Yihan in the middle of the scene. Yihan was embracing Su Yingshu and kissing her, the scene beautiful and filled with love. This didn't seem like a kidnapping scene at all. Was Zhonghua being so kind as to set up a dance party, inviting Yihan and Su Yingxue to dance? Dean Hua, you are a respected figure, and I cannot afford to offend you. But today's matter, I advise you not to interfere. Zhonghua spoke politely to Hua Simiao. Come, escort Dean Hua home. Two bodyguards immediately stepped forward, intending to take Hua Simiao away. I am the dean of Yunqing People's Hospital, and even the grand elder of the capital has sought my treatment. Who among you dares to touch me? Hua Simiao's shout immediately made the bodyguards hesitate, not daring to act rashly as they turned their gaze toward Zhonghua. Although most of these bodyguards had never met Hua Simiao, they had heard of his reputation. Hua Simiao himself might not know martial arts, but his network of connections was terrifying. If they angered Hua Simiao, the consequences would be no joke. What are you afraid of? I'm not asking you to beat Dean Hua, just to escort him home. Zhonghua scolded his subordinates impatiently. Move quickly. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. With Zhonghua's assurance, the two bodyguards resumed their actions, each grabbing one of Hua Simiao's arms to take him out of the alley. Although Hua Simiao was in good health, he was still just an ordinary man and no match for two burly men. As the bodyguards carried him away, it seemed he would be taken out of the alley. Hua Simiao continued to shout, Zhonghua, you can't do this, it's not too late to turn back. Protect our boss. Charge, brothers. As the two bodyguards carrying Hua Simiao took just 2 steps, they noticed a group of people rushing into the alley, led by Wang Fuguwei. Accompanying Wang Fuguwei were 2 bulldozers, roaring and rumbling as they charged into the alley. Seeing this scene, the 2 bodyguards panicked and hastily dropped Hua Simiao, dodging to the side. What was going on today? First, Su Yingxue drove straight in, and now bulldozers were coming in. Was there going to be a cannon next? Zhonghua was utterly frustrated. All he wanted to do was capture Yihan. Was this really necessary? Is this ever going to end? I just wanted to kill Yihan, and you all want to die too? Huh? Who else? If you want to die, come on and join in. Zhonghua's eyes were bloodshot, his mind already in a frenzy. All he wanted was to kill Yihan, but from the start, Su Yingxue had interfered, then Hua Simiao, and now Wang Fuguwei had brought so many people. What exactly was going on? And me. Zhonghua, you dare to touch even a single hair of Yishao? I'll make your entire Zhong family pay. From the alley entrance, another booming voice rang out as Li Hu led a massive crowd, quickly pouring into the alley. The number of people Li Hu brought was at least 5 times that of Zhonghua's men. Moreover, more people were still streaming in. Zhonghua's subordinates instantly lost their nerve, shrinking their circle of defense and moving closer to Zhonghua. Yishao, instructor, Li Hu, Wang Fuguwei, and Hua Simiao all gathered around Yihan, confronting Zhonghua's men in the dead end. Yihan looked at the scene before him and let out a long sigh. Thank you, everyone, for your efforts. Yihan glanced at Su Yingxue and his arms, realizing that these people must have been notified by this little lady. In truth, no matter how many men Zhonghua had, Yihan could handle them alone. But after all, Su Yingxue had good intentions. Hu Yi, you're also backing Yihan? Very well. Is everyone here now? Then let's all head to the underworld together, so you can keep each other company on the way. Facing Li Hu's overwhelming numbers, Zhonghua showed no signs of panic. Yihan, do you think having more people guarantees a win? Today, I'll show you the might of this young master. As he spoke, Zhonghua let out a strange sound from his mouth. In the next moment, countless black insects crawled out from his black robe, covering his arms. It looked like a dense swarm of bees around a hive, enough to make anyone with a fear of crowds shudder. Bloodthirsty goo? Yihan immediately recognized it as one of the goo cult's 10 forbidden goo, the bloodthirsty goo. Chapter 46. Son, you want your father to kneel? That's not filial. Back then, it was jointly banned by both the Great Xia and the goo cult. Yet now Zhonghua can control one of the 10 forbidden goo, the bloodthirsty goo? Yihan's expression grew serious. It seemed the goo cult was indeed rising from the ashes, and the situation was quite severe. With a wave of Zhonghua's arm, The swarm of black insects charged toward a stray dog wandering nearby. Essas, essas. After a series of spine-chilling sounds, the dog disappeared before everyone's eyes in an instant, leaving only a pile of dog fur and a strong stench of blood in the air. Essas. Li Hu, Wang Fuguai, Hua Ximiao, and others present all gasped in shock at the sight. Big brother, you and sister-in-law go first. I'll hold them off. Without hesitation, Wang Fuguai stepped forward, blocking in front of Yihan, waving his beer bottle and signaling Yihan and Su Yingxue to leave. Li Hu also stepped forward with a few trusted brothers, blocking in front of Yihan. Instructor, go quickly. Me and the brothers will hold him off. These Gu were too geyi. They could devour a dog in an instant. If they attached themselves to a human, who could survive? Count me in too. Hua Ximiao also stepped forward. Young Master Yi, remember to carry forward the medical skills of Great Xia. Seeing these people, who were willing to step forward and hold off the danger for him in such a life-and-death situation, Yihan couldn't help but feel touched. His mind flashed back to 3 years ago when his sect was attacked. His fellow disciples, uncles, and aunts had all shielded him with their flesh and blood, allowing him to escape and survive until now. Those despicable attackers, I will make you pay in blood. Haha, wanna leave? Today, none of you will leave. You talk about brotherhood, right? Then go together, nice and tidy. I said it, and even Jesus can't change it. Zhonghua looked triumphantly at everyone, controlling the swarm of vicious Gu toward Yihan and the others. At a distance of less than 3 feet from them, he suddenly stopped the Gu. Zhonghua looked at Yihan with a victorious air. Yihan, here's your last chance. Kneel down, apologize to me, and call me Dad. I'll let your companions go. What do you say? Instructor, don't worry about us. Go quickly. Even if you kneel, he won't let you go. Before Yihan could speak, Li Hu anxiously urged him. Su Yingxue, nestled in Yihan's arms, said contentedly, Brother-in-law, as long as I'm with you, I'm not afraid of death. Yihan smiled faintly and said to Su Yingxue, Li Hu, Wang Fuguai, and the others, why all this sadness? Who said we're going to die? Today, none of us will die. Don't worry. Yihan then turned to look at Zhonghua. Zhonghua, you're not filial. Since ancient times, has there ever been a son who makes his father kneel? You forgot? In the hall, you called me Dad yourself. Now you're doing this. You're committing patricide. Yihan's words instantly set Zhonghua off. Yihan, you're asking for death. Zhonghua cared most about his reputation. Being forced to call Yihan Dad in front of so many people was an unbearable humiliation. At Zhonghua's command, the swarm of Gu rushed toward Yihan. Zhonghua's face twisted into a grin. Die. Yihan, after you're dead. I'll take good care of your wife, Su Anyue. Ha ha ha. The atmosphere on the scene instantly became tense. Li Hu, Wang Fuguai, Hua Ximiao, and the others all stared solemnly at the approaching Gu. Wang Fuguai even took off his shirt, ready to wave it to intercept the Gu. Come at your grandpa, Wang, you little bastards. It's useless. Ha ha ha, the bloodthirsty Gu, one of the 10 forbidden Gu. Who can stop them? Zhonghua laughed triumphantly, but halfway through, he suddenly stopped. Because Zhonghua noticed that the Gu, when they were less than a foot away from Yihan, suddenly stopped moving. Not only that, but they began to tremble, as if they had encountered something terrifying. In the next moment, all the Gu lost control and fell to the ground, then prostrated themselves, as if paying homage to something. From Yihan's hand, a golden beetle appeared, flapping its wings and emitting a series of chirping sounds. Instantly, all the Gu seemed to receive a supreme command and began to fly frantically in the opposite direction. Several bodyguards who couldn't dodge in time were instantly devoured by the bloodthirsty Gu, turning into dry bones. The Gu continued to charge toward Zhonghua's bodyguards. In the blink of an eye, all of Zhonghua's bodyguards disappeared, leaving only Zhonghua and Zhou standing. Zhong Xiao, what's going on? Your Gu aren't supposed to be so powerful? Why aren't they under your control? Zhou Hong's face turned pale as she looked at the scene, not knowing what to do. How would I know? Zhong Hua replied to Zhou Hong while backing away, his gaze suddenly falling on the golden beetle in Yi Han's hand. He suddenly remembered something his master had told him. The Gu Emperor? How do you have the Gu Emperor? Zhong Hua's pupils dilated in shock. His master had said that the Gu cult had a sacred object called the 10,000 Gu Cauldron, the source and ancestor of all Gu. The most powerful part of the 10,000 Gu Cauldron was that it housed a Gu Emperor. Whoever possessed the 10,000 Gu Cauldron could control the Gu Emperor and command all Gu. No matter how vicious and poisonous the Gu you controlled, once encountering the 10,000 Gu Cauldron, all would be in vain, and they would have to obey the Gu Emperor's commands. Now that the Gu Emperor was in Yi Han's hands, it meant the 10,000 Gu Cauldron must be with Yi Han. The current leader of the Gu cult had exhausted all his connections and resources, but still couldn't obtain the 10,000 Gu Cauldron. His position in the Gu cult had always been illegitimate, as the 10,000 Gu Cauldron was only passed down to the successive leaders. If he could get the 10,000 Gu Cauldron, wouldn't he be able to control the entire Gu cult? Thinking of this, a trace of greed appeared in Zhong Hua's eyes. He didn't realize that Yi Han had already sentenced him to death. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhong Hua, I didn't plan to kill you, but you cultivated the 10 extreme evils and tried to use the forbidden Gu to kill. You can't be spared. Yi Han controlled the bloodthirsty Gu, which charged crazily toward Zhong Hua. No, don't. Young Master Yi, spare me. I'm kneeling. Without hesitation, Zhong Hua knelt down to Yi Han. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I had dog eyes. I won't fight with you over Su Yingxue anymore. I'll stay far away from her. I had no idea who you were. If you're not satisfied, you can even gouge out my eyes. Zhong Hua knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Yi Han incessantly. What about dignity? What about principles? Could those things be eaten? Or could they save his life? At this moment, Zhong Hua couldn't care less about all that. Chapter 47. Rogue, keep looking and I'll gouge out your eyes. It wasn't me who wanted to kill you. It was the Zhou family. Zhou Hong came to me and asked me to do it. I was just following orders. Zhong Hua shoved all the blame onto Zhou Hong beside him. If I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Yi Han sneered coldly. Of course, he could see that Zhong Hua was merely a pawn being used. The one who truly knew some inside information was likely Zhou Hong beside him. Before Zhong Hua could finish speaking, Yi Han waved his hand, and the venomous Gu insects swarmed over Zhong Hua. Essas! In an instant, Zhong Hua's entire body was devoured by the Gu insects, leaving only a pile of bones. From Zhong Hua's hair and clothes, a small, semi-transparent object fell to the ground, which the Gu insects had not devoured. Curiously, Yi Han picked up the object. It resembled a Buddhist relic, but wasn't quite the same. However, in his hand, Yi Han could clearly feel a primitive energy pulsating within it, and there seemed to be a faint connection with himself. But now was clearly not the time to study it. Yi Han stashed the object away. Zhong Hua was dead. The once bustling alley fell silent in an instant. Li Hu, Wang Fuguwei, Hua Ximiao, and the others, who had been standing guard on the spot, were all stunned by what they had just witnessed. Wang Fuguwei and the others had just seen Zhong Hua's terrifying abilities and thought they were doomed. Yet, unexpectedly, there was a sudden twist. Yi Han had emerged victorious, his body housing the Gu Emperor, which had turned the tide and killed Zhong Hua and his group. Big Brother is awesome. I told you, my big brother is heroic, towering, and handsome. Flowers bloom at his sight, cars explode at his glance, even the king of hell wouldn't dare take him. How could he be defeated so easily? Wang Fuguwei, once he regained his senses, didn't hold back with his praise, showering Yi Han with compliments. Wang Fuguwei had been informed by his grandfather about Yi Han's background. Now, Wang Fuguwei understood that despite Yi Han being a genius from Bei Luo Shimin whose powers hadn't fully recovered, he still possessed other formidable abilities. Just this Gu control technique alone made it difficult for anyone to kill Yi Han. What a genius! Hua Ximiao exclaimed beside them, his face full of admiration. Since ancient times, medicine and Gu have been intertwined. Yihan not only possessed the mysterious Gu techniques of the Gu sect, but was also incredibly skilled. If only his own granddaughter. Alas, after dealing with Zhonghua, Yihan controlled the Gu insects to swarm around Zhou Hong and looked at him coldly. Are you from the Zhou family? Zhou Tao was killed by me. Do you have anything to say? Zhou Hong, who also had some martial abilities, had lost all will to resist after seeing so many of Zhonghua's men die, and with Yihan having so many allies around him. It was indeed you. Ah no, I mean, you did well. Zhou Tao deserved it. Please spare me, young Master Yi. Today's attempt to kill you was entirely Zhonghua's idea. It has nothing to do with me. I was just here to watch the show. Even at this moment, Zhou Hong still wasn't telling the truth. Yihan sneered coldly, commanding the Gu insects to advance and instantly gnawing off one of Zhou Hong's legs. I'll give you one last chance. Who wanted to kill me? Ah, it's the Su family from the capital, Su Du. You protected Royal Number 1, and Su Du sent us to kill you. If the Gu sect couldn't kill you, they would send someone from the sacred land to do it. Spare me, it has nothing to do with me. Zhou Hong rolled on the ground in pain, howling incessantly. Yihan snorted coldly through his nose. The Su family from the capital? Huh? If they wanted to come after him, so be it. For the sake of his little sister, Yihan would eventually wipe out the Su family. The remaining Gu insects swarmed and devoured Zhou Hong in an instant. The Zhou family was one of the main forces that had attacked the Yi family back then. Yihan wouldn't let them off the hook. The scene was cleaned up by the Gu insects, leaving nothing but the stench of blood and the 2 chairs where Zhonghua and Zhou Hong had sat. If not for witnessing it themselves, no one would have believed it was real. Was the Gu sect's power really so terrifying? A swarm of insects could kill without a trace. Woo, woo, woo. Just as the scene was being cleaned up, a series of urgent police sirens sounded at the alley entrance. Hua Shuiyan led a group of SWAT officers rushing in. Everyone, don't move. Who is responsible for this kidnapping? Leading the charge was Hua Shuiyan, dressed in a police uniform. Despite the uniform, her ample curves were about to burst out of her shirt, her fair skin and a waist that was barely graspable. And below that, she wore a short skirt and black stockings. Such an outfit was undeniably alluring to men. Yihan's gaze naturally fell on Hua Shuiyan, following her chest down to her black stocking legs. His gaze made Hua Shuiyan feel like needles were pricking her. Rogue, what are you looking at? I'm asking you a question. Who is responsible for this kidnapping? Under the bright daylight, do you still care about the law? Before Yihan could speak, Hua Ximiao quickly stepped forward. Shuiyan, you're here. This young Master Yi was the one who was kidnapped, but the culprits, they've already been driven away by us. Him? He was the one kidnapped? I feel more like he's the one who kidnapped others. Hua Shuiyan frowned, giving Yihan a thorough look. He didn't seem like a good person. Though he was handsome, there was an air of mischief and cunning about him. His eyes were anything but innocent, constantly lingering on her chest. Keep looking, and I'll gouge out your eyeballs. Yihan, seeing Hua Ximiao's actions and expressions, realized that this beauty must have been called by the director as backup. Miss, it's your scenery that jumped into my eyes. It's not my fault. Or, shall we cut off the beautiful scenery in front of your chest? You. Hua Shuiyan was rendered speechless by Yihan's words, angrily stomping her feet on the ground. Shuiyan, don't be rude. This young Master Yi is a living divine physician with extraordinary medical skills. Apologize to the divine physician. Hua Ximiao sternly reprimanded Hua Shuiyan, making her look incredulous. Apologize? Grandpa, are you being threatened by him? If you are, just blink. I've brought so many people with me, we don't have to be afraid of him. Hua Shuiyan said seriously, looking at Hua Ximiao. Hua Ximiao rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, what good are all these people? If Yihan were to release those insects, 10 times the number would still be food for the bugs. Threatened. My foot. Hua Ximiao tapped his granddaughter's head. You, just take your people and leave. Your mother's illness depends on young Master Yi. In this world, only he can cure her. Ah. This time, Hua Shuiyan's expression turned serious. Her grandfather didn't seem to be joking. Her mother had been ill for years, and even her grandfather couldn't cure her. Could this guy, who often frequented clubs, really cure her mother? Fall back. Although Hua Shuiyan still had doubts about Yi Han's medical skills, she didn't linger and ordered her team to withdraw. After Hua Shuiyan left, Hua Ximiao respectfully bowed to Yi Han. Young Master Yi, my granddaughter was disrespectful earlier, and I apologize on her behalf. Pausing, Hua Ximiao looked deeply at Yi Han. I didn't expect. You were hiding so deep. Chapter 48. Mr. Yi, you've deceived us all. Yi Han smiled calmly. Director Hua, you must have thought I was just a playboy hanging around clubs, right? After all, before Yi Han married into the Su family, he was either at a club or on his way to one. The image the public had of him was that of a complete wastrel. I did have some misunderstandings before. Today, I came to ask Mr. Yi about that prescription. As he spoke, Hua Ximiao took out the prescription Yi Han had written for Qiu Ling. Mr. Yi, this prescription is so exquisite, but there are 3 herbs in it whose combination I can't quite understand. Could you enlighten me? Originally, Hua Ximiao had come to save him, and when faced with danger, he hadn't fled but had charged forward. Yi Han had a good impression of Hua Ximiao. Director Hua, it's no problem to discuss medicine with you. I can even give you this prescription and teach you some medical skills, but I have one condition. Ah, really? Hua Ximiao was stunned. Mr. Yi, what is your condition? Just name it. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. With Yi Han's incredible skills, getting his guidance would be a heaven-sent opportunity. Hua Ximiao would agree to 100 conditions, let alone one. It's simple. Keep my martial arts and gu techniques a secret, and take my place to treat my great-grandfather. Heal him as quickly as possible. Is that all? Hua Ximiao thought Yi Han would make some outrageous demand, but it turned out to be just this. Yi Han nodded. That's it. You must know that 3 years ago, the Yi family was attacked. Now that my strength has recovered, I still need to stay hidden. I'll only act when all my enemies show themselves, and those who have seen my true strength are no longer able to speak. As he said this, Yi Han glanced at Li Hu, Wang Fuguai, and the others around them. His killing intent surged, making everyone's breathing tighten. You too, keep your mouth shut. Hua Ximiao wasn't stupid. He immediately understood what Yi Han meant. I understand. I will keep it confidential. At the same time, he sighed internally. The Yi family had produced a dragon. Those who had taken advantage of the Yi family's downfall back then were in for trouble. The key to this prescription lies in the precise dosage and the principles of mutual generation and restraint. Yi Han explained without hesitation, revealing the core secrets of the prescription to Hua Ximiao. At the same time, he directly taught Hua Ximiao 3 of the Tai 8 needles. These 3 needles are enough to treat my great-grandfather. If you have enough talent, I can teach you the rest later. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Seeing that Yi Han was teaching him the supreme skill of the Shinong Miji, the Tai 8 needles, Hua Ximiao, despite Yi Han's objections, knelt down and kowtowed. Although Yi Han was young, he certainly deserved this respect. Yi Han didn't particularly stop Hua Ximiao's actions. Call me Mr. Yi in front of others. Yi Han accepted Hua Ximiao as his disciple. After all, with Hua Ximiao's status, it would be much easier for Yi Han to handle many things in the future. Not far away, Wang Fuguai, Suing Xue, and Wang Fuguai's men were all stunned to see Hua Ximiao publicly kneel and bow to Yi Han. Did I see that right? The director of Yunqing People's Hospital, the medicine king of the Southwest, actually knelt and bowed to Yi Han? But thinking about Yi Han's terrifying strength earlier, it all seemed normal. After Hua Ximiao left with endless gratitude, Li Hu found a chance to quietly tell Yi Han, Mr. Yi, just now, some of our brothers reported that several suspicious people have been lurking around the place where we're holding Yi Chun. It seems someone wants to make a move on Yi Chun. Yi Han smiled faintly. So they're in a hurry to act? It seems Yi-Chen really has something valuable. Withdraw all the brothers you've stationed around the entrance. Spread the net wider, and we'll head over there soon. If there are too many guards, they won't have the chance to act. Yihan's plan was to set a large trap, wait for the enemy to walk into it, and then catch them all in one go. Understood. After everyone left, two alleys away, a black-clad young man put down his binoculars and picked up his walkie-talkie to report, "Chief, you wouldn't believe it, but I just witnessed a super exciting show. I think I found the super expert who caused the energy fluctuation. It's Yihan, the eldest son of the Yi family. He's hidden very deep." This young man was a member of the Shinwu Bureau. Today, while patrolling the area, he happened to witness the confrontation between Yihan and Zhonghua. "Zhang Yang, this matter is classified as top secret. Remember, what you saw today, only you and I know. You must not let a third person know. Understand? Otherwise, you'll face a family disaster." "Ah, yes, Chief." At the Jinwu Bureau headquarters in Yunqing, after ending the call, Chief Mo Zhong's face showed a peculiar expression. "Yihan, the eldest son of the Yi family? Indeed, very high. I knew the Yi family wouldn't fall so easily. It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to pay a personal visit tomorrow." At the Zhong family villa, on the bed of Zhonghua's mother, a masked man was energetically working on a woman. The woman was none other than Zhonghua's mother, Xiefang. On the floor beside them, a man curled up like a dead pig was sleeping, and he was Zhonghua's father. The masked man was Zhonghua's Gu teacher, named Long Zhong, the third elder of the Gu sect, who had been active in Yunqing in recent years. "Ah Long, this isn't right. That dead man is still sleeping beside us, and you're doing this? Ah, what's wrong with that? The son isn't his. Humph. If it weren't for my identity being hard to expose and needing him to cover up, he would have been dead long ago. Humph. Last month, you gave him a few times. It makes me feel disgusted just thinking about it. Oh dear. I had no choice, after all. We're a couple on the surface. If I refused, he might suspect. Hee, be gentler." So, Zhonghua's so-called father wasn't really his father, but more like a Wu Dalong figure. After a round of passionate lovemaking on the bed, just as they lay down to rest, Long Zhong suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. This isn't good. Zhonghua is in trouble. In the next moment, Long Zhong actually spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhonghua didn't even know that he wasn't his father Zhong Yiming's son, but the illegitimate child of his Gu teacher Long Zhong and his mother's affair. Long Zhong had been so devoted to teaching Zhonghua Gu techniques precisely because he was his own son. Moreover, to help Zhonghua grow quickly, Long Zhong had even duplicated his lifebound Gu and placed it on Zhonghua. If Zhonghua was in danger, Long Zhong could immediately sense it. But just now, Long Zhong found that the duplicated lifebound Gu had died. Trouble? What's wrong? The woman's voice trembled as she asked. Zhonghua is dead. Someone killed Zhonghua. Long Zhong's face was gloomy. On one hand, he was heartbroken for his son. But more importantly, the piece of immortal bone he had placed on Zhonghua was even more precious than his life. The known functions of the immortal bone included providing an endless stream of martial energy, boosting cultivation speed by 1,000 times. And it was rumored to have the ability to grant immortality, making it priceless. Who killed Zhonghua? Long Zhong quickly put on his clothes and called out to Xiefang, "I'm going out for a while." The immortal bone on Zhonghua was something Long Zhong had risked his life to obtain. He could do without a son or a woman, but he absolutely couldn't lose that item. So, Long Zhong was determined to find out who had killed Zhonghua and retrieve the immortal bone at all costs. At the Zhong family villa, on the bed of Zhonghua's mother, a masked man was energetically working on a woman. The woman was none other than Zhonghua's mother, Xiefang. On the floor beside them, a man curled up like a dead pig was sleeping, and he was Zhonghua's father. The masked man was Zhonghua's Gu teacher, named Long Zhong, the third elder of the Gu sect, who had been active in Yunqing in recent years. "Ah Long, this isn't right. That dead man is still sleeping beside us, and you're doing this? Ah, what's wrong with that? The son isn't his. Humph. If it weren't for my identity being hard to expose and needing him to cover up, he would have been dead long ago. Humph. Last month, you gave him a few times. It makes me feel disgusted just thinking about it. Oh dear. I had no choice, after all. We're a couple on the surface. If I refused, he might suspect. Hee, be gentler. So, Zhonghua's so-called father wasn't really his father, but more like a Wu Dalong figure. After a round of passionate lovemaking on the bed, just as they lay down to rest, Long Zhong suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. This isn't good. Zhonghua is in trouble. In the next moment, Long Zhong actually spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhonghua didn't even know that he wasn't his father Zhong Yiming's son, but the illegitimate child of his Gu teacher Long Zhong and his mother's affair. Long Zhong had been so devoted to teaching Zhonghua Gu techniques precisely because he was his own son. Moreover, to help Zhonghua grow quickly, Long Zhong had even duplicated his lifebound Gu and placed it on Zhonghua. If Zhonghua was in danger, Long Zhong could immediately sense it. But just now, Long Zhong found that the duplicated lifebound Gu had died. Trouble? What's wrong? The woman's voice trembled as she asked. Zhonghua is dead. Someone killed Zhonghua. Long Zhong's face was gloomy. On one hand, he was heartbroken for his son. But more importantly, the piece of immortal bone he had placed on Zhonghua was even more precious than his life. The known functions of the immortal bone included providing an endless stream of martial energy, boosting cultivation speed by 1,000 times. And it was rumored to have the ability to grant immortality, making it priceless. Who killed Zhonghua? Long Zhong quickly put on his clothes and called out to Xiefeng, I'm going out for a while. The immortal bone on Zhonghua was something Long Zhong had risked his life to obtain. He could do without a son or a woman, but he absolutely couldn't lose that item. So, Long Zhong was determined to find out who had killed Zhonghua and retrieve the immortal bone at all costs. Chapter 49. Murder to silence? Or delivering themselves on a platter? Asterisk. In a warehouse on the outskirts of Yun City, this was where Li Hu had imprisoned Yi Chun. This place used to be a hub for logistics companies. After urban redevelopment, most of the companies had moved out, leaving behind some warehouses, with a few still in use, though the area was mostly deserted at night. However, tonight, under the cover of darkness, a dozen vehicles stealthily parked around the warehouse. A group of burly men clad in black t-shirts emerged from the cars. Leading the pack was none other than Lin Dong. Yang, is this the place according to the information you received? Lin Dong turned to ask a young man beside him. This young man was Lin Yang, the biological son of Lin Dong's uncle, Lin Hua. However, despite being 20 years old, Lin Yang's intellect seemed stunted, as if he were still a 10-year-old. This was one of the reasons Lin Hua had designated Lin Dong as the heir to the family business. Lin Hua had no choice. He would have liked to make his own son the heir, but with his son's mental condition, how could he manage the Lin group? Yes, he just told me. Lin Yang pointed to a man who looked like a team leader beside him. Brother, this is a great place for hide and seek. Can you play with me later? Lin Dong was speechless. Today, he was here to kill, not to play hide and seek. He shouldn't have brought this idiot along. Is your information accurate? This is a godforsaken place. Would Li Hu really keep Yi Chen here? Don't worry, young Master Lin. Our men saw Yi Chen appear here earlier today. It's definitely correct. He's in Warehouse 8. We'll know for sure once we break in. The bodyguard captain beside Lin Yang confidently replied. For this operation, Lin Dong had mobilized over 100 elite bodyguards from the Lin family, fearing any unforeseen complications. Clang! When Lin Dong and his men smashed open the warehouse door, the lights inside flicked on, revealing 3 thugs playing poker who immediately jumped to their feet. What do you want? These 3 were the men Li Hu had stationed here to guard Yi Chun. Stay put. Before Li Hu's men could react, they were forcefully pushed back down by Lin Dong's men. Asterisk bang. Bang. Asterisk. In the next moment, they were knocked unconscious. With the lights on, Lin Dong quickly spotted Yi Chun tied up in the corner. Yi Chun, now unrecognizable from the torture, was covered in blood, his clothes in tatters. Seeing Lin Dong, Yi Qin's eyes lit up. Young Master Lin, you've finally come. If you hadn't, I would have been tortured to death. Lin Dong smirked, shining his flashlight on Yi Qin. He wasn't the least bit interested in Yi Qin's suffering. What he cared about was how much Yi Qin had revealed about the secrets of the past. How much of the secret have you spilled? Lin Dong stepped forward, not in a hurry to untie Yi Qin, but stared intently at him, asking, "What have you told them?" "I haven't said anything. Believe me, young Master Lin, I haven't said anything. That's why they've kept me tied up like this." Yi Qin was frantic. "Please untie me. Take me away from here. That bastard Yi Han was here. I'm afraid." Yi Qin knew Yi Han's methods. Even Black Dragon had been taken out by Yi Han, who could also alter his appearance. In fact, Yi Qin even suspected that the Lin Dong in front of him might be Yi Han in disguise, setting a trap for him. Hearing that Yi Han had been here, Lin Dong couldn't help but shiver. Damn it! If Yi Qin was afraid, Lin Dong was even more terrified. Yi Han had kicked away his manhood, and his head had been split open by Yi Han as well. Yi Han had humiliated the Lin family, and everything had gone downhill since. But the Lin family didn't dare to act directly against Yi Han, hoping instead that the Blood Robe sect would carry out their next move soon. "Since you haven't said anything, I can rest easy," Lin Dong said with a sinister smile, drawing a saber from a nearby bodyguard and placing it against Yi Qin's neck. The cold blade sent Yi Qin into a panic. "Young Master Lin, what are you doing? I really haven't said anything. Why would you want to kill me? I've already discussed with your uncle. I was going to take over the Yi family and serve the Lin family. Why kill you? Because some things are best kept secret from the living. Yi Qin, you know too much, and you've already exposed yourself to Yi Han. So, I'm sorry, but you have to die." Without hesitation, Lin Dong raised his saber, ready to slit Yi Qin's throat. "No, please don't. Young Master Lin, this isn't fair. You can't just cut me off like this." But no matter how Yi Qin pleaded, Lin Dong showed no mercy. Yi Qin could feel the blade piercing his skin. He was desperate. Back then, in order to seize control of the Yi family, he had collaborated with the Lin and Zhou families, acting as a mole and leaking all of the Yi family's deployment plans to them, leading to almost the complete annihilation of the Yi family. If only he hadn't been so greedy, if only he had told the old man about the attack sooner, perhaps the Yi family wouldn't have fallen so hard. Maybe then, he could have taken control of the Yi family. Yi Qin was filled with regret, but there was no medicine for regret in this world. Just as Lin Dong's saber was about to sever Yi Qin's throat, a stone suddenly flew in, striking Lin Dong's arm and piercing it through, breaking the bone. The saber fell to the ground, and Lin Dong's arm was instantly crippled. "Ah, damn it. Who the hell attacked me?" Lin Dong clutched his bleeding arm, roaring loudly, but in his heart, he already had a terrifying suspect. Yi Han. It had to be Yi Han. On a night like this, Yi Han was still here, which could only mean one thing. Yi Han had been waiting for him. Capturing Yi Qin and deliberately spreading the news was all a trap, a setup to see who would come to rescue or kill Yi Qin. Whoever showed up would undoubtedly be connected to the attack on the Yi family. Yi Han's clever setup wasn't something Lin Dong hadn't anticipated. That's why he had brought over 100 bodyguards with him tonight. He wasn't just here to capture Yi Qin or silence him. He was prepared for Yi Han's trap. As the designated heir of the Lin family, Lin Dong wasn't stupid. He was just unlucky to have run into Yi Han. "Young Master Lin, it's late, but we meet again." Yi Han smiled as he descended from the door behind the second floor. Lin Dong carefully surveyed the area and saw that Yi Han was alone, which eased his tension a bit. Yi Han was as arrogant as ever, thinking he could take on all of Lin Dong's elite bodyguards by himself. Lin Dong smirked, thinking, "Wait until you're on your knees begging for mercy." Chapter 50. Big Brother, I was wrong. I just wanted to be your dog. ***. Yi Han greeted Lin Dong briefly before turning to Yi Qin. "Yi Qin, now you see? You're stubborn as a dead duck, still trying to defend the Lin family, yet they want you dead. Do you feel it's worth it?" Are you really willing to endure all this torture alone while your former allies betray you, want to silence you, and push all the blame onto you? Yi Han's words pierced into Yi Qin's ears, shattering his psychological defenses that had just been through a life-and-death ordeal. Originally, despite Li Hu's relentless torture throughout the day, Yi Qin had managed to hold on. He had always believed that the Lin family would go to any lengths to find him and save him. After all, Yi Qin knew too many secrets about the attack on the Yi family. If he revealed these secrets to Yi Han, it would provide undeniable evidence, and the Yi family would have every right to act against the Lin family. I'm not willing. Yi Qin's eyes burned with rage as he glared at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, you all will pay for this. You pushed me to this. I gave my all for you. Yet you betrayed me and wanted to silence me. Don't blame me now. Yi Han, just kill Lin Dong, and I'll tell you everything. Yi Qin was now completely unhinged, and compared to Yi Han, he wanted Lin Dong dead even more. Lin Dong, however, had regained his composure. Kill me? Haha. Yi Qin, are you dreaming? I came prepared today. I have over 100 bodyguards here. Even if Yi Han were a god, he couldn't take on so many, right? He'd be worn out. As Lin Dong spoke, he confirmed that there was no one else upstairs, which made him even more arrogant. With only Yi Han present and no one else around, this was the perfect opportunity to eliminate Yi Han. Yi Han, kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Plead with me and maybe, just maybe, I'll give you a quick death out of respect for Xian Ruiyun. Otherwise, tonight, I'll make you suffer like never before. Lin Dong waved his hand, and the elite bodyguards behind him all pulled out their weapons, swords, steel rods, and surrounded Yi Han in unison. Yi Han, however, showed no concern for the encirclement. His power had long surpassed that of a martial lord. These ordinary thugs were nothing to him. Even if there were twice or 5 times as many, he wouldn't bat an eye. They were all just ants. What difference did one group of ants make compared to 2? Humans don't exert much more effort stepping on 1 ant than on 100. Lin Xiao, my legs are too stiff to kneel. Why don't you show me how it's done? Yi Han smirked at Lin Dong. Oh, I forgot. Your, eggs were smashed last time. Kneeling must hurt a lot now, right? Maybe we should just skip it. Yi Han, you're asking for it. I'll kill you. Mentioning his manhood, Lin Dong was filled with a desire to tear Yi Han apart. A man's pride had been destroyed by Yi Han, and that was the source of his future happiness. What are you all waiting for? Attack. No matter the cost, kill him. Anyone who lands a blow on him gets 10 million. Lin Dong was completely mad, shouting orders at his men. Don't kill him too quickly. Leave him alive. I want to torture him. Lin Dong's face was twisted with rage. The Yi family thinks they're so tough? Tonight, both Yi surnames will be in my hands, and I'll end the Yi family's future. What they couldn't do 3 years ago, I'll finish today. Oh, and whoever castrates Yi Han gets 1 billion. Damn it, if you make me suffer, I'll make sure you feel the same pain. But what puzzled Lin Dong was that after his orders, all his men just stood there, frozen, not moving an inch. Are you all deaf? Move. You idiots. Don't you know how to kill? Lin Dong was about to explode. These were the elite guards trained by the Lin family. As the next heir to the Lin family, why weren't they following his commands? Yi Han coldly watched Lin Dong, then motioned behind him with a smirk. Lin Xiao, why don't you turn around and see what's behind you? Lin Dong was confused. What was behind him? Curious, he turned to look behind him and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, his heart sinking to the bottom. This, Hu Yi. Behind Lin Dong, the underground king of Yunqing, Li Hu, had appeared with a massive group of elite fighters. Their strength was clearly superior to Lin Dong's guards. Each of them held a steel crossbow and a dagger, all aimed at the hearts of the Lin family bodyguards, who dared not move a muscle. Lin Dong was stunned. Besides the 100-plus bodyguards he had brought, he had also set up dozens of sentries outside. Why was there no sign of them? Guards, are you all dead? Li Hu had brought so many people in, yet the sentries outside hadn't noticed? Lin Dong, do you really think I, Li Hu, am easy to deal with? If I dare to hold Yi Chun here, do you think I had no plans? Li Hu waved his hand, and another group of men brought in the sentries Lin Dong had set up outside. Lin Dong was utterly desperate. He finally understood that Yi Han had set a trap, and he had walked right into it. Yi Xiao, I was wrong. Please spare me. I just wanted to be your dog, to help you clean house. Really? With a thud, Lin Dong dropped to his knees without a shred of dignity. Yi Chun, watching from the side, was speechless. Yi Han. Don't listen to him. It was Lin Dong who was in charge of liaising with me. The Lin family directly participated in the attack on the Yi family, and I know they were after something from the Yi family. Unfortunately, they still haven't found it. Knowing he had no chance of escape, Yi Chun decided to spill the beans, which nearly drove Lin Dong insane. Yi Chun, you're asking for it. That something was the biggest secret of the attack on the Yi family, and Yi Chun had just revealed it. This involved not just the Lin family but many other powerful forces. If they found out the Lin family had leaked the information, they wouldn't let them off easily. Lin Dong, furious, got up from the ground and lunged at Yi Chun, grabbing his throat with one hand and snarling, Yi Chun, I'll choke you to death. Chapter 51. Dog bites dog, all bristles. This secret exposed in front of Yi Han. How could the people behind the Lin family possibly let the Lin family off the hook? Yi Chun's hands and feet were bound by ropes, his throat was choked, and his face instantly turned red. Yi Han smiled faintly, and a surge of energy from his hand broke the ropes binding Yi Chun's hands and feet. Yi Chun was finally free and immediately started to refute, punching Lin Dong's cheek, causing Lin Dong to stagger and naturally loosen his grip. Lin Dong, I've long been annoyed by you. Who do you think you are? A useless piece of trash who spends his days idling about. What makes you think you can stand on equal footing with me? Pfft. Thinking of how Lin Dong had just tried to kill him, Yi Chun became even angrier and stomped hard on Lin Dong's crotch several times. Lin Dong's crotch had already been injured before, and his arm had just been broken by Yi Han, leaving only one hand. So how could he possibly be a match for Yi Chun? Yi Chun, just you wait. Once I get out of here today, I'll make sure you suffer unbearably. You're nothing but a dog of the Lin family, yet you dare bark at me. I'll fight you to the death. By this point, Lin Dong had completely ignored Yi Han and charged at Yi Chun, grappling with him. Using both hands and feet, he grabbed Yi Chun's hair and even bit off a chunk of flesh from Yi Chun's body. Yi Chun winced in pain. Lin Dong, this is your own doing. Yi Chun's face showed a sinister expression as he picked up the battle sword Lin Dong had dropped and stabbed it straight through Lin Dong's chest. Pft, pft. Several stabs later, Lin Dong's chest had several holes, blood gushing out, and his hand gripping Yi Chun's hair gradually loosened. He looked at Yi Chun in disbelief. You actually dare to kill me? Lin Yang, run quickly. Go back and tell Uncle avenge me. Seeing the holes in his chest, Lin Dong knew he couldn't survive and wanted to notify his mentally challenged brother to go back and inform their family. But Lin Yang, seeing the scene before him, had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he picked up a battle sword. Brother, I'm here to help you. Seeing Lin Yang charging at him, Yi Chun didn't hesitate and slashed the sword, killing Lin Yang as well. No. Lin Dong never expected that before Yi Han even made a move, Yi Chun had already killed both him and his brother Lin Yang. This meant the Lin family was now extinct. Yi Chun, coming to his senses from his frenzy, hurriedly threw down the sword, looking terrified as he said to Lin Dong, Young Master Lin, no, I didn't mean to. Yi Chun was well aware that the Lin family, like the Yi family, was one of the 6 major powers, with formidable strength. What's more, to fully take control of the Yi family, Yi Chun needed the support of the Lin family. But now, he had killed the Lin family's only 2 heirs, Lin Dong and Lin Yang. If the Lin family found out, where would he have any chance of survival? Moreover, he was still in Yi Han's hands. Even if Yi Han didn't kill him, the Lin family wouldn't let him off either. Clap, clap, clap. Yi Han watched the 2 men dogfight dispassionately. After seeing Lin Dong and Lin Yang twitch a few times and finally go still, Yi Han stepped forward. Yi Chun, you do have some guts. Killing Lin Dong has done the Yi family some service. Yi Han looked at Yi Chen with a half smile, but Yi Chen's face was full of bitterness, almost on the verge of tears. Yi Han, Halfway through his sentence, Yi Chen stopped. Yi Chen wasn't stupid. He knew that today, whether he was in Yi Han's hands or Lin Dong's, he had no chance of survival. Although Yi Han was also detestable, compared to the Lin family, who he had been serving, Lin Dong had even tried to silence him. So, even if he died, he wouldn't let them off easily. I'll tell you everything I know. Just give me a quick death. Yi Chen's mind couldn't help but recall the scene when the Yi family patriarch had rescued him from a group of human traffickers. At that time, Yi Chen felt only gratitude. His request was very humble back then, just to be free and have a meal, not to go hungry. Later, the Yi family patriarch sent Yi Chen to school and entrusted him with managing the family's business. Yi Chen became the spokesperson of the Yi family, one below the patriarch, above everyone else, enjoying wealth and honor. But Yi Chen became more and more greedy, betraying the Yi family, leading to the tragedy of the Yi family. The people who attacked the Yi family back then, I know of the Lin family, the Zhou family, and people from the royal family, but I've never seen the royal family members' face. Besides them, there are also people from the Zhao family. Do you have paper and pen? Yi Chen stumbled in front of Yi Han, his face showing no trace of despair, but rather a kind of relief. After Li Hu and the others brought paper and pen, Yi Chen thought carefully and wrote down a list on the paper. This is the list of people I know who attacked the Yi family, and I have video evidence to verify it. Of course, you can also investigate on your own. After handing the paper to Yi Han, Yi Chen continued, the Lin family attacked the Yi family to find something that could change the fate of their family, related to a huge secret. Specifically, I only heard fragments, something called the immortal bone. Lin Dong probably didn't even know. Only the Lin family head, Lin Hua, knew. Having said all he knew, Yi Chen let out a long sigh. Yi Han, seeing Yi Chen's state, said calmly, if you had known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Speak. Do you have any last wishes? Tell me, and I might help you, depending on my mood. No. Yi Chen shook his head, suddenly remembering something. Oh, right. I have a girl kept at number 38, South Suburb, Yunqing. I've always wanted to have her, but she refused. So, I've been secretly keeping her imprisoned. If you have time, go and release her. Still keeping a girl imprisoned? Yi Han's lips curled up. He thought Yi Chen had no interest in women. All right. Hearing Yi Han's response, the next moment, Yi Chen picked up the sword on the ground and stabbed it fiercely into his own heart. Yi Chen knew he had no way out, so it was better to end it himself. Did you record all of that clearly? Yi Han turned to Li Hu. Lin Dong and Lin Yang were killed by Yi Chen, and Yi Chen committed suicide. Li Hu nodded. It's all recorded. Using Yi Chen as bait, Yi Han had hoped to catch a big fish, but Lin Dong had come to them instead. Still, it wasn't bad. Lin Dong was eliminated, and Yi Chen's list was obtained. This operation had yielded considerable gains. Especially seeing the Zhao family on the list, Yi Han's face darkened. Humph. The Zhao family was involved in the plan back then too? I've already given you a chance, but when I come knocking, it'll be your end. As Yi Han muttered, a faint creak came from the roof. Who's there? Yi Han's expression tightened. Someone was eavesdropping on the roof? Chapter 52. I'm going to give him a green hat. It was crucial to understand that Yi Han's current strength had already surpassed that of a martial saint. The opponent had hidden their true abilities quite deeply. Huff. Without hesitation, Yi Han pushed off the ground with his ankle, propelling his body upward toward the second floor. Using the steel frame of the wall for leverage, he burst through the warehouse roof and emerged onto the rooftop. Such a flexible and monstrous movement technique left Li Hu and his gang of underlings in awe. You all saw that, right? The instructor's strength is unfathomable, beyond what you can even imagine. Clean up the scene. Li Hu couldn't resist showing off in front of his subordinates. As for the opponent Yi Han was pursuing, Li Hu didn't dare to interfere. Because Li Hu was well aware that such a powerful individual was far beyond his own level. Once on the rooftop, Yi Han's powerful perception spread across the dark night, quickly detecting a hunched figure fleeing rapidly into the distance. Swoosh! Yi Han flicked a piece of metal with his hand, sending it hurtling toward the fleeing figure. Thwack! A crisp sound echoed, followed by a muffled groan. The piece of metal had definitely injured the intruder. Yi Han had clearly sensed that the opponent's strength wasn't particularly high, at most that of a martial master, not yet reaching the level of a martial saint. However, the opponent's movement technique was somewhat peculiar, and they were adept at hiding their aura, which was why Yi Han hadn't immediately detected their presence earlier. Yi Han's footsteps didn't slow as he leaped across the rooftops, chasing after the fleeing figure. However, when he reached the end of the warehouse, he discovered that below was a railway track. A train was passing by at that moment, and aside from a pool of blood on the ground, there were no other traces. Running pretty fast, Yi Han snorted coldly, muttering to himself, "But on that piece of metal, I've already placed a scent tracking goo. As long as you come within 3 kilometers of me, I'll definitely find you. I hope you're not an enemy, or else you'll die a miserable death." As for the aftermath of the warehouse incident, Li Hu would handle it, so Yi Han didn't need to worry. He drove toward number 38 in the southern suburbs of Yun City. Since Yi Chen was already dead, there was no need to delay the girl any further. Number 38 in the southern suburbs of Yun City was a quiet, secluded courtyard. As Yi Han approached, 3 black-suited bodyguards tried to block his way. Yi Han coldly said, "Get lost. I'm Yi Han. Yi Chen is already dead. Are you still going to serve him?" Seeing their hesitation, Yi Han flashed a video he had recorded in front of them. The bodyguards' faces immediately changed. "Mr. Yi, we bid you farewell. We've never seen you today." With that, they fled as if their pants were on fire. Yi Han smirked, pushed open the door, and walked into the courtyard. As soon as he entered, a teacup was hurled at him. "Yi Chen, I've told you. I'd rather be with a dog than be your woman. Get out. This girl has some fire in her." Yi Han flicked his hand, sending a surge of energy to easily catch the teacup. "I'm here to inform you that you're free. From now on, you won't have to endure Yi Chen's torment anymore. You can live the life you want." Yi Han scanned the living room and saw a girl in khaki shorts glaring angrily at the doorway. When she saw it wasn't Yi Chen but Yi Han, the girl was visibly startled. "You're not Yi Chen? Where is he?" "Dead." In front of the girl, Yi Han didn't hold back, directly explaining the situation. "I've taken care of the people outside. I just came to tell you that from now on, you're free to move about." According to Yi Chen, the girl had been the school beauty during their university days, and from that time, Yi Chen had set his sights on her. Relying on the power of the Yi family, Yi Chen had easily eliminated all her suitors, starting to keep her under his control. "Dead." The girl looked skeptical as she glanced outside, indeed not seeing the bodyguards. Previously, those bodyguards had been present 24/7, even following her whenever she went out to buy something. The girl's expression finally relaxed. 5 years. From the start of university until now, 5 years had passed. She had finally regained her freedom? But in an instant, her expression tensed again. "No, it must be some kind of trick from Yi Chen, trying to fool me. Yi Chen just wants to get me, doesn't he? Well, I'm not going to let him." Yi Han couldn't be bothered to explain further and turned to leave. Just as Yi Han was about to exit the living room, the girl suddenly called out, "Wait." "Huh." Yi Han turned back, puzzled, but before he could react, the girl threw herself at him, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing her lips against his. "Miss, what are you doing?" Yi Han felt the girl's incredible elasticity but quickly pulled away. Although Yi Han did enjoy flirting, he wasn't the type to take just any girl. The girl, however, was relentless. "What do you think a girl throwing herself at a man means? Yi Chen just wants to have me, doesn't he? Well, I'm going to give my first time to another man. Don't worry, I'm still pure. Come on." Before Yi Han could protest, The girl hooked her arms around his neck and led him toward the nearby bedroom. Hiss. The girl stripped off her clothes in the room, revealing her stunning figure, curvaceous and exquisite. Another top-tier beauty. Yihan had been planning to get intimate with Su Anyue the previous night, but his sister-in-law had interrupted. Now, faced with such a tempting beauty, Yihan's desires were ignited. Miss, you're playing with fire. Humph. I'm not afraid. So why should you be? Come on. I'm going to give Yi-chin a green hat, the girl said as she pushed Yihan onto the bed. Little did the girl know that Yi-chin was truly dead. Feeling the warmth in his arms, Yihan no longer cared about anything else. With a firm grip, he tore off his clothes. The room was soon filled with a sultry atmosphere, accompanied by sounds of pleasure that were not suitable for children. A cold jade body? As Yihan and Jiang Yueran reached the final step of intimacy, Yihan suddenly discovered that Jiang Yueran possessed a legendary rare physique, a cold jade body. Yihan's heart trembled with shock, but also with immense joy. This was the very physique that Yihan and his master had been tirelessly searching for. The cold jade body could perfectly neutralize the fire toxins accumulating in Yihan's body, saving his life. The dragon-subduing art from the Beiluo sect was nearly the most extraordinary cultivation technique. When combined with Yihan's 9 Yang Dragon Vein, it could achieve the effect of altering one's fate. However, the dragon-subduing art also had a fatal flaw. As the cultivation level increased, the side effects of the 9 Yang Dragon Vein would also amplify, forming intense fire toxins within Yihan's body. If these toxins were not controlled, they would eventually poison and burn Yihan to death. Even though Yihan's master was a genius, he had only found one peculiar method of detoxification, finding 9 girls with special physiques to assist Yihan in neutralizing the toxins and turning them into his own strength. Yihan had never expected that the very physique he had been searching for would appear here. This was a gift from heaven, a woman destined for him. If he didn't take her, it would be a sin against his own conscience. Chapter 53. Terrified Zhao family decides to take their daughter to apologize in person. The moonlight outside the window seemed shy to witness the scene before it, quietly hiding behind the clouds. After more than an hour, Yihan and the girl lazily lay on the bed, with a bright red spot clearly visible on the sheets. On Jiang Yueran's neck, a blue, eerie pattern appeared, the mark of the ice jade body. At this moment, Yihan could clearly feel that one of the fire toxins in his body had disappeared. On Yihan's chest, within the faint Tai Chi diagram, one of the 9 dragon lines had been illuminated, signifying that the corresponding poison had been neutralized. My name is Yihan. From today on, you are my woman. If you want me to take responsibility, you can call me anytime. As Yihan spoke, he picked up the girl's phone and dialed his own number. Although Yihan could like different girls, he treated those who became his women very well. Oh, my name is Jiang Yueran. Jiang Yueran twisted her body in Yihan's arms, suddenly seeming to recall something. Ah, you're Yihan? You're Yi-chin's younger brother? Yi-chin had always regarded Yihan as his greatest enemy and often mentioned him in front of Jiang Yueran. Moreover, Yihan's reputation in Yunqing was well known to most people. He was always hanging out in clubs, either at one or on his way to one. Yes. How about it? Now you regret it, don't you? I warned you earlier. Yihan got up, tidied his clothes, and prepared to leave. He had to buy a house tomorrow, though not for himself, but for Qiuling. With Yi-chin's death tonight, the Yi group urgently needed someone to help manage it, and Qiuling was the best candidate. To have Qiuling work at the Yi group, the first thing to solve was her accommodation. Yihan planned to buy a house for Qiuling first, and then inform her. Regret? Why would I regret it? Jiang Yueran not only showed no signs of regret but seemed quite excited. So, does that mean we just did something scandalous between a sister-in-law and brother-in-law? How thrilling! Even though Yihan was experienced, Jiang Yueran's words left him momentarily speechless. Hee, great. Yi-chin wanted to have me. Didn't he? I gave my body to his younger brother instead. I'll drive him crazy. Come on, little brother-in-law, let's take a selfie together. I'm going to drive him crazy. As she spoke, Jiang Yueran didn't hesitate to expose herself in front of Yihan, wrapping her arms around his neck and taking a couple of photos before letting him leave. After Yihan left, Jiang Yueran immediately sent those intimate photos to Yi Chen's phone. Yi Chen, now I belong to your younger brother. You'll never have me, so give up. Having done all this, Jiang Yueran suddenly felt a bit hungry and wanted to get up to eat something, but as soon as she moved, she realized her whole body was about to fall apart. This Yihan, his stamina was too strong. After leaving the courtyard, Yihan dialed Li Hu's number. Jiang Yueran is now mine. Tell the brothers to take good care of her. Also, look into Jiang Yueran's background for me. Jiang Yueran had been imprisoned by Yi Chen for so long and had just regained her freedom. Yihan was a bit worried that something might happen to her. Since she had become his woman, Yihan naturally had to make arrangements to take care of her. Yes, instructor. When Yihan returned home, his sister-in-law Su Yingxue and wife Su Anyue were still awake, clearly waiting for him in the living room. Brother-in-law, you're finally back? How did things go? Li Hu had sought Yihan out for a reason, and although he knew Yihan was extraordinary, he was still worried. As she spoke, Su Yingxue jumped into Yihan's arms, leaving Su Anyue, who had been about to hug him, feeling a bit left out. Yihan's lips curled into a smile. With his left hand, he pushed Su Yingxue into his left arm, and with his right hand, he pulled Su Anyue into his embrace as well. Go ahead and hug me. I'm your husband. What's there to be shy about? Oh. Although Su Anyue had been intimate with Yihan before, with Su Yingxue present, she still felt a bit embarrassed. As she enjoyed Yihan's embrace, she quietly observed Su Yingxue's expression. Seeing that Su Yingxue seemed calm and even happy, Su Anyue was a bit surprised. Were kids these days so calm? With both sisters in Yihan's arms, Su Yingxue didn't seem to mind at all. Su Anyue didn't know that Su Yingxue and Yihan had been intimate the previous night and tonight. When Su Yingxue risked her life to save Yihan, their feelings had deepened. With Su Yingxue around, Yihan naturally had to sleep alone tonight. However, thinking about Jiang Yueran's rare ice jade body, Yihan couldn't help but smile. Was this fate? The 9 yang dragon veins that had troubled Yihan for so long, for which he had been searching for a solution, had been unexpectedly resolved by a girl kept by Yi Chen. Yi Chen had done so many bad things, but this might be the only good deed he ever did. In the Zhao family compound in Yuncheng, the old ancestor Zhao Changfeng, covered in blood, staggered into the hall, startling the Zhao family head, Zhao Tianlong, who hadn't yet gone to sleep. Old ancestor, you? What happened to you? Zhao Changfeng, weakened and bloodied, collapsed into a chair. With a cold grunt, he ripped a piece of metal from his shoulder and hastily bandaged the wound with a scrap of cloth before issuing a command. Hurry! Call all the key members of the Zhao family to assemble for an urgent meeting. I have crucial matters to address. Yes. Seeing the old ancestor in such a state, Zhao Tianlong knew something major must have happened. Without hesitation, he quickly notified all Zhao family members. Those who could attend in person were to come immediately, and those who couldn't were to join via a phone conference. 20 minutes later, all Zhao family members had gathered. The old ancestor Zhao Changfeng then straightened his expression and spoke gravely. What I am about to announce is that, from this moment on, our Zhao family will surrender to the Yi family. Tomorrow, I will personally lead some representatives of the Zhao family to visit the Yi family and apologize. Old ancestor, why did you suddenly make this decision? Didn't we work together against the Yi family in the past? Yes, the Yi family is clearly on the verge of collapse. Yihan was attacked and has been a good-for-nothing for 3 years. What kind of waves can he possibly make? The crowd was in an uproar, completely unable to understand the old ancestor's decision. Silence. You've all been deceived by Yihan. His strength is likely beyond the level of a martial saint. A few days ago, the grandmaster who attacked the Yi family was suddenly killed, and the Zhou family's grandmaster steward also died in Yuncheng. I suspect Yihan personally did it. Tonight, I went to gather information, and I was severely injured by Yihan. The crowd had been skeptical of the old ancestor's earlier words. But Zhao Chongfeng's last statement made everyone present gasp in shock. Everyone knew the old ancestor's strength. He was a peak grandmaster, the foundation of the Zhao family's standing. If even the old ancestor wasn't a match for Yi Han, how terrifying must Yi Han's strength be? Moreover, it was rumored that the Zhou family steward and the Zhou family patriarch's son had both died in Yuncheng. Was all of this Yi Han's doing? The Yi family had truly produced a dragon. All right, since that's the case, it's decided. Tomorrow, the old ancestor and I, along with Ling Long, will personally go to the Yi family to apologize and seek their forgiveness. Zhao Tianlong, as the Zhao family head, directly made the decision. However, among the crowd, a buxom, lowly-looking beauty with a pout on her lips muttered, "Dad, you all go to apologize. Why do I have to go along?" This girl was none other than Zhao Linglong, the most cherished third-generation member of the Zhao family. Although she appeared petite, her figure was quite striking, earning her the nickname Jur X Luoli. Linglong, stop being difficult. This decision concerns the fate of the entire Zhao family. Back then, we were forced into a wrong choice, and this time, we absolutely cannot make another mistake. No matter what unreasonable conditions the Yi family proposes, we must resolutely comply, and you are not allowed to be willful. Otherwise, it will be the day of our Zhao family's annihilation. From now on, all Zhao family disciples must show the utmost respect to anyone from the Yi family, accepting any punishment or humiliation. Do you understand? Understand. The old ancestor, covered in blood, didn't even have time to properly bandage his wounds, hastily convening the meeting. All the core disciples of the Zhao family sensed the gravity of the situation. I hope it's not too late. The skies of Yunqing are about to change. Chapter 54. Salt in the Wound. Lin Hua is furious. At the Lin household, Lin Hua had not slept all night. His son, Lin Yang, and the next successor, Lin Dong, had gone to track down Yi Chun the previous evening and had not returned. Along with them, the batch of Lin family bodyguards Lin Dong had taken, over 100 men, had completely vanished in Yunqing. A bunch of useless fools. Still no news? Lin Hua, furious, swept everything off the tea table to the ground. Among the third generation of the Lin family, only Lin Dong and Lin Yang were from the direct lineage. If something happened to both of them, the future of the entire Lin family would be at stake. Head of the family. It's still the same as before. Young Master Lin said he was going out to find Yi Chin's whereabouts, and second young master insisted on going with him. After taking the family's bodyguards and leaving, they disappeared without a trace. The subordinate reported with a frustrated expression, though inwardly he was cursing. In their view, Lin Dong was not much different from the previous Yi Han. He was often seen in nightclubs, and with so many people vanishing, it was likely he was hiding in some nightclub. He was just using the excuse of capturing Yi Chun to make his escapades more legitimate. In fact, Lin Hua had considered this possibility. But when he thought about how Yi Chun had been captured by Yi Han, and Lin Dong and Lin Yang had gone to find Yi Chin, Lin Hua's heart began to sink. If Yi Han had set a trap, waiting for Lin Dong and Lin Yang to walk into it, with Lin Dong and Lin Yang's intelligence, how could they possibly be a match for that scoundrel Yi Han? The more Lin Hua thought about it, the more anxious he became. If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have agreed to let Lin Dong go looking for Yi Chin's trail. Head of the family. There's someone here to visit? Lin Hua was still in a foul mood when a bodyguard at the door reported nervously, "Not seeing anyone, not even if the King of Heaven himself comes." Lin Hua was in no mood to see anyone. He's Yi Han, and he's already inside. The bodyguard's voice was filled with helplessness. They hadn't wanted to let Yi Han in, but with Wang Fuguwei by his side, the two had easily knocked out 7 or 8 bodyguards at the door and walked in brazenly. Lin family head, what's the matter? You're in quite a bad mood this early in the morning. Judging by that mouth of yours, you shouldn't be eating hot pot. Yi Han and Wang Fuguwei strode in, Yi Han staring at Lin Hua with a mischievous glint in his eye, deliberately pointing at Lin Hua's mouth. Yesterday, in front of everyone, Lin Hua's wife's poodle had bitten Lin Hua's mouth, an incident everyone had witnessed. Yihan had then joked that Lin Hua had eaten feces, which had nearly driven Lin Hua mad. The sore spot was touched again, and Lin Hua felt like he could devour Yihan alive. Brother, maybe it's not the hot pot. Didn't he eat feces? I heard experts say that human excrement can indeed cause inflammation. Maybe he found the taste so good that he had a few more helpings last night, still warm. Makes sense. Fuguwei, I didn't realize you've become so smart. That's naturally because of brother's radiant presence. Being by your side, I'm deeply influenced by your wisdom. Get lost. The two of them sang in unison, completely disregarding Lin Hua's feelings. Damn it. Having eaten feces once wasn't enough. Now they were forcing him to eat it again in the toilet? Am I sick or something? Yihan, what exactly do you want? If you keep acting this way, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Hua suppressed his anger and asked Yihan with patience. This Yihan was too arrogant. He barged into his house in broad daylight. What did he want? Did he want to humiliate the Lin family? Hee. Lin family head, don't be angry. I just came to ask the Lin family head about the whereabouts of young Master Lin and his brother. I haven't seen them in a day, and I miss them. I wanted to invite them for a drink, but their phones are off, so I came to ask. Drinking? You scoundrel, I wouldn't believe a word you say. You want to drink with Lin Dong? Drink what? Feathers? Lin Dong and Lin Yang had gone to find Yichun last night and then disappeared. And now Yihan shows up at the Lin family home, saying he wants to drink with them? How could this be a coincidence? Intentional. Yihan is definitely doing this on purpose. Lin Hua was almost certain that Lin Dong and Lin Yang had already fallen into Yihan's hands, and Yihan was here to gloat. Yihan, you've gone too far. You'd better come clean and tell me where you've taken Lin Dong and Lin Yang, or else today you won't be leaving this door. Lin Hua's expression changed, and the sound of bodyguards' footsteps filled the Lin family compound as they surrounded the reception hall. Yihan remained calm. Lin family head, that's no fun. Your own people are missing, and you're blaming me for capturing them? Isn't that like saying, if your wife suddenly gets pregnant, you blame the neighbor? That doesn't make sense. Why don't you tell me, what were Lin Dong and the others doing last night? I can help you analyze it. Lin Hua couldn't say that Lin Dong and the others had gone to find Yichun. If he admitted that, it would be admitting that the Lin family had colluded with Yichun to attack the Yi family years ago. On one hand, his son and the heir to the Lin family were missing, and on the other, he knew it was Yihan's doing but had no reason or evidence to accuse him. He also couldn't reveal Lin Dong and Lin Yang's true purpose, at least not verbally. The Lin family was now like a mute swallowing a bitter pill, unable to speak of their suffering. My heart is full of bitterness. Damn it, it's killing me. Yihan, Lin Dong and Lin Yang are sleeping and don't want to drink with you. Now, get out immediately. Lin Hua felt like he was about to explode. Drinking? I advised the Lin family head to go take a look. If they accidentally drink themselves to death, the Lin family head might be left without an heir. Wang Fuguwei, as Yihan's loyal sidekick, perfectly understood Yihan's intentions, and his stab hit Lin Hua hard, almost setting him ablaze on the spot. Get lost. Yihan smiled faintly and left the Lin family compound with Wang Fuguwei. With Yihan's current strength, if one ignored the Lin family's ancestor, he could easily wipe out the Lin family. But before fully understanding the Lin family's ancestors' capabilities, Yihan wouldn't act rashly. These prestigious families, able to sustain themselves for so many years, naturally had their own deep-rooted strengths and resources. Moreover, the Lin family had joined forces with others to attack the Yi family, nearly causing its downfall. How could Yihan let the Lin family off so easily? He would take his time, striking at their hearts. Yihan, there's a guest at the Yi family. They say they want to apologize to the Yi family and specifically ask to see you. Are you free to come back? Just as Yihan left the Lin family compound, his grandfather Yi Changfeng called. Apologize? Who? Yihan was puzzled. Could it be that the intimidation he displayed at the Lin family banquet had worked, and some naive family had come to apologize on their own, admitting their mistake? The hidden prestigious Zhao family of Yunqing, their ancestor, Zhao Tianlong, the family head Zhao Tianlong, and their youngest daughter, Zhao Linglong. Chapter 55. The resentful maiden bullied by Yi Han. Ah, damn it. This is outrageous, simply too arrogant. After Yi Han and Wang Fugue left the Lin family, Lin Hua could no longer hold back. He picked up a chair from the room and smashed the television, coffee table, and the newly installed chandelier in the hall into pieces. Bastard, scoundrel, little beast. How did you manage to escape back then? Damn it, I should have killed you then to eliminate the Hua Huan. Exhausted from smashing, Lin Hua finally plopped down onto the floor. Yi Han had come to their door at a time when Lin Dong and Lin Yang were missing, ostensibly to drink with them. Even a ghost would know that drinking wasn't the real purpose. It was a blatant show of triumph, a display of arrogance. Lin Hua was almost certain that Lin Dong and Lin Yang had been killed by Yi Han. But what infuriated Lin Hua the most was that, despite knowing this fact, he had no evidence, and he couldn't openly admit it. He couldn't give the Yi family any reason to attack. Lin Hua knew that the Yi family was just waiting for a reasonable excuse to declare war on the Lin family. Previously, Lin Hua had urged the Xian family to cancel their engagement with the Yi family, aiming to join forces with the Xian family to deal with the Yi family. However, not only did Yi Han disrupt the engagement ceremony between the Xian and Lin families, but it also appeared that the Xian family had grown closer to the Yi family. Now that Lin Dong was almost certainly dead, even if the Lin family wanted to form an alliance with the Xian family through marriage, they had no suitable candidate. Everything was Yi Han's fault. Lin Hua didn't want Yi Han to live another second. Come here, give me the phone. I need to contact the Blood Robe sect and have them immediately start hunting down Yi Han. Lin Hua dialed the phone and, fuming with anger, recounted the situation to the Blood Robe sect. But on the other end, a clear girl's voice simply replied indifferently, "The Blood Robe sect doesn't need anyone to tell us what to do. Patriarch Lin, be patient and wait. It's best not to bother me too much, or else I might just eliminate the Lin family one day." The girl's words on the other end left Lin Hua speechless. The Blood Robe sect, hidden in the shadows like a venomous snake, was recognized as the most powerful assassin organization in the Great Xia. They had connections with the country's noble families, powerful figures, and even some hidden super families. The Blood Robe sect also held some blackmail material on these families. If they wanted to eliminate the Lin family, the current Lin family might not be able to withstand it. After hanging up with the Blood Robe sect, Lin Hua slapped himself. Damn it, are you all bullying me? Just wait. The next time the Divine Envoy comes, I'll definitely request a superpower as a blessing and make you all regret your actions today. In the southwest, deep within a mountainous region, in a courtyard, a beautiful and delicate girl stretched lazily and asked her assistant, "What's the situation in Yunqing?" "Sect leader, we've received news that Black Dragon is dead, and his body hasn't been found yet. No one knows how he died." The assistant replied respectfully, "Sect leader, that Yi Han doesn't seem simple." The girl snorted coldly and said indifferently, "If he were so easy to kill, he wouldn't be Yi Han. Don't say Black Dragon, even 10 of you wouldn't be a match for Yi Han." Ah! The assistant was shocked. You knew Black Dragon wasn't his match, yet you still sent him? And, from your tone, it seems you're quite familiar with Yi Han. The girl opened her big, Kazilan eyes and glanced at the greenery outside the window, thinking to herself, how could it just be familiarity? It's far too familiar. From the age of 8, she had followed that scoundrel, serving him every day, dressing him, feeding him, and in the winter, even warming his bed. But Yi Han, that scoundrel, would pull her pigtails, play pranks on her, secretly tie her shoelaces to make her fall, and as she grew older, he even tugged at the straps of her bra in the back and flicked her. The outside world only knew that the leader of the Blood Robe sect was a stunning young girl, but few knew that 3 years ago, Chu Yue, the leader of the Blood Robe sect, had been Yi Han's personal maidservant from the Beiluo sect, and a personal maidservant who had lived and slept together with him for 10 years. Until 3 years ago, when the Beiluo sect faced that calamity and disbanded. Yi Han and his master fled, while Chu Yue took the opportunity to escape from Yi Han's clutches. Bastard! You'd better not die too quickly. I haven't settled this score with you yet. Come, pass my order. Have Shengou, Tiniu, and Xinying go together to assassinate Yi Han. Chu Yue's lips curved into a mischievous smile as she gave the order to her subordinates. Yes, sect leader. All three of them are master-level assassins. Do you think they have a chance of success? They're going to deliver their heads. Ah, this, sect leader, you? The assistant's eyes widened as she wanted to say more, but Chu Yue glared at her fiercely. Some things, just keep them in mind. After the assistant left the courtyard, she immediately understood the sect leader's arrangement. Shengou, Tiniu, Xinying, including the previous Black Dragon, were all direct subordinates of the Elder Council. The sect leader was using a knife to kill? When Yi Han and Wang Fugue returned to the Yi family compound, Zhao Changfeng, Zhao Tianlong, and Zhao Linglong were already waiting in the hall. Seeing Yi Han, Zhao Changfeng and Zhao Tianlong, along with several representatives of the Zhao family, immediately stood up and bowed respectfully to Yi Han, saying, "Greetings, young Master Yi." Wang Fugue, entering the hall, didn't stand on ceremony. He found a place to sit down, grabbed some grapes from the fruit platter, and stuffed a few into his mouth, not forgetting to compliment Ye's grandfather. "Old Yi, your grapes are good?" Yi Changfeng was speechless about Wang Fugue. This guy, because he spent too much time with his grandson, had also become shameless? He didn't even know the meaning of the word timid. Yi Han examined the Zhao family members, his gaze finally resting on Zhao Changfeng, especially noting the bandage on Zhao Changfeng's shoulder. The doubts in his heart instantly cleared up. "So it was you." Yi Han smiled faintly, sat down beside Yi Changfeng, and gave a glance to his grandfather Yi Qingkuan, signaling him to relax. Although the Zhao family wasn't one of the 6 major noble families, they were a hidden superfamily. When it came to going all out, they were on the same level as the Lin family. Today, they had come in such a grand manner to apologize, making the Yi family feel like they were on high alert, their nerves tightly strung. They were afraid of a trap. After all, the situation the Yi family was facing was quite complex. The Yi family and the Lin family could go to war at any moment. Any small movement could be the straw that broke the camel's back. If the Zhao family was genuinely here to apologize and pledge allegiance, that would be fine. But if it was a feigned surrender, Zhao Changfeng didn't hide anything from Yi Han. "There's nothing I can hide from young Master Yi. That's right, it was me last night. Please forgive my recklessness." As he spoke, Zhao Changfeng bowed deeply to Yi Han. Back when the Yi family was attacked, the Zhao family did participate, but I swear with my life that no one from the Zhao family directly attacked the Yi family. The only thing we did was, under the pressure of the royal family, provide 32 vehicles to assist in transferring a group of experts. I, on behalf of the Zhao family, admit our mistake to young Master Yi and sincerely ask for a chance to make amends. Zhao Changfeng didn't hide the truth of the matter, revealing the past clearly and looking at Yi Han with sincerity. Seeing that Yi Han seemed unmoved, Zhao Changfeng made another shocking move. Thud. In the next moment, Zhao Changfeng directly knelt before Yi Han. "Please give the Zhao family a chance, young Master Yi. The Zhao family is willing to pay any price and accept any conditions you propose." Chapter 56. I've taken a fancy to your daughter. Make her my personal maid. Ouch! Zhao Changfeng's bold move left everyone present in shock. Old ancestor. Zhao Tianlong tried to intervene, but a single glance from Zhao Changfeng silenced him instantly. Thud. Thud. Not only Zhao Changfeng and Zhao Tianlong, but also the other Zhao family members who had accompanied them, all knelt before Yi Han. Everyone except Zhao Linglong. They knelt like guilty children, not daring to breathe heavily. It was worth noting that Zhao Changfeng knelt not to the Yi family, but to Yi Han himself. In the eyes of Yi Qingkuan and the Yi family patriarch, Yi Han had lost all his power 3 years ago after barely surviving an attack. Since then, he had become a playboy, forgotten by everyone, frequenting clubs. Yet, Zhao Changfeng, the patriarch of the Zhao family, knelt before Yi Han? Why? Old ancestor of the Zhao family, Perhaps we should stand up to talk? Yi Changfeng stood up, trying to persuade Zhao Tianlong and the others. But the Zhao family patriarch and the others remained motionless, their eyes earnest as they looked at Yi Han. Young Master Yi, these are all the ledgers of the Zhao group. Please take a look. The implication was clear. To save the Zhao family, they were willing to offer all the assets of the Zhao group. This? Yi Changfeng and Yi Qingkuan were puzzled. Did Yi Han have some hidden means that could make the Zhao family submit so willingly? As everyone turned their gaze to Yi Han, he looked playfully at Zhao Linglong. Everyone from the Zhao family has knelt. Why haven't you? Zhao Linglong glared angrily at Yi Han. Why should I? I haven't done anything wrong. Besides, it wasn't our choice to provide the convoy for them. We were ordered by the royal family. Who dares to disobey? If you want to kneel, go ahead, but I won't. Linglong, don't be insolent. Zhao Tianlong quickly reprimanded her. Get down on your knees right now. Do you want to bring ruin to the Zhao family? The Zhao family patriarch also released a burst of killing intent, glaring at Zhao Linglong. Zhao Linglong wasn't afraid of her father, Zhao Tianlong, but she did fear the patriarch. Just as Zhao Linglong was wavering, Yi Han suddenly spoke. It seems your sincerity isn't enough. If you want me to spare the Zhao family, I have a condition. Yi Han's sudden change of attitude brought a wave of relief to the Zhao family patriarch and the others. Please speak, young Master Yi. Whatever the condition, the Zhao family will agree. The Zhao family patriarch had witnessed Yi Han's abilities the previous day at the warehouse and had seen his strength. By observing the details, one could see the whole. The Zhao patriarch deduced that despite the Lin family's attack 3 years ago, which nearly destroyed the Yi family, and the failed assault on Beiluo Sherman, Yi Han had not only survived but remained formidable. This meant the rise of the Yi family was inevitable. Moreover, Beiluo Sherman and the Yi family, having bided their time for so long, would unleash a terrifying counterattack. To gain Yi Han's forgiveness and avoid the Zhao family's destruction was worth everything. Yi Han's gaze turned mischievous as he looked at Zhao Linglong. I'm in need of a personal maid. Let Zhao Linglong serve by my side. If she pleases me within a year, I'll overlook the Zhao family's past transgressions. No way. Zhao Linglong, hearing that Yi Han wanted her as his maid, immediately rejected the idea with strong resistance. But the Zhao patriarch and Zhao Tianlong were overjoyed and readily agreed. No problem. From now on, Linglong will serve young Master Yi. I'll make sure she takes good care of you. Especially Zhao Tianlong, instead of feeling sorrow, he was actually excited. He knew very well that Yi Han would become an extraordinary figure in the future. Even as a mere maid, the benefits Zhao Linglong could gain by being by Yi Han's side would be immeasurable. Such an opportunity was something others could only dream of, yet it had fallen into Zhao Linglong's lap. For the Zhao family, this wasn't a punishment but a reward. Father, I don't agree. How can you do this? I'm leaving. Zhao Linglong stomped her foot in anger and tried to leave the Yi family compound. Zhao Linglong, you have no say in this. If you dare to cause trouble again, I'll kill your parents to atone to young Master Yi. Before Zhao Tianlong could speak, the Zhao patriarch, radiating murderous intent, roared at Zhao Linglong, freezing her in her tracks. The patriarch was serious. Zhao Linglong realized she had no choice. Her decision was tied to the fate of the entire Zhao family. If she refused, the Zhao family members would likely condemn her. Is young Master Yi Han present? Just as the situation was at a stalemate, a middle-aged man's voice suddenly echoed from the entrance. A burly man with a shaved head and a beard walked into the hall. Minister Imo Zhong? What brings you to the Yi family? Yi Changfeng, the Yi family patriarch, raised an eyebrow upon seeing the visitor, his gaze shifting to Yi Han. 3 years ago, after the Yi family was attacked, the Martial Law Bureau's attitude toward the Yi family had been ambiguous. Although the Martial Law Bureau had previously had a good relationship with the Yi family, they had rarely interacted with them over the past 3 years. Yet here they were today. The visitor was none other than Imo Zhong, the head of the Martial Law Bureau's branch in Yunqing. During Yi Han's cultivation, The Martial Law Bureau in Yunqing had detected several energy fluctuations, though they hadn't identified the source until last night, when patrols witnessed Yi Han's abilities firsthand. That's why Mo Zhong had come early to pay his respects to Yi Han. Old Master Yi, I heard that the eldest young master of the Yi family has returned, so I came to pay my respects. Mo Zhong, seeing the Zhao Patriarch and others kneeling, looked surprised. What's going on here? The sudden arrival of the Martial Law Bureau's bigwig left the Zhao Patriarch and others startled. But the Zhao Patriarch exchanged a glance with Mo Zhong, and both seemed to understand. They had both sensed Yi Han's hidden strength and were here to establish a good relationship. Zhao Linglong, are you willing to be my personal maid? Yi Han looked playfully at Zhao Linglong, a faint smile on his face. Zhao Linglong wanted to retort, but seeing the Patriarch's murderous gaze, she immediately backed down. I agree. Agree? Then come stand by my side. Yi Han gave Zhao Linglong a mischievous smile, making her feel disgusted. He's such a rogue, always staring at my chest. Get up, all of you. This matter is settled for now. Yi Han's words allowed Zhao Tianlong and the others to stand. The Zhao Patriarch and the others knew that, for now, the Zhao family was safe. Mo Zhong stepped forward, presenting a gift box to Yi Han. Young Master Yi, this is a small token of our appreciation from the Martial Law Bureau, celebrating your triumphant return. Please accept it. Yi Han took the box, sensing the aura within. He detected the presence of a 4th-grade medicinal pill, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Mo Zhong. Mo Zhong nodded, confirming Yi Han's suspicion. Young Master Yi, I just want to be friends with you. Yi Han chuckled inwardly. This Mo Zhong from the Martial Law Bureau was quite sincere. After all, 4th-grade medicinal pills were extremely rare in the martial world. Last time, it was a mysterious girl who had given Yi Han a 4th-grade pill that allowed him to quickly break through to the 9th level of the dragon control technique. Such top-grade pills were even scarce during the peak of Beiluo Sherman, with only 3 in existence. All right, I'll accept the gift. Yi Han took the gift box, and Mo Zhong finally breathed a sigh of relief. The task assigned by his superior had, at least, not failed this time. Before everyone could take their seats, a cry for help suddenly echoed from the entrance. Oh no! A large group of Yun family bodyguards have arrived outside and are trying to break down the gates of the Yi family. Chapter 57. I trust you. My legs are lame from being fooled. Yi Han frowned. Was the Yun family out of their minds? He had merely helped Suan Yue secure the Jade Agency from General Samfong, yet the Yun family had gone so far as to directly confront the Yi family to vent their anger. Did they really not know the depth of the Yi family's power? Granted, the Yi family had been attacked in the past, but let's not forget, the Yi family still had 800,000 Tianlong troops at the southwest border. This was why no one dared to move against the Yi family lightly now. How dare they? Is there no law left? Young Master Yi, leave the matter outside to me. I'll handle it quickly. Young Master Yi, the Zhao family will handle this immediately. Mo Zhong and the Zhao family patriarch bowed almost simultaneously to Yi Han, then stood up and rushed towards the door at full speed. This was a rare opportunity to prove themselves, so they naturally wouldn't let it slip. At the gate of the Yi family compound, Yun Feiyong led a group of burly men blocking the entrance. Beside him was a familiar face, Su Anyue's cousin Su Dong. Looking at the Yi family compound, Su Dong was still somewhat worried. Young Master Yun, is it really appropriate for you to bring people to attack the Yi family compound like this? The Yi family may have declined, but they're not to be trifled with. Su Dong had originally planned to act as a bridge, bringing Yun Feiyong here to snatch Su Anyue away, so that Su Dong and his father Su Mingho could take over the Su family. But as soon as Yi Han showed up, Yun Feiyong was defeated, utterly humiliated. What are you afraid of? The head of the Lin family said the Yi family is about to collapse. The Blood Cloak sect, and even the legendary Sacred Land are planning to move against the Yi family. Besides, now all that's left of the Yi family is that trash named Yi Han. What can he possibly do? Tell me, who in the entire Yunqing would dare to step forward and help the Yi family? In fact, what Yun Feiyong said wasn't entirely wrong. A week ago, the situation for the Yi family indeed seemed dire. The Yi family had been severely weakened 3 years ago, and a few days ago, the Yi family patriarch was gravely injured by a mysterious expert. There was even a master who vowed to wipe out the Yi family. The Yi family was on the brink of complete collapse, and even the Xin family was considering breaking off the engagement with the Yi family. At that time, indeed, no one dared to get too close to the Yi family. However, that was 3 days ago. Since the master was killed, the situation had reversed. Come on. I'm not really planning to do anything to the Yi family today. I just want to teach Yihan a lesson. So he knows the consequences of offending me, young Master Yun. Yun Feiyang called out to Su Dong, ready to have his men charge in. But before they could act, at the gate, the Zhao family patriarch, Zhao Tianlong, and Mo Zhong from the Martial Supervision Department already dragged their battle blades and charged out. The bodyguards in front of Yun Feiyang were punched and sent flying by Mo Zhong and the Zhao patriarch with just 2 blows. How dare you? The Martial Supervision Department is here to discuss important matters with young Master Yi, who dares to act recklessly. Men kill. With Mo Zhong's shout, a group of uniformed officers quickly emerged from behind the flower beds near the Yi family compound, dragging their battle blades and crazily attacking Yun Feiyang's men. The Martial Supervision Department was a very important martial arts institution in the Great Xia, responsible for dealing with matters that ordinary police couldn't handle. They were mostly martial arts masters, naturally not something Yun Feiyang's men could contend with. In less than 10 seconds, more than half of Yun Feiyang's men had already fallen. The Zhao patriarch beside him was anxious. Minister Mo, slow down, leave a few for me. After saying that, the Zhao patriarch, despite his injuries, rushed into the crowd, punching one after another, knocking out over a dozen of Yun Feiyang's men. In the distance, Yun Feiyang had just extended a leg out of the car when he saw the situation and quickly retracted it. What the hell? Why so unlucky? Even the Martial Supervision Department is here? What are they doing here? What could the Martial Supervision Department and the Yi family have to discuss? Yun Feiyang frowned and thought for a few seconds, then suddenly realized, right, the Martial Supervision Department must be here to think about how to take over the Yi family. That must be it. Yun Feiyang couldn't help but praise his own cleverness. Clever as me. The Yi family really is done for. Thinking of this, Yun Feiyang felt relieved and wanted to get out of the car to explain to Mo Zhong and the others. Thunk. Suddenly, a battle blade shot over, piercing through the car door where Yun Feiyang was, the blade passing just beside his cheek, leaving a cut on Yun Feiyang's face. Anyone who dares to take one more step will end up like that car. Mo Zhong's single sentence had already controlled the entire scene. Yun Feiyang, who was now scared out of his wits, muttered, "My goodness, so violent? Go. Hurry up, drive away quickly." Yun Feiyang didn't dare to stay any longer, urgently urging the driver to speed away from the scene. Damn it! Directly attacking Yi Han didn't work, so can I at least attack Su Anyue's company? After leaving the Yi family compound for some distance, Yun Feiyang muttered resentfully, "You guys have stolen our jade business, so I'll smash all your counters. And I'll kidnap Su Anyue, cook the rice to make it a done deal. See what Yi Han can do to me." Thinking of this, Yun Feiyang immediately dialed a number. "A bow. Gather men for me, the more the better. Also, notify the channel merchants cooperating with the Yun family, have them gather immediately at the Su group, demand payment." In the Yi family compound, the main hall, seeing Zhao Tianlong and Mo Zhong and others rush out, finally only Yi Han, Yi Qingquan, and Yi Changfeng were left in the hall. Yi Changfeng, who had been holding back, quickly grabbed Yi Han's arm and said, "Xiao Han, what's going on? Are you hiding something from us? How could that old Zhao suddenly come to apologize? And the Martial Supervision Department, which hasn't visited in years, suddenly come to pay respects to you?" Yi Han smirked, "Haha, maybe they were attracted by my charm? As for the Zhao family, didn't I say at the Lin family banquet the other day, I, Yi Han, have returned. The Yi family still has hope for the future. I told those who had harmed the Yi family to come and apologize, or I'll flatten their house with a bulldozer. They must have been scared." Cough cough. Wang Fuguwei, who was leisurely eating grapes beside him, almost choked on his own saliva hearing Yi Han's words. I trust you. Pfft. If it weren't for personally seeing Yi Han's methods, Wang Fuguwei would have been fooled by Yi Han. Yesterday, when Yi Han punished Yi Chun, Wang Fuguwei had also been on the scene. Although he didn't see Yi Han in action, the swiftness with which Yi Han broke through the roof from the first floor, how could that look like a cripple? Although Wang Fuguwei hadn't seen Yi Han's action scene at the time, seeing the injuries on the Zhao Patriarch today, Wang Fuguwei had already guessed the general situation. Yi Han must have scared the Zhao Patriarch yesterday, otherwise, how could a big family like the Zhao family so easily come to surrender? Pfft. Stop bullshitting, you rascal. You're even fooling your own grandfather. And what about your friend, Yi Juntian? What's the deal with him? Explain it to me. Yi Qianquan, sitting at the head, looked at Yi Han with interest. Yi Qianquan's strength was far superior, and he could sense Yi Han's aura, always feeling that Yi Han wasn't as simple as he appeared, but Yi Qianquan still couldn't see through Yi Han. Yi Han looked at his grandfather, his mouth twitched, secretly thinking, it's not that I want to deceive Grandpa, I want to deceive the Yi family's enemies. Now only the Lin family, Zhou family, Zhao family, and the royal family have surfaced, but in fact, there are more people behind them. Yi Han must wait for them all to reveal themselves before making them all pay the price. Changfeng, Yi Han, is young Master Yi here? Old man has come specially to pay respects to young Master Yi, have a few questions to ask, and to take a look at the old patriarch's illness. Before Yi Han could speak, a familiar voice sounded at the door. It wasn't someone else, but the Southwest Medicine King, Hua Ximiao. Hearing Hua Ximiao's voice, Yi Changfeng was directly stunned. Another one looking for Yi Han? What kind of method did Yi Han use to even win over Hua Ximiao? Chapter 57. I trust you, but my legs are lame from being fooled. Yi Han frowned. Was the Yun family out of their minds? He had merely helped Su Anyue secure the Jade Agency from General Samfong. Yet the Yun family had gone so far as to directly confront the Yi family to vent their anger. Did they really not know the depth of the Yi family's power? Granted, the Yi family had been attacked in the past, but let's not forget, the Yi family still had 800,000 Tianlong troops at the southwest border. This was why no one dared to move against the Yi family lightly now. How dare they? Is there no law left? Young Master Yi, leave the matter outside to me, I'll handle it quickly. Young Master Yi, the Zhao family will handle this immediately. Mo Zhong and the Zhao family patriarch bowed almost simultaneously to Yi Han, then stood up and rushed towards the door at full speed. This was a rare opportunity to prove themselves, so they naturally wouldn't let it slip. At the gate of the Yi family compound, Yun Feiyong led a group of burly men blocking the entrance. Beside him was a familiar face, Su Anyue's cousin Su Dong. Looking at the Yi family compound, Su Dong was still somewhat worried. Young Master Yun, is it really appropriate for you to bring people to attack the Yi family compound like this? The Yi family may have declined, but they're not to be trifled with. Su Dong had originally planned to act as a bridge, bringing Yun Feiyong here to snatch Su Anyue away, so that Su Dong and his father Su Mingho could take over the Su family. But as soon as Yi Han showed up, Yun Feiyong was defeated, utterly humiliated. What are you afraid of? The head of the Lin family said the Yi family is about to collapse. The Blood Cloak sect, and even the legendary Sacred Land are planning to move against the Yi family. Besides, now all that's left of the Yi family is that trash named Yi Han. What can he possibly do? Tell me, who in the entire Yunqing would dare to step forward and help the Yi family? In fact, what Yun Feiyong said wasn't entirely wrong. A week ago, the situation for the Yi family indeed seemed dire. The Yi family had been severely weakened 3 years ago, and a few days ago, the Yi family patriarch was gravely injured by a mysterious expert. There was even a master who vowed to wipe out the Yi family. The Yi family was on the brink of complete collapse, and even the Xin family was considering breaking off the engagement with the Yi family. At that time, indeed, no one dared to get too close to the Yi family. However, that was 3 days ago. Since the master was killed, the situation had reversed. Come on. I'm not really planning to do anything to the Yi family today. I just want to teach Yi Han a lesson, so he knows the consequences of offending me, young Master Yun. Yun Feiyong called out to Su Dong, ready to have his men charge in. But before they could act, at the gate, the Zhao family patriarch, Zhao Tianlong, and Imo Zhong from the Martial Supervision Department already dragged their battle blades and charged out. The bodyguards in front of Yun Feiyong were punched and sent flying by Imo Zhong and the Zhao patriarch with just 2 blows. How dare you? The Martial Supervision Department is here to discuss important matters with young Master Yi, who dares to act recklessly. Men kill. With Imo Zhong's shout, a group of uniformed officers quickly emerged from behind the flower beds near the Yi family compound, dragging their battle blades and crazily attacking Yun Feiyong's men. The Martial Supervision Department was a very important martial arts institution in the Great Xia, responsible for dealing with matters that ordinary police couldn't handle. They were mostly martial arts masters, naturally not something Yun Feiyong's men could contend with. In less than 10 seconds, more than half of Yun Feiyong's men had already fallen. The Zhao patriarch beside him was anxious. Minister Imo, slow down, leave a few for me. After saying that, the Zhao patriarch, despite his injuries, rushed into the crowd, punching one after another, knocking out over a dozen of Yun Feiyong's men. In the distance, Yun Feiyong had just extended a leg out of the car when he saw the situation and quickly retracted it. What the hell? Why so unlucky? Even the Martial Supervision Department is here? What are they doing here? What could the Martial Supervision Department and the Yi family have to discuss? Yun Feiyong frowned and thought for a few seconds, then suddenly realized, right, the Martial Supervision Department must be here to think about how to take over the Yi family. That must be it. Yun Feiyong couldn't help but praise his own cleverness. Clever as me. The Yi family really is done for. Thinking of this, Yun Feiyong felt relieved and wanted to get out of the car to explain to Imo Zhong and the others. Thunk. Suddenly, a battle blade shot over, piercing through the car door where Yun Feiyong was, the blade passing just beside his cheek, leaving a cut on Yun Feiyong's face. Anyone who dares to take one more step will end up like that car. Imo Zhong's single sentence had already controlled the entire scene. Yun Feiyong, who was now scared out of his wits, muttered, "My goodness! So violent? Go. Hurry up, drive away quickly." Yun Feiyong didn't dare to stay any longer, urgently urging the driver to speed away from the scene. Damn it! Directly attacking Yi Han didn't work, so can I at least attack Su Anyue's company? After leaving the Yi family compound for some distance, Yun Feiyong muttered resentfully, "You guys have stolen our jade business, so I'll smash all your counters. And I'll kidnap Su Anyue, cook the rice to make it a done deal. See what Yi Han can do to me." Thinking of this, Yun Feiyong immediately dialed a number. "A bow. Gather men for me, the more the better. Also, notify the channel merchants cooperating with the Yun family, have them gather immediately at the Su group, demand payment." In the Yi family compound, the main hall, seeing Zhao Tianlong and Imo Zhong and others rush out, finally only Yi Han, Yi Qingquan, and Yi Changfeng were left in the hall. Yi Changfeng, who had been holding back, quickly grabbed Yi Han's arm and said, "Xiao Han, what's going on? Are you hiding something from us? How could that old Zhao suddenly come to apologize? And the Martial Supervision Department, which hasn't visited in years, suddenly come to pay respects to you?" Yi Han smirked, "Haha, maybe they were attracted by my charm? As for the Zhao family, didn't I say at the Lin family banquet the other day, I, Yi Han, have returned. The Yi family still has hope for the future. I told those who had harmed the Yi family to come and apologize, or I'll flatten their house with a bulldozer. They must have been scared." Cough cough. Wang Fuguwei, who was leisurely eating grapes beside him, almost choked on his own saliva hearing Yi Han's words. "I trust you." Pfft. If it weren't for personally seeing Yi Han's methods, Wang Fuguwei would have been fooled by Yi Han. Yesterday, when Yi Han punished Yi Chun, Wang Fuguwei had also been on the scene. Although he didn't see Yi Han in action, the swiftness with which Yi Han broke through the roof from the first floor, how could that look like a cripple? Although Wang Fuguwei hadn't seen Yi Han's action scene at the time, seeing the injuries on the Zhao patriarch today, Wang Fuguwei had already guessed the general situation. Yi Han must have scared the Zhao patriarch yesterday, otherwise, How could a big family like the Zhao family so easily come to surrender? Pfft. Stop bullshitting, you rascal. You're even fooling your own grandfather. And what about your friend, Yi Juntian? What's the deal with him? Explain it to me. Yi Qianquan, sitting at the head, looked at Yi Han with interest. Yi Qianquan's strength was far superior, and he could sense Yi Han's aura, always feeling that Yi Han wasn't as simple as he appeared, but Yi Qianquan still couldn't see through Yi Han. Yi Han looked at his grandfather, his mouth twitched, secretly thinking, it's not that I want to deceive Grandpa, I want to deceive the Yi family's enemies. Now only the Lin family, Zhou family, Zhao family, and the royal family have surfaced, but in fact, there are more people behind them. Yi Han must wait for them all to reveal themselves before making them all pay the price. Changfeng, Yi Han, is young Master Yi here? Old man has come specially to pay respects to young Master Yi, have a few questions to ask, and to take a look at the old patriarch's illness. Before Yi Han could speak, a familiar voice sounded at the door. It wasn't someone else, but the Southwest Medicine King, Hua Ximiao. Hearing Hua Ximiao's voice, Yi Changfeng was directly stunned. Another one looking for Yi Han? What kind of method did Yi Han use to even win over Hua Ximiao? Chapter 58. Trying to scam my woman? Give me 2 million and I'll run you over. Yi Changfeng and Hua Ximiao were old friends. Seeing Hua Ximiao enter, Yi Changfeng quickly wanted to greet him, Old Hua, you. But to Yi Changfeng's frustration, Hua Ximiao completely ignored him, pushing him aside with a forceful, we'll talk later. Then, Hua Ximiao quickly approached Yi Han, bowing respectfully, Young Master Yi, I thought about the issues you mentioned yesterday all night. I gained so much, but there's still a small problem with the medicinal guide. Watching Hua Ximiao discuss with Yi Han with such reverence, Yi Changfeng stood in the hall, completely bewildered. What was going on? Was this still his good-for-nothing grandson? In just 2 days, his grandson, who had been lounging in clubs all the time, was now being treated with such respect by Hua Ximiao? Was being visited by Imo Zhong? Had the Zhao family's ancestor come to apologize in person? Grandpa Yi, you'll have to get used to situations like this more often. Wang Fugua patted Yi Changfeng's shoulder, speaking seriously. What you've seen of my big brother's capabilities is just the tip of the iceberg. One day, even a princess coming to polish his shoes shouldn't surprise you. A princess polishing shoes? How glorious would that be? Yi Changfeng was momentarily dazed. Was this the spirited grandson he had 3 years ago? After a few seconds of thought, Yi Changfeng suddenly realized that Wang Fugua had just patted his shoulder. You punk. He's been corrupted by Yi Han. However, seeing Wang Fugua and Yi Han so close, Yi Changfeng felt a sense of relief. After all, Yi Changfeng and Wang Fugua's grandfather had been like this in the past. Young Master Yi, we've dealt with the troublemakers outside. These are the 2 ringleaders. Zhao family's ancestor and Imo Zhong each dragged a man into the hall and threw them on the ground. Young Master Yi, spare us. It was Yun Feiyang who sent us to teach you a lesson. Please spare us. The 2 men had already witnessed the power of Zhao family's ancestor and Imo Zhong, so they knelt down in the hall, spilling everything they knew without even waiting for Yi Han to ask. After listening, Yi Han snorted coldly through his nose. Yun Feiyang again? This bastard really is persistent. When they parted at the Su group, Yi Han had said that if Yun Feiyang came to cause trouble for him and Suan Yue again, he would flatten the Yun family's courtyard with a bulldozer. Now, it was time to fulfill that promise. Fugua, arrange 100 bulldozers for me in the provincial city. I might need to use them at any time, Yi Han instructed Wang Fugua by his side. Xiaohan, why do you need so many bulldozers? Yi Changfeng looked at Yi Han with confusion. Yi Han didn't respond to Yi Changfeng but instead asked, Grandpa, our Yi family's power should be considerable now, right? If I cause any trouble, can you handle it? That one sentence immediately stirred Yi Changfeng's pride. Nonsense. Although the Yi family has declined, it's not something any random cat or dog can provoke. Go ahead and cause trouble, grandson. Even if you break the sky, I'll cover it for you. Good. Yi Han nodded. and that mischievous smile suddenly made Yi Changfeng feel a bit uneasy. What was this kid planning to do? Yi Han quickly made his way to the door, ready to slip away. Seeing Imo Zhong and Zhao family's ancestor at the door, he said, "You can all disperse now." Seeing Zhao Linglong also planning to leave, Yi Han gave a mischievous smile. "Miss Linglong, you shouldn't leave, right? Don't forget, from now on, you're my 24/7 personal maid. Come with me." Zhao Linglong pouted, still not fully adjusting to her new identity, looking quite frustrated. "Can't I go home first to get some clothes?" "No need. Linglong, don't worry. I'll arrange for all your clothes to be delivered directly to you." Zhao Tianlong added a final blow, making Zhao Linglong so frustrated, she almost went crazy. "Father?" Zhao Linglong even began to doubt whether she was really Zhao Tianlong's daughter. Was he really so eager to push her out? Yi Han drove away from the Yi family compound with Zhao Linglong. Sitting in the car, Zhao Linglong felt extremely uncomfortable. "Where are we going?" "To buy a car." "You already have a car. Why buy another one? Besides, why are you taking me with you to buy a car?" Zhao Linglong was quite frustrated. Her life was about to change from today. Alas, her pretty dresses would have to be put away. From what she had heard from others, Zhao Linglong knew that Yi Han was a super playboy and quite lecherous. How could she dare wear a skirt in front of him? Yi Han's lips twitched, not bothering to respond to Zhao Linglong. The car he was buying was for Qiuling, and bringing Zhao Linglong along was naturally for her to foot the bill. Didn't the Zhao family want to show their sincerity? Using their money to buy a few cars and houses shouldn't be a problem, right? As Yi Han drove past the southern outskirts of Yun City near number 38, he suddenly saw a familiar girl's figure arguing with a scruffy middle-aged man lying on the ground, with a tipped-over electric scooter nearby. The familiar girl was none other than Jiang Yueran, who had become Yi Han's woman last night. "Miss, you hit me today. Without 5,000, you're not leaving. Look, you weren't even wearing a helmet. If the traffic police come, you'll be at a disadvantage. Just pay up." "But, brother, I was driving carefully, and it was you who deliberately ran into my scooter. Why should I pay?" Jiang Yueran, who had been kept hidden by Yi Chun, rarely went out and didn't know how to handle such situations. By the time she finished her sentence, her face was red to her neck. "That's not reasonable. So many people here saw it. You were clearly looking at your phone while riding and hit me. If you want to argue like that, then it's at least 10,000. Otherwise, I'll call the police and have you arrested." As the scruffy man spoke, he sought confirmation from the bystanders. Several men and women were watching nearby. Hearing the man's words, they all nodded in agreement. "That's right, miss. It seems like it wasn't on purpose. Just pay up quickly. There's no camera here, and no one really saw what happened. Just pay and be done with it." "Ouch! My back, my waist. I'm dying." While the onlookers pointed and whispered, the scruffy man on the ground kept groaning in pain. Jiang Yueran was in a panic. You're extorting." I don't have that much money." These people were clearly in on it. There was no way they would help Jiang Yueran. Jiang Yueran, who had been kept hidden by Yi Chun for so long, hadn't worked and didn't have much money. Now, she was so anxious that sweat was beading on her forehead. "How much do you want?" "I'll pay." Just as Jiang Yueran was in a panic, a familiar voice suddenly sounded beside her, and a strong hand wrapped around her slender waist. Jiang Yueran turned to see it was none other than Yi Han. "It's you?" Jiang Yueran was overjoyed, but thinking about the intimacy with Yi Han last night, she felt a bit shy. "Yes, don't worry. I'm here. Nothing will happen." Yi Han patted Jiang Yueran's back, then looked at the scruffy man lying on the ground. Yi Han had seen many such extortion attempts, and he had plenty of ways to deal with them. The man on the ground was about to lower his price, realizing that Jiang Yueran really didn't have much money. But when he saw Yi Han arrive in a black BMW 7 Series, his eyes lit up. This was a big fish. 50,000. Today, you must pay 50,000, or no one leaves. Hearing the man suddenly raise the price again, Jiang Yueran was in a panic. "How can you do this? Just now it was 5,000, then it became 10,000, and now it's 50,000. You're too much." "Miss, What's so excessive about that? I suddenly feel a bit of pain in my head and discomfort in my spine. How about we go to the hospital and try out all the machines? The scruffy man on the ground was certain he had Jiang Yuan cornered, and she was no match for him. However, Yi Han spoke calmly. 50,000? That's too little. Given the severity of the injury, you should be compensated with at least 2 million. Yi Han's words left the man on the ground, the onlookers, and even Zhao Linglong, who had gotten out of the car, completely stunned. Was Yi Han's brain okay? The man was asking for 50,000, and Yi Han was offering 2 million? Chapter 59. Say cheese. And admit you bought the electric bike for 50,000 yuan voluntarily. Asterisk asterisk. Handsome. You're giving too much. You don't need to give so much. If you think 50,000 yuan is a bit too much, 30,000 yuan would be fine. The man lying on the ground, seeing how calm Yi Han was, felt an ominous premonition and voluntarily lowered the price for Yi Han. Because he had a gut feeling that this Yi Han was not someone to be trifled with. Yi Han calmly moved the electric bike off the road and then spoke coolly, "No, we must give 2 million yuan. I remember, last month, someone in the neighboring Jiangning city was killed in a car accident, and they paid 1.6 million yuan. The highest compensation, according to national regulations, is 2 million yuan. So let's go with the maximum compensation." As he spoke, Yi Han started the car, stepped on the gas, and drove straight towards the man lying on the ground. Get ready. Think about what kind of pose would look better when you die. Holy shit. It was only now that the onlookers around them realized why Yi Han insisted on giving 2 million yuan. He was planning to run over the man. Mommy. Seeing Yi Han's car about to hit him, the man on the ground was so scared that he jumped up from the ground and started running forward. Yi Han smirked, stepped on the gas, and shouted from behind, "Run faster! Come on, hurry, or you'll get hit." Vroom, vroom, vroom. Yi Han revved the engine so loudly that the sound nearly scared the man out of his wits. He just wanted to make some money, not sell his life. If he died like this, it wouldn't be worth it, not even if they gave him 20 million yuan. Unfortunately, ahead was a narrow underground passage, and it was a one-way street. The man had no way to dodge to the side. Hearing the car approaching from behind, the man had no choice but to run for his life. Brother, I was wrong. I don't even want 30,000 yuan anymore. Please stop chasing me. After Yi Han had chased the man for just over 200 meters, the man was already sweating profusely, his legs trembling as he ran, begging Yi Han while looking back. How can that be? We already agreed on 2 million yuan. Come on, keep running. Only 50 centimeters left, and you'll be hit. Let me tell you, I don't hold back when I step on the gas. If I don't kill you in one go, I'll hit you again. The tires will roll over your face, and then you'll really suffer. Yi Han stepped on the gas, bumping the car's front into the man's butt. Ah! The man screamed in terror and ran even faster. After another 100 meters, the man could no longer keep going. Brother, I really was wrong. I can't go on. Not only do I not want 30,000 yuan, but I'll give you 30,000. No, 50,000 yuan. Brother, please let me go. I really was wrong. The man's eyes were red, tears, snot, and sweat streaming down his face. He could no longer run and felt like he was about to die. He stopped running, sat down in front of Yi Han's car, and knelt down, kowtowing to Yi Han. At the same time, he pulled out 5 stacks of red banknotes from his jacket. Screech. Yi Han stopped the car 30 centimeters away from the man, got out, and took the 5 stacks of banknotes from the man's hand, smirking. If you'd known this would happen, why did you start in the first place? You have hands and feet. Why do such heartless things? I was wrong. I really was wrong. The man was nearly scared out of his wits. In all his years of doing this was the first time he had failed and almost lost his life. All right, don't say I'm robbing you. Since you're so sincere, my girlfriend's electric bike will be sold to you for 50,000 yuan. As he spoke, Yi Han dragged the man back without giving him a chance to argue. What? An electric bike for 50,000 yuan? Was he crazy to buy a broken electric bike for 50,000 yuan? The man had already memorized Yihan's license plate and was thinking about how to report Yihan for robbery and turn the tables on him. But then Yihan said that the 50,000 yuan was for buying the electric bike, leaving the man dumbfounded. What? Do you have a problem with that? Look at my girlfriend's electric bike. It's cold in winter, hot in summer, and it feeds mosquitoes. On dry days, you can even eat dust for free. It's an excellent configuration, in my opinion. 50,000 yuan is still too little. Maybe we should add a bit more? Yihan's logic was nonsense, but the man knew that Yihan was blatantly threatening him. If he didn't agree, Yihan might really run him over. No need. No need. 50,000 yuan is fine. I'm very satisfied with that pink electric bike. It's exactly the dream car I've always wanted. After returning to the scene of the accident, the man quickly got on the pink electric bike and tried to escape the scene. Who knew if Yihan would extort even more from him if he stayed? Zhang Yueran, seeing the man's humiliating defeat, felt much of her anger dissipate. But when she saw the man trying to ride away on her electric bike, she shouted, What are you doing? Stealing my bike? The man looked bitter and said, Miss, I've already bought your electric bike for 50,000 yuan, and I've given the money to your boyfriend. 50,000 yuan for her electric bike? Zhang Yueran looked at Yihan in astonishment. Her electric bike was something she had bought for 500 yuan at a second-hand market, and now it was sold for 50,000 yuan? Yihan, holding his phone, had clearly recorded the man's words, Say cheese. Are you sure you're buying this electric bike willingly? Willingly, my ass. Although the man was 120% unwilling, he didn't dare go against Yihan's wishes. I am truly willing to buy this electric bike. No regrets. Yay. After Yihan nodded, the man quickly left the scene as if his butt was on fire. Yihan, thank you. After the man left, Zhang Yueran felt a huge relief. Although she had lost her electric bike, the problem had been solved. Yihan stuffed the 5 stacks of banknotes into Zhang Yueran's arms. Take it. This is for me? Zhang Yueran looked at the money in astonishment. Who else would it be for? You sold your electric bike, so the money naturally belongs to you. Yihan gave Zhang Yueran a mischievous smile, then reached out again to wrap his arm around her waist and led her to the back seat, saying to Zhao Linglong, You drive, to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Although she had been intimate with Yihan the previous night, Zhang Yueran still felt her heart racing when Yihan held her like this. Yihan, let me down. What are you taking me to the 4S store for? I still have an interview to go to. Of course, it's to buy you a car. I just sold your bike, so I have to replace it, don't I? Yihan looked at the beauty in his arms with delight. This Zhang Yueran was a treasure to him, helping him resolve one of the fire toxins in his 9-young dragon vein. She was his woman and his savior. A man must treat his woman well. Otherwise, how could he win her heart and charm more women? Chapter 60. You're chasing a girl. Why should I pay? Scumbag. ***. But, didn't you already give me the money from selling the car just now? Zhang Yueran was momentarily unable to keep up with Yihan's train of thought. You've got it wrong. That money was from that man, not from me. So I need to compensate you with another car. Oh. Zhang Yueran felt like her CPU was about to overheat. She felt there was something off about what Yihan was saying, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. By the way, you mentioned you're going for an interview? What job are you interviewing for? Yihan suddenly remembered Zhang Yueran mentioning her interview and quickly asked. With Yi Chun now gone, Yi Holdings was bound to undergo a major purge. Yihan already had someone in mind for the position of general manager, Qiu Ling from Yunqing University, but there were still many key positions that needed filling. For example, the position of CFO at Yi Holdings, Yang Tao, was a pawn placed by the Lin family and Yi Chun. Such an important position naturally needed to be entrusted to someone trustworthy. I'm going for an interview as a financial assistant. During university, I majored in finance, and I even interned at a company for half a year. It was that Yi Chen who imprisoned me in such a place, ruining my life for so many years. Now, I've decided to step out boldly and live independently. Let's see what he can do to me. As she spoke, Jiang Yueran glanced back over her shoulder. What puzzled her was that usually, as soon as she left the courtyard, someone would follow her. But today, despite being out for so long, there was no one behind her. Yesterday, Jiang Yueran had sent Yichen intimate photos with Yi Han, but there was no response from him. What was going on? She had practically handed him a green hat, yet Yichen showed no reaction? Of course, Jiang Yueran had no idea that Yichen would never respond to her again. Hey, let me off at the bus stop up ahead, or I'll be late for my interview. Jiang Yueran glanced at her phone and, feeling anxious, tried to get up. Hearing Jiang Yueran's words, Yi Han's smile almost overflowed. What a coincidence. He just happened to need someone to manage the finances, and Jiang Yueran just happened to be that person? It was as if someone had handed him a pillow just as he was about to fall asleep. No need to go for the interview. Come help your man. Take the position of CFO at E Holdings, with a salary of $2 million a year, plus bonuses. Yi Han pulled Jiang Yueran into his arms, his hands naturally not holding back, causing Jiang Yueran to let out a soft moan. You're so bad. There are people in front. Zhao Linglong in the front seat was almost grinding her teeth to dust. She thought to herself, you two have had enough, haven't you? You do realize there's someone in front, right? I'm about to be fed up with this PD. Stop messing around. I really need to go for my interview. This was Jiang Yueran's first job interview, and it was very important. Yi Han let go of Jiang Yueran and said seriously, I'm not joking. The CFO of E Holdings has resigned, and I can't find a suitable candidate. You're my woman. I trust you the most. If there's anything you don't know, you can learn quickly. All right, it's settled. Jiang Yueran was speechless. Was Yi Han always this domineering? However, no matter what Jiang Yueran said afterward, Yi Han wouldn't let her go. At the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, before Jiang Yueran could object, Yi Han directly bought her a GLS. Seeing the price tag of over $1 million, Jiang Yueran looked awkward. Yi Han, maybe we should just forget it? I don't need such an expensive car. Looking at the beautiful sapphire blue color, Jiang Yueran couldn't deny that she liked it. But Yi Han was being too good to her. It was just that intimate moment yesterday, and now he was gifting her a car worth $1 million without even blinking? Compared to Yi Chen, who had imprisoned her, Yi Han was practically spoiling her, while Yi Chen was as tight-fisted as they came. It was a stark contrast. What Jiang Yueran didn't know was that this was just the beginning. Soon, Yi Han would also gift her a house. Why not? My woman can't be too shabby. Come on, sign here. Yi Han grabbed Jiang Yueran's hand and prepared to sign the contract together. Surrounded by several salespeople, Jiang Yueran blushed. I'll do it myself. Scumbag. Zhao Linglong, who was nearby, was extremely disdainful of Yi Han's actions and muttered under her breath. With the contract signed, the salesperson smiled at Yi Han. Sir, the total price for the car is $1.468 million. Please come this way to pay. But Yi Han remained seated, not moving an inch. Let her go and pay. Yi Han pointed at Zhao Linglong. This action left the salesperson confused, as well as Jiang Yueran. Zhao Linglong was even more baffled. Yi Han, don't push it. You're chasing a girl. Why should I pay? Jiang Yueran also felt awkward. Yi Han, this isn't right, is it? Yi Han reassured Jiang Yueran. Don't worry. It's fine. The Zhao family owes me money. She'll pay. Then, Yi Han turned to Jiang Yueran. Why? You're my personal maid, as promised by your father and grandfather. So, what's the problem? If you upset me, you know the consequences. Back when the Zhao family participated in the attack on the Yi family, they couldn't expect Yi Han to forgive them without paying a price. Zhao Linglong knew Yi Han had her completely in his grasp. For the sake of the Zhao family's survival, Zhao Linglong had no choice but to submit. I don't have the money. Do whatever you want. Zhao Linglong wanted to see how Yi Han planned to handle this. But before Zhao Linglong could finish her sentence, a middle-aged man in a suit quickly approached her, respectfully handing her a black card. Miss, the old master asked me to bring this to you. He said that since you're with young Master Yi, you should take good care of him. This card has no limit. You can use it as you please. If it's not enough, The Zhao family can always mobilize more funds. Holding the gold embossed black card, Zhao Linglong was so frustrated she felt like she was about to go crazy. Were all the people in the Zhao family this spineless? Wasn't it just Yihan? Why were they so afraid of him? If it weren't for the fear of the old ancestor, Zhao Linglong would have really wanted to quit right then and there. Humph! Zhao Linglong angrily stomped her foot and was about to follow the salesperson to pay, but Yihan suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, I just remembered. I also want a shiny black one. Don't forget to charge it together." Zhao Linglong rolled her eyes in frustration. This guy really didn't care about spending other people's money, did he? With both cars combined, it was almost 3 million. When Zhao Linglong returned from the cashier, her face was as black as coal. But Yihan wasn't done yet. He then took the two women to a real estate office across from Yi Holdings and bought 2 fully furnished luxury apartments, ready to move in. This cost another 10 million. Such extravagance left Zhao Linglong so angry, she really wanted to jump off a building, but there was nothing she could do about it. One of the apartments was naturally for Zhang Yueran, while the other was prepared for Qiuling. All right, Zhao Linglong, you don't need to follow me anymore. Drive and help Yueran move. Remember to be polite to my woman, or I'll deal with you when I get back. After saying that, Yihan drove toward Yunqing University. Yihan planned to give Qiuling a surprise. Chapter 61. The creepy man wants to take advantage of the young widow Qiuling. Yunqing University, School of Economics and Management. In the director's office, Director Liang Daong was sitting behind his desk with his legs crossed, his eyes greedily fixed on Qiuling's chest. "Miss Qiu, the students have been complaining lately. Your teaching performance hasn't been up to par. You're often seen looking at your phone. This puts me in a difficult position." Liang Daong's lecherous expression made Qiuling extremely uncomfortable. She adjusted her collar to cover herself. "I'm sorry, Director Liang. It wasn't intentional. You know, my daughter has been sick lately. I was just worried about her." Qiuling despised Liang Daong, but he was her superior, and her salary and bonuses required his signature. "I sympathize with your situation, but the school has its rules. Based on your performance, it's hard for me to approve your 3,000 yuan bonus this month." Liang Daong tugged at his collar and gave Qiuling a lecherous smile. "Miss Qiu, could you get me a glass of water? I suddenly feel thirsty." "Sure." Although Qiuling detested Liang Daong's behavior, the 3,000 yuan was crucial for her and her daughter's livelihood. Reluctantly, she got up and fetched a cup of water for Liang Daong. As she fetched the water, Liang Daong ogled her shapely rear, his mouth watering. "If only I could hold such a woman and ravish her, that would be heavenly." When Qiuling handed the water to Liang Daong, the glimpse of her cleavage as she bent down nearly made him drool. A rare beauty. Absolutely a rare beauty. No, I must have this woman. As Qiuling was about to stand up, Liang Daong suddenly grabbed her hand. "Miss Qiu, be my woman. If you agree, your bonuses and job will be doubled with just a word from me. Plus, I can give you an extra 20,000 yuan for spending money. You and your daughter won't have to live in hardship anymore. What do you say?" While speaking, Liang Daong tried to pull Qiuling into his arms. Qiuling was startled and quickly pulled her hand back. "Director Liang, please stop. I'm not that kind of woman." Qiuling was trying her best to suppress her emotions, as she still needed to work here. Yesterday, she had considered agreeing to Yihan, but after careful thought, she didn't dare take that step. However, Qiuling's restraint only encouraged Liang Daong, who thought he still had a chance. "Qiuling, I really like you. 20,000 not enough? How about 30,000? 30 not enough? 50,000? Liang Daong's eyes were filled with greed, and he no longer cared about his image. He got up from behind his desk, opened his arms, and tried to pull Qiuling into his embrace again. Qiuling frowned and hurried toward the door. "Director Liang, if you continue like this, I'll call for help." To her surprise, the door was locked from the inside. Liang Daong, with a lecherous grin, lunged toward Qiuling, his breathing becoming heavy. "Call. It's useless. Everyone's resting at noon. I've already told them not to disturb me. Come on, my Qiuling, hurry up. Let's make it quick. It'll be thrilling on the sofa. Liang Daong grabbed Xiaoling's arm, threw her onto the sofa, and began unbuckling his belt. Xiaoling tried to get up several times, but was pushed back each time. Help, someone. Help me? Tears streamed down Xiaoling's face. What sin had she committed in her past life? Why was heaven punishing her like this? She had been forced into marriage by her ex-husband, had a child. Life was tough. After finally divorcing, her ex-husband kept harassing her. Yesterday, Yihan had appeared and resolved the issue with her ex-husband. But today, she was about to be bullied by an old man. Xiaoling, don't worry. Be with me, and I'll treat you well. Just satisfy me once, and I promise to pamper you. Come on, my little darling. Liang Daong had already pulled off most of his clothes, pinning Xiaoling's hands down. Like an animal, he leaned toward her, his foul breath ready to kiss her neck. Xiaoling closed her eyes in despair, ready to accept her fate. At that moment, Yihan had learned from his classmates that Xiaoling had been called to Director Liang Daong's office and decided to check on her. As he approached the door, he saw a crowd of people outside, looking into the room with pity. Alas, that fat pig Liang is at it again with Miss Xiaoling. How unfortunate. Yeah, that fat pig Liang is despicable. Almost every teacher in the office has fallen victim to his clutches. Not just teachers, some students have also been harassed by Liang Daong. Some tried to report him, but there was no follow-up. It said the principal is a relative of his. Such a beast doesn't deserve to be a teacher. Why doesn't heaven take him? Yihan frowned, hearing the crowd's words. Is Miss Xiaoling inside? Yes. Calling Miss Xiaoling to his office at this time? Definitely nothing good. Several students responded to Yihan, and upon turning, they recognized him. Hey, isn't that Yihan, the one who talks about the 9 chapters of fate? Yihan nodded but didn't engage with them. He stepped forward, ready to knock on the door. But a student quickly grabbed Yihan's wrist. Yihan, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Yihan was puzzled. Of course, I'm saving Miss Xiaoling. Do you expect me to watch her be bullied by that beast? Yihan, I advise you to forget it. We can't fight Liang Daong. He has connections in the Yunqing Education Bureau and is said to know some gangsters. If you ruin his plans, he won't let you off easy. Getting expelled would be the least of your worries. Yeah, Yihan, we're just trying to warn you. Liang Daong is also trained in martial arts. You might end up getting beaten. While the students continued to dissuade Yihan, he had already heard Xiaoling's desperate cries for help from inside. With a cold snort, he said, Thanks for your concern, but I'm taking care of this today. With that, Yihan channeled his energy and kicked the door with full force. Boom! The door was violently kicked open. Just as Liang Daong thought he was about to succeed, he suddenly felt his neck gripped like a vice, unable to move forward. Damn it! Who's interrupting me? I said not to disturb me at noon. Boom! Before Liang Daong could finish, his body was lifted and slammed onto the ground, sliding all the way to the door. A series of cracks echoed as several of Liang Daong's bones broke. Ah, my butt, my back, ow. The onlookers outside hadn't reacted yet when they saw Liang Daong lying on the ground, bleeding from the mouth, looking utterly defeated. The students couldn't help but cheer inwardly, well done. But soon, their eyes shifted to Yihan, who had just displayed such incredible strength. This Yihan fellow is so powerful? However, some students began to worry. In today's society, being strong wasn't enough. Liang Daong had so much power behind him. Even if Yihan saved Miss Xiaoling now, how could he protect her in the long run? Xiaoling, who had closed her eyes in despair, ready to accept her fate, waited a few seconds and found her arms freed. She heard Liang Daong's screams and opened her eyes in confusion. There stood Yihan, like a divine savior, towering and mighty. Yihan was like a ray of light, suddenly illuminating Xiaoling's life, making her world bright once again. Yihan. Xiaoling sat up from the sofa, tightly embracing Yihan, her sobs muffled against his chest. Thank you, Yihan. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Chapter 62. Do you think you're so innocent? Aren't you already hooking up with a young guy? Asterisk asterisk. If it weren't for Yihan, today would have been truly ruined. Yihan held Xiaoling's delicate frame, sensing her distress, and his heart ached with sympathy. Being a single mother with a child is truly not easy. It seems I need to find a way to help. After all, Grandpa and Great-Grandpa are idle at home now. Maybe I could bring Cece back and have them take care of her? I wonder if Grandpa and Great-Grandpa would kill me if they found out? For now, I'll deal with that later. It's okay now. Sister Wan, it's okay. I'm here. Nothing will happen. Yihan reached out to help Xiaoling tidy up her disheveled clothes and skirt. He didn't get the chance to hurt you, did he? Feeling Yihan's fingers trembling as they brushed against her skin, Xiaoling hurriedly explained, No, he didn't even touch my clothes. She seemed anxious, nervously explaining to Yihan. In truth, Xiaoling wasn't sure why she was so eager to explain herself to Yihan, afraid that he might think she was no longer pure, but she had already given birth to a child. With Yihan being such a handsome, young, and wealthy man, how could he possibly be interested in her? It was just her own wishful thinking. That's good. Yihan and Xiaoling embraced, their deep affection completely ignoring Liang Daong lying on the ground. Liang Daong struggled several times, enduring the intense pain as he got up from the ground, his face dark as he glared at Yihan and Xiaoling. Humph. Xiaoling, you dirty slut. Do you think you're so innocent? Aren't you already hooking up with your student? You're no better. Slap. Before Liang Daong could finish, Yihan slapped him across the face. Your mouth is too foul. Liang Daong felt as if a train had hit his head, stars dancing in his vision. He staggered, nearly falling again, and grabbed a chair to steady himself. His face twisted in rage as he glared at Yihan. Which academy? Which class are you from? How dare you hit me? Be careful. I'll have you expelled with just one word. This was the typical behavior of these bureaucrats. Instead of solving problems, they focused on suppressing others. Liang Daong had no idea how serious the situation was. Sister Wan, do you want revenge? Yihan returned to Xiaoling's side, his eyes burning with intensity. But Xiaoling hesitated. Although Yihan had saved her earlier, if she physically attacked Liang Daong, she would never be able to stay at the school. Sister Wan, don't worry. I came today to officially invite you to work at my company. You've been unhappy here anyway, and with trash like him around, why stay? Yihan looked at Xiaoling sincerely, then handed her a set of keys to a Mercedes-Benz GLS. This is the car I've prepared for you. It's parked downstairs. Yihan pointed out the shiny black GLS parked below through the window. The dazzling black under the sunlight stunned Xiaoling. This is for me? Of course. Here's the vehicle registration certificate. Check if the information is correct. As the heir of the Yi family, it was easy for Yihan to obtain someone's information. He had Wang Fugue investigate Xiaoling's details last night, and the car was registered under her name. Holding the certificate and seeing her own name, Xiaoling was speechless. Yihan, this gift is too extravagant. I haven't even agreed to work at your company. You will. There's more to come. Xiaoling looked deeply at Yihan, her feelings for him rising another notch. It wasn't just because of the car, but the calming aura Yihan exuded when they were together. Okay. Xiaoling responded, then walked over to Liang Daong and suddenly kicked him in the groin. Asterisk crack. Crack? Asterisk. The crisp sounds were the breaking of bones. Ah! Liang Daong cried out in pain, nearly fainting as he curled up like a shrimp. You two bastards, just wait. My brother is the principal of Yunqing University. I'll make sure you pay. I've already called him. He'll be here soon. Yihan smiled faintly. Would the principal of Yunqing University really protect such a scum? If not, Yihan wouldn't mind helping clean up the university's atmosphere. The students outside the door hadn't left yet. Hearing Liang Daong's words, they grew anxious and reminded Yihan again, Yihan, you should leave quickly, it's almost too late. These students, sheltered like flowers in a greenhouse, had no ill intentions. In their minds, the principal and the thugs Liang Daong knew were formidable figures. They feared Yihan would suffer if they arrived. What they didn't know was that Yi Han was far more powerful than they imagined. The sole heir of the Yi family, the first family of Xia, and the only successor of Bei Luo Shimin. Though he had been dormant for 3 years, after breaking through the 9th level of the dragon control technique, Yi Han was virtually invincible. With the unshakable power backing him, Yi Han had the confidence to be bold. Leave? Not yet. His matters aren't resolved. Why should I go? Asterisk clatter. Clatter. Asterisk. As Yi Han finished speaking, a commotion of footsteps echoed at the office door. Principal Zhao Dekang of Yunqing University, along with a group of security guards and several deans, rushed into the office. How dare a student attack a teacher? This is outrageous. Seeing the principal arrive with so many people, the students' faces turned pale. It's over. Yi Han is going to suffer this time. Alas, another champion of justice will be lost to this world. Hearing the noise outside, Qiuling also grew nervous. Yi Han, maybe you should leave first. Otherwise, there might be trouble. Qiuling had seen the world and knew that Yi Han, with his incredible medical skills that even Dean Hua admired, wasn't an ordinary person. But she wasn't sure if Yi Han could handle the principal's wrath. If Yi Han suffered anything unpleasant because of her at Yunqing University, Qiuling would feel too guilty. Leave? Do you think you can leave now? Dream on. No one is allowed to leave until this matter is settled. Liang Daong, barely able to stand, heard Yi Han and Qiuling wanted to leave. Enduring the pain, he staggered to the door, spread his arms, and tried to block them. Yi Han smiled faintly. There won't be any trouble. Who was Yi Han? The sole heir of the Yi family, one of the 6 great noble families of Xia, backed by 800,000 Sky Dragon troops. Even if he caused a ruckus, his grandfather could handle it. In fact, Yi Han could handle it himself. Young Master Yi, is it you? The first to appear at the door was an old acquaintance, Hua Simiao. Seeing Yi Han, Qiuling, and Liang Daong in the room, Hua Simiao immediately spoke up. Principal, there must be some misunderstanding here. You see, Hua Simiao had already taken Yi Han as his master. On Yunqing University's turf, even if Yi Han had done something wrong, Hua Simiao would go to any lengths to protect him. Misunderstanding? Misunderstanding my ass. Can't you see I've got 7 broken ribs, 1 arm broken and oh. Principal, you must stand up for me. You can't let these 2 off. Chapter 63. Why are you being so nice to me? What do you want from sister? After pouring out his grievances to Principal Zhao Dekang, Liang Daong felt emboldened by the dozens of security guards the principal had brought with him. He glared viciously at Yi Han and Qiuling. You thought you were so tough, huh? Just wait. I'm going to get you expelled and thrown in jail. When you're rotting in there, I'll make sure she suffers. Humph. What a petty man. Hua Simiao, standing nearby, was utterly speechless at Liang Daong's smug expression. This Liang Daong was truly reckless. Did he really think he could send Yi Han to jail? What a joke. As the noise in the room gradually subsided, everyone turned their attention to Zhao Dekang, eager to see how he would handle the situation. Yi Han remained silent, waiting to see Zhao Dekang's stance. Brother, why are you just standing there? Get your men to arrest them? There's no misunderstanding here. Liang Daong urged Zhao Dekang, seeing that he hadn't taken any action yet. Zhao Dekang gave Liang Daong a sympathetic glance before speaking. There is no misunderstanding indeed. Slap. Without hesitation, Zhao Dekang slapped Liang Daong across the face, sending him spinning in circles, his vision blurred. He stumbled and slammed his head into the wall, raising a large bump. Ah! Liang Daong was completely stunned by the slap. Brother, why did you hit me? Did you hit the wrong person? What was going on? Why was he always the one getting hurt? First, Yi Han and Qiuling had beaten him, and now, his so-called biggest supporter, Zhao Dekang, had turned on him? Shut up. Who's your brother? Do I even know you? Zhao Dekang glared coldly at Liang Daong. Don't think I don't know what you've been up to all these years. My wife's father is from the same village as your father, and you've been running around claiming I'm your brother, using my name to commit all sorts of misdeeds. I've been lenient with you, but you don't know when to stop. This time, you dared to provoke Yi Han. You're asking for it? Come, take Liang Daong to the police station. Xiaozhang, go to my office and bring all the evidence against Liang Daong to the police.
Yes.
Behind Zhao Dekang, a young secretary and several security guards immediately stepped forward, grabbing Liang Daong like a dead pig and dragging him out. After handling this, Zhao Dekang respectfully bowed to Yihan and Qiuling. Mr. Yi, Teacher Qiuling, I'm sorry. Zhao Dechang's swift and decisive actions left everyone in the room stunned. Especially the other deans who had accompanied Zhao Dekang, they were all at a loss. Before coming, the principal had said he would severely punish the assailants, but upon arriving, his attitude had completely flipped, and now he was sending Liang Daong to jail? Yihan looked at Zhao Dekang with a smirk. Mr. Zhao, you seem to owe me an explanation, don't you? Zhao Dechang's submissive attitude was somewhat unusual. Zhao Dekang took 2 steps closer to Yihan and whispered, Mr. Yi, I am from the Zhao family. Our patriarch has instructed that whenever we meet you, we must unconditionally follow your orders, regardless of the situation. Today's incident has caused you and Teacher Qiuling inconvenience, and I sincerely ask for your forgiveness. Zhao Dechang's humble and respectful demeanor left everyone in the office puzzled. Yihan, however, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This Zhao family patriarch was quite astute. Yihan couldn't really find fault with how this situation had been handled. All right, that's enough. Just as Yihan was about to mention Qiuling's resignation to Zhao Dekang, Liang Daong suddenly broke free from the 2 security guards at the door. Principal, please save me. I didn't do anything. Please save me. You have to expel him. Liang Daong clung to Zhao Dechang's leg, begging for his help, but Zhao Dekang sidestepped and looked at Liang Daong with pity. If you hadn't provoked Mr. Yi, you might have lasted a few more days. But now, you leave me no choice. Liang Daong was ruthlessly dragged away, and the evidence Zhao Dekang had collected was enough to ensure Liang Daong would spend the rest of his life in jail. Hua Ximiao, along with the other students who had been worried about Yihan, all breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at Yihan with admiration. They had never expected that Yihan had such power, capable of instantly changing the principal's attitude. That Zhonghua still wants to compete with Yihan for suing Xue? There's no way he could win. Mentioning Zhonghua, the students suddenly realized that he hadn't been seen at school for the past 2 days. Could it be that Yihan had hurt him so badly that he couldn't show his face? Everyone, disperse. Zhao Dekang waved his hand, shooing away the other deans and students. Yihan then spoke up, Mr. Zhao, Teacher Qiuling needs to process her resignation. Could you take care of that for us? No problem, right? No problem at all. Zhao Dekang didn't even ask for the reason, immediately agreeing. Yihan helped Qiuling pack up a few things in the office, then reminded her colleagues to look after Cici, who was still napping. Yihan then led Qiuling to the car. Sister Wan, I'm taking you somewhere. Qiuling blushed, okay. As she watched Yihan driving attentively, Qiuling felt a flutter of shyness. She began to wonder what Yihan's intentions were in taking her out. Yesterday, Yihan had helped save her daughter, chased away her ex-husband, and today, he had given her such an expensive car and a $3 million a year job. Why? After pondering, Qiuling concluded that the only thing she had that might interest Yihan was her appearance. After some self-persuasion, Qiuling decided that if Yihan took her to a hotel, she would agree. After all, she had feelings for Yihan, and if he wanted her, she would be willing. We're here. While Qiuling was lost in her thoughts, Yihan had already parked the car in front of the Fugue Ranjia residential complex, across from the Yi Corporation. Is it here? This doesn't look like a hotel. Qiuling looked around in surprise. This was a newly built complex with top-tier facilities in Yunqing. Qiuling had passed by here several times before, dreaming of owning a place here. But she knew this was a residential complex, not a hotel. What was Yihan's intention in bringing her here? Hotel? Yihan was puzzled for a moment, then seeing Qiuling's expression, he immediately understood. This mature woman had jumped to conclusions. Yihan glanced over Qiuling's curvaceous figure, ripe like a juicy peach. If Qiuling was willing, Yihan certainly wouldn't refuse. However, for a woman like Qiuling, Yihan didn't just want to possess her body. He wanted her heart as well. Hee, Sister Wan, come up with me, and you'll find out. Yihan deliberately didn't reveal his intentions. Under Yihan's gaze, Qiu Ling felt her body grow warm. Yihan's eyes seemed to have hooks, ready to capture her soul. Yihan led Qiu Ling to Building 3, Unit 1801. He opened the door, revealing a bright and luxurious living room, with a spacious balcony that included a yoga area and a view of the expansive river outside. What do you think, Sister Wan? Do you like it? As he spoke, Yihan took out the property deed and handed it to Qiu Ling, opening it. The name on the deed was Qiu Ling's. Ah, Yihan, you is this for me too? Qiu Ling's face flushed with excitement. For so many years, Qiu Ling had handled everything on her own. Suddenly, a man was caring for her, loving her, and she was overwhelmed with emotion, almost afraid it was all a dream. Chapter 64. What? I'm being seduced? Am I dreaming? Qiu Ling excitedly ran to the balcony, touched the fitness equipment, and then toured the 3 bedrooms, only to find that even the bed sheets and pillowcases had already been prepared. All of this, of course, was arranged in advance by Yihan through Wang Fuguwei. Thank you, Yihan. Returning to the living room, Qiu Ling's eyes were misty as she looked at Yihan, then suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and pushed him down onto the sofa, her sexy red lips moving towards his. There's nothing to fear from a flirtatious young woman, but a 30-year-old woman is a different story. Qiu Ling was like a ripe peach, soft and juicy, her touch so delicate it felt like holding nothing at all. The incredible sensation on his lips almost made Yihan lose control. After a long while, when Qiu Ling had already half undressed, Yihan suddenly grabbed her hand. Wait, Sister Wan. Qiu Ling lifted her head from Yihan's embrace, gazing at him seductively. What's the matter? Are you repulsed by your older sister? Yihan shook his head. No, Sister Wan, with your charm, grace, intellect, and talent, how could I possibly find you lacking? Qiu Ling's eyes showed a hint of disappointment as she struggled out of Yihan's embrace, but her gaze towards him was filled with a different kind of emotion. Yihan had resisted, not taking advantage of the situation. This only made Qiu Ling feel even more drawn to him. Although Qiu Ling had mentally prepared to give herself to Yihan, her feelings were more of gratitude towards him. Grateful for saving CC, for driving away her ex-husband, and for saving her today. Yihan's refusal made Qiu Ling feel a sense of conquest. Even though she knew that a man as outstanding, young, and handsome as Yihan was not something she could hold on to, she still wanted to conquer him. She tidied her messy hair and looked at Yihan with a seductive gaze, her eyes teasing, So, is it because you're not capable? That mischievous smile sent a shiver through Yihan's heart. Sister Wan was indeed a top-tier mature woman. Every move, every gesture, could stir a man's passion. Cut. A man can never say he's not capable. Sister Wan, do you really want to verify? There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yihan continued, I just feel it would be disrespectful to Sister Wan, and if she's doing this out of gratitude, it would feel meaningless to me. Oh. Qiu Ling's eyebrows twitched as she stared at Yihan intensely. Then what do you want? Seeing that the timing was right, Yihan stood up and laughed. Sister Wan, let's leave it at that for today. Let's talk about other things later. Get ready. I'll take you to the company. Qiu Ling was stunned. This little rascal had suddenly changed the subject, but looking at Yihan's handsome back, Qiu Ling bit her red lip gently, her eyebrows flickering twice. She had already made up her mind. Little man, sister is starting to fall for you. There will always be a chance to win you over. At this moment, Qiu Ling's attitude towards Yihan had undergone a significant change, from initial gratitude to being touched to a half-hearted acceptance, and now, she was beginning to be fascinated by him. Such a man, even if he couldn't be hers forever, even a fleeting moment, that's what true love looks like in her heart. All right. Qiu Ling tidied up her slightly disheveled clothes in the room, rearranged her hair, and when she came out again, She had transformed into a sexy, cold, and spirited career woman. A completely different image from the seductive woman she had been moments ago. Yihan couldn't help but secretly marvel. Indeed, she was a top-tier woman, capable of changing her demeanor at will. The Yi Group building was just across from the Fugarin residential complex. Yihan had bought the house here to make it convenient for Qiuling and Jiang Yuan to commute to work. Today, the headquarters of the Yi Group was particularly lively, as the general manager, Yi Chun, had been missing for 2 days. Under the initiative of the financial director, Yang Tao, and the deputy general manager, Jiang He, it was decided to hold a board meeting today to elect a new general manager to continue leading the Yi Group. In the large conference room, hundreds of shareholders and board members sat below. While on the stage, Jiang He and Yang Tao exchanged glances, cleared their throats, and began to speak. Everyone. General Manager Yi Qian has been missing for 2 days, and the group cannot function without a leader. Therefore, we have decided to elect a new acting general manager today to temporarily take over Yi Qian's duties and lead the company. If General Manager Yi Qian returns, he will continue to lead us. Whether Yi Qian would return or not, Jiang He and Yang Tao were very clear. Because both Jiang He and Yang Tao had been promoted by Yi Qian and the Lin family, they were both hidden agents planted by the Lin family and the Yi family, ready to deal a fatal blow to the Yi Group at a critical moment. Jiang He and Yang Tao had already learned from Lin Hua that Yi Qian was 90% likely dead, so the purpose of today's meeting was very clear: to seize power. To seize control of the Yi Group. The open and secret feud between the Lin and Yi families had reached a fever pitch, and a decisive battle between the two families was inevitable. From military strength, economy, to connections, it would be a life-and-death struggle. And the control of the Yi Group was the key factor in the economic aspect of this battle. The Lin family wanted to take control of the Yi Group. As soon as Jiang He finished speaking, the shareholders below immediately began to object. Mr. Jiang, the procedure today is not right, is it? Since we are holding a board meeting, why isn't the Yi family's old master present? Moreover, the real heir of the Yi family, young Master Yi Han, has already returned. Even if Yi Qian is missing, the board meeting should be presided over by Yi Han, shouldn't it? Exactly. Such a major event without notifying the Yi family's old master seems inappropriate. Indeed, young Master Yi Han is the true heir of the Yi family. Although Yi Qian had controlled the Yi Group for many years, after all, the Yi Group was built by the old master, Yi Changfeng, and there were still many veterans in the group who unconditionally supported the Yi family. These strongly opposing voices made up a small portion of the total number. There were also some neutral factions. If this situation continued, Jiang He and Yang Tao's plan would likely fail. Everyone, quiet down. You all know the old master's condition. After the incident 3 years ago, his health has been poor. The old master has rarely interfered with company affairs. When Yi Qian was in charge, the old master didn't attend the board meetings, did he? Jiang He's shout made the room quiet down again. As for Yi Han, I think everyone has heard about Yi Han's deeds, haven't you? For the past 3 years, he's either been in clubs or on his way to clubs, a wastrel who lives on women's laps. Can you really expect him to lead the Yi Group? Do you want to destroy the Yi Group, the old master's life's work? Jiang He, being able to hold the position of deputy general manager, was indeed capable. He deftly separated the two issues. He glossed over the situation with the old master while strongly criticizing Yi Han. This combination of concealment and criticism quickly silenced the noisy crowd. The circle in Yun City was small, and everyone knew about Yi Han's behavior in Yun City. He was often seen in clubs, indulging in women, with no ambition. The incident 3 years ago had severely damaged the Yi family, and Yi Han had been turned into a useless person. Now, he probably just wanted to enjoy life. Yang Tao also took the opportunity to speak. I propose that Mr. Jiang He be appointed as the general manager of the Yi Group, temporarily exercising all the powers of general manager Yi Qian, and overseeing all matters of the Yi Group. We will all be responsible to Mr. Jiang He, and Mr. Jiang He will be responsible only to the old master. Good. I think there's no problem. Mr. Jiang He's performance over the past 5 years is evident to everyone. Yes. When Mr. Yiqian was still in the company, he was grooming Mr. Jiang He as his successor. Agreed. I believe that under Mr. Jiang He's leadership, the Yi Group will surely develop even better. Many people below began to chime in one after another. These were all the direct subordinates Yi Qian had cultivated before, and they were on the same side as Jiang He and Yang Tao. If Jiang He took over, they would naturally benefit greatly. This was a premeditated power grab. Jiang He and Yang Tao, along with the procurement manager Su Chao and others, planned to quietly take control of the Yi Group without any core members of the Yi family present. If Yi Han didn't show up, then by tomorrow, the Yi Group might no longer belong to the Yi family. Chapter 65. His gaze could kill. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, let's vote together to make a decision. Yang Tao stood up promptly, calling for everyone to start voting. All right, those who support Mr. Jiang He as the acting general manager, please raise your hands. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Tao was the first to raise his hand. Following him, Jiang He, Yang Tao, Su Chao, and their loyal supporters also raised their hands to express their approval. Under the influence of the atmosphere, some of the previously neutral members also raised their hands. With Grandpa Ye's advanced age and the severe setback 3 years ago, he had barely managed the affairs of the Yi Group in recent years. And with Yi Han being in such a state, everyone saw no hope. Although many knew that Jiang He and Yang Tao had ulterior motives, as long as the group could operate normally and continue to make profits, that was enough. A few minutes later, among the hundreds of board members present, the number of those in favor barely exceeded half. After counting the votes, Yang Tao, visibly excited, announced, "There are 215 attendees in total, with 108 votes in support of Jiang He. Therefore, I declare that Mr. Jiang He." Just as Yang Tao was about to announce Jiang He's appointment, the few elders who still stood by the Yi family in the meeting room let out a long sigh of helplessness. Given the current state of the Yi family, it seemed inevitable that Yang Tao and Jiang He would take control of the Yi Group. Once this meeting made its decision and the appointment was finalized, the days for the Yi family's loyal supporters would only get tougher. Meanwhile, Jiang He's loyal supporters were already preparing to celebrate. Although the Yi Group had suffered a major setback 3 years ago, its scale was still in the trillion-dollar range. Even a small portion of it was enough for these people to live comfortably for a lifetime. With Jiang He and Yang Tao fully in power, the benefits for their supporters would surely follow. Bang! Just as Yang Tao was about to make the announcement, the door was suddenly kicked open violently. Yi Han, accompanied by Qiu Ling, strode into the meeting room, his sharp gaze sweeping across everyone before finally landing on Jiang He and Yang Tao. The Yi Group is holding a board meeting, yet you've excluded the core members of the Yi family. Have you forgotten whose name the Yi Group carries? Shua. Yi Han's sudden appearance caught everyone off guard, especially Jiang He, Yang Tao, and Su Chao. To ensure the smooth running of today's meeting, they had made some special arrangements. Today, the Yi Group was only allowing exits, not entries, with martial arts experts borrowed from the Lin family guarding the main entrance. The purpose was to prevent Grandpa Yi, or the elders Yi Han, from the core members of the Yi family, from barging in. Moreover, 8 bodyguards were additionally stationed outside the meeting room door. Yet, Yi Han had managed to enter so easily? Young Master Yi, what brings you to the company today? We are discussing important matters. Please leave first. The company's affairs are under control, and you'd better not interfere. Yang Tao tried to assert his seniority, urging Yi Han to leave. After all, in their eyes, Yi Han, after being struck down, was just a waste who spent his days in clubs. What kind of power could he possibly wield? They believed that dealing with Yi Han would be a walk in the park. However, the information they obtained from the Lin family was incomplete. Lin Hua hadn't told them about Yi Han's true situation. At this moment, Yi Han was no longer the wastrel who frequented clubs but a decisive and exceptionally intelligent prodigy. Silence. Answer my question. Does the group belong to the Yi family, or to the Yang family, or to the Jiang family? Yi Han disregarded Yang Tao's words, his gaze locked onto Yang Tao, as an overwhelming aura of Sha-Qi emanated from him. The powerful Sha-Qi filled the meeting hall, causing the room's temperature to drop several degrees. Even though it was the height of summer, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, their bodies trembling involuntarily. It was as if they didn't recognize Yi-Han anymore. This young master Yi seemed different from the rumors. That sharp gaze was like a blade, truly capable of killing. Huang Yuan, the head of the Human Resources Department and a supporter of the Yi family, couldn't help but brighten up. Could it be that young Master Yi had been hiding his true abilities? If so, then the Yi group might really have a chance. Yang Tao, Jiang He, Su Chao, and the others locked eyes with Yi-Han for a few seconds before finally being cowed by his menacing gaze. Young Master Yi, you jest. The Yi group naturally belongs to the Yi family. We are merely assisting in its management. Knowing your place is good. As long as I, the young master, am still alive, the group will still carry the Yi name. Anyone who dares to step above my Yi family members will face my wrath. Yi-Han coldly glared at Yang Tao before turning his gaze to the crowd, still holding up their hands. What are you still holding your hands up for? I now declare this vote invalid. The selection of the general manager does not require your input. Yi-Han's words caused another uproar among the crowd. Yi-Han was directly declaring the vote invalid? This clearly meant he wasn't going to let Jiang He take the position. But Jiang He and Yang Tao had been planning for so long. Would they agree? Conflict was about to begin? Those neutral members who had voted for Jiang He weren't particularly strong in their support to begin with. With Yi-Han's declaration, they quickly lowered their hands, afraid of being targeted by him. Yi-Han had only spoken a single sentence, but everyone realized that this Yi-Han was not to be trifled with. Young Master Yi, what do you mean by this? You may be the eldest son of the Yi family, but it's inappropriate for you to interfere with our board votes so crudely, isn't it? Yang Tao's face darkened as he saw many people lowering their hands. Jiang He, who had been pretending to be composed, could no longer sit still. Young Master Yi, we respect you as the direct descendant of the Yi family, but you've never been involved in the company's management, nor do you hold any position within the company, nor any shares. May I ask, what right do you have to stand here and dictate to our board? This was a declaration of war. Jiang He was more cunning than Yang Tao. He directly attacked Yi-Han's core issue. You are indeed a member of the Yi family, but you hold no position, no right to participate in the board meeting. So, stop blabbering here. At the same time, Jiang He's words were also a warning to the other shareholders. Don't think that just because Yi-Han is here to back you up, you can be fence-sitters. Let me tell you, dealing with a useless young master like Yi-Han is a piece of cake for me. Yi-Han frowned but didn't speak. Below him, the company elder Huang Yuan stood up. Jiang He, you just said it yourself. Young Master Yi is the only grandson of Grandpa Yi. All the shares Grandpa Yi holds belong to Yi-Han. Yi-Han is the sole heir of the Yi group. What right does he not have? Exactly. That's right. Young Master Yi is the sole heir of the Yi group. If he doesn't have the right to sit here, who does? Led by Huang Yuan, several old-timers stood up to support Yi-Han. Jiang He smiled faintly, giving Su Chao a look. The procurement department's Su Chao immediately stood up. Director Huang, your words are the answer, aren't they? It's about the future. Grandpa Yi hasn't transferred the shares to Yi-Han yet, has he? So Yi-Han has no right to be here. As Su Chao's words fell, Jiang He's face darkened. He shouted toward the door, Guards! Escort young Master Yi out to rest. We will continue discussing the acting general manager's position. Jiang He's intentions were clear. He wouldn't stop until he secured the acting general manager's position. Huang Yuan and the others were anxious. Yang Tao and the others were too arrogant. Even Yi-Han's presence couldn't deter them? This was an open rebellion. In fact, this was exactly what Yi-Han wanted to see. If they didn't make a move, Yi-Han wouldn't have a reason to deal with them. Although Yi-Han had already arranged for Hanjua and Wang Fugua to prepare in advance, if he were to take the initiative to deal with Yang Tao, Jiang He, and the others, it would inevitably make the people below feel disheartened. Chapter 66. I like women, but that doesn't make me trash. General Manager Jiang, I initially wanted to give you a dignified opportunity. Do you really have to tear the face apart? Yi Han sat on a chair, completely unconcerned about the bodyguards rushing towards him, and instead stared intently at Jiang He and Yang Tao. Jiang He's heart skipped a beat when Yi Han's gaze fell upon him. Damn it, this Yi Han seems quite troublesome. But now that things had come to this point, Jiang He knew that if he couldn't secure the position of acting general manager today, his fate would be dire. Gritting his teeth, Jiang He said, Young Master Yi, we apologize for any offense, but we are doing this for the sake of the Yi Corporation. Young Master Yi, please. Before Jiang He could finish his sentence, a loud voice echoed from the conference room entrance. You scoundrel! Is this what you call doing good for the Yi Corporation? My Yi Corporation, where even the Yi family can't make decisions. What kind of Yi Corporation is that? Maybe we should rename it the Jiang Corporation? A frail old man strode in, his face glowing with health. It was none other than Yi Changfeng, who had rushed over in a hurry. The Yi Corporation was founded by Yi Changfeng, and within the company, he was the strongest spiritual pillar, akin to the soul of an army. Yi Changfeng's prestige in the Yi Corporation was extremely high. Elder Yi, I see you're in good health, that's wonderful. Greetings, Elder Yi. With Yi Changfeng's arrival, more than half of the people in the conference hall stood up, respectfully welcoming him. Jiang He, Yang Tao, Su Chao, and the others were all stunned. What on earth is happening today? Were the bodyguards I arranged outside raised on dung? Not only did they let Yi Han slip in, but even the Yi family patriarch managed to barge in. In front of Elder Yi, Jiang He and the others didn't dare to act recklessly. Elder Yi, we really are doing this for the Yi Corporation. Young Master Yi wants to overturn the board's decision with just a word, but he doesn't hold any shares, so he doesn't have the right. Bring pen and documents. Yi Changfeng barked at his assistant, then quickly signed a share transfer agreement, raising the document high. I have transferred all 45% of the shares under my name to my grandson, Yi Han. From this moment on, he will take over all the authority of the chairman. Now, does he have the right? Yi Changfeng waved the document in front of everyone, then turned angrily to glare at Jiang He and Yang Tao. Although Yi Changfeng hadn't paid much attention to the company while Yi Chen was in charge, it didn't mean he was completely unaware. He had long been informed that Jiang He, Yang Tao, and a few others had unclear relations with the Lin family. Yi Changfeng had wanted to deal with them for a long time, but on one hand, he was getting old and lacked the energy, and on the other, he was biding his time. Upon receiving Yi Han's message about reorganizing the Yi Corporation, Yi Changfeng immediately rushed over. This? Jiang He and Yang Tao were dumbfounded. They never expected Yi Changfeng to be so decisive, transferring his tens of billions of shares to Yi Han on the spot, catching Jiang He and the others off guard. The situation was gradually slipping out of their control. With the Yi family grandfather and grandson both taking action, Jiang He and Yang Tao were struggling to hold their ground. General Manager Jiang, think of something quickly. Otherwise, we're finished today. Yang Tao urged anxiously beside Jiang He. Jiang He knew that with Yi Han now holding the shares, all his actions would be legitimate. Given Yi Han's demonstrated tactics, he was likely even more ruthless than Yi Chen. They couldn't let Yi Han get his hands on the shares. Elder Yi, haven't you forgotten? According to the company's articles, even if you want to transfer shares, you first need to inform the board and then have at least a 3-day public notice period. If there are no objections from the company, the transfer agreement will take effect, right? During the notice period, the shares you transfer will be managed by the board. Am I right? Jiang He's words immediately caused a stir in the room. People began whispering among themselves. Because according to the company's articles, there was indeed such a rule, especially for such a large share transfer by the patriarch, which required public notice. Yi Changfeng's face turned a deep shade of green. Jiang He, you ungrateful scoundrels, are you planning to oppose me? Jiang He stood up and bowed slightly to Yi Changfeng. We dare not. Elder Yi, since you've decided to hand over the power, during the notice period, You have no right to interfere with any company matters. Please leave now. You. Yi Changfeng's body trembled with anger, but he was helpless. Jiang He's loyal subordinates all gave him a thumbs up. Jiang He was really clever, using the company's articles to turn the tables on the Yi family patriarch. The result was that during the notice period, the shares in Elder Ye's hands would be managed by the board, and Elder Yi would lose his veto power over the company. And Yi Han, who was nominally transferred the shares, wouldn't have the power to interfere with the company's management for 3 days. 3 days of power vacuum would be enough for Jiang He and Yang Tao to do a lot of things. By the time Yi Han took over the company 3 days later, it would already be too late. Please. Jiang He gestured triumphantly to a few bodyguards, intending to have Yi Han and Yi Changfeng escorted out. Yi Changfeng was so furious he was practically jumping, his temper flaring. Come here. I don't believe. After all, Yi Changfeng was a military man. Although he was now retired, his bodyguard captain, Long Feng, was still a martial arts expert. Elder Yi was ready to use force to settle this matter. But Yi Han stopped him. Grandpa, let me handle this. I'll take care of it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Han turned to look at Jiang He and said again, General Manager Jiang, let me ask you one last time. Do you really want to tear the face with my Yi family? Yi Han had already investigated Jiang He's background thoroughly. He had originally wanted to let them leave with dignity, but they were intent on taking over the Yi Corporation, which was disheartening. Feeling confident of his victory, Jiang He no longer hid his sinister expression. What, young Master Yi, you're not satisfied? Want to cause some trouble? Ha! A discarded family, a wastrel who spends his time in clubs. What can you do? Yi Han sneered. Is that so? I like women, but that doesn't make me trash. Bring them in. Yi Han shouted at the door, and Wang Fugue led a middle-aged couple and an elderly man with gray hair into the conference hall. Seeing these 3 people, Jiang He's face changed drastically. You? Yi Han, you. Who let them in? Get them out of here now. Jiang He was unusually agitated, shouting at the security guards at the door. But Wang Fugue slapped the 2 approaching guards away with a backhand, and the remaining guards looked at Wang Fugue with apprehension, not daring to move. Chapter 67. Easily dominating. Turning defeat into victory. ***. Yang Tao, who was standing beside Jiang He, was confused. Mr. Jiang, aren't those just 3 old farmers? They won't affect the overall situation at all. What are you afraid of? The priority right now is to get Mr. Yi and Yi Han out of here so we can continue with the election. But Jiang He was restless, his mind already in chaos. Seeing the security guards standing still, he was so anxious that he almost jumped out of his skin. Are you all deaf? I told you to take them out. Can't you hear me? Even when he saw that the security guards weren't planning to act, Jiang He dragged his chair over, intending to personally remove the couple and the old man from the room. Everyone present was stunned. What was going on? Just moments ago, Jiang He was extremely arrogant, but now, upon seeing the couple and the old man, he suddenly became so panicked. His once fierce demeanor had diminished significantly. Yi Han smiled faintly, stepping in front of Jiang He to block his path. With a knowing smile, he looked at Jiang He. Mr. Jiang, why are you so agitated? They have a lot to say, slowly, to everyone here. Do you see what's in their hands? I even helped them find the surveillance footage from back then. It's quite surprising how deeply you've hidden things, Mr. Jiang. The reason Jiang He was so nervous upon seeing the couple was that he had killed someone 5 years ago. The victims were the couple's daughter and the son of the white-haired old man. The reason was simple. Jiang He had taken a liking to the couple's daughter. He tried to forcibly take her away from a barbecue stall, and when the girl's boyfriend resisted, Jiang He smashed a bottle over his head, killing him on the spot. Later, he took the girl to a hotel, defiled her, and then staged her suicide. At the time, Jiang He used his connections and influence to cover up the incident. But now, Yi Han had dug up this old case. Jiang He knew that once this came to light, his life would be over, and he would spend the rest of his days behind bars. Yi Han, what do you want? Jiang He growled at Yi Han in a low voice, his face contorted with rage. If looks could kill, Jiang He would have killed Yihan 1,000 times over. Yihan smiled faintly. What do I want? Don't you know, Mr. Jiang? He remained calm and unhurried, while Jiang He was like an ant on a hot pan. Yihan, do you have to destroy me to be satisfied? Jiang He was losing his composure. He really wanted to strangle Yihan, but with so many people present and Yihan's brother, Wang Fuguwei, who knew martial arts, the security outside hadn't come in, likely already dealt with. Jiang He knew that his carefully laid plans had already fallen apart. If he didn't back down, he wouldn't make it through this. Whether you're destroyed or not depends on your performance, Mr. Jiang. Yihan coldly stared at Jiang He. Although he didn't speak, the silent pressure made Jiang He feel like he couldn't breathe. Jiang He knew exactly what Yihan wanted. Today, everyone was fighting for control of the Yi group. On the surface, it was a battle between Jiang He, Yang Tao, Su Chao, and Yihan. But in reality, it was a proxy war between the Lin group and Yihan. Jiang He was indeed very power-hungry, yearning for the position of general manager and the other promises made by the Lin family. But all of that was meaningless if he didn't have his life to enjoy it. The murder case from back then, although Jiang He had used all his resources to cover it up, he knew that as long as the parents of the victims were still alive, it was a ticking time bomb. And now, the bomb had arrived. Once the evidence was submitted, Jiang He would be finished. He had no choice. He glanced at Yihan deeply. Yihan, you're ruthless. You've won this round, but you won't win against all of us? With that, Jiang He turned to look at Yang Tao and the others, then addressed the hundreds of shareholders and board members. Everyone, I, Jiang He, due to health reasons, resign from my position as Deputy General Manager from today onward, and will no longer participate in the election for the acting General Manager position. Boom. Jiang He's words were like a bomb dropped in the hall, causing an uproar among everyone present. Mr. Jiang, you're resigning? Are you crazy? Yang Tao almost jumped out of his seat, thinking he had misheard. Yang Tao, Jiang He, and Su Chao were the iron triangle arranged by the Lin family within the Yi group. With Jiang He resigning, the triangle had lost its most crucial corner, and the rest was pointless. Jiang He leaned in close to Yang Tao. Do you think I want to? Yihan has something on me. If I don't step down, you'll all be dragged down with me. The rest is up to you. Don't let Yihan make a comeback. This guy, he's terrifying. He's not as useless as the rumors say. Yi Changfeng stood in the hall, glancing alternately at Yihan and Jiang He, his brows furrowing and relaxing in turns. Although Yi Changfeng didn't know the specifics of what had happened, he knew that Yihan must have planned this all in advance. It seemed that everything was under Yihan's control. This kid, he had worried me so much. Yi Changfeng couldn't help but think of the Zhao family patriarch and the officials from the Jinwu Bureau who had come to pay their respects and apologize. This kid must be hiding something from me. But Yi Changfeng decided not to pry. As long as it was for the best, that was all that mattered. On behalf of the Yi group, accept your resignation. Yihan said to Qiu Ling beside him. Sister Wan, bring the resignation application and also the document I prepared earlier. Yihan took out the resignation letter and had Jiang He sign it. Then he handed Jiang He a share transfer agreement. Mr. Jiang, hand over the 7% of shares you hold to me as well. You, don't push it too far. Jiang He was almost furious. Not only was Yihan forcing him out, but he also wanted his shares. The thing was, Jiang He didn't own all those shares personally. Many were held in proxy for the Lin group. If he transferred all of them to Yihan, the Lin group would tear him apart. After all, even 7% of the shares was worth at least several billion. Mr. Jiang, money or life? Which is more important? I think you know the answer. Look at the number on my phone. As Yihan spoke, he raised his phone in front of Jiang He. On the screen was the number 110. I'll give you 3 seconds to think. Otherwise, I might accidentally press it. 3. Yihan had completely seized the upper hand. I'll sign. Before Yihan could even finish counting, Jiang He caved. I'll sign. Even though signing the transfer agreement would make life difficult for him with the Lin group, Jiang He knew he had to get through this first. After the share transfer agreement was signed, Yi-han warmly draped an arm around Jiang He's shoulders. Come on, Mr. Jiang, let me see you out. Being so casually embraced by Yi-han, Jiang He felt an ominous premonition. Sure enough, as soon as they stepped out of the conference room, Jiang He saw several uniformed officers waiting for him with handcuffs. You set me up? Jiang He was about to roar when Yi-han slapped him on the back of the neck, knocking him unconscious. Officer Hua, thank you. Yi-han handed Jiang He over to the uniformed officers. The leader was none other than Hua Simiao's granddaughter, Hua Shuiyan. You owe me a favor. Hua Shuiyan glanced at Jiang He, now reduced to a limp mess, and couldn't help but inwardly sigh. Anyone who became Yi-han's enemy really had terrible misfortune. Chapter 68. She is my woman, that's reason enough. Fine. Yi-han responded and returned to the conference hall. The conference hall was silent, with all eyes on Yi-han, waiting for his next move. Yi-han walked to the podium and calmly addressed everyone. Now, I declare that Xiu Ling will take over as the general manager of the Yi Group. She will have full control over the Yi Group and will only report to me. Does anyone have any objections? Yi-han's sharp gaze swept across the crowd. Just moments ago, he had dealt with Jiang He, so who would dare to provoke him now? Even Yang Tao and Su Chao, despite their dissatisfaction, dared not run into the gunfire. I support young Master Ye's decision. Huang Yuan spoke up first, followed by other Yi family loyalists who expressed their support. The neutral factions also began to voice their agreement. After all, whether Jiang He resigned or not, the general manager position wasn't going to fall to them. So, for them, it didn't matter who took the role. The voting results showed that out of the more than 200 attendees, about 70% agreed with Yi-han's decision, except for a few die-hard supporters like Yang Tao and Su Chao. With Xiu Ling's position secured, Yi-han turned his gaze to Yang Tao, making the latter's heart skip a beat. A sense of unease immediately rose in him. But Yang Tao quickly reviewed his past actions, thinking there were no significant skeletons in his closet. Even if there were, he had dealt with them thoroughly. Additionally, I have one last matter to address. I've decided to dismiss Mr. Yang Tao and appoint Jiang Yueran in his place. Yi-han gestured toward the door, and Jiang Yueran, looking somewhat inexperienced, walked into the hall. The crowd erupted in murmurs once again. Yang Tao was the first to stand up and protest. Young Master Yi, what do you mean by this? On what grounds are you dismissing me? Yi-han replied calmly, do I need a reason to dismiss you? If you must have one, it's because you and Jiang He tried to seize control of the Yi Group. I don't accept this. Young Master Yi, you're using personal grudges to settle scores. Yang Tao, being clever, tried to gain sympathy from the crowd. Dismissing a company veteran like this will make everyone lose faith. Yi-han smirked. You'll accept it. As he spoke, Yi-han took out his phone, opened a video, and showed it to Yang Tao. Mr. Yang, take a good look. Is that you? Mr. Yang, could you advance us that 8 million payment a few days early? Here's 2 million for you to buy tea with. Mr. Yang, last year's cooperation funds, could you help us with some adjustments? There's 3 million in this card as a token of our gratitude. Yi-han played several videos, all shot from unconventional angles, but clearly showing Yang Tao's face in the conversations. Mr. Yang, tell me, receiving bribes of such a large amount, how many years do you think you'll spend on the sewing machine? Yi-han put away his phone, and Yang Tao was already sweating profusely. Now Yang Tao understood why Jiang He had been so agitated earlier and had unconditionally submitted to Yi-han. No doubt, Yi-han had some fatal leverage over Jiang He as well. Young Master Yi, I submit. Yang Tao's expression when looking at Yi-han was now one of fear and panic. Whoever said Yi-han was just a spoiled playboy? Yi-han had uncovered such hidden secrets. It was laughable that Jiang He and Yang Tao had thought they could seize control of the Yi Group. Dream on. With Yang Tao submitting, Yi-han turned his gaze to Su Chao with a mischievous smile. Mr. Su, I'm dismissing Mr. Yang. What do you think? Do you support me or oppose me? Yi-han didn't give Su Chao any other options. It was either support or oppose. Yi-han was putting Su Chao on the spot. If he supported, he'd be betraying his ally and would be looked down upon. But if he opposed, Su Chao wasn't stupid. From Jiang He and Yang Tao's reactions earlier, he had realized that both must have some fatal secrets in Yi Han's hands. As the head of procurement, Su Chao had even more skeletons in his closet, like kickbacks, which were commonplace. Yi Han could easily hold those against him. After a few seconds of thought, Su Chao stood up and respectfully bowed to Yi Han. I support young Master Ye's decision. Mr. Yang should be dismissed. Better to sacrifice a friend than oneself. Su Chao understood that the tide had turned. No matter what, he had to save himself first. But for Yang Tao, this was truly heart-wrenching. Yang Tao's face turned dark as he saw Su Chao's actions. In this situation, Su Chao had sold him out. But there was no way Yang Tao could refuse to submit. Yang Tao still tried to salvage the situation. Young Master Yi, I accept being dismissed, but even so, you can't appoint such a young girl as the financial director, can you? The company handles hundreds of billions. This is irresponsible. Tang Chong, Yang Tao's protege, had also been in contact with the Ling Group. If Tang Chong became the financial director, even though Yang Tao was gone, there would still be Tang Chong and Su Chao to cover for each other, giving them a chance to turn things around. But Yang Tao overlooked Zhang Yueran's relationship with Yi Han. Yi Han took 2 steps forward, wrapping an arm around Zhang Yueran's waist. We don't need any recommendations. Yueran is my woman. Is there any other reason needed to entrust her with the company's finances? Anyone who dares to obstruct her work will end up like Jiang He. The same goes for Sister Wan. Do I make myself clear? Yi Han added that last sentence, making everyone in the room feel awkward. Was Qiuling also? What did that mean? Was she also Yi Han's woman? Or was it that she also needed to cooperate with Qiuling's work? But by now, Qiuling's relationship with Yi Han was no longer the main concern. Jiang He had been taken away, and Yang Tao was dismissed. The general manager and financial departments were back under Yi Han's control. The human resources department was already in the hands of Yi family loyalists like Huang Yuan. The remaining middle management and lower-level employees would be dealt with gradually. There was still one key position left, Su Chao's procurement department. Yi Han smirked. The action had already begun. Within 3 days, Su Chao would surely resign on his own. As for the small factions colluding with Yi Qin, Jiang He, and Yang Tao, I won't pursue your responsibility for now. I'm giving you a chance to repent. If you dare to cause trouble in the future, don't blame me. After Yang Tao signed his resignation and left the conference hall, Yi Han signaled Wang Fuguwei to insert a USB drive into the computer and play some footage of Jiang He's crimes. I think you're curious why I treated Jiang He and Yang Tao that way. Take a look for yourselves. As the footage of Jiang He and Yang Tao's criminal activities played, the shareholders were filled with disbelief and disgust. They're truly despicable. Yes, how could they be so cruel? Letting them off so lightly is too lenient. Yang Tao too, with such a high salary, yet he still embezzled so much. While everyone was shocked, they also felt that simply dismissing Yang Tao and the others was too lenient. The company is in your hands now. If there's anything you can't handle, contact me anytime, Yi Han sincerely told Zhang Yueran and Qiuling. Zhang Yueran, having already had intimate contact with Yi Han, was fine, but Qiuling blushed slightly. Don't worry, I'll do my best. Beside them, Yi Changfeng watched Yi Han's decisive actions and couldn't help but feel relieved. This Yi Han truly didn't disappoint him. But Yi Changfeng had a question. After Yi Han finished his instructions, he pulled Yi Han aside. Xiao Han, tell me the truth. Where is Yi Chen? Chapter 69. Yi Chen's whereabouts. Yi Han's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. He glanced at Yi Changfeng and then turned to look at the bustling crowd in the conference hall. After a brief pause, he replied, Dad, Yi Chen. He's no longer a concern. Yi Changfeng's eyebrows furrowed. He could sense that Yi Han was hiding something, but before he could press further, Yi Han continued, Dad, let's not talk about Yi Chen for now. The company has just undergone a major reshuffle, and there's still a lot of work to be done. Yi Changfeng nodded, deciding to let the matter rest for the time being. After all, Yihan had just demonstrated his capability in handling the company's affairs, and Yi Changfeng had no reason to doubt him. As the meeting concluded, Yihan escorted Jiang Yueran and Qiu Ling out of the conference hall. The two women, now in key positions, would need to familiarize themselves with their new roles quickly. Yihan had full confidence in their abilities, but he also knew that they would face challenges along the way. Yueran, Qiu Ling, I'll leave the company in your hands for now. If you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to contact me, Yihan said, his tone serious yet reassuring. Jiang Yueran nodded, her eyes filled with determination. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Qiu Ling, on the other hand, seemed a bit overwhelmed but still managed a confident smile. I'll do my best to live up to your expectations. With that, Yihan left the company building, his mind already shifting to the next phase of his plan. He had dealt with the internal threats within the Yi group, but there were still external forces to contend with. As he drove away, Yihan's phone buzzed with a message. It was from an unknown number, but the content was clear. Yi Chun is alive. Yihan's grip on the steering wheel tightened as he read the message. His expression darkened, and for a moment, the calm and collected demeanor he had shown earlier vanished. Alive, huh? Yihan muttered under his breath, a cold smile forming on his lips. Then let's see how long you can stay that way. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, Yi Chun sat on a chair, his hands and feet bound. His once immaculate suit was now wrinkled and stained, and his face bore the marks of a recent beating. Yihan, you'll pay for this, Yi Chun growled through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with venom. But deep down, Yi Chun knew that his chances of escaping were slim. Yihan had outmaneuvered him at every turn, and now, with his allies either defeated or turned against him, Yi Chun was left with nothing. You think you've won, but you're wrong, Yi Chun whispered to himself, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. I still have one last card to play. As Yi Chun plotted his next move, Yihan arrived at his destination, a secluded villa on the outskirts of the city. This was where he had been keeping Yi Chun, ensuring that his half-brother remained out of sight and out of mind. Boss, everything's under control. A burly man greeted Yihan as he entered the villa. Yihan nodded, his expression calm but his eyes sharp. Any developments? Nothing unusual. Yi Chun's been quiet, but we're keeping a close eye on him, the man replied. Yihan dismissed the man and made his way to the basement, where Yi Chun was being held. As he descended the stairs, the sound of Yi Chun's muffled curses grew louder. Still so full of life, I see, Yihan said as he entered the room, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Yi Chun's head snapped up, his eyes locking onto Yihan's. You think you've won, but you're wrong. I still have allies, and they won't let you get away with this. Yihan chuckled, a cold, humorless sound. Allies? You mean the ones I've already taken care of? Or are you referring to the ones who've turned against you? Yi Chun's face paled, but he refused to back down. You're bluffing. You can't have. Oh, but I can, Yihan interrupted, pulling out a folder and tossing it onto the table. Take a look. It's all there. Your so-called allies, their deals, their secrets. Everything you thought was hidden is now in my hands. Yi Chun's hands trembled as he flipped through the documents, his worst fears confirmed. Yihan had not only outmaneuvered him but had also dismantled his network of allies, leaving him completely isolated. What do you want? Yi Chun asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Yihan leaned in, his face inches from Yi Chun's. What I want is simple. You leave the city, disappear from my sight, and never come back. If you do, I won't hesitate to finish what I started. Yi Chun's eyes widened, but before he could respond, Yihan turned and walked away, leaving him alone in the cold, damp basement. As Yihan left the villa, he felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Yi Chun was no longer a threat, and with the company now firmly under his control, Yihan could finally focus on his next goals. But as he drove back to the city, Yihan couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. There were still many challenges ahead, and he knew that he would need to stay one step ahead at all times. For now, though, he had won the battle. But the war was far from over. Chapter 69. The bloody dog's head. Although Yi Chen was only adopted by Yi Changfeng, during the time when Yi Han was not around, Yi Changfeng invested a lot of effort into Yi Chen. Originally, Yi Han intended to reveal the truth to Yi Changfeng, but seeing Yi Changfeng's expression, Yi Han couldn't bring himself to do it. Oh, Big Brother said he feels his strength is insufficient and needs to go abroad for further studies for a while, so he temporarily handed the company over to me to manage. Yi Han made up an excuse just to ease Yi Changfeng's mind. Soon enough, once Yi Han and the Lin family engage in full-scale conflict, all the truth will come to light, and Yi Chen's identity will naturally be exposed. Is that so? Yi Changfeng's brow twitched slightly. Despite his shrewdness, he had already guessed most of the situation, but since Yi Han didn't point it out, Yi Changfeng naturally chose not to break the silence. Yi Han's extensive cleansing of the Yi group must mean that Yi Chen had colluded with the Lin family. Yi Han doesn't act rashly. If he took action, there must be a reason. However, the thought of having raised Yi Chen, a white-eyed wolf, for 18 years still pained Yi Changfeng. Yi Han, I'm hungry. Take me to eat. Zhao Linglong, who had come with Jiang Yueran, spoke to Yi Han with a pout, her face full of grievance. This Yi Han, leaving her to move things for Jiang Yueran while he went off to have fun, was simply too infuriating. All right, let's all go eat together. Lao Wang, come along too. Yi Han called out to Wang Fugui. He had intended to invite his grandfather as well, but Yi Changfeng, being tactful, said, "You young people go ahead. I'll head home first." With the affairs of the group company settled, Yi Changfeng's lingering worry was also laid to rest. Now, all that remained was to wait for Yi Han to grow a bit more before handing over the entire Tianlong army to him. Once Yi Han fully controlled the Tianlong army and had a few more children, anyone who wanted to move against the Yi family would have to think twice. As Yi Han, Zhao Linglong, and Wang Fugui left the group company's main gate, in an alley near the Yi group, a middle-aged man in a black shirt and sunglasses glared hatefully at Yi Han. "You little bastard, finally, I've found you. You killed my son and stole my treasure. Today is your death day." This man was none other than Long Zhong, Zhonghua's master and his illegitimate father, the third elder of the Gu cult. Since Zhonghua's lifebound Gu died last night, Long Zhong had been investigating who killed Zhonghua, and this morning, Long Zhong finally discovered that it was Yi Han who killed Zhonghua and took the priceless treasure from him. Long Zhong had been following Yi Han all the way, finally catching up to him at the Yi group, waiting for the right moment to kill Yi Han and avenge his son, all while retrieving that treasure. What? Our perfectly planned scheme failed? What was Jiang He doing? In the Lin family's courtyard, Lin Hua jumped up in anger upon hearing the report about the Yi group situation. The Lin family had hoped to ally with the Xin family through marriage, but Yi Han had ruined it, leading to the deaths of Lin Dong and Lin Yang. Lin Hua had placed all his hopes on taking control of the Yi group. Over the years, the Lin family had used connections to win over a large number of middle and high-level executives within the Yi group. If Yi Chen hadn't been caught, they could have fully controlled the Yi group within a month. But with Yi Chen's arrest, Lin Hua had immediately pushed Jiang He into the position, even exposing all the Lin family's hidden assets within the Yi group. Even so, Jiang He had still failed. What about Yang Tao? How are they doing? As long as the financial director is in our hands, we still have a chance to turn things around. Lin Hua asked stubbornly, unwilling to give up. Master, we just got news. Yang Tao was directly fired by Yi Han, and all of Jiang He's shares were transferred to Yi Han. One disheartening piece of news after another was driving Lin Hua to the brink of madness. Yi Han, why don't you just die? The shares in Jiang He's hands worth hundreds of billions were bought with real money from the Lin family. Are you some kind of nemesis sent from heaven? What's taking the Blood Cloak sect so long? Why haven't they arrived yet? Lin Hua wanted to call the Blood Cloak sect's leader to urge them, but remembering the threat from the sect leader last time, Lin Hua chickened out. The Blood Cloak sect said their people have already set off and will soon arrive in Yunqing. Lin Hua calmed down his agitated emotions and ordered, "Immediately have Yang Tao and Su Chao come to see me. A bunch of useless fools. We must counterattack. It's too humiliating otherwise." Old Third, Did you contact the stock god Lafite from the United States? Has he agreed to help us deal with the Yi family? Lin Hua was hopping mad. Now that the plan to control the Yi family from within had failed, they could only target the Yi family through the stock market. So, the Lin family planned to invite the stock god Lafite from the United States to act. Big brother. Lafite has agreed and will take a flight tomorrow, arriving in Yunqing the day after at the latest. Excellent. By then, it will be the Yi family's downfall. Oh, and contact the Zhao family. With the Xin family's stance unclear, we must bring in more support to act together. Yes, big brother. In the underground garage of the Yi group, Su Chao was about to drive out to meet Lin Hua when he received a call from Lin Hua and quickly responded, "I'm on my way." After hanging up, Su Chao got into his car but hadn't started it yet when he suddenly felt something wet dripping onto his face. Su Chao thought it was just a water droplet, but after wiping it, more kept falling. Su Chao started the car and wiped his face again, then looked at his hand and was stunned. Blood? Why is there blood in my car? Su Chao's heart skipped a beat as he looked up at the ceiling and immediately let out a terrified scream. Ah! F*******. On the ceiling above Su Chao's head, a knife had impaled a bloodied dog's head onto the roof. The dog's skin had been ripped off, and its 2 eyeballs had been gouged out, leaving dark, blood-filled sockets. Especially in the dimly lit underground garage, with a few flickering lights, the eerie, bloodied dog's head, under the flickering lights, looked like a demon from hell, its empty eye sockets staring at Su Chao. Su Chao let out a scream and frantically tried to open the car door to escape. But so terrified that his legs went weak, he could only crawl. After crawling a dozen meters, Su Chao happened to meet Yang Tao, who had just come out of the elevator after receiving a call. Seeing Su Chao's state, Yang Tao was momentarily stunned. Su General, what's wrong with you? Why? Is it cooler to crawl on the ground? Although Yang Tao knew that Su Chao's betrayal of him was the optimal solution and the best way to preserve their strength, hearing it from a comrade still left a bitter taste. Quick, save me. Su Chao reached out to Yang Tao for help. When Yang Tao saw the blood on Su Chao's hand, his expression grew serious and he quickly helped Su Chao up from the ground. Su General, what happened? Now that both Jiang He and himself had been ousted from the Yi group by Yi Han, Su Chao was their only hope. Yang Tao still didn't want Su Chao to be in any danger. A bloodied dog's head, in my car. Oh God, too terrifying. Perhaps seeing a familiar face helped Su Chao calm down a bit, and he recounted the incident to Yang Tao. A bloody dog's head? It must be someone playing a prank. Come, let's go take a look. Yang Tao helped Su Chao back to his car. The car was still running, and the driver's door was open. Yang Tao leaned in to look inside the driver's seat, puzzled. Su General, there's nothing here? Everything looks normal. No dog's head? You're just scaring yourself? No, I just saw it very clearly. It was definitely a dog's head, hanging right above my head. How could it be gone? Su Chao initially didn't dare to approach, but hearing Yang Tao say it wasn't there, he was also puzzled and quickly stepped forward to open the car door and look up at the ceiling of the driver's seat, only to be dumbfounded. Huh? The dog's head? It was just here a moment ago. How could it? It's impossible. After getting into the car, Su Chao still didn't see the dog's head on the ceiling. Logically speaking, if a dagger had been stuck into the roof, there should at least be some holes or marks. But now, after carefully inspecting the roof, Su Chao found no trace of any holes. Everything was completely normal. Could it have been my hallucination? But my hands were clearly covered in blood just now. Yang Tao also nodded beside him. Yes, I saw it too just now. However, when the two of them looked at Su Chao's hands again, an even more eerie scene unfolded. The hands that were previously covered in blood were now completely clean, without any trace of blood. Holy **T. This time, not only Su Chao but even Yang Tao was shocked. Are we seeing ghosts in broad daylight? Chapter 70. Su Chao is terrified to the point of collapse. No, that's not it. Su Chao's expression was somewhat dazed. He had just clearly seen something, so how could it suddenly disappear? Oh, In the underground parking garage, an eerie, mournful sound suddenly echoed. Su Chao and Yang Tao could no longer hold it together. They screamed and scrambled out of the parking garage, fleeing towards the elevator entrance. "Mommy, that was too scary. What on earth is going on?" Once out of the elevator on the first floor and seeing the sunlight again, Su Chao and Yang Tao felt as if they had been reborn. "Look, I won't be going to the Lin family today. I'm going to the hospital's psychiatric department to see if something's wrong with me. You tell the Lin family for me, okay?" Su Chao was truly frightened because what had just happened was too bizarre. He hadn't thought of Yihan as the culprit, but even if Yihan was behind it, there was no way he could have cleaned the dog's head and bloodstains off his car so quickly. And what about the bloodstains that had disappeared from his hands? Su Chao didn't go to the hospital, but decided to go home to rest first. He took a taxi home, opened the door, changed his shoes, and just as he was about to relax, clang, a dog's head fell from above the doorway, landing squarely on Su Chao's face, splattering blood all over him. When Su Chao finally saw what it was, he was so terrified that he fell straight to the ground with a thud. "Ah!" Su Chao's voice was hoarse from screaming. It was another dog's head. If it had been just one dog's head, it might have been bearable, but Su Chao clearly saw that this dog's head was exactly the same as the one in the Yi Group's underground parking garage. He hadn't wasted any time on the way home, directly leaving the company and coming back. Yet, he encountered the same dog's head at home. How was that possible? Could the dog's head walk on its own? Ghost. Su Chao's mind finally completely collapsed. Frothy saliva spilled from his mouth, and his head tilted, fainting dead away. A puddle of yellow liquid also seeped from his crotch. Poor Su Chao. He had been scared to the point of wetting himself. Just before fainting, Su Chao's last thought was whether he had offended some powerful person. But thinking about it, the only person he had offended recently was Yihan. What kind of methods did Yihan have? Could he control a dog's head to fly? "Dead Yihan, you brought me to eat at a place like this?" In the western suburbs of Yun City, in an old alley, Yihan parked the car by the roadside and led Zhao Linglong and Wang Fuguwei towards a roast chicken shop. Zhao Linglong spoke with a look of disdain. "Miss Zhao, this chicken is really delicious. The owner's wife is very good at making chicken. She plucks the feathers especially clean." Wang Fuguwei's introduction made Yihan feel a bit strange. Before Zhao Linglong could object, Yihan had already taken a table at the shop's entrance. "Boss, 5 roast chickens please." "There are only 3 of us, why 5? Although Zhao Linglong initially disdained this roadside stall, she was soon captivated by the aroma wafting from the shop. Upon hearing that Yihan had only ordered 5 roast chickens, she became displeased. "Can't you do the math? My brother and I will each have 2, and you're a girl, 1 should be enough for you." Wang Fuguwei was quite kind, carefully explaining to Zhao Linglong. Zhao Linglong rolled her eyes. "Humph, don't underestimate me. I can finish all 5 by myself." Yihan and Wang Fuguwei thought Zhao Linglong was just speaking in anger and didn't pay much attention. The roast chickens soon arrived, and the 3 of them started eating. Zhao Linglong initially just tried a small piece, but finding the chicken crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, so fragrant and tender that it melted in her mouth, she was pleasantly surprised. Although she had been to countless Michelin-starred restaurants, she had never tasted such delicious chicken. Zhao Linglong ate while licking her fingers, looking every bit the glutton. Yihan shook his head as he watched, slowly picking up a piece of chicken and eating it with some side dishes. Clatter. Suddenly, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from the alley entrance. A group of tattooed, muscular men carrying steel rods surged into the alley, heading straight towards the roast chicken shop where Yihan and Wang Fuguwei were. Huh, were they coming for him? Yihan frowned. In Yun City, were there really such ignorant people? Did they really think he was just some playboy who hung out in clubs? Who could these people be? Yihan was still pondering when the group had already surrounded Yihan and Wang Fuguwei. "Stop eating. Stand up." A yellow-haired man waved his steel rod and shouted fiercely at Yihan and Wang Fuguwei. The owner of the roast chicken shop, seeing a group of ruffians causing trouble, quickly stepped forward with a smile. "Brother Leopard, Today's my shop's opening day. How about I treat you and the brothers to a meal? Give me some face." The owner was a square-faced man, looking honest and simple, but he had his own way of dealing with things. Previously, when some small-time thugs came to cause trouble, the owner had easily resolved it. But today, these thugs were sent by someone powerful, specifically to cause trouble for Yihan, so they weren't so easily swayed. "Get lost. Today's matter, you'd better not meddle with, or we'll take care of you too." The yellow-haired thug kicked the owner in the stomach, sending him tumbling to the ground. Yihan and Wang Fugue had already stood up, their eyes flashing with cold light. Although Wang Fugue and Yihan often liked to save beautiful women, they respected their labor and sweat and would never bully hardworking people. They had always despised these scumbags who bullied others for no reason. These ants, not to mention the dozens in front of them, even if there were more, Wang Fugue could easily handle them alone. What truly caught Yihan's attention was the man standing behind the crowd. Although he had deliberately hidden his aura, Yihan could sense an eerie presence from him. By now, a crowd of onlookers had gathered at a distance. Seeing Yihan and the others surrounded, they couldn't help but sigh. Alas, poor handsome guy and beautiful girl, today they're going to suffer. That's the most ruthless gang in these few streets, Brother Leopard, who is extremely vicious. I've heard that when Brother Leopard gets ruthless, he even cuts himself. Quick, call the police. Maybe we can still stop it. Seeing Zhao Linglong still happily toy, the yellow-haired thug was furious. Damn it! I told you to stand up. Are you deaf? Get up right now. Seeing Zhao Linglong still happily gnawing on a chicken leg, the yellow-haired thug became enraged. Damn it! I told you to stand up. Are you deaf? Get up right now. As he shouted, the yellow-haired thug slapped the chicken leg out of Zhao Linglong's hand, which fell at his feet. The yellow-haired thug disdainfully stepped on the chicken leg, looking at Zhao Linglong with a sneer. "Oh, so it's a beauty. Haha, today I'm in luck?" Zhao Linglong was enjoying her meal when the chicken leg was suddenly knocked away, and she immediately flew into a rage. "Didn't your parents teach you to cherish food? Die for me." Zhao Linglong angrily swung her fist, punching towards the yellow-haired thug's chest. The yellow-haired thug looked at Zhao Linglong with mockery, not intending to dodge at all. "Ha! So it's a little wild horse? I like that, oh shit." The yellow-haired thug was still boasting, thinking that Zhao Linglong, a girl, couldn't have much strength in a single punch. But in that moment of carelessness, Zhao Linglong's punch landed on the yellow-haired thug's chest, and he was sent flying, crashing into a flower bed several meters away, then collapsing to the ground. Crack, crack, accompanied by the sound of the yellow-haired thug's chest bones breaking. Zhao Linglong's power shocked everyone present. Even Yihan was stunned. Earlier, he had sensed that Zhao Linglong didn't have any martial arts aura. Was she naturally strong? You're lucky, I didn't eat enough today, so I didn't kill you with one punch. Consider yourself fortunate. Zhao Linglong's words almost made the yellow-haired thug, who was struggling to stand up, spit blood. You almost sent me to the afterlife with just one punch, and you're saying you didn't eat enough? Damn it, what kind of people are these? Chapter 71. The little beauty smashes them all. Seeing his underlings still standing there in a daze, the yellow-haired man was furious. He roared at them. You bunch of idiots, what are you standing there for? Haven't you seen I've been beaten? Go and capture that girl. I'm going to have my way with her tonight and make her regret crossing me. Yes, boss. The gangsters, finally snapping out of their stupor, began swinging their fists toward Zhao Linglong. Wang Fugue, standing beside Yihan, moved as if to step forward and help. But Yihan grabbed him by the arm and said, Let's wait and see. Yihan wanted to see what kind of tricks Zhao Linglong had up her sleeve. Was she deliberately hiding her abilities in front of him, or was she truly born with extraordinary strength? If it was the latter, then he had struck gold. His master had once mentioned that only a mysterious bloodline family could produce someone with such innate strength. If Zhao Linglong had that bloodline, Her future would be limitless. Bang, bang, bang. Facing the charging gangsters, Zhao Linglong showed no fear. Instead of dodging, she charged straight into their midst. One punch, one strong man. Those burly men, each weighing nearly 200 pounds, were like toys in front of Zhao Linglong. With just a few punches, she sent them all flying. After finishing them off, she couldn't resist taunting them. Is this what you call being tough? You can't even beat a girl? Pathetic. The gangsters, lying on the ground groaning in pain, were speechless. Was she really just an ordinary girl? She was more like a powerhouse. All the gangsters were down, leaving only the man in a shirt and sunglasses. Zhao Linglong looked at him with disdain and said, "Do you want to find a brick and knock yourself out, or should I do it for you?" This man was none other than Long Zhong, the real biological father of Zhonghua and the third elder of the Gu cult. Long Zhong sneered at Zhao Linglong's words, "Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but don't talk nonsense." Before he could finish, Zhao Linglong cut him off with a direct attack. She threw a punch at his face with no fancy moves. Bang! Long Zhong managed to dodge the first punch, but Zhao Linglong's second punch landed squarely on his chest without any suspense. Crack! Long Zhong winced in pain, but before he could recover, Zhao Linglong's third punch came crashing down. Bang! 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 Long Zhong, the third elder of the Gu cult, a powerful figure who had nearly reached the level of a martial arts master, was utterly defeated by a little girl. Not only was he unable to fight back, but he also stumbled and fell to the ground. Zhao Linglong grabbed his ankle and began swinging him around like a stick, slamming him repeatedly into the ground. Boom! Boom! Long Zhong's body kept crashing into the ground, cracking the stone pavement. His face, head, and shoulders kept smashing into the ground, and he felt like every bone in his body was about to break. Despite the martial arts energy flowing through him, he couldn't withstand such abuse. Finally, during a brief pause when Zhao Linglong caught her breath, Long Zhong managed to break free from her grip. He staggered to his feet beside a flower bed, gasping for air. Then, with a wave of his hand, a swarm of black insects gathered on his arm. He glared at Zhao Linglong with a sinister expression and said, "Bitch, how dare you beat me like this? Die!" The insects on his arm were none other than one of the 10 forbidden Gu, the bloodthirsty Gu. Judging by their size, they were even more ferocious than the ones Zhonghua had raised. Long Zhong's main goal today was to deal with Yi Han. But before he could even touch Yi Han, he was almost beaten to death by a maidservant. Zhao Linglong, fearless and brash, didn't care about Long Zhong's actions. She pouted and snorted. "Can't fight so you resort to magic tricks? Let your grandma send you to the west." As she shouted, she prepared to charge forward again. Yi Han quickly appeared beside her and stopped her. "Danger! You're not a match for him. Leave the rest to me." "Danger?" Zhao Linglong frowned. "What danger? Just a few bugs?" Before she could voice her displeasure, Long Zhong made his move. "Yi Han, you dared to kill Zhonghua and take what doesn't belong to you. Today, I'll send you to meet the King of Hell." With a wave of his arm, the swarm of poisonous goo rushed toward Yi Han. Yi Han smiled faintly and released a burst of energy from his hand, blocking the goo 2 meters away and causing them to fall to the ground. Coincidentally, a stray cat darted by and fell into the swarm of goo. Sizzle! In the blink of an eye, the cat was devoured by the goo, leaving only a skeleton. A few seconds later, even the skeleton was completely consumed. Zhao Linglong, standing behind Yi Han, turned pale at the sight. Only then did she understand why Yi Han had said it was dangerous. If those bugs had landed on her, what would have happened? But could Yi Han handle these bugs? As Zhao Linglong worried, Wang Fugue stepped forward and said, "Don't worry, these things are a piece of cake for Brother Yi." Seeing such a terrifying scene, the surrounding onlookers retreated to over 10 meters away. The crowd was in an uproar. "That's terrifying. What are those things?" "I've seen them on TV. They're the goo cult's poisonous goo. They can devour an entire cow in an instant. Poor kid, they're doomed." Yeah, I thought that girl was so fierce, she might be able to handle it, but the other side has a real expert. Long Zhong was extremely confident in his goo, especially after the scene of the cat being devoured, which had thoroughly intimidated the crowd. He naturally assumed Yihan would be afraid too. Yihan, hand over what doesn't belong to you, and I'll spare your friends. Long Zhong controlled the goo swirling in the air, not rushing to attack Yihan. You may know martial arts and can block these goo for a while, but you'll make a mistake eventually. Once that happens, you're all dead. Long Zhong was gloating in front of Yihan, completely unaware that Yihan possessed the 10,000 goo cauldron and the goo emperor. Controlling these goo would be a breeze. Oh, you're talking about this, right? Yihan took out a bone from his pocket, the same one that had fallen from Zhonghua's body. After the goo devoured Zhonghua last night, Yihan had picked up the bone but hadn't had time to study it. Now that Long Zhong was so anxious to get it, it must be something valuable. Yes, that's it. Quickly, give it to me. If you give me the item, I might even spare your life. Long Zhong's eyes lit up as he stared at the translucent bone in Yihan's hand. He took 2 quick steps forward, trying to snatch it from Yihan. Yihan dodged his move and said calmly, "Why don't you tell me what this is first? If you tell me, I'll give it back to you." Chapter 72. Even a little nun has springtime in her heart? In truth, both sides were engaged in a psychological battle at this moment. Long Zhong and Yihan both knew that even if Yihan returned the item to Long Zhong wouldn't let Yihan off. Long Zhong, who practiced goo arts and was the person behind Zhonghua, must have discovered that Zhonghua was killed by Yihan. Today, he came to Yihan with the sole purpose of revenge and to retrieve the item. Regardless of the circumstances, he would find a way to eliminate Yihan. Long Zhong wanted to retrieve the item with the least cost. After a moment of contemplation, he thought to himself, even if I tell Yihan, it doesn't matter. Once I get the item, I'll kill him anyway. A dead man can't reveal secrets. This item is called the Immortal Bone. It's very important to me. Give it back to me. Immortal Bone? This is the Immortal Bone? Yihan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing these words. From Yichen, Yihan had already learned about the existence of the Immortal Bone. The Lin family, along with several other clans, had attacked the Yi family, and one of their primary objectives was to seize the Immortal Bone. This showed how crucial the Immortal Bone was. Now, Zhonghua also had a piece of the Immortal Bone, which indicated that there might be more than one. Thank you. I've finally figured out some things. Yihan felt more confident and calmly put the Immortal Bone away, deciding that he would study it thoroughly when he had the time tonight. Seeing Yihan pocket the Immortal Bone, Long Zhong's face changed instantly. Yihan, are you playing me? Although Long Zhong knew that Yihan wouldn't hand over the item so easily, the reality of it happening still infuriated him. Yes, I'm playing you. What are you going to do about it? Yihan sneered at Long Zhong. Having already killed Zhonghua, Yihan was confident he could handle Long Zhong too. Members of the Gu sect, once they left the Miaojing region, were considered fair game. You're asking for it. Long Zhong roared and began chanting commands, summoning the swarm of venomous goo to fly toward Yihan. But to Long Zhong's surprise, the venomous goo that took off into the air suddenly disobeyed his commands and turned back, rushing toward him instead. Ah, what's happening? No. Stop. Long Zhong frantically changed his commands, trying to stop the goo, but to no avail. Long Zhong looked at Yihan with fear and immediately noticed the golden goo emperor in Yihan's hand, instantly understanding everything. Yihan Yihan had the goo emperor, which meant he must also have the 10,000 goo cauldron. Now, Long Zhong finally understood why Zhonghua had died at Yihan's hands. With the 10,000 goo cauldron, Yihan could command all venomous goo using the goo emperor. How could Zhonghua possibly be a match for Yihan? However, by the time Long Zhong realized this, it was already too late. The swarm of goo surged forward and devoured Long Zhong in an instant. As soon as Long Zhong perished, the venomous goo fell from the air and immediately died. Since these goo were bred by Long Zhong, their lives were tied to him. Once their host died, they could only meet the same fate. A living person had just vanished. All the onlookers at the scene gasped in shock. Insects devouring a human was unheard of. What was even more shocking was that Long Zhong, who had controlled the venomous goo to attack Yihan, was the one who ended up being killed. The crowd looked at Yihan with a newfound respect. It seemed this young man had some real power. "Boss, can I borrow a lighter?" Although the venomous goo had already died, to avoid unnecessary panic, Yihan borrowed a gas cylinder from the chicken shop and burned the dead goo to ashes. With all this dealt with, the thugs lying on the ground, who had been groaning in pain, looked terrified, their bodies trembling. "Brother, we were wrong. We won't dare do it again." The yellow-haired leader knelt before Yihan, kowtowing repeatedly. "It was that man earlier. He gave us 50,000 yuan to help boost the atmosphere. We were wrong. Please spare us, brother." Yihan's lips twitched. He knew these thugs were just small fry. "Get lost. If I see you causing trouble again, your fate will be the same as his." With that, the yellow-haired thug and his gang were overjoyed and scrambled away. "Let's continue eating. Boss, heat up our chicken for us." Yihan casually called out to the shopkeeper, acting as if nothing had happened. The surrounding crowd murmured in awe before dispersing. Beyond the crowd, an elderly nun and a beautiful young nun quietly slipped away. "Yilin, you saw him, right? That's your future husband. This karmic bond, you must experience and grasp it well," the older nun said to the young nun beside her. The young nun blushed furiously. "Oh, master, we are nuns. How can we have a husband? Besides, that Yihan is just handsome and strong. Nothing special." Although she said this, her eyes kept glancing back at Yihan. The older nun looked at her disciple and shook her head. "You sigh. It's not good. It's not good." In the main hall of the Miaojiang sect headquarters, a middle-aged man rushed in, clutching a shattered wooden tablet. "Sect leader, Elder 3's lifebound tablet has shattered." The man knelt down, raising the wooden tablet high. On the throne, Sect leader Zhuang Bai had just ended a call when he heard the report, his expression instantly changing. "What? Long Zhong's life highway shattered? How is that possible?" In the Miaojiang sect, the longevity tablets were linked to the lives of the Gu practitioners. The sect had a hall specifically dedicated to housing the Changsung Pai Wei of its higher-ranking members, enabling them to monitor the life status of key figures at any time. Just now, the guard responsible for the ancestral hall discovered that Elder Long Zhong's Changsung Pai Wei had shattered and immediately came to report to the sect leader. Zhuang Bai stepped down from his throne and took the tablet from the man. Long Zhong's tablet was now shattered into several pieces, and the once vibrant life force it had contained was now completely lifeless. Long Zhong was likely in trouble. Long Zhong was a core leader responsible for the sect's reemergence in the southwest region. The entire layout for the